Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Had the Copy System. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In a dense forest, a red-haired boy, no older than 5, diligently practiced his swordsmanship with a short blade. It was midday, the sun beating down mercilessly. Sweat plastered the boy's clothes to his skin. Man, this heat is brutal, Shin Uzumaki grumbled, but his training continued unabated. A little sunshine wouldn't derail his pursuit of strength. Shin, there you are. What are you doing out here in this inferno? A small head popped out from behind a large tree. Kushina Uzumaki skipped towards Shin, her red hair a fiery halo in the sunlight. Shin paused his practice and turned, a wry smile on his face as he looked at the adorable girl. Kushina, now's not really the time for a tea party. Kushina puffed out her cheeks, her pout on full display. Shin, you used to hang out with me all the time. Now you're giving me the cold shoulder. Tears welled up in Kushina's eyes, threatening to cascade down her cheeks. Shin felt a wave of exasperation. Kushina, do you think I'm out here baking in this heat for fun? It's not exactly a picnic. He sat down, taking a long pull from his water bottle to rehydrate. Unlike the carefree Kushina, Shin carried a secret burden. He was a transmigrant, reborn into the world of Naruto as a newborn baby. The initial shock of landing in this world, where danger lurked around every corner, had been profound. Fortunately, he wasn't just some random civilian but a member of the Uzumaki clan in the land of whirlpools. But even that was a double-edged sword. It was the PRD after the First Shinobi World War, before the Second had erupted. The Naruto storyline he knew was still decades in the future. This was the era when the land of whirlpools faced its imminent demise. Shin didn't know the exact date, but he knew the clock was ticking. His only path forward was to grind his strength, to maximize his chances of surviving the destruction of the land of whirlpools. He wasn't about to let his second chance at life go to waste. Kushina, what if I told you that soon, the land of whirlpools, the Uzumaki clan, will face a disaster unlike any other? Would you believe me? No way, Shin. You're pulling my leg, right? Kushina giggled, taking his words as a joke. Shin shrugged. If even Kushina, who trusted him implicitly, wouldn't buy it, convincing the rest of the clan was a lost cause. The destruction of the land of whirlpools seemed inevitable. He wasn't exactly Mr. Worldwide, no one would take him seriously. A crisp, mechanical chime echoed in Shin's mind, jolting him. Replication system activated. Greetings, Visur. I await your commands. Shin felt a surge of excitement. He had a golden finger. But why not? After 5 years in this world, the system finally decided to wake up. Shin, what's up? Kushina asked, attuned to his every shift in mood. Nothing, Kushina. Just remembered something I gotta do. I'll definitely hang out with you tomorrow. Gotta run for now. Shin sprang onto a tree branch, vanishing in a blur of motion. Kushina's jaw dropped. That speed and agility were beyond most genin. Shin was hiding some serious skills. Kushina clenched her fists, a playful anger bubbling up. If you ditch me tomorrow, you'll be sorry, she shouted after him. Instead of heading home, Shin made his way to a secluded riverbank to delve into his system's interface. System, lay it on me. What can you do? Shin asked, a mix of anticipation and anxiety in his voice. This system is designated the replication system. It can copy anything from jutsu to chakra, even Kekkei Genkai. Shin's eyes widened. Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan, Kagaya Otsutsuki's Rinne Sharingan, all within his grasp. The various overpowered dojutsu of the Mangekyo Sharingan, Kagaya Otsutsuki's immortality, all those S-rank jutsu and Kekkei Genkai. The possibilities were endless. Hold on, there have to be some strings attached, right? Shin asked, his excitement tempered by a dose of realism. It couldn't be that easy. Affirmative. Replication requires the expenditure of replication cards. These are categorized into common, advanced, and divine levels. Common replication cards can replicate jutsu up to B rank, including B rank jutsu, chakra and physical abilities of jonin, and so on. Advanced replication cards can replicate jutsu and secret techniques up to S rank, including S rank, chakra and physical abilities of Kage, and common Kekkei Genkai, such as Scorch Release and Lava Release. Divine replication cards are unrestricted and can replicate any target. Alright, so how do I get my hands on these replication cards? Shin asked, barely able to contain his impatience. There are 2 primary acquisition methods. First, the system will bestow upon you 1 replication card annually. The specific category, common, advanced, or divine, is determined by a random variable. The second method involves the completion of missions tailored to your preferences. Upon successful completion, you will be rewarded with replication cards. Missions are optional, and there are no penalties for failure. 1 card per year, not bad at all, Shin mused. His system seemed to be quite the benevolent benefactor. And the missions were optional, with no repercussions for failure. That was a relief. Shin valued his freedom. The last thing he needed was some overbearing system bossing him around. Oh, and system, don't suppose there's a welcome package for new users? Shin asked, a hopeful glint in his eyes. The newbie gift pack was granted to you at the moment of your BRHSTR. You should be cognizant of its presence. Shin paused, then ventured a guess. Could it be the Sage Body? The Sage Body was a Kekii Genkai common to the Uzumaki clan. Every member of the Senju and Uzumaki clans possessed it, but Shin had always felt his was different, more potent. Affirmative. Upon your transmigration into this world, Ember, the system bestowed upon you the perfect Sage Body. Shin couldn't contain his elation. A perfect Sage Body, putting him on par with the legendary Hashirama Senju. Hashirama, with his perfect Sage Body and self-developed wood release, had taken down Madara Uchiha, wielder of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and the full-fledged Ninetales. Did this mean he could achieve Hashirama's level of power? With the system's assistance, surpassing Hashirama and reaching the realm of the 6 paths might not be just a pipe dream. His future was looking brighter by the minute. Phew, with the system in play, at least I've got a fighting chance in this crazy world. Shin noticed he had 5 replication cards stocked up. He'd been in the Naruto world for 5 years now, and even though the system had been inactive this whole time, it hadn't skimped on the annual card handouts. Is my luck really this rotten? Shin checked the cards and found they were all common. The yearly card was a random drop. With a bit of luck, he could have scored a divine card. Sadly, fortune didn't seem to be on his side, not even an advanced card in sight. Let's see what's on the mission board. Shin opened the system's mission interface and found a single quest waiting for him. Survival. Survive the destruction of the land of whirlpools. Reward, 1 common replication card. Failure, no penalty. System, are you kidding me? No penalty for failure. If I fail, I'm dead. Shin couldn't help but complain. Could this survival mission even be failed? Failing meant losing his life, didn't it? And the reward is pretty stingy too. Sir, rewards are commensurate with mission difficulty. This particular mission is not classified as high difficulty. Shin couldn't argue with that. For someone who was prepared, this mission wasn't exactly climbing Mount Everest. In the original story, when the land of whirlpools was destroyed, a good number of Uzumaki clan members survived, like Karen's mother, for example. Time to head back. Shin channeled chakra to his legs, leaped onto a tree branch, and vanished in a few swift movements. He lived in a secluded spot, far from the clan's main grounds. It had its perks, mainly peace and quiet. You're finally back, Shin. Kushina was sitting on the steps in front of the house, chin resting on her hands. Her eyes, which had been downcast, lit up when she saw him. Kushina, you haven't been sitting here this whole time, have you? Shin walked over and pulled her up. It was just the 2 of them living here. A year ago, he had still been living with the clan, but things had happened, and he'd moved out. Kushina had no family left in the clan. Her parents had died in an accident when she was 3. Shin was her only friend, so she came with him. I've been waiting for you forever. If you hadn't come back soon, I would have starved to death, Kushina said weakly. She couldn't cook, so she relied on Shin for meals. Weren't there some snacks left? You could have munched on those. Kushina gave an awkward laugh, her small hands fidgeting with her clothes. I might have finished those already. Alright. I'll WHP something up right away. As Shin was about to lead Kushina inside, he heard a faint sound behind him. He turned and saw a middle-aged man with red hair, dressed in shinobi garb, standing a short distance away. The man was expressionless. He held a small bundle, which he tossed to Shin. This is your living allowance. Shin caught the bundle and opened it. Besides money, there were 2 jutsu scrolls. Those jutsu scrolls are your mother's belongings. The elder instructed me to deliver them to you. With that, the man vanished in a swirl of leaves. Mother's belongings. Shin felt a pang of sadness. He unfurled the 2 jutsu scrolls. They contained 2 sealing jutsu, the adamantine sealing chains and the 4-symbol seal. Both were incredibly powerful sealing jutsu, especially effective against tailed beasts. Shin, are you okay? Kushina asked cautiously. Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll make dinner first, and after we eat we can practice these sealing jutsu together. Shin gave Kushina a reassuring smile. That's not right. These are your mother's legacy. I can't practice them with you, Kushina shook her head. Kushina, you're my best friend. You were there for me when everyone else shunned me. Of course I want to share good things with you. Shin placed a hand on Kushina's shoulder, his voice sincere. Shin was the grandson of the Uzumaki clan elder. His mother was the elder's daughter, but his father wasn't an Uzumaki. Not only was he not an Uzumaki, but he was from the Uchiha clan, once sworn enemies of the Uzumaki. During the Warring States PRD, the Uzumaki and Senju clans were allies, while the Uchiha and Senju were locked in a bitter feud. Because of their alliance with the Senju, the Uzumaki had clashed with the Uchiha numerous times. Even though the Warring States PRD was long gone, the animosity lingered. Naturally, Shin's parents' relationship didn't end well. The man returned to the Uchiha clan, and Shin's mother, heartbroken, eventually succumbed to her grief. Shin had heard that the man also died on a mission shortly after his mother's passing. This was the reason Shin wasn't well liked within the Uzumaki clan. Even his grandfather, the clan elder, treated him coldly. Soon, Shin had dinner ready. He was a decent cook, at least good enough for Kushina, who ate with gusto. After dinner, Shin called Kushina over, and they began studying the adamantine sealing chains and the four-symbol seal. The adamantine sealing chains was an A-rank sealing jutsu. When used, it produced multiple chakra chains from the user's back. These chains were powerful offensive weapons and could also create barriers and seal tailed beasts. The stronger the user's chakra, the greater the jutsu's power. The Uzumaki were known for their massive chakra reserves. They possessed the sage body, and even Kushina, who had only recently learned to mold chakra, had reserves comparable to an average genin. With their powerful chakra and sealing jutsu, even the Ninetales would be wary of facing an Uzumaki. The seal used to contain the Ninetales in Konoha was, in fact, an Uzumaki sealing jutsu. I don't get it at all. Am I just dumb? Kushina said, staring at the scrolls with a furrowed brow. Shin was engrossed in studying the jutsu. After coming to this world, he realized his learning ability had skyrocketed. He was starting to grasp the concepts behind these sealing jutsu, but mastering them would take time. After all, these were A-rank sealing jutsu, and many elite jonin couldn't learn them. It required a certain level of talent. They studied late into the night. When Shin finally set the scrolls aside, he noticed Kushina had fallen asleep beside him. Silly girl, falling asleep like that. Shin gently scooped Kushina up and laid her on the tatami mat, tucking a blanket around her. Well, time for me to hit the hay too. Shin stretched. A good night's rest was essential for the intense training he had planned for the next day. After washing up, Shin returned to his room and drifted off to sleep. Dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink as Shin opened his eyes. Another day, another chance to grind. Time to refine some chakra. Shin sat up and began his morning ritual. He had only received the chakra refinement technique a week ago. It was a standard issue scroll provided by the clan. Despite being ostracized due to his parentage, Shin still received the basic necessities, including a living allowance and the chakra refinement technique. The adamantine sealing chains and the four-symbol seal were prized even within the Uzumaki clan. Most elite jonin could only dream of learning them. Chakra was the fusion of physical and spiritual energy extracted from the cells in the human body. Overdoing it could lead to fatigue or worse. Shin spent an hour refining chakra. Despite being only 5 years old and new to chakra refinement, the amount he generated was startling. Thanks to his perfect sage body, the quality and quantity of his chakra were several times greater than that of a normal sage body. Sensing the energy coursing through him, Shin figured his chakra reserves were probably on par with a jonin. If he kept refining his chakra for a few years, could he reach tailed beast levels? He thought of Hashirama, the man who wielded chakra like it was an infinite resource. Shin got up, washed up, and prepared breakfast. Kushina, breakfast is ready. Snooze you lose. A while later, Kushina emerged from her room, yawning, her usually silky red hair a tangled mess. Go wash up, sleepyhead. Breakfast is getting cold. And look at your hair, birds could build a nest in there. Shin reached out and gently combed his fingers through Kushina's hair. Her face flushed slightly, but she was used to Shin's casual touch. After washing up, Kushina took her seat at the table. Shin had prepared a feast: fish, meat, and 2 large glasses of milk. Being a shinobi was energy-intensive. They couldn't skimp on nutrition. Proper fuel was essential for training. Both Shin and Kushina had healthy appetites, so Shin had prepared enough food for 5 people. Thankfully, the Uzumaki clan provided a generous allowance, and Shin supplemented their income by hunting in the forest. Kushina, after breakfast, it's training time. You're coming with me, Shin said as he ate. As a transmigrant, he knew the dangers of the Naruto world. He wanted Kushina to become stronger, to be able to protect herself. Kushina nodded. Staying home alone was boring, she'd rather train with Shin. After breakfast, Kushina took the initiative to wash the dishes. While she was busy, Shin opened his system interface and accepted the only mission on the quest board. It was a mission he had to complete no matter what. Once Kushina finished with the dishes, they headed out to the nearby forest. Kushina, you work on refining your chakra, Shin instructed. Okay. Kushina sat on a clean rock and started the monotonous process of chakra refinement. Shin took out his weighted clothing and put it on. Then, he drew the short blade from his hip and began practicing his swordsmanship. Before he got the chakra refinement technique, Shin had focused on kenjutsu and taijutsu. With his perfect sage body, his physical strength was exceptional, making taijutsu training twice as effective. The Uzumaki and Senju were natural-born brawlers, but the Uzumaki clan prioritized sealing jutsu, often neglecting their powerful physiques. After 1,000 swings, Shin wiped the sweat from his brow and took out his kunai and shuriken. 50 meters away, he had set up a target. It was crude, but it served its purpose. Shin focused, his blue eyes morphing into a BLD red, a single black tomo swirling into existence. The target, which had been a small speck at 50 meters, was now crystal clear. The Sharingan, a one-tomo Sharingan. Shin had Uchiha BLD flowing through his veins. Awakening the Sharingan wasn't surprising. He had awakened it when his mother died, but he had kept it a secret, even from Kushina. The fewer people who knew, the better. If others found out he had the Sharingan, his life within the Uzumaki clan would become even more difficult. Fixing his gaze on the distant target, Shin launched a kunai. With the Sharingan's enhanced vision, he could clearly see the bullseye. The kunai struck dead center, its force so strong that it pierced through the target, leaving a gaping hole. After practicing kunai throwing for a while, Shin decided to move on. Compared to kunai throwing, string jutsu was far more critical. Next up, time to crack this sealing jutsu. Shin pulled out the jutsu scroll and started studying the adamantine sealing chains. He wasn't in a hurry to learn the 4-symbol seal, that could wait. String the adamantine sealing chains would significantly boost his combat power, giving him a way to utilize his massive chakra. After all, what good was a mountain of chakra if you didn't have the jutsu to use it effectively? Shin had figured out some basic chakra control techniques, like channeling it to his legs for explosive jumps, propelling him several meters into the air. That's how he had been leaping onto trees, but his self-taught techniques were rough around the edges. Not only did they consume chakra quickly, but they also put a strain on his legs. He was lucky to have a perfect sage body. A normal person attempting those jumps might end up injured. What I need are the fundamentals. Shin tried to use the adamantine sealing chains, but nothing happened. He realized he didn't have the fine motor control needed to manipulate his chakra effectively. Despite his vast reserves, he couldn't achieve the precise control needed for complex jutsu. How could he learn the adamantine sealing chains with such poor chakra control? He needed to master the basics first. Tree climbing and water walking immediately came to mind. He had to start somewhere, and refining his chakra control was paramount. Under Kushina's surprised gaze, Shin began his tree climbing training. He had assumed it would be easy, but it turned out to be more challenging than he anticipated. Turns out having too much chakra can be a pain. The more chakra he had, the harder it was to control. It seemed there was a trade-off to everything. After countless faceplants, I finally nailed tree climbing. Shin looked like he'd wrestled a mud monster and lost. He'd fallen out of the trees more times than he could count. But it was worth it. He could now scale a tree with the grace of a squirrel, his chakra finally under his command. Shin, how did you do that? Kushina stared at him with wide, awestruck eyes. Hey, wanna learn? Kushina nodded eagerly. Nope, not gonna teach you. That's what you get for laughing at me. Shin crossed his arms. Kushina had found his repeated tumbles from the trees quite amusing. It couldn't be helped. Controlling his massive chakra reserves was no walk in the park, especially without a teacher. He'd had to figure it all out himself, the hard way. He'd mastered tree climbing through sheer stubbornness and a high tolerance for pain. You're so mean, still holding a grudge. Kushina stuck her tongue out at him. By the way, you don't like it when I call you Shin-chan, right? If I learn how to climb trees without using my hands, I'll stop calling you that, deal. It made him sound like a little kid. But Kushina was used to it. Breaking the habit would be tough. Kushina called him Shin-chan because he was younger than her. Well, only by 3 days, but still younger. She used to make him call her Big Sis, but as a transmigrant, there was no way he was calling someone his own age Big Sis. Fine. Shin nodded and shared all the tricks he discovered. With Shin's guidance and insider knowledge, Kushina mastered tree climbing in just half an hour. The girl was a natural. Shin, I learned way faster than you. Kushina said, a smug grin on her face. It had taken Shin over 3 hours, while Kushina had done it in 30 minutes. But that didn't mean he was less talented. He'd had to figure it out through trial and error, while Kushina had a shortcut, thanks to him. After the tree climbing lesson, Shin led Kushina to a nearby river for water walking practice. Water walking was definitely trickier. Water offered no resistance. One wrong step and you were taking a dip. Thankfully, Shin's tree climbing experience gave him a head start. He only fell in twice before he was walking, even running, on water. Kushina, on the other hand, wasn't having as much luck. She'd already fallen in a dozen times, much to Shin's amusement. After splashing around for hours, Kushina finally got the hang of water walking. Kushina, you're officially a prodigy. String both tree climbing and water walking at the age of 5, with such precise chakra control. That was prodigy level stuff. Let's go change first, Kushina said, her clothes dripping. They went back, changed, and finally had lunch. It was already 3 in the afternoon. Kushina had stubbornly refused to eat until she mstred water walking, hence the late lunch. After their meal, Shin decided to skip training and headed towards the clan grounds with Kushina. Shin-chan, why are we going to the clan grounds? Kushina asked, surprised. Didn't we have a deal? Shin lightly flicked Kushina's forehead. It's a habit. I'll get better, I promise. Kushina rubbed her forehead, pouting at Shin. Shin chuckled. Breaking that habit was probably going to be an uphill battle. By the way, Shin, why are we going to the clan grounds? You don't usually like going there. They lived outside the clan grounds and rarely ventured in, except when they needed supplies. This wasn't a supply run. Shin wanted to put his replication card to use. As they entered the Uzumaki clan grounds, the atmosphere became livelier. The Uzumaki clan wasn't small, they had over 200 members. It was a far cry from their glory days during the Warring States PRD, but they were still a force to be reckoned with in any hidden village. Hey, system, when I use a replication card, can I see the target's abilities? How am I supposed to copy something if I don't know what they can do? That is for you to determine, NSTR. This system does not possess such functionality. Fortunately, he had some knowledge of the Uzumaki clan ninjas. He pulled Kushina towards the clan's training grounds. The training grounds were vast, almost everyone in the clan trained there. Shin ignored the genin and chunin, his eyes scanning for jonin. The Uzumaki clan had its fair share of jonin. A large clan like theirs couldn't survive without them. But finding a jonin in this crowded training ground was like finding a needle in a haystack. Even if they came here to train, they'd likely find a secluded spot. Common replication cards could copy the chakra and physical abilities of a jonin at most, so Shin needed to find one to maximize his gains. Bingo! Shin spotted someone he knew, an Uzumaki jonin who specialized in taijutsu. System, use a common replication card to copy Uzumaki Hikaru's physique. Physique encompassed strength, speed, stamina, agility, and flexibility. He could copy each attribute individually, but that would be a waste of a precious replication card. In an instant, Shin felt his body swell. His bones hardened, his muscles tightened, all thanks to an unseen force. He felt lighter, more agile. This power is incredible. Shin threw a punch, the force generating a sharp gust of wind. He was at least 7 or 8 times stronger than before. With his perfect sage body, Shin was already exceptionally strong. Now, with this boost, he felt like he could punch a tree in half. System, does the copied strength stack with my original strength? Shin asked. Affirmative. Copied attributes are additive to your existing capabilities. Shin's eyes lit up. If he could keep stacking attributes, why bother learning jutsu? If he could stack his physique to the level of Might Guy using the 8 inner gates, he'd be unstoppable with taijutsu alone. System, can I keep stacking with no limits? Your limitations are defined by the number of replication cards at your disposal, MSTR. As long as you possess replication cards, you can continue to copy and enhance your physique. Shin, what are you daydreaming about? Kushina nudged Shin, snapping him out of his trance. His conversation with the system had been a mental one, so to Kushina, he just seemed spaced out. Nothing much, Shin replied with a grin he couldn't quite suppress. Lie. You wouldn't be grinning like that if it was nothing. Something good must have happened. Fine, keep your secrets, Kushina huffed, pouting. Shin shook his head, his smile fading. He realized his earlier plan had been a bit too ambitious. Just as the system had said, his progress was limited by replication cards. Even with dozens of common cards, he wouldn't be able to stack his physique to Might Guy's 8 inner gates level. Besides, he'd never wanted to be a one-trick pony, specializing only in taijutsu. Being well-rounded was the key to minimizing weaknesses. Specializing in one area made you an easy target. Uzumaki Shin, is that you? Uzumaki Hikaru, the jonin whose physique Shin had just copied, looked over. A jonin's senses were sharp. Hikaru had noticed Shin staring at him. He had no idea that the physique he'd spent over a decade honing had been duplicated in an instant. Shin's system was truly remarkable. It allowed him to gain the fruits of someone else's LBR without putting in the work. If Hikaru knew, he'd probably be furious. But even without knowing, Hikaru wasn't exactly thrilled to see Shin. They had a history. Back when Shin was still living in the clan grounds, he'd had a run-in with Hikaru's son. Shin had injured the boy, putting him out of commission for 3 months. Hikaru had been furious, ready to confront Shin. But even though Shin wasn't popular, he was still the clan elder's grandson. Hikaru couldn't touch him. Yo Hikaru. Fancy meeting you here. How's your son doing? Shin asked with a casual smile. He wasn't afraid of the jonin, not because of his own strength, but because of his identity. No matter how disliked he was still the clan elder's grandson. Would Hikaru dare lay a finger on him? Pff. Hikaru snorted, reminding himself that Shin was just a child, not worth his time. But even so, he couldn't completely let it go. He glared at Shin before turning and walking away. He couldn't do anything to Shin, so out of sight, out of mind. Shin continued exploring the training grounds. He used another common replication card, this time copying a jutsu, the B-rank Shadow Clone Jutsu. The Shadow Clone Jutsu was created by the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Its practicality led to it being adopted by ninjas from other nations. Countless shinobi in the ninja world knew the Shadow Clone Jutsu, including those in the Uzumaki clan. Shin copied it from an elite chunin. With his perfect sage body and the Shadow Clone Jutsu, his training efficiency would skyrocket. He would have preferred the forbidden multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu, but despite being A-rank, it was classified as forbidden. Forbidden didn't necessarily mean powerful, it included jutsu that caused harm to the user or were deemed too dangerous. Unfortunately, common replication cards couldn't copy A-rank jutsu, only B-rank at most. And even if he could copy it, he wouldn't find anyone to copy from. While many knew the Shadow Clone Jutsu, those who knew the multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu were few and far between. With 3 replication cards remaining, Shin decided to call it a day. He left the training grounds with Kushina and bought some ninja tools and 2 chakra papers. Chakra papers were used to determine a shinobi's chakra nature. There were 7 chakra natures in total: wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. The yin and yang natures couldn't be tested with chakra paper. Why did you buy these? They're so expensive, 1,000 ryo each. Kushina looked at the papers with concern. These are chakra papers. They tell you what kind of chakra you have. Here, try it. Kushina curiously took a chakra paper and channeled her chakra into it. The paper reacted immediately, splitting down the middle with the corners becoming damp. Kushina, your chakra natures are wind and water, Shin explained. Kushina looked confused. She didn't understand these concepts yet. Shin took a chakra paper and infused it with his chakra. The paper split, indicating wind nature. One corner ignited, revealing fire nature. Then, a corner became damp water, another wrinkled lightning, and the last one crumbled earth. Shin possessed 5 chakra natures: wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth. Yin and yang couldn't be detected with the paper, but with his perfect sage body he definitely had yang. He also had the Sharingan, a manifestation of Yin release, suggesting he likely possessed Yin nature as well. This meant he might have all 7 chakra natures. That was definitely something to be excited about. Whoa, 5 transformations. You have 5 chakra natures. Shin smiled faintly, choosing not to mention Yin and Yang for now. It was getting late. They returned home before dark. Shin put away the ninja tools he'd bought and started preparing dinner. Kushina, what do you want to eat? Hee, anything you make is delicious. Shin smiled and decided to make a hearty meal. They'd had a long day of training and needed to replenish their energy. After a satisfying dinner, Kushina, exhausted, washed up and went to bed. Shin, however, continued studying the adamantine sealing chains. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Shin had made significant progress, mastering the adamantine sealing chains. Thanks to the Shadow Clone Jutsu, he could create over a dozen clones to study simultaneously. Even without a teacher, he managed to learn the jutsu on his own. Rasengan. Shin focused on the large tree before him, a rapidly spinning sphere of chakra forming in his hand. He moved his hand forward, smashing the rasengan into the tree trunk. The wood splintered and flew as the massive tree, one that would take 2 people to encircle, was pierced straight through, leaving a gaping hole with spiral patterns etched into its edges, a testament to the rotating chakra's power. If that hit a person, it would go right through them, no problem. Shin was more than satisfied with the rasengan's destructive power. A-rank jutsu were no joke. He had developed the rasengan himself. Understanding the principles behind it, recreating it wasn't that difficult. This was the culmination of his half-month's training. That tree must have been decades old, and you just punched a hole through it, Kushina said, staring at the poor tree. Hey, Kushina, do you still want to learn the rasengan or what? Of course I do. Teach me. Kushina jumped up, grabbing Shin's arm excitedly. Ouch, my shoulders are kinda sore. Shin sat down, looking expectantly at Kushina. Kushina knew what he wanted. With a reluctant sigh, she walked over and started massaging his shoulders. Not bad, but a little more pressure would be perfect, Shin said, leaning back with a satisfied sigh. Kushina gritted her teeth, but for the sake of learning the rasengan, she endured. It's getting late, almost lunchtime. Let's head back. I'll teach you in the afternoon. Shin glanced at the sun high in the sky. Kushina, though eager to learn the rasengan, knew that food came first. After lunch, Shin began teaching Kushina the jutsu. Half a day wasn't enough to MSTR it, though. You can already burst a water balloon. That's the second stage completed. You'll have the rasengan down in no time. As the sky darkened, Shin told Kushina to stop for the day and continue tomorrow. The rasengan had 4 stages. The first was simple, gathering chakra in your palm. The second stage involved stable and continuous chakra release. This was practiced by placing a water balloon in your hand and releasing chakra to make the water inside move erratically until the balloon exploded. The third stage used a RBB ball. The goal was to maintain chakra release, solidifying the chakra until it could burst the ball. At the third stage, the rasengan could already cause damage, but its power was limited. The final stage combined everything learned previously. High-density chakra was gathered in the hand, released continuously, maintained, and finally completing the jutsu. After dinner, Kushina went to bed. Shin returned to his room. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this. Shin looked out the window. The sky was unusually dark, not a moon or star in sight. Can't sleep. Might as well refine some chakra. Time passed, and it was past 1 in the morning when Shin finally stopped, feeling sleepy. Just as he was about to lie down, a loud noise jolted him awake. He rushed to the window. In the direction of the Uzumaki clan grounds, flames lit up the night sky. Could it be? His drowsiness vanished. He ran to Kushina's room. Kushina, wake up. Shin, what's going on? I was sleeping so soundly. Why did you wake me up? Kushina grumbled, her eyes barely open. Wake up, something's wrong. Shin flicked Kushina's forehead to bring her to her senses. This was no time for jokes. If his hunch was right, disaster had struck the land of whirlpools. There was nothing he could do to stop it, but he could protect himself and Kushina. What's wrong? Kushina asked, seeing the seriousness in Shin's eyes. He pointed towards the window. Kushina followed his gaze and saw the fire raging in the distance. Whoa, the clan grounds are on fire. It's more than just a fire. We're under attack. Listen to that. Those explosions are from explosive tags. Who would dare attack the Uzumaki clan? Now's not the time to discuss that. Come on. Shin urged Kushina to get dressed, pack their essentials, and prepare to leave. Even though they were far from the clan grounds, there was no guarantee of safety. Captain, this is the outer perimeter of the Uzumaki clan grounds, right? Why is there a house here? Just as they stepped out, Shin saw several figures in ninja attire, their faces hidden behind masks. His heart sank. Kushina gripped his arm, fear creeping into her eyes. Well, look what we have here. A couple of stragglers. And just kids too. A ninja wearing a tanuki mask leered at them. Talk about bad luck. They were so far out, yet they still ran into enemies. The 5 ninjas were equally surprised, having been tasked with sealing off the Uzumaki clan grounds and preventing anyone from escaping. Judging by their red hair, they were definitely Uzumaki. And if they were Uzumaki, they had to be eliminated. Enough chatter. Kill them, the leader of the squad ordered. The squad consisted of 1 jonin and 4 elite chunin. Seeing them move to attack, Shin swiftly pulled 3 shuriken from his pouch and flung them at the jonin leader. While the jonin dodged, Shin made his move. He appeared before one of the chunin in a flash, leaping up and delivering a powerful blow to the ninja's neck. His speed was such that the chunin didn't even have time to react. The blow was fatal. Within a second, Shin retreated to Kushina's side. Run! He scooped Kushina into his arms and fled towards the forest. Imminent. After them. The jonin leader roared in fury. To have one of his men killed by a 5-year-old right under his nose was a disgrace. The other 3 chunin snapped out of their shock. A 5-year-old killing an elite chunin. Even in the brutal warring states PRD, such a thing was unheard of. Shin, carrying me is slowing you down. Put me down. Kushina, nestled in Shin's arms, spoke up. You weigh about as much as a rabbit? How am I slow? Shin shot her a look. Ugh, you comparing me to a rabbit? Kushina lightly nipped his arm, then quieted down. Hey Shin, if they catch up, just ditch me and run. I'll buy you some time. Just promise you'll avenge me, okay? Kushina's voice was barely a whisper. Don't be ridiculous. You think those clowns can catch us? Shin gave her another exasperated look. We practically live in this forest. We know it way better than they do. Besides, do you have any idea how fast I am? Don't worry. Shin had copied the physique of the taijutsu Uzumaki Hikaru. Combined with his already impressive physical abilities, he was more than a match for any taijutsu specialist. He was outpacing his pursuers with ease. MS2, you have triggered a new mission. Eliminate the pursuing squad. Reward, 1 advanced replication card. An advanced replication card. Shin weighed his options. System, what are their strengths? He had taken out one of them with a single punch, but he didn't know their actual skill levels. The leader is a jonin. The remaining 3 are elite chunin. Shin accepted the mission without hesitation. If they had an elite jonin, he might have reconsidered. but a regular jonin. He could handle that. Shin stopped running. Why are we stopping? Are you tired? I told you to put me down. Kushina looked at him, panic rising in her voice. Kushina, we don't need to run anymore. I'm going to take them out. Are you crazy, Shin? They're real ninjas. We don't stand a chance. Kushina knew Shin was strong, but against actual ninjas, she didn't have much faith. Kushina, remember when I took out that guy back there? Kushina was speechless. He had indeed killed one, but that was a surprise attack. Kushina, you hide. Watch and learn. I'll show you what I'm truly capable of. Shin punched a nearby tree. With a loud crack, the tree snapped in two. Kushina shook her head. I'm staying with you. Kushina, listen. I need you to hide and wait for an opportunity to ambush them. If I start losing, your surprise attack will give us a chance to escape. Persuaded by Shin's reasoning, Kushina agreed. She found a hiding spot, clutching her kunai and shuriken, ready to strike. Shin glanced back. Ninjas were excellent trackers and would find him soon, following the trail he'd left. An idea sparked in his mind. He leaned against a large tree, breathing dramatically, feigning exhaustion. If he could lure them into a trap, he would. Less than a minute later, the ninjas arrived. With one down, there were 4 left. Finally found the brat. Didn't expect him to be so fast, one of the Chunin remarked, exhausted from the chase. Captain, where's the girl? The Jonin leader scanned the area. Kushina had concealed herself well. In the darkness, the Jonin couldn't find her. She must have run off. Let's deal with this kid first. The Jonin drew his sword, approaching Shin slowly. He intended to avenge the humiliation of losing one of his men. Shin watched the Jonin approach, a glint in his eyes. He'd hoped to ambush a Chunin, but having the Jonin come to him was even better. Little brat, out of steam, are you? Time to die. The Jonin grinned cruelly, his expression hidden behind his mask. As the Jonin lunged with his sword, Shin activated his Sharingan and sprang into action. He nimbly dodged the sword move and delivered a swift kick to the Jonin's groin. With Shin's speed and the close proximity, even an elite Jonin wouldn't have been able to dodge. The Jonin had been careless. With a sickening crack, the Jonin crumpled to the ground, a scream tearing from his throat. A shattered groin would bring even a Kage-level ninja to their knees. The Jonin was effectively out of the fight. You've got to be the most pathetic Jonin to ever die, Shin remarked. He formed a rasengan between his hands, pressing it into the incapacitated Jonin's chest. The swirling sphere of chakra tore through his heart. Took out a Jonin just like that. He was weaker than I thought. Shin blinked. It wasn't that the Jonin was weak. Jonin were the backbone of any hidden village. In smaller villages, they were the peak of fighting power. But this Jonin hadn't even had a chance to use his full strength. He'd been taken out before he could even react. This served as a reminder to Shin. In this dangerous world, he could never let his guard down. Otherwise, he might end up like this Jonin. He thought of Madara Uchiha, betrayed and used as a sacrifice for Kagaya Otsutsuki's revival. Your boss is dead. Care to join him? Shin's eyes hardened as he glared at the remaining 3 Chunin. With the Jonin out of the way, dealing with these 3 would be easy. The Chunin were still in shock, unable to process that their captain had been killed by a 5-year-old. You killed our captain with dirty tricks. We'll avenge him. One of the Chunin shouted, rage fueling his voice. Shin eyed the 3 remaining Chunin, picking up the fallen Jonin's sword. So, you want to avenge your captain? Come get some. The 3 Chunin exchanged glances, none daring to make a move. This kid was creepy. He'd already killed one of them and taken down their captain. Fine, I'll come to you then. Shin vanished into the darkness. In the thick forest, his speed and controlled ferocity rendered him untraceable. Watch out. But it was too late. Shin's sword pierced the Chunin's heart before he could finish his warning. Shin withdrew his sword and dashed towards the next Chunin. Water style, water prison jutsu. Sensing the danger, the Chunin swiftly formed hand seals, encasing himself in a sphere of water for protection. You think that can stop me? How naive. Shin channeled chakra into the sword, enhancing its piercing power. The water prison shattered as the sword plunged through, impaling the Chunin's heart. Another one down. Just one left. Shin looked at the last Chunin. Killing these elite Chunin was starting to feel easy. Kakashi graduated and became a genin at 5, and everyone called him a genius. I'm 5, and I'm wiping the floor with elite Chunin. What does that make me? The Prodigy. A monster. Monster. You're a monster. The last Chunin pointed at Shin, his eyes wide with terror. He turned and fled. You're the monster. And you're not getting away. Shin shot forward, chasing after the fleeing Chunin. This guy was crucial to his mission. Shin couldn't let him escape. Die. Shin quickly caught up, swinging the sword. It wasn't ideal for slashing, but with Shin's strength, it would cleave the Chunin in 2. The sword connected, and just as Shin relaxed, The figure he'd struck transformed into a log. A substitution jutsu. Substitution. Shin hadn't expected the Chunin to use a substitution jutsu at the last moment. Adamantine sealing chains. Chakra chains erupted from Shin's back, snaking through the forest and ensnaring the fleeing Chunin. Constrict. The chains tightened, tearing the Chunin apart. Shin's face paled as he looked at the gruesome sight. He quickly turned away. He was used to BLD, having hunted animals in the forest. He hadn't felt anything when he killed the first Chunin. The next few deaths had caused a slight ripple in Shin's emotions, but this last one was too much. The chakra chains dissipated, and he leaned against a tree, feeling nauseous. He swore he'd never use the chains like that again. It was too brutal, even for him. Congratulations, Mr. Mission complete. You have been awarded 1 advanced replication card. Phew, finally got the reward. Shin composed himself and called out to Kushina. Come out, Kushina. It's over. Kushina emerged, looking bewildered. It was over. The darkness made it hard for her to see, and she hadn't witnessed anything. As she walked over and saw the Jonin's body, she asked, Shin, how did you do it? Doesn't matter. Let's see what loot we got. Shin began rummaging through the Jonin's pouch while Kushina stood back, a little scared. Even though the ninjas were dead, she felt a lingering fear. It was a good thing she hadn't seen the Chunin Shin had defeated with the chains. She might have fainted. Shin found several explosive tags, a valuable commodity, along with kunai, shuriken, and 2 jutsu scrolls. B-rank water style, water dragon jutsu and water style, hiding in mist jutsu. He frowned, realizing these jutsu hinted at the attackers' identities. They were likely from Kirigakure. Looks like Kirigakure is behind this attack on Uzushigakure. Only the 5 great nations had the strength to attack the Uzumaki clan. Konoha was an ally, they wouldn't be involved. Tsunade and Iwagakure were too far away for a practical attack. That left Kumogakure and Kirigakure, both capable of launching assaults from the sea. Kirigakure's involvement was confirmed, but he was uncertain about Kumogakure. If there was one village with ambition, it was Kumogakure. Their interest in the Uzumaki's sealing jutsu was highly probable. After all, every village would covet such power. Possessing valuable techniques without the means to protect them had led to Uzushigakure's downfall. I wonder if Konoha had a hand in this. Shin was suspicious of their supposed ally. After all, Konoha had Danzo, and it was laughable to think he wouldn't be interested in the Uzumaki's sealing jutsu. Shin shook his head, pushing those thoughts aside. He collected the pouches of the other 2 Chunin and left the last Chunin's pouch where it was. The sight was too gruesome. He led Kushina to a small stream in the forest, the same one where they had practiced water walking. Are you tired? If you're, get some sleep. We're safe now, Shin said. Kushina shook her head. After everything that had happened, sleep was the last thing on her mind. Shin, I'm worried. Her voice was filled with anxiety. She was smart. If they had encountered enemies so far from the clan grounds, she could only imagine the horrors that must have befallen Uzushigakure. Worrying won't change anything, Shin replied. Despite not being well-liked, he had received his due within the clan. He didn't want to see the Uzumaki clan destroyed, but he felt powerless to stop it. He had known about the impending disaster, but who would have believed him? Even if people believed him, they wouldn't have been able to prepare. The enemies had targeted the Uzumaki clan with a swift and brutal attack. In the original story, Uzushigakure fell before Konoha could send reinforcements. As for him saving the clan, he wasn't going to get cocky just because he'd taken out a Jonin. Going there would be suicide. They sat by the river, Kushina leaning against Shin. Although he was in the body of a 5-year-old, his mind was much older. Kushina, however, was just a 5-year-old girl. The events of the night had shaken her to her core, and only in Shin's arms did she feel a sense of security. Shin, promise me you'll never leave me. Her eyes were pleading. She had been terrified when he faced those ninjas, fearing he would be killed. She was relieved he was okay. The thought of being alone was unbearable. I promise, Kushina. I'll never leave you. His voice was firm and reassuring. Kushina hugged him tightly, burying her face in his shoulder. Exhaustion finally caught up with her, and she drifted off to sleep. Shin smiled as he watched her sleep. He pulled out his pouch and examined its contents. He had already checked the Jonin's pouch. Besides ninja tools and 2 jutsu scrolls, there were some soldier pills and rations. He opened the pouches of the 2 Chunin, finding more kunai, shuriken, and a few explosive tags. Explosive tags were valuable but expensive, with significant destructive power despite their small blast radius. He also found a jutsu scroll containing the Chakra refinement technique and the Basic Academy 3, the substitution jutsu, transformation jutsu, and clone jutsu. While they were the most basic E-rank jutsu, they were not without their uses. The transformation and clone jutsu were easy to see through, and clones created with the clone jutsu couldn't attack. However, the substitution jutsu allowed for a quick swap with another object, useful for dodging attacks. The Chunin had used it to escape Shin's attack, but its effectiveness depended on the user. It relied on speed, making it less effective against stronger opponents who could easily see through it. It was just an E-rank jutsu. It couldn't compare to something like Sasuke Uchiha Meno Jikara. Shin studied the Academy 3, a genius who quickly mastered these simple jutsu. Hours passed, and dawn arrived, the sun peeking over the horizon, dispelling the darkness. Kushina woke up, rubbing her eyes and looking around frantically, calming down only when she saw Shin. "Morning. Have something to eat," he said, handing her some dried meat from their hastily packed supplies. "I'm not hungry," Kushina replied, shaking her head. It wasn't that she wasn't hungry, she simply lacked the appetite. "You have to eat. We need our strength in case we run into danger." Persuaded by Shin, she ate a few pieces of meat. "I sent out shadow clones to scout. The invaders have left," Shin informed her. He had sent out 10 shadow clones to gather information, and they had departed around 4 in the morning. Shin felt a sense of relief. They were safe now, having earned the common replication card for completing the survival mission. They left. What about the clan grounds? Kushina's face lit up, but worry soon replaced her excitement. Shin shook his head, recalling the grim images his shadow clones had sent back. It was a bloodbath, and he didn't know if there were any survivors. His clones hadn't found any. Kushina's heart sank. She knew it wasn't good, but as long as Shin was okay, she didn't care about the rest. After resting for a while, Shin and Kushina left the forest and headed toward the clan grounds. They could smell the stench of BLD from a distance. "Kushina, don't be scared," Shin said, holding her trembling hand. She nodded bravely and continued walking. But when they finally reached the clan grounds and saw the devastation, Kushina felt overwhelmed. Even though Shin had seen the images through his shadow clones, the sight still made his stomach churn. Over 200 Uzumaki lay dead, and the BLD flowed like a river. It wasn't just the Uzumaki, there must have been casualties among the invaders as well, though their bodies were nowhere to be seen. "Kushina, are you okay?" he asked. She shook her head, the meager breakfast she'd eaten now gone. The scene was too horrific. "Shin, our clan. The Uzumaki clan is gone," he said with a sigh. His longing for strength intensified. In this world, without power, such was the consequence. If the Uzumaki clan had someone like Hashirama Senju or Madara Uchiha, would they have met such a fate? A faint sound caught Shin's attention. "Who's there?" Don't kill me." A young girl's terrified voice cried out, followed by a scream and then silence. "Red hair. A survivor." Shin pulled Kushina toward the sound. A girl their age lay unconscious in a pool of BLD in front of a burned-out house. She must have hidden in a nearby cellar to survive, but the sight of the destruction had overwhelmed her. "That's Uzumaki Akiko," Kushina said, surprised as she looked at the unconscious girl. "Oh, you know her?" Shin asked. "We've met a few times, but we're not close." Kushina was only really close to Shin. A short while later, Akiko woke up, looking around in panic but calming down when she saw Shin and Kushina's red hair. "Who are you?" Akiko asked, not recognizing them. "Same as you," Shin replied simply. Akiko fell silent, her eyes filled with sadness as she took in the destruction. Tears streamed down her face as she thought of her parents. "Should we comfort her?" Kushina asked. "How? Let her cry. She'll have to rely on herself from now on. Being strong is better." Shin shook his head and sat on a nearby rock, contemplating their future. He had 2 choices, leave with Kushina and live a life on the run or wait for Konoha's reinforcements and go with them to Konoha. He glanced at Kushina and made up his mind. They would go to Konoha. It was the safer option. With their distinctive red hair, wandering around would make them targets. As 2 young children, where could they even go? It would be incredibly difficult. Going to Konoha offered safety and security. As long as they didn't draw too much attention to themselves, they would be fine, especially with Uzumaki Mito still alive. In Konoha, Shin could also learn the basics of being a shinobi, which were essential. Konoha was the best choice. But if they went there, he would have to change Kushina's fate as the Ninetales Jinchuriki. He didn't want that for her. The Ninetales' power was immense, a great asset if used correctly, but it also came with heavy burdens. Being the Ninetales Jinchuriki meant a life under constant surveillance, with Umbu watching your every move. As for himself, Shin never wanted to become a Jinchuriki. He simply didn't need the Ninetales. With his perfect sage body, once he grew stronger, he could take on the Ninetales single-handedly. And with his Sharingan, he could probably subdue the beast with a glance. With the system at his disposal, why would he need the Ninetales? Most importantly, he didn't want something else living inside him. It was an unsettling thought. Shin's gaze shifted to Akiko. It wasn't just him and Kushina anymore. There was another Uzumaki survivor to consider. "Kushina, come here. I need to talk to you." Kushina, though curious, walked over. "Kushina, Konoha's reinforcements might arrive soon. They might take us to Konoha. If we go, remember, don't stand out too much, Shin advised. When choosing a Jinchuriki, they would look for someone with talent. Standing out too much might attract the attention of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and the shadowy Danzo. Hiruzen would be fine, but Danzo. That was a different story. Kushina didn't understand why Shin was saying this, but she nodded, committing his words to memory. Another day passed. The sun began to set, casting long, eerie shadows over the BLD-soaked ruins of Yuzushiogakure. Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps. Shin's senses went on high alert. His left hand went to his pouch, gripping an explosive tag. His right hand held a katana. He was a bit small to be wielding a katana, but he had found it among the debris. It had a few chips, but it was still usable. Kushina moved closer to Shin, and Akiko, frightened, huddled next to them. 3 kids. A woman with striking blonde hair and cold eyes approached them. Despite her beauty, her expression was intimidating. Several other ninja followed behind her. You're Uzumaki, right? Don't be afraid. I'm a Konoha shinobi. My name is Tsunade. Tsunade's harsh gaze softened. Seeing the state of Yuzushiogakure had filled her with rage, hence her initial coldness. Hearing her name, Shin relaxed, but he couldn't help but stare. He couldn't believe this was Tsunade. She was so different from what he had expected. Are you all that's left of the Uzumaki clan? Tsunade asked. I don't know. Maybe there are other survivors. Shin was certain there were others, but they had either escaped the land of whirlpools or were in hiding. Let's search the area. See if we can find anyone else. If I find out who did this, I'll... Tsunade's killing intent flared. The Uzumaki were her grandmother's people. They had a long-standing alliance with the Senju clan. During the Warring States PRD, the Uzumaki had fought alongside the Senju against the Uchiha. Tsunade was furious, but it was useless now. She had rushed to the land of whirlpools as soon as she received the news, but it was too late. The enemy had annihilated the Uzumaki clan in a single night. They must have planned this for a long time. Shin couldn't help but roll his eyes at Tsunade's tough talk. Empty threats were so childish. Unfortunately, Tsunade caught his expression and glared at him. Hey brat, what was that look for? What look? Shin feigned innocence. Don't play dumb. I saw you. You were totally dissing me. Shin wanted to nod but thought better of it. Tsunade was known for her temper, she might just punch him. Nope, not me. You must be mistaken, Shin denied, maintaining his facade of innocence. But she couldn't exactly punish him for that. She wasn't going to beat up a child, no matter how infuriating he was. Suddenly, Tsunade chuckled. You've got guts, kid. Recovering from your clan's destruction so quickly. She placed a hand on Shin's head, ruffling his hair with more force than necessary. As she messed up his hair, she realized how soft it was. Looking at his cute little face, she couldn't resist pinching his cheek. Kushina, seeing Tsunade manhandling Shin, yelled, Hey, stop that. Shin wasn't happy either. Get your hands off me. I don't like being touched, he said, scowling. Kid, you need to get your eyes checked. I'm a woman, not a man, Tsunade said through gritted teeth. I may be young, but I know the difference between a man and a woman. You don't exactly scream, woman, to me. Tsunade's face flushed red. This brat was deliberately mocking her. Princess Tsunade, we found 2 survivors. Tsunade, about to give Shin a piece of her mind, glared at him one last time before turning towards the newcomers. 2 males, one around Shin's age, the other in his 20s. Both Uzumaki survivors. Shin recognized the boy. Uzumaki Kai, long time no see. How's your leg? Shin gave Kai a sly smile, which earned him a glare filled with anger and a hint of fear. Kai was the son of Uzumaki Hikaru, the taijutsu master whose physique Shin had copied. Shin had broken the boy's leg during their previous encounter. He hadn't expected Kai to survive the destruction of the clan. Tsunade's eyes flickered between Shin and Kai. There was definitely bad BLD between these two, but she wasn't interested in getting involved in a squabble between kids. She turned to the older Uzumaki. What's your name? I'm Uzumaki Hikaru, a jonin of the Uzumaki clan. Do you know who attacked the clan? Tsunade asked. I don't know. I was scared, so I hid right away. I don't know what happened after that. Hikaru hung his head in shame, earning a scornful look from Tsunade. This guy was older than her, yet he was acting cowardly. When his clan was in danger, he hid like a frightened animal. Tsunade wasn't even as old as Hikaru, she was only 16. But in the ninja world, 16 wasn't that young. During the Warring States PRD, people were already married with children at that age. Tsunade ordered her men to continue searching for survivors while investigating who was behind the attack. Judging by the water damage and the traces of lightning release, she had a pretty good idea. If her suspicions were correct, there wasn't much she could do. Kid, what's your name? Tsunade asked Shin. Shin was getting tired of being called kid. He estimated her strength to be at elite jonin level, definitely stronger than him. I'm Uzumaki Shin. And don't call me kid. You'll regret it when I'm stronger than you. Regret it? Heh, I'll be waiting for that day, Tsunade said with a smirk. Shin snorted. She might be looking down on him now, but she'd sing a different tune when he surpassed her. Shin, I'm hungry, Kushina tugged at his sleeve. Shin took out some dry rations and jerky. Wasn't much, but it would fill their stomachs for now. 3 days later, the bodies of the Uzumaki clan members were buried, including Shin's grandfather, the clan elder. Seeing his grandfather's body, Shin felt a strange mix of emotions. He hadn't been close to the man, they had barely interacted. But he still felt a pang of sadness. After the burial, they set off for Konoha with Tsunade. Shin carried a katana strapped to his back. It was over 3 feet long, with a simple gold design on the hilt. He had found it in the Uzumaki clan shrine. It was incredibly sharp, able to slice through stone with ease. He hadn't tested it on steel yet, though. They sailed towards the land of fire. Shin stood at the stern, watching the land of whirlpools disappear over the horizon. Kushina stood beside him. They didn't know when they would return. Feeling sad to leave, Shin and Kushina turned to see Tsunade standing behind them. Kushina puffed out her cheeks, glaring at Tsunade. Shin was also keeping his distance from Tsunade. The woman was relentless, constantly ruffling his hair and pinching his cheeks. He was annoyed, but he didn't want to reveal his strength, so he hadn't resisted much. Kushina's reason for disliking Tsunade was simple. She hadn't even ruffled Shin's hair or pinched his cheeks. Yet this woman was doing all the things she hadn't done. It felt like Tsunade was stealing Shin away from her. When you get to Konoha, think of it as your new home. In time, you'll forget all the unpleasantness. We don't need your comforting words. Come on, Shin. Kushina glared at Tsunade and dragged Shin into the cabin. This woman was the source of all her unpleasantness. That little brat. Tsunade noticed the hostility. Could she be jealous? Does she like Shin? Tsunade wondered. Kids these days maturing so fast. That girl's only 5, right? Shin, stay away from that woman from now on, Kushina said seriously once they were inside the cabin. Yeah, no arguments here. Shin wasn't keen on being manhandled and unable to retaliate. It was infuriating. He'd get her back when he was stronger. For now, he'd steer clear of Tsunade and her vice-like grip. His cheeks were still sore. Just wait, Tsunade, Shin thought darkly. Hours later, the ship finally reached the shore. Kushina, pale and nauseous, leaned heavily against Shin. Shin, I don't feel so good. My head is spinning. Shin supported her, surprised that she was seasick. It was probably because this was her first time on a ship. We're here, Kushina. Hang in there. Tisk tieske, getting seasick. How embarrassing, Tsunade quipped, arms crossed. Kushina's open hostility had irked her. She didn't want to stoop to the level of a child, but seeing Kushina's state, she couldn't resist a jab. I am not seasick. Kushina weakly shook her head, trying to maintain a defiant front despite her nausea. Tsunade merely clicked her tongue. Continuing this squabble with a child was beneath her. Let's rest for a bit before we continue. Seeing that not only Kushina, but also Akiko and Kai, were suffering from seasickness, Tsunade called for a break. Shin was fine, he didn't get seasick. And Uzumaki Hikaru, being a jonin, was also unaffected. They rested, ate some rations, and then resumed their journey. How long will it take to reach Konoha from here? Shin asked Tsunade. Come closer and I'll tell you, Tsunade said with a sly grin, beckoning him with a finger. Nah, I don't need to know that badly. Shin and Kushina trailed behind, taking in the scenery of the Land of Fire. They had set foot on Land of Fire soil as soon as they disembarked. While not the largest of the 5 great nations, it definitely had the most fertile land. The trees here were lusher than those in the Land of Whirlpools, and the people seemed more prosperous. Shin, how are we going to live in Konoha? Kushina asked, her voice laced with worry. Same as always. Don't stress, Kushina. And please, stop calling me Shin-chun. Shin patted her head reassuringly. Kushina felt a wave of warmth. She was apprehensive about this unfamiliar place called Konoha, but with Shin by her side, her fears seemed to melt away. As long as she was with Shin, it didn't matter where they were. Gradually, Kushina's anxiety lessened. The shadow of the Uzumaki clan's destruction seemed a little less dark. What are you two chatting about? Tsunade had fallen back to join them. Wow, you actually have time to talk to us. Shin remarked. We're skirting you, but we're in the Land of Fire now. The most we'll encounter are bandits. It's safe here. Tsunade had been vigilant before entering the Land of Fire, but now she was completely relaxed. Suddenly, a volley of kunai and shuriken rained down on them, some even strapped with explosive tags. Shin's face paled. He couldn't worry about hiding his strength now. He grabbed Kushina and dodged. The Senju ninjas, though caught off guard, were still highly skilled. They reacted quickly, shielding the Uzumaki survivors and evading the attack. Tsunade's eyes widened. She had been about to pull Shin and Kushina out of the way, but Shin had reacted first, moving with incredible speed. She estimated his speed to be on par with her own. Looks like that kid Shin isn't simple after all. She quickly dodged the projectiles. Now wasn't the time to ponder this, she had to deal with the attackers. Her eyes turned cold. To be ambushed within Land of Fire borders was unacceptable. And she had just told Shin that it was safe here. This was a slap in the face. Tsunade felt her cheeks burn with shame. These attackers would pay. Shin and Kushina took cover behind a large tree, Shin's arm protectively around Kushina. His eyes darted around, alert for any movement. If only I could awaken the Uzumaki clan's Mind's Eye of Kagura. The Mind's Eye of Kagura was a sensory technique unique to the Uzumaki clan, one of the most powerful in the ninja world. When activated, it allowed the user to sense chakra fluctuations within a radius of several dozen kilometers. With a known chakra signature, it could pinpoint the target's location, movement, number of people, and even their speed. Its sensory capabilities were comparable to the Byakugan. Unfortunately, very few Uzumaki could awaken this ability. In the original story, only Karen was known to possess it. Shin didn't know if he could awaken it. If he had the Mind's Eye of Kagura, he could easily pinpoint the enemy's location and movements, making it easier to defend against them. Unlike now, where he was forced to rely on his senses and constant vigilance to avoid being caught off guard. Shinobi were masters of assassination, surprise attacks were their specialty. Kushina, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. I'm not afraid, Kushina said, clenching her fists. She hated being the damsel in distress. I have to train harder. She resolved to become stronger so she wouldn't be a burden to Shin. As Shin and Kushina hid, the battle raged. Over 20 ninjas, clad in identical uniforms and without forehead protectors, emerged from the forest. It was impossible to tell which village they were from. They charged towards the Senju ninjas, weapons drawn. Tsunade channeled chakra throughout her body, activating her monstrous strength. A powerful aura enveloped her. Die. She punched one of the attackers, sending him flying like a ragdoll. He was incapacitated before he hit the ground. That was the power of Tsunade's monstrous strength. Yikes, that's brutal. Shin watched from his hiding spot. As Tsunade took down another ninja with a single punch, the impact leaving the poor guy looking like he'd been hit by a truck. Shin winced. Twice. This woman's strength is incredible. I must not. Wait, what am I even thinking? Shin, what are you muttering about? Kushina nudged him. Nothing. Kushina, don't you think she's a bit violent? Shin eyed the aftermath of the ninja. He wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of one of those punches. Violent? Nah, she's all right, Kushina said, her eyes practically sparkling with admiration. Shin instinctively took a step back. Did Kushina have violent tendencies? He suddenly remembered that Kushina's temper wasn't exactly mild. Shin turned his attention back to Tsunade. Her strength was probably at elite Jonin level, but she was displaying power far beyond that, taking down ninjas like they were toddlers. Who sent these guys? Shin observed the attackers. Initially, he thought they were after the Uzumaki survivors. But now it seemed they were targeting the Senju. He noticed that Uzumaki Hikaru was no longer under the protection of the Senju ninjas. If the attackers were after the Uzumaki, they would have gone for Hikaru. A strange thought crossed Shin's mind. Could these ninjas be from Konoha? It wasn't impossible. They were in the Land of Fire after all. If over 20 foreign ninjas could infiltrate Land of Fire without Konoha, the most powerful hidden village, noticing something was fishy. Man, maybe going to Konoha isn't such a safe bet after all. Perhaps Konoha had something to do with the destruction of Yuzushiogakure. Konoha had only sent Tsunade and 9 other Senju to aid the Uzumaki. It was a good thing the invaders had already left, otherwise, this rescue team would have been overwhelmed. Now they were being attacked within Land of Fire, and the attackers seemed to be targeting the Senju. Considering the future of the Senju clan, with only Tsunade remaining, Shin's suspicions grew stronger. But even if he was right, he wouldn't say anything. It was just speculation, he had no proof. And even if he did, what good would it do? Loose lips sink ships. Some things were better left unsaid. He didn't know if these were Hiruzen's men or Danzo's. His gut said Danzo. Tsunade was Hiruzen's disciple. Hiruzen wasn't a saint, but he wasn't evil either. He wouldn't attack his own student. But Danzo, that guy was capable of anything. I'll have to watch out for Danzo in Konoha. But as long as I keep a low profile, he shouldn't notice me. But Tsunade had seen him move with incredible speed while dodging the kunai and shuriken. Hopefully she wouldn't mention it. Imminent. Tsunade noticed one of the attackers cutting down Senju ninjas with ruthless efficiency. She estimated his strength to be at elite Jonin level, perhaps slightly weaker than her, but far stronger than the others. He had already killed 3 Senju Jonin. Tsunade's eyes blazed with fury. She tried to reach him, but was blocked by Chunin, who fought with reckless determination. Get out of my way! Tsunade slammed her foot into the ground, creating a spiderweb of cracks. The earth shook, throwing the Chunin off balance. Some stumbled and fell into the fissures, unable to move. Tsunade ignored them and charged towards the elite Jonin. The Jonin retreated, shooting Tsunade a cold look. Retreat, he yelled. The attackers vanished into the forest without hesitation. Tsunade glared at their retreating figures, frustrated. They had managed to capture one alive, but he had taken his own life before they could interrogate him. Shin and Kushina emerged from their hiding spot. Shin looked at Tsunade, her eyes red with rage, and shook his head. This was a tragedy. 3 Senju Jonin were dead. Only 6 remained, and they were all wounded. Jonin were valuable assets to any hidden village, even more so to a clan. The Senju clan was a shadow of its former glory. Besides Tsunade, they only had 9 Jonin, and now 3 were gone. Collect their bodies. Let's go, Tsunade said grimly. They continued towards Konoha, the mood somber. 2 days later, they finally reached Konoha, the most powerful hidden village in the ninja world. The rest of the journey was uneventful. You all head back and see to their burial. I'll take these children to see the Hokage, Tsunade instructed the remaining Senju. They nodded and headed towards the Senju clan compound. Tsunade led Shin, Kushina, Akiko, Kai, and Hikaru, the 5 Uzumaki survivors, to the Hokage's office. Upon reaching the office, Tsunade punched the door to splinters. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked up, his eyebrow twitching as he saw Tsunade. Tsunade, you're back? How did it go with the Uzumaki clan? He didn't even bother mentioning the door. This wasn't the first time she'd done this. The Uzumaki clan is gone. These are the survivors, Tsunade said, her voice heavy with grief. What? Gone? How? Hiruzen shot to his feet. I was too late. The clan was already destroyed when I arrived. Tsunade clenched her fists. If only they had received the news sooner, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. I see. Hiruzen sat back down, his gaze sweeping over Shin and the other children, assessing them. Shin squirmed under his scrutiny. Hiruzen's eyes were sharp. This was Hiruzen in his prime, not the old man he would become. His gaze seemed to pierce through you, seeing all your secrets. Shin didn't like it one bit. Hiruzen observed the children for a moment, then his face took on a mournful expression. It grieves me to hear of the tragedy that befell the Uzumaki clan. Rest assured, Konoha and the Uzumaki are steadfast allies. We will find the perpetrators and bring them to justice. For now, make yourselves at home in Konoha. You are safe here, no one will harm you. Hiruzen's words seemed to ease the tension. Hikaru and Kai visibly relaxed. Lord Hokage, please, you must find those who did this. Kai cried. Akiko also wept, tears flowing freely as she remembered her loved ones. We will avenge the Uzumaki clan. They are our allies, and anyone who harms them is an enemy of Konoha, Hiruzen declared solemnly. Hiruzen was a skilled leader. His words calmed even Kushina, who had been on edge. Shin could tell because Kushina's grip on his hand loosened. When they first arrived in Konoha, Kushina had been clinging to him, her small hand tightly gripping his. Coming to this unfamiliar place, it was impossible for a 5-year-old not to be nervous. Tsunade, how about we have them stay at the Senju compound? Hiruzen turned to Tsunade. That's fine, but there's something you need to explain to me first. Tsunade slammed her fist on Hiruzen's desk, the solid wood splitting under the force. Sandame, we were attacked by unknown assailants within Land of Fire borders. What's going on? Hiruzen's eyes widened. He stood up. You were attacked. Seeing the fury in Tsunade's eyes, he knew it was true. Had ninjas from another village infiltrated Land of Fire? How many were there? Hiruzen asked, his voice grave. 25. At least 10 jonin, and one of them was an elite. Hiruzen's expression darkened. That was a significant force. If they were indeed foreign ninjas, this could be a serious threat. Tsunade, this is my oversight. I failed to detect such a large force within our borders. I will have the Umbu investigate this thoroughly. He knew that Tsunade's anger meant there had been casualties. Let me know when you have more information. Tsunade left the Hokage's office with the children. Just as they stepped out, they saw a man with a grim aura approaching. Tsunade frowned. It was Danzo. He held a high position in Konoha, but Tsunade loathed him. He was a man who operated in the shadows, his methods ruthless and underhanded. Tsunade, welcome back. Are these the Uzumaki survivors? Danzo's eyes flickered as he looked at the children. Tsunade scoffed and walked away without a word, the children following behind. As they left, Shin glanced at Danzo. He recognized him instantly. The scar on his chin was a dead giveaway. Danzo scowled. Tsunade had just disrespected him, just like the rest of the Senju clan. He entered the Hokage's office, noting the shattered door with a frown. He turned to Hiruzen. Danzo, what brings you here? Hiruzen asked, his brow furrowed. I have something to discuss with you. As do I. Hiruzen walked to the window, watching Tsunade lead the Uzumaki survivors away. He waved a hand. The Umbu guards hidden in the shadows vanished. Only Hiruzen and Danzo remained in the office. Danzo, Tsunade said she was attacked on her way back. I want to know if you had anything to do with it. Hiruzen's gaze was sharp and accusatory. Are you implying that I attacked your student? Danzo snorted, his eyes narrowing. I had nothing to do with it. Danzo stormed out, abandoning whatever he had wanted to discuss. It was you, wasn't it, Danzo? Hiruzen sat down heavily. He knew Danzo better than anyone. Even though Danzo hadn't betrayed himself, Hiruzen could see through his lies. Punish Danzo. He had no concrete evidence. And even if he did, he would protect Danzo. He would have to find a way to appease Tsunade. This is the Senju clan compound. You'll be staying here. Most of the houses are empty, choose whichever you like. Tsunade led the children into the compound. It's so big. Even bigger than the Uzumaki clan grounds, Akiko exclaimed. Shin looked around. It was eerily empty. It seemed the once great Senju clan was a shadow of its former self. Kushina, which one do you want? Shin asked. Shin, and you, little girl, come with me, Tsunade said. Shin looked at her questioningly. Kid, you weren't exactly subtle back there. I saw what you did, Tsunade said with a knowing smirk before turning and walking away. Shin's face stiffened. He hesitated for a moment, then took Kushina's hand and followed Tsunade. Kai watched them leave, jealousy burning in his eyes. Why is Lady Tsunade treating him differently? He muttered resentfully. Akiko didn't think too much about it. Having a place to stay was good enough for her. She chose an empty house and started cleaning. Why are we following her? Kushina grumbled. Shin shrugged. Tsunade had seen a glimpse of his true strength. He just hoped she wouldn't tell anyone. If she did, life in Konoha would become complicated. They followed Tsunade to a small courtyard. There are a few empty rooms over there. You can stay here, Tsunade said. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. Shin looked around the courtyard. It was much nicer than the other houses they had seen. Does anyone live here? He asked. Yes, I do. It gets lonely living alone, so I thought I'd have you, my interesting little friend, stay here. Tsunade looked at Shin with amusement. She was intrigued by this unusual child. And you too, little girl. You're welcome, Tsunade said to Kushina. I won't thank you. Kushina snapped, clearly annoyed at being treated as an afterthought. In the living room, Shin and Kushina sat facing Tsunade. They had finished tidying up their rooms, and now Shin felt it was time to have a chat with Tsunade. She knew he was hiding his strength. While she didn't know the extent of it, she knew he wasn't just an ordinary child. If she told the Sandame, knowing his personality, he would definitely have Umbu keep an eye on Shin. Shin didn't want to be monitored. It would expose his secrets and complicate things. Lady Tsunade, there's something I need to talk to you about. Oh, go ahead. Tsunade took a sip from her cup, her eyes twinkling with amusement. She wasn't naive, she had a good idea what Shin wanted to talk about. Lady Tsunade, you're aware that I'm not exactly normal, strength-wise. Shin didn't beat around the bush. There was no point, it was already out in the open. Indeed. The speed you displayed when we were attacked was quite surprising. Tsunade's gaze was intense. She had been genuinely shocked. Shin's speed rivaled her own. It was hard to believe a 5-year-old could move that fast. Well, it's not that unusual. People can exhibit extraordinary strength in moments of danger. It was probably just an adrenaline rush. Shin made up a flimsy excuse. Heh, you think I'm an idiot? I'm a medical ninja. Tsunade scoffed. What Shin described was possible. People could unleash incredible power in life-or-death situations. But such bursts came at a cost, either a shortened lifespan or even death. Shin, however, was perfectly fine. This wasn't just an adrenaline rush. He was trying to fool her, and she wasn't falling for it. They find I'm a bit stronger than I look. But I need you to keep it a secret, Lady Tsunade. Shin knew Tsunade wasn't easily fooled, so he dropped the act. There was no point, it would only make her more suspicious. Why should I? Tsunade was puzzled. Why hide his talent? He was just a child, yet he could move with such speed. Regardless of the method, he was a genius. Lady Tsunade, have you ever heard the saying? A tree that stands taller than the rest will be felled by the wind. A mound that rises above the shore will be eroded by the current. One who walks above others will be criticized by the masses. When someone is too exceptional, they attract not only admiration but also envy. And envy is a dangerous thing. It can twist people beyond recognition. Shin's words startled Tsunade. She stared at him as if he were a puzzle. I haven't heard that saying before, but I understand the sentiment. You make a good point. I'm starting to doubt you're really a 5-year-old. Tsunade eyed him skeptically. If these words had come from someone much older, she wouldn't have been surprised. But Shin was only 5. Shin coughed awkwardly. He might have overdone it with the profound act. Don't ask me how I know these things. I've always been too exceptional for my own good, always attracting envy and jealousy. Shin tilted his chin up, a smug expression on his face. Tsunade burst out laughing. You're quite the character. It's not an act. It's the truth. I'm so used to an extraordinary life that I want to experience what it's like to be normal. Tsunade and Kushina both stared at him, speechless. One word echoed in their minds, show off. Shin smirked inwardly. He had successfully diverted her attention from his strength. Fine, I'll keep your secret. But you have to agree to a few conditions, Tsunade said. The few. Are you sure it's not just one? Shin smiled, but inwardly he was groaning. Yes, a few, not one, Tsunade said triumphantly. Let's see how you weasel your way out of this, kid. As long as they're not unreasonable, I suppose I can agree, Shin said cautiously. Kushina's expression changed. She glared at Tsunade. Don't you dare ask for anything outrageous. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you, Tsunade said, completely ignoring Kushina. Kushina slammed her hand on the table, fuming. This woman was deliberately ignoring her. First, from now on, when I ruffle your hair or pinch your cheeks, you're not allowed to resist or dodge. Shin's face fell. Kushina's expression mirrored his. Old hag. You just want to take advantage of Shin. Kushina jumped onto her chair, glaring at Tsunade. What did you just call me? Tsunade was furious. She was only 16, and this little girl was calling her an old hag. You heard me, cougar. Kushina was fearless when it came to Shin. Little girl, if you weren't so young, I'd teach you some manners. Old hag, if I were your age, I'd be the one teaching you some manners. Tsunade and Kushina locked eyes, the air crackling with tension. Ahem, shouldn't we focus on the important matters at hand? I agree to your condition, Lady Tsunade, Shin interjected. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Shin had been so resistant to her touch before. Why the sudden change of heart? Was he up to something? She wasn't going to underestimate him now. In truth, Shin was playing the long game. He'd let her have her fun for now, but he'd get his revenge later, with interest. He'd make her regret taking advantage of him. Shin, you agreed. Kushina looked at him, betrayed, then turned away, refusing to acknowledge him. Seeing Kushina's anger, Tsunade felt a strange sense of satisfaction. Then she mentally slapped herself. Why was she competing with a 5-year-old? Now, on to my other conditions, Tsunade announced. She watched Shin closely, trying to gauge his reaction. But to her disappointment, his expression remained unchanged. He even gestured for her to continue. Tsunade's suspicion grew. Something was off. Weren't you going to tell me your other conditions? Cat got your tongue. Shin looked at Tsunade expectantly. I haven't quite decided yet. I'll let you know later. Tsunade looked at Shin, her mind still searching for suitable conditions. You might not get another chance. Shin's words held a hidden meaning. He was confident that his strength would soon surpass Tsunade's. With his perfect sage body and the system's cheat, his growth rate was unpredictable, even to him. Speaking of which, I'm curious about your strength. Come with me to the training grounds. Tsunade stood up and led Shin to her private training area behind the courtyard. It was a spacious area. Kushina trailed behind them, her cheeks puffed out like a disgruntled chipmunk. She was still sulking. All right, Shin, let's spar. Wait, what? Shin stared at Tsunade in disbelief. Spar with her? Was she joking? He was no match for her right now. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you, Tsunade said reassuringly. Go for it, Shin. Beat her. Kushina cheered, pumping her little fist. Kushina, are you crazy? If I could beat her, I would. But I can't. Do you want to see me get crushed? Shin whispered to Kushina. Crushed? That bad? On second thought. Kushina recalled Tsunade's brutal display during the ambush and shook her head. One punch could turn a person into a mess. Fighting her was definitely risky. How about we settle this peacefully? I'm not a fan of violence, Shin said to Tsunade, spreading his hands. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. She chuckled. Fine, if you don't want to fight, then you can just take a beating. With that, she threw a punch at Shin. Feeling the force of the blow, Shin's eyes widened. Was she serious? He didn't think she would actually hurt him, but his instincts screamed at him to dodge. Quick reflexes. Tsunade retracted her fist, impressed. Even a Chunin wouldn't have been able to dodge that. Hold on. Shin quickly stopped her as she prepared to attack again. There's no benefit for me in fighting you. So, I'll have to decline. Benefit? What kind of benefit do you want? Tsunade asked. Well, if you teach me an A-rank jutsu, I wouldn't mind sparring with you, Shin said, his eyes gleaming. If she refused, he wouldn't lose anything and would avoid a beating. If she agreed, he'd gain an A-rank jutsu. It was a win-win situation. You're a shrewd one, aren't you? Fine, I agree. I can part with an A-rank jutsu. Tsunade said nonchalantly. As the Senju clan princess, if he had asked for an S-rank jutsu, she might have hesitated. But an A-rank jutsu. She didn't mind. She was more interested in uncovering Shin's secrets. Alright then, please go easy on me, Lady Tsunade. Shin stepped back, putting some distance between them. He focused on Tsunade. This was a chance to test his strength. Of course, there were some things he wouldn't use, like the rasengan and the adamantine sealing chains. The chains were fine, but using the rasengan would raise too many questions. It would cause a commotion. After all, the rasengan was a jutsu that required no hand seals. The most impressive thing about the rasengan wasn't its power, although it was powerful. There were other A-rank jutsu that were stronger. But the fact that it didn't require hand seals made it unique. No hand seals meant instant activation. In a life-or-death battle, even a fraction of a second could make all the difference. Besides, Shin wasn't planning on going all out. He always kept some cards up his sleeve. He knew Tsunade would keep her word about not revealing his strength, but he was still used to hiding his true abilities. You can make the first move, Tsunade said. Then I won't hold back. Shin wasn't going to be polite. He was clearly at a disadvantage. Holding back half his strength, Shin charged toward Tsunade. When he was 3 meters away, he leaped into the air, aiming a punch at her face. You can do it, Shin. Kushina cheered nervously. You little brat. Tsunade scowled. Attacking someone's face was a low blow, especially a woman's. The fist might be small, but the force behind it was undeniable. Tsunade dodged, determined not to take that punch. Don't jump so carelessly, kid. You have no leverage in the air. Let me show you how it's done. After dodging Shin's attack, Tsunade retaliated with lightning speed, aiming for his stomach. The wood splintered. Her fist connected, not with Shin's body, but with a log. He had used the substitution jutsu. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. She spun around and threw another punch. Their fists collided, sending Shin flying backward. Just before he crashed to the ground, he twisted in midair, landing gracefully on his feet. Tsunade shook her arm, the ground beneath her cracking slightly. What a strength! Her arm was numb. She hadn't used her full power, but even her normal punches packed a wallop. What kind of monster was this kid? How could he be so strong at such a young age? Hey, are you alright? Tsunade asked, concerned. After using the substitution jutsu, Shin had appeared behind her, launching a surprise attack. Her counterattack had been a bit hasty. She hadn't controlled her strength. That hurts. I think my arm is broken. I can't continue. Shin cried out dramatically, his expression exaggerated. Shin, are you hurt? Kushina rushed over, checking his arm with worry. She glared at Tsunade. Tsunade also hurried over to check on him. Her punch had been powerful, even a jonin would have been injured. Ahem, Kushina, I'm fine, Shin winked at her. Kushina relaxed, understanding his silent message. He was faking it. Sorry, Shin. I didn't control my strength back there. Here, let me heal you. Tsunade approached Shin, a green glow of chakra forming in her hand. She was about to use medical ninjutsu. Shin didn't feel a thing. He wasn't injured. Even if he had been, with his perfect sage body, he would have recovered in moments. Tsunade's expression shifted from concern to anger. You little liar. Threw a punch. Shin dodged just in time. Busted, Shin mumbled, rubbing his nose sheepishly. Tsunade was the best medical ninja in Konoha. Fooling her was a long shot. Ahem, Lady Tsunade, as you can see, I'm not that strong. How about we call it a draw? Tsunade looked at him, then nodded. She felt she had a decent grasp of his abilities. He was strong and fast, likely at elite chunin level, maybe even higher. He had used the perfect sage body proficiently but hadn't displayed any other jutsu. It was hard to gauge his combat experience from just a few exchanges, especially since she hadn't gained the upper hand. She watched Shin chatting with Kushina, seemingly unharmed, then flexed her slightly numb arm. Monster, she thought. No wonder he wanted to hide his strength. If it were exposed, it would only cause him trouble. If only she knew he hadn't even used his full power. Lady Tsunade, about that A-rank jutsu. Shin looked at her expectantly. I keep my promises. What's your chakra nature? Tsunade asked. No need to ask, Lady Tsunade. I want to learn the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Shin had already decided. The multi-shadow clone jutsu would be incredibly useful to him. The multi-shadow clone jutsu. Tsunade frowned. You should choose another jutsu. The multi-shadow clone jutsu is dangerous. It's forbidden. The multi-shadow clone jutsu could be fatal if not used carefully. Tsunade was hesitant to teach it to Shin. Lady Tsunade, I understand the risks. I'm an Uzumaki, remember? Shin smiled. The multi-shadow clone jutsu would accelerate his training significantly. He already had the shadow clone jutsu, but creating clones one by one was inefficient. Fine. I don't know why you want to learn this jutsu, but I'll teach you. Just promise me you'll be careful. Seeing his insistence, Tsunade agreed, but she stressed the dangers of the jutsu. Even for an Uzumaki with large chakra reserves, it was a jutsu to be treated with caution. I haven't learned the multi-shadow clone jutsu myself, but I have a scroll with the training method. Here you go. Tsunade pulled out a small scroll and handed it to Shin. You're just going to give me the scroll and let me figure it out myself. Aren't you worried I won't be able to learn it? You have the scroll, it's up to you to learn it. Honestly, I'd prefer it if you didn't, Tsunade said bluntly. Shin shrugged. Not learning the multi-shadow clone jutsu wasn't an option. It wasn't that difficult for him. It only required a single hand seal. For ninjas with limited chakra, it might be challenging, but Shin had chakra to spare. Oh, I almost forgot. Tsunade smacked her forehead. You two need to come meet my grandmother. Shin's heart skipped a beat. Tsunade's grandmother was Uzumaki Mito, the wife of Hashirama Senju and a former princess of the Uzumaki clan. Mito knew all the Uzumaki sealing jutsu and was the previous Ninetales Jinchuriki. She must be powerful. Shin guessed her strength might even surpass the Sandame's. Of course, this was just speculation. Perhaps she wasn't a combat specialist. Tsunade called the other 3 Uzumaki survivors. They were all going to meet Mito. They followed Tsunade deep into the Senju compound, arriving at a small, elegant courtyard. There, they met Uzumaki Mito. She looked quite old, which made sense, considering she had lived through the Warring States PRD. Shin was confused. Didn't Mito have the strength of 100 seal? Why did she look so old? The strength of 100 seal was an S-rank jutsu that allowed the user to store chakra in their forehead, marked by a diamond-shaped seal. When needed, the stored chakra could be released by using the release technique. It also granted the user a form of eternal youth. Mito knew the strength of 100 seal. Why hadn't she used it to maintain her youth? Perhaps she no longer cared about her appearance. After all, she was nearing the end of her life. Why bother with such superficial things? Grandmother, I'm sorry. The Uzumaki clan. Only these few remain. Tsunade hung her head, unable to meet Mito's eyes. Mito sighed, not expecting the Uzumaki clan, with its 1,000-year history, to meet such a tragic end. Her gaze swept over Shin, Kushina, and the others, finally settling on Shin. He felt a strange sensation as Mito's eyes locked onto him, as if she could see right through him, even more so than the Sandame. Mito gave Shin a kind smile. What's your name, young man? Uzumaki Shin. He met her gaze, sensing no hostility from her. Shin, I can sense an extraordinary power within you. I hope you use it wisely, Mito said solemnly. Extraordinary power. Tsunade looked at Shin, surprised. His heart pounded. Was she referring to his perfect sage body? Had she seen through him? Then he remembered Hashirama Senju, who also possessed a perfect sage body. Mito was his wife, so it wasn't strange for her to sense something like that. In truth, Mito didn't know about the perfect sage body. She simply sensed a life force within Shin that was similar to Hashirama's, vast and vibrant. After a short visit, they left as Uzumaki Mito retired to rest. Hey, my grandma said you have some extraordinary power. What is it? You seem to have a lot of secrets. Tsunade fixed Shin with a curious stare. How should I know? Shin shrugged, feigning ignorance. He couldn't reveal his perfect sage body. Besides, even if he did, no one would understand what it meant. Hashirama Senju was remembered for his wood release, not his sage body. Without the perfect sage body, his wood release wouldn't have been so powerful. Yamato's wood release, for example, was only slightly stronger than regular jutsu, dubbed pseudo wood release. Speaking of the Senju clan, they must have some wood release jutsu scrolls left behind by Hashirama. Shin was eager to see them. He didn't have the wood release Kekkei Genkai yet, but he was confident that with enough research, he could develop it, not the watered-down version Yamato had, but the real deal, like Hashirama's. Shin, what are you thinking about? You're about to walk into a wall. Kushina pulled him back, snapping him out of his thoughts. Shin stared at the wall in front of him, embarrassed. If Kushina hadn't stopped him, he would have walked right into it. Seriously, are you blind? Tsunade chuckled. Shin glared at her, wanting to punch her right now. But he wasn't strong enough yet. He'd have to bide his time. He'd get her back one day. Tsunade noticed his glare but dismissed it. By the way, I'm planning on enrolling the 4 of you in the academy. She looked at Shin, Kushina, Kai, and Akiko. They couldn't stay at the Senju compound forever. They were at the right age to start school, and Tsunade thought the academy would be a good environment for them. Of course, if you don't want to become ninja, you don't have to go. I'll go. I want to be a ninja and avenge my family. Kai declared, his eyes burning with determination. I want to go too, Akiko said. The destruction of the Uzumaki clan had taught her a harsh lesson about the importance of strength. She wanted to become a ninja, at least strong enough to protect herself. Alright, since you've both decided, I'll talk to the Sandaime tomorrow, Tsunade said. Hey, you haven't asked us yet? Oh, don't you two want to become ninja? Tsunade looked at Shin and Kushina, surprised. Of course we do. But shouldn't you at least pretend to care about our opinion? Shin replied. Tsunade clenched her fist, annoyed. Brat if you don't want a beating, stop messing with me. Shin wisely shut his mouth, knowing Tsunade would make good on her threat. Lady Tsunade, what about me? Hikaru, the only adult among the survivors, spoke up. If you can pass the test, you can become a Konoha shinobi. If not, you'll have to find another way to make a living, Tsunade said. Hikaru thought for a moment. Please tell Lord Hokage that I want to become a Konoha shinobi. Fine, I'll let him know. But whether you become one or not depends on you. With that, Tsunade left with Shin and Kushina. Akiko, Kai, and Hikaru headed towards their assigned houses. Darn it. Why is Lady Tsunade so nice to that Shin? Kai seethed with jealousy. Earlier, when they met Uzumaki Mido, she had mostly focused on Shin, ignoring him completely. His grudge against Shin deepened, fueled by jealousy. As they walked back with Tsunade, Shin noticed a boy around his age carrying several skewers of grilled meat. The boy's face paled when he saw Tsunade. He turned and tried to sneak away. Nawaki, stop right there. Where do you think you're going? Tsunade marched towards the boy, her expression fierce. Is that Tsunade's brother, Nawaki? Shin thought, observing the boy. Nawaki's fate was a tragic one. He died at the young age of 12. Sis. Nawaki turned reluctantly, hiding the skewers behind his back. I saw that. Don't even try to hide it. Where did you get those? Tsunade questioned. I bought them. Bought them? I thought you were broke. Tsunade pressed. The last time Tsunade had lost a gamble, she had tried to borrow money from Nawaki. But Nawaki knew his sister's gambling habits. If he lent her money, he'd never see it again. So, he had lied, saying he had spent all his money on ninja tools. Tsunade had left empty-handed. Now, he had been caught red-handed with these delicious skewers. Nawaki felt tears welling up. Lying to your own sister. Those are confiscated. In a flash, the skewers were in Tsunade's hands, leaving Nawaki staring at her with puppy-dog eyes. Fine. Here's one. There were 4 skewers in total. She gave one to Nawaki, one to Shin, one to Kushina, and kept one for herself. Smells delicious. Even better than the ones we make ourselves, Kushina said, sniffing the air. Yeah, not bad. And they're huge. Shin took a bite. They were indeed delicious, better than anything he could make. Perhaps he needed better ingredients. Sis, who are they? Nawaki asked curiously. They're from the Uzumaki clan, distant relatives of the Senju. Something happened to their clan, so they'll be living here from now on. They'll be attending the academy soon. Make sure you look after them, Tsunade instructed Nawaki. I'm Nawaki. Nawaki introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Uzumaki Shin, and this is Uzumaki Kushina. We look forward to getting to know you, Shin said, officially acquainted with Nawaki. Nawaki, do you have any allowance left? I'll pay you back tenfold when I win big. Tsunade looked at her brother hopefully. Nope, not a penny. Nawaki even turned his pockets inside out to prove he was broke. But Tsunade wasn't convinced. She suspected he was hiding money, but she had no proof. Oh well, it seems you're not destined for wealth, Tsunade sighed dramatically. Nawaki breathed a sigh of relief. He wanted nothing to do with that kind of wealth. He sidled up to Shin and whispered, remember, never lend my sister money. You'll never see it again. Then he scurried off, afraid Tsunade might overhear. Doesn't he live with you? Shin watched Nawaki go, confused. He lives with Grandma. That little rascal avoids me like the plague, Tsunade grumbled. That's understandable. If I were your brother, I'd avoid you too. Shin looked at Tsunade pointedly. Who wouldn't avoid someone who took all their allowance? Tsunade might not eat people, but she sure ate money. Shin suspected her gambling habits had something to do with the Senju clan's decline. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Nothing. Come on, Kushina, let's go. Shin took Kushina's hand and returned to Tsunade's courtyard. He pulled out the multi-shadow clone jutsu scroll and started studying. The jutsu was simple enough. It didn't take him long to MSTR it. He formed the ram seal. Dozens of Shin clones filled the room. He dispelled the clones and went to inform Tsunade and Kushina that he was leaving the courtyard to explore the Senju compound. He wasn't just wandering aimlessly. He was looking for a suitable training spot. There was a training ground within Tsunade's courtyard, but he didn't want to train there and risk exposing his secrets. After a thorough search, he found no suitable location within the Senju compound. He'd have to look elsewhere in Konoha. But he wasn't going to wander around just yet. He had just arrived. The Sandaime was likely keeping an eye on them. He'd wait a while, lay low for now. He also had his replication system to consider. He currently had 3 common replication cards and 1 advanced. The advanced card could copy a wide range of things. S-rank jutsu, Kaga-level chakra and physique, even Kekkei Genkai. But there were limitations to copying Kekkei Genkai. He couldn't copy the Rinnegan, or even the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan, however, was within reach. If I awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan and then copy another pair, could I evolve it into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Shin wondered. The Mangekyo Sharingan was the Uchiha clan's ultimate dojutsu, but it had a fatal flaw: overuse led to blindness. It was like a curse. The only way to overcome this was to evolve it into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, which also granted the ability to use the perfect Susan. But to evolve it, one had to transplant the Mangekyo Sharingan of a sibling. Shin had no siblings. That path was closed to him. He'd have to find another way. The system was one option. He also suspected there might be other ways to evolve the Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin wasn't too worried. Even if he couldn't evolve his Mangekyo Sharingan, he wouldn't go blind. He had the perfect sage body. Obito Uchiha had been able to use the Mangekyo Sharingan without side effects after transplanting Hashirama Senju's cells. With the perfect sage body, Shin didn't have to worry about blindness. But even so, he still wanted to evolve his Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He coveted its power. The perfect Susanoo was practically invincible. And with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and his perfect sage body, he could potentially awaken the Rinnegan himself. Just the thought was exciting. But it was too early to think about that now. His Sharingan was only at the 1 Tomo stage. It would take time to reach the Mangekyo Sharingan, and even then, evolving it wouldn't be easy. By the time Shin returned to the courtyard, it was already dark. He had dinner and went to bed. The next day, Tsunade took Shin, Kushina, Akiko, and Kai to the Ninja Academy. The academy had been founded by the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. It's already been a while since the semester started, so you'll be joining as transfer students. If there's anything you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask your teacher, Tsunade instructed them. Tanaka-sensei, these children are in your care now. Don't worry, Lady Tsunade. I'll take good care of them, Tanaka-sensei assured her. After entrusting the children to Tanaka-sensei, Tsunade left. As an elite jonin, she was a busy woman. They followed Tanaka-sensei to their classroom. Shin spotted Nawaki immediately. Hey, Shin Kushina. You're in our class. Nawaki exclaimed, jumping up. Nawaki, sit down. Tanaka-sensei scolded. Nawaki obediently sat back down. Despite being the grandson of the Shodame Hokage, he still had to behave in class. We have 4 new transfer students. Please welcome them to our class, Tanaka-sensei announced. The other students looked at Shin and the others curiously. Red hair was rare. To have 4 at once was unusual. No, wait, there were 5, including the other red-haired student already in the class, Choza Akimichi. Why don't you all introduce yourselves? You first, Tanaka-sensei said, pointing to Shin. Shin shrugged. I'm Uzumaki Shin. I like appealing girls and dislike creeps. That's all. Tanaka-sensei's lips twitched. That was certainly an interesting introduction. Uzumaki Shin, don't you think your introduction was a bit short? Shouldn't you talk about your dreams? Tanaka-sensei looked at Shin expectantly. Dreams are fleeting. That's why they're called dreams. Just keep them to yourself, I say. Alright. Tanaka-sensei shook his head and turned to Kushina. Kushina looked at the class, feeling nervous. Shin gently squeezed her hand, reassuring her. Kushina relaxed instantly. I'm Uzumaki Kushina. I like Shin, I hate Tsunade, and my dream is to be with Shin forever. Kushina declared boldly. The class erupted in gasps and whispers. She hates my sister. Nawaki gaped, shocked that Kushina disliked Tsunade. Tanaka-sensei sighed. Kids these days were so precocious. Shin looked at Kushina, who had buried her face in her hands, her cheeks flaming red. Ahem, settle down. Tanaka-sensei cleared his throat and sternly called for order. You two, find an empty seat. Shin scanned the classroom. The only empty seats were at the back, so he led Kushina there. Akiko and Kai gave their introductions. Akiko's was unremarkable. She came across as a shy, timid girl. Kai, on the other hand, simply stated his name coldly, giving the impression that he wasn't approachable. A boy with a pineapple-shaped haircut and bored eyes glanced at them. Shikaku, you're awake. That's a rare sight, Inoichi Yamanaka, sitting next to Shikaku Nara, remarked. I didn't want to wake up, but you were all so loud, Shikaku grumbled. Hi, I'm Uzumaki Shin. Nice to meet you. Shin, settled in his seat next to Kushina, greeted the girl with appealing black hair sitting next to him. The girl looked surprised, then gave a gentle smile. Hello, I'm Uchiha Mikoto. Nice to meet you too. Shin froze. He had only greeted her because she was pretty, but he hadn't expected her to be Uchiha Mikoto. But something wasn't right. He looked at Kushina, then back at Mikoto. Were they the same age? No, that couldn't be right. Mikoto should be older than Kushina. She should have already graduated from the academy. Maybe it has something to do with me being a transmigrant. In the original story, only Kushina came to Konoha. Now there are 4 of us, including me. Even a butterfly flapping its wings could cause a hurricane, let alone a person. Looks like I'm one of those people who inadvertently changed the world. Shin felt a surge of pride. Kushina, what was that for? Shin looked at his arm, which was turning red from Kushina's pinch. You letcher. Kushina glared at him. Shin felt wronged. He admitted Mikoto was pretty, but he was just being friendly. He wasn't a pervert. He didn't have any inappropriate thoughts about girls. He couldn't understand Kushina sometimes. But then he remembered Kushina's bold declaration in front of the whole class. She was definitely jealous. Kids in the ninja world really did mature fast. Uchiha-san, why are you sitting at the back? Shin was curious. It wasn't common for girls to sit at the back. At least, that hadn't been his experience in his past life. The back was usually reserved for the tall kids and the troublemakers. Because no one wants to sit with me. Mikoto gave a wry smile. Everyone avoided her, so she had resigned herself to sitting at the back. Why? Kushina, her jealousy momentarily forgotten, was also curious. You're not from Konoha, are you? Mikoto asked. Wow, you're amazing. You figured that out right away. Kushina exclaimed. Mikoto shook her head. I'm from the Uchiha clan. That's why they avoid me. Kushina looked at her, confused. Shin, however, had an idea. The Uchiha clan's reputation in Konoha was complicated. They had offended many other clans and even the civilians. The Uchiha were known for their arrogance. Mikoto didn't seem arrogant, but it was a common trait among the Uchiha. Their reputation made them unpopular, and their tendency to act superior only worsened things. The Uchiha clan was in charge of the Konoha police force, an important department responsible for maintaining law and order within the village. This position required them to interact with the other clans and the civilians. For other clans, it would have been an opportunity to build relationships and gain favor. For example, if someone from another clan committed a minor offense, they could turn a blind eye and earn their gratitude. But the Uchiha, with their strict adherence to the rules and their tendency to escalate minor offenses, had made themselves unpopular. When it came to their own clan members, they were lenient, often overlooking their wrongdoings. This behavior naturally led to resentment from the other clans and the villagers. However, the Uchiha clan was powerful. With the decline of the Senju, they were the strongest clan in Konoha. No one challenged them or spoke ill of them for fear of being summoned to the police force headquarters for questioning. If they couldn't fight them, they would avoid them. The Uchiha clan was isolated, which was exactly what some people wanted. After the first class, Nawaki rushed over to Shin. Shin, I can't believe you're in our class. Yeah, looks like I'll be needing your guidance, Shin said with a grin. No problem. In this class, I'm the top dog. Nawaki puffed out his chest, giving a thumbs up. Hello, let's get acquainted. I'm Nara Shikaku, and these are Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza, Shikaku said, approaching with his 2 friends. Shin's eyebrows shot up. The Ino Shikacho trio, in his class. He decided not to dwell on it. With his influence, who knew how the timeline had changed? He figured the major events would still occur, like the Second Shinobi World War. But with him in the mix, things might unfold differently. Nice to meet you all. I'm Uzumaki Shin. You can just call me Shin. I'm from Uzushiogakure in the land of whirlpools. Shikaku's eyes flickered with interest. They chatted for a bit, then Shikaku and his friends left. Shin scanned the classroom. He had already seen many familiar faces, there were bound to be more. To his left, he saw 2 pairs of Byakugans staring at him. They looked similar. Could they be Hayashi and Hizashi Hyuga? His gaze continued its sweep, stopping at 2 students in front of Akiko and Kai. A boy with bright blonde hair and a sunny smile. It had to be Minato Namikaze, the future Yondaime Hokage. But Minato looked quite feminine right now. His hair was a bit long, and his features were delicate. If Shin didn't know better, he would have mistaken him for a girl. So, are you enjoying yourself? Shin asked Kushina. Kushina nodded. She had been nervous at first, but now she was feeling more comfortable. Perhaps because there were 4 of them, plus Choza with his red hair, no one had made fun of Kushina's hair color. Without any unpleasant incidents, Kushina was finding the academy quite enjoyable. Well, it would be even better if she wasn't sitting next to Uchiha Mikoto. Shin, who do you think is prettier, her or me? Kushina whispered, glancing at Mikoto. Pretty? Neither. You're both cute. They were 5-year-olds. Cute was the appropriate descriptor. Shin, you dummy. I'm not talking to you anymore. Kushina huffed and turned away. Mikoto poked Shin timidly. Are you 2 fighting? Yeah, you know how it is with kids. They get upset easily, Shin chuckled. Shin, you think I'm just a kid? Aren't you? You're literally a child, Shin said, shrugging. Grr. Kushina chomped down on his arm and refused to let go. Kushina, you bit me. Let go, or you'll regret it. I'll flick your forehead so hard you'll cry. Shin threatened. Kushina finally released him, but not before leaving teeth marks on his arm. Look, you're making me bleed. Shin pointed at his wound. There was no BLD, just teeth marks. But Kushina didn't know that. Embarrassed, she gently rubbed his arm, looking up at him with pleading eyes. I'm sorry, Shin. I was wrong. Please don't be mad at me. Don't ignore me, okay? Kushina was terrified of Shin ignoring her. I'm not mad. Shin ruffled her hair. Seeing that he really wasn't angry, Kushina giggled and snuggled closer to him. Mikoto watched them, envy gnawing at her. She thought of her own life, devoid of family and friends. Even her relationship with her clan wasn't good. She had always been alone. Shin noticed her gaze and looked at her. Mikoto quickly looked down, flustered. Oh no, he caught me staring. What do I do? Mikoto panicked. I feel like a third wheel here, Nawaki said glumly. Eek. Kushina, who had been comfortably nestled against Shin, sat up abruptly. She glared at Nawaki. Why are you still here? I wanted to talk to Shin, but you're both ignoring me, Nawaki grumbled. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the start of the next class. Nawaki trudged back to his seat, dejected. Tanaka-sensei entered the classroom. The chatter died down instantly. It seemed he commanded respect. Alright, class, today we'll continue our lesson on Chakra. Tanaka-sensei launched into a basic explanation of Chakra. Shin already knew all this, even more than Tanaka-sensei. The Chakra refinement technique. Is this all we're learning in the academy? Kushina whispered to Shin. If this was all there was, it was pretty boring. She had already mastered Chakra refinement and had quite a lot of Chakra. She had expected to learn powerful jutsu in the academy. Most students probably thought the same. But the academy only taught the fundamentals. These fundamentals were important, but they wouldn't be learning any powerful jutsu here. They might learn the Academy 3, some basic trap making, and kunai and shuriken throwing techniques. As for other jutsu, unless you had a clan to teach you, you'd have to wait until you became a full-fledged ninja and find other ways to learn them. Suddenly, Mikoto passed Shin a notebook. Shin took it, looking at her questioningly. These are the notes I took during the lesson. Maybe they'll be helpful, Mikoto said softly. Thank you, Mikoto-san, Shin said gratefully, opening the notebook. Her handwriting was elegant, far neater than his. It was a pleasure just to look at. Mikoto blushed, her head lowered. Shin had called her Mikoto-san, omitting her family name. Only close friends did that. Uzumaki-sen, are we friends now? Mikoto asked, her eyes shining with hope. Shin paused, then smiled. Of course. And please call me Shin. Uzumaki-sen sounds too formal. Thank you, Uzumaki. Shin-sen. Mikoto beamed. She finally had a friend. At noon, Shin and Kushina left the academy. School was out, and they were heading home for lunch. Shin, wait up. Shin stopped and turned to see Nawaki running towards them. Shin, you're new to Konoha, right? You probably don't know your way around. Would you like me to give you a tour? Nawaki offered enthusiastically. Shin thought it over. Familiarizing himself with Konoha was a good idea, and having Nawaki as a guide wouldn't hurt. Sure, that would be great, Nawaki. Awesome. Let's grab some food first. My treat. Ramen, anyone. Nawaki grinned. Thanks for showing us around, but lunch is on me, Shin insisted. They had a decent amount of money saved up from their allowance in Yuzushiogakure. Well, if you insist. Nawaki considered his meager funds. He probably didn't have enough to treat them, so he didn't argue. Despite being the grandson of the Shodame Hokage, Nawaki was perpetually broke, thanks to his gambling addict sister. Nawaki led them to a small street lined with food stalls near the academy. They entered a ramen shop. Looks like a lot of academy students eat here, Kushina observed. Yeah, it's too much trouble to go home and come back. We'd lose all our lunch break. Most of us either bring our own lunch or eat here, Nawaki explained. Makes sense. There's only a little over an hour for lunch break. Going home would be cutting it close, Shin agreed. Hey, Mikoto-san, you're here too. Shin scanned the ramen shop and saw Uchiha Mikoto sitting quietly in a corner, eating her ramen. Wow, you have good eyes. You spotted her all the way over there, Kushina said, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Shin-san. Mikoto looked up in surprise. Mind if we join you? Shin smiled as he walked over. Kushina trailed behind him, shooting Mikoto a look. Nawaki hesitated, then followed. He wasn't thrilled about sitting with an Uchiha. The feud between the Senju and Uchiha clans ran deep. I didn't expect to see you all here, Shin-san, Kushina-san, Nawaki-san, Mikoto said with a gentle smile. Knowing this, I would have rather gone home, Kushina muttered under her breath, loud enough for only Shin to hear. Shin ordered a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Kushina ordered the same. Nawaki went for miso ramen. Perhaps because of Mikoto's presence, Nawaki, usually a chatterbox, was unusually quiet. Kushina waited for her ramen, chin resting on her hand. Mikoto ate quietly. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. The ramen shop, however, was bustling with activity. A while later, their ramen arrived. As Shin slurped his noodles, the shop suddenly fell silent. He looked up, confused. Then he saw a ninja enter the shop and understood. The ninja's uniform bore the same clan symbol as Mikoto, the Uchiha fan. He's a jonin from our clan. He has a bad temper, Mikoto explained. Shin thought of his replication system. Can a common replication card copy his Sharingan prowess? He wanted to copy not the Sharingan Kekkei Genkai itself, but the ocular prowess it granted. He wasn't sure if it was possible. His strength is at jonin level. Copying is feasible, the system confirmed. Shin looked at the Uchiha jonin. Use one common replication card to copy his Sharingan prowess. He felt a tingling sensation in his eyes. A surge of power flooded his vision. Surprised by the sudden change, Shin quickly covered his eyes. 3 black tomos swirled momentarily in his eyes. Shin, what's wrong? Kushina asked, alarmed. Nothing, just got some soup in my eye, Shin said with a chuckle, removing his hand. Oh, be careful. Shin continued eating, but his mind was racing. He had copied the Uchiha's Sharingan prowess, his 1-tomo Sharingan instantly evolving to 3-tomo. A 5-year-old with a 3-tomo Sharingan. If the Uchiha clan found out, who knew what they would do? This system cheat is insane. What's the point of training when you can just copy everything? But even with this cheat, he couldn't slack off. He had to work hard, or it would be a waste of the system's potential. If I keep accumulating Sharingan prowess, can I keep evolving my Sharingan? Shin theorized that with enough ocular power he could evolve his Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan without needing a sibling's eyes. Sharingan prowess was essentially in release, the manipulation of spiritual energy. Genjutsu, for example, relied on in release. So, theoretically, with enough spiritual energy, he could even awaken the Rinnegan. No, the Rinnegan probably wasn't that simple. It seemed to require a combination of yin and yang release. But regardless, Shin felt he had stumbled upon another way to obtain the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Hey, Shin, why are you spacing out while eating? You're getting noodles in your nose. Kushina nudged him, bringing him back to reality. Kushina, Mikoto, and Nawaki were all staring at him. Shin felt his cheeks burn. Just thinking about something, he mumbled, shaking his head to clear his thoughts. He'd contemplate this later at home. After finishing their meal, Shin paid for everyone's ramen, including Mikoto's. Mikoto tried to pay him back, but Shin insisted, saying they were friends. I'm stuffed. Let's go. Shin wiped his mouth, then Kushina's, earning him a grin from her. She shot a triumphant look at Mikoto. Mikoto didn't react to the provocation, instead returning a gentle smile, much to Kushina's annoyance. Mikoto didn't seem to care about their rivalry at all. After interacting with her, Kushina found it hard to maintain her hostility towards such a sweet girl. Hold it right there. Just as they were about to leave the ramen shop, an Uchiha ninja stopped them. Shin frowned, turning to face the man. He had just copied the man's Sharingan prowess, evolving his own Sharingan to 3-tomo, but he still didn't like the guy. The man was arrogant and unpleasant. No one would like him. You're an Uchiha, aren't you? Why are you with a senju? The Uchiha ninja questioned Mikoto. Mikoto lowered her head, remaining silent, her face pale. Seeing Mikoto like this, Kushina bristled. What's it to you? She retorted, not liking this Uchiha one bit. What did you say? The Uchiha stood up, his 3-tomo Sharingan glaring at Kushina. Intimidated, Kushina hid behind Shin. He was a jonin, a skilled ninja. His killing intent, amplified by his Sharingan, was palpable. If Kushina hadn't witnessed the destruction of her clan and experienced such trauma, she might have been paralyzed with fear. Shin's eyes narrowed. He could tolerate a lot to maintain his low profile, but this was crossing the line. He was about to step in when a familiar voice rang out. Shin, Kushina, Nawaki, what are you doing here? Tsunade approached, flanked by 2 others. One had a pale face and an aura of coldness, like a snake lurking in the shadows. This was Orochimaru, Tsunade's teammate. The other had spiky white hair and red markings under his eyes. Jiraiya, is there a problem here? Tsunade noticed the Uchiha Jonin, his Sharingan activated and killing intent radiating from him. A Jonin intimidating children. How impressive. What's your name? Tsunade asked coldly. The Uchiha Jonin paled. He recognized Tsunade. Every ninja in Konoha knew her. He could act tough in front of others, but not in front of Tsunade. She wasn't afraid of the Uchiha clan, and she wasn't afraid to use her strength. If she punched him, even the Uchiha clan head wouldn't be able to do anything about it. He had no choice but to back down. Get lost. And if you ever bother them again, I'll make sure you regret it, Tsunade threatened. The Uchiha Jonin, Uchiha Ryota, scurried away. Even if he was an Uchiha genius, the clan wouldn't risk disrespecting Tsunade for him. Fighting her was the same as fighting the Hokage. If the Hokage found a reason to punish them, the Uchiha clan would suffer. Kushina, are you alright? Shin asked. Kushina shook her head. With Shin by her side, she wasn't that scared. I'll get you back for this one day, Ryota. Shin glared at the Uchiha's retreating figure. If they weren't in Konoha, Ryota would be in serious trouble. Shin was confident he could take on an Uchiha Jonin. Ha! What did you say, kid? Jiraiya burst out laughing. Shin looked at Jiraiya and said with a smirk, I said one day, I'll dig a hole and bury you in it. Jiraiya's laughter died in his throat. Sis, thank goodness you came. That was a close one, Nawaki said, relieved. I'm sorry. It's my fault, Mikoto apologized. It's not your fault, Mikoto. That guy was just being a JRK. If I were stronger, I'd punch him in the face, Kushina said, patting Mikoto's shoulder. Shin looked at Kushina, then at Mikoto. When did they become friends? Kushina had been so hostile towards Mikoto earlier. Seeing Mikoto's vulnerability had softened Kushina's heart. Her hostility had melted away. You're an Uchiha? Tsunade asked Mikoto. Why yes? Mikoto looked at Tsunade nervously. Don't be scared. I'm not going to hurt you. But you're quite different from the other Uchiha, aren't you? Tsunade observed. Mikoto didn't have the usual Uchiha arrogance. Most Uchiha, regardless of age or gender, were known for their pride. Tsunade had a good impression of Mikoto. She didn't judge her based on her clan. Let me introduce you. This is my teammate, Orochimaru, and this is Jiraiya. Shin had already recognized them. They were hard to miss. Dead weight. You're calling me dead weight. Jiraiya grumbled. Orochimaru remained silent, his gaze fixed on Shin. Shin looked back at the snake Sannin. Why was he staring at him? Interesting, Orochimaru said with a sly smile. Shin frowned. Orochimaru's smile didn't bode well. After a brief exchange, Orochimaru and Jiraiya left, but Tsunade stayed behind. As Orochimaru departed, he cast another lingering glance at Shin. Shin didn't sense any malice, but he still felt uneasy. What was that confrontation with Uchiha Ryota about? Tsunade inquired. Nawaki explained the situation, causing Tsunade to frown. The Uchiha are always causing trouble. Mikoto shifted uncomfortably. She knew Tsunade wasn't referring to her specifically, but she still felt awkward. She was an Uchiha after all. Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you, Tsunade reassured her, noticing Mikoto's discomfort. She had a good impression of Mikoto, who seemed different from the other Uchiha. By the way, I have to leave the village for a mission. It's an SCRT mission. It should take about half a month, Tsunade informed them. Oh. Nawaki couldn't help but grin. Tsunade's smile vanished, replaced by a dangerous glint in her eyes. Nawaki, you seem happy about this. No, not at all. Nawaki shook his head vigorously. I'll deal with you later. I have to go. Tsunade glared at Nawaki, then waved goodbye to the others before turning to leave. Nawaki breathed a sigh of relief once she was out of sight. Nawaki, are you scared of your sister? Shin asked. Nawaki scratched his head. A little. She's really strict when she trains me. Come on, weren't you going to show us around Konoha? We have some time before class. Let's explore the area. Shin looked at Mikoto. Mikoto-san want to join us. Oh, may I? Mikoto looked surprised and pleased. Of course. Shin smiled and the four of them set off to explore Konoha. Shin and Kushina were unfamiliar with the village, so Nawaki acted as their guide, pointing out various landmarks and locations. Since they didn't have much time before their afternoon class, they only explored the area near the academy. It was good to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Soon, it was time to head back for class. Back in their seats, Shin asked Mikoto, Mikoto, that incident earlier, it won't cause you any trouble, will it? He had dropped the honorifics, a sign of their growing friendship. Mikoto shook her head. I'll be fine. I'm practically invisible in the Uchiha clan. No one will bother me over this. Actually, I should be the one apologizing. Mikoto looked at Shin and Kushina apologetically. Mikoto, we're friends now. No need to apologize, Kushina said. Perhaps they were destined to be best friends. Kushina, who had initially been hostile towards Mikoto, now seemed quite fond of her. The afternoon class was another lecture. Kushina wasn't interested in theory, she felt like falling asleep. Shin felt the same. If the lecture had been useful, he would have paid attention, but it was all stuff he already knew or found irrelevant. School let out early, a little after 4 in the afternoon. After school, they accepted Nawaki's invitation to explore more of Konoha. Back at the Senju compound, Shin refrained from practicing taijutsu or kenjutsu. He didn't want to attract attention so soon after arriving in Konoha, so he focused on chakra refinement. He didn't know if the Sandaime had assigned Umbu to watch them, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Practicing taijutsu or kenjutsu might reveal his true strength. Even practicing ninjutsu was risky. For now, he'd stick to refining chakra. Should I copy the Byakugan? Shin thought of his advanced replication card. He had 4 cards in total, 3 common and 1 advanced. The advanced card could copy S-rank jutsu, Kaga-level chakra and physique, and even Kekkai Genkai. The Byakugan, while seemingly less impressive than the Sharingan and Rinnegan, had powerful sensory capabilities and could even evolve into the Tenseigan. The Tenseigan was a dojutsu on par with the Rinnegan, perhaps even surpassing it in offensive power. After some consideration, Shin decided against it. While the Byakugan's sensory abilities were useful, especially for detecting surveillance, it would also turn his eyes completely white. Walking around with those eyes would draw unwanted attention, especially from the Hyuga clan. If only I had the mind's eye of Kagura. It's even better than the Byakugan. He shook his head, pushing the thought aside. He didn't know how to awaken it, or if it was even possible for him. As far as he knew, only Karen possessed that ability. A few days passed. Shin and Kushina's days were filled with school, exploring Konoha with Nawaki and Mikoto, and chakra refinement. One day, they were summoned to Uzumaki Mito's residence, along with Kai and Akiko. I've called you here today to teach you the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu. Shin's face lit up. This was great news. With Mito's guidance, they would progress quickly in Fuinjutsu. Kai and Akiko were also excited. We'll start with the most basic sealing formulas, Mito said seriously. These children were the last remnants of the Uzumaki clan, the hope for its revival. As a former princess of the clan, Mito wanted nothing more than to see it restored to its former glory. She would teach them everything she could. How much they learned, however, depended on their talent. From then on, their days were filled with school, followed by lessons in Fuinjutsu from Mito after dinner. Under Mito's tutelage, Shin, already a genius, progressed rapidly. Kushina also learned a lot. She was talented, second only to Shin. But Shin had warned her not to stand out too much. She should learn the jutsu but pretend she wasn't as skilled as she actually was. Over a year had passed since Shin arrived in Konoha. In the training ground of Tsunade's small courtyard, Shin practiced his swordsmanship, his katana flashing in the sunlight. Not many in the shinobi world specialized in kenjutsu. Most relied on ninjutsu. It was the primary focus of their training. The most skilled swordsman in Konoha was probably Tsukumo Hatake, though it seemed he hadn't earned the moniker Konoha's White Fang yet. Shin hadn't even heard the name Tsukumo Hatake before. He was probably still relatively unknown. String kenjutsu required not just hard work but also finding your own path. From the beginning, Shin had known what path he wanted to take, one that maximized his strengths. And his strengths were his perfect sage body, granting him monstrous strength and speed. His kenjutsu would be one of overwhelming power and swiftness. 3-step slash. Shin unleashed 3 slashes in the blink of an eye, effortlessly slicing the wooden training dummy into 4 pieces. 3 slashes per second were child's play for him now. His limit was 5. 5 slashes in a single second, a true testament to his speed. Even an elite jonin, caught off guard, wouldn't be able to withstand such an assault. If I could combine this with space-time ninjutsu, I can already imagine myself racking up victories on the battlefield. Unfortunately, he didn't know any space-time ninjutsu. He was eager to learn. Such techniques were incredibly versatile, invaluable for both offense and defense. Shin, breakfast is ready. We have that test today, so we need to leave early, Kushina called out. Shin sheathed his katana and headed inside. Kushina had already prepared breakfast. It was a simple meal of bread and milk. Shin had baked the bread. Kushina had only set the table. He didn't dare let Kushina cook. She had a knack for creating culinary disasters. The one time he had tried her cooking, he had spent the entire morning feeling unwell. From then on, he had banned her from the kitchen. After breakfast, Shin packed their lunches and they headed out. Tsunade wasn't home. As an elite jonin, she was always on missions. At the academy, the classroom was filled with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Those with good grades were eager to show off, while those who struggled dreaded the test. Mikoto, I'm counting on you for the written exam, Shin said as he sat down. The morning was dedicated to the written test. Shin had no interest in studying those theoretical concepts, and the questions were often bizarre. Cheating was his only option, but he had to choose his source wisely. Most of the class were hopeless. Thankfully, Mikoto was a top student, consistently scoring first in the written exams. Just don't get caught, Mikoto said with a smile. Don't worry, I won't, Shin assured her. Mikoto gave him a dubious look. That's what you said last time, and we both ended up getting punished. Ahem, that was an accident. Shin cringed, remembering the time he got caught cheating. But that was a fluke, it wouldn't happen again. The morning passed, and the written test concluded. Shin had copied Mikoto's answers. He was confident he'd done well. He had also helped Kushina and Nawaki cheat. They were both terrible at academics. After the written test, they had a break for lunch. Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto found a quiet spot to eat. Over the past year, they had become close friends. We have the practical test this afternoon. Are you nervous? Mikoto asked. Why would we be nervous? We've done this so many times already, Shin said nonchalantly. The academy held tests every month. These test scores don't even matter. They don't affect graduation, Shin added. Then why did you cheat? Mikoto's question almost made Shin choke on his food. Ahem, I just don't want to be at the bottom of the class. Yeah, me neither, Kushina chimed in. After lunch, they had a short break before the practical test. Tanaka-sensei led the class to the training grounds. The results for the written test are in. Uchiha Mikoto scored a perfect score, placing first in the class, Tanaka-sensei announced. No one seemed surprised. Mikoto was always at the top. Also, Uzumaki Shin, Senju Nawaki, did you two cheat? Who copied from whom? You have the same score and you even got the same questions wrong. Tanaka-sensei glared at them. Nawaki avoided his gaze, while Shin remained calm. Inwardly, however, Shin was cursing Nawaki's lack of discretion. He had helped him cheat, but did he have to copy everything? When Shin copied from Mikoto, he had deliberately answered a few questions incorrectly. Kushina had done the same when she copied from him. But Nawaki had copied everything, including the wrong answers. It was no wonder they got caught. Tanaka-sensei, Nawaki copied from me. I know it was wrong, but he insisted I help him. I didn't have a choice. Shin put on an Oscar-worthy performance, as if he had truly been pressured. Nawaki gaped at him. He had begged Shin to help him cheat, but he had never pressured him. Nawaki, I can't believe you'd do that. I'm telling Grandma Mito. Well, maybe if you confess I might reconsider. Kushina said, her tone firm. Shin mentally gave Kushina a thumbs up. He decided he wouldn't help Nawaki cheat anymore. This guy was a liability. Nawaki felt a wave of despair. Kushina's words were a clear threat. She was forcing him to confess. I'm sorry, Tanaka-sensei. I copied, Nawaki confessed, hanging his head. Copy the questions from this test 100 times. You have 3 days, Tanaka-sensei said without a trace of sympathy. Nawaki felt like he had been struck by lightning. Copying the questions 100 times. He'd be exhausted. And he only had 3 days. He wanted to cry. Nawaki squatted on the ground, his face a picture of despair. Copying the test questions 100 times was pure torture. Shin gave him a sympathetic look. Honest, he thought. Not gloating at all. Next up, the practical test. We'll start with kunai throwing, Tanaka-sensei announced, glancing at Nawaki. Nawaki, what are you still doing on the floor? Want me to add another 100 lines? Nawaki shot to his feet, glaring at Tanaka-sensei as if he were a demon. Shin patted Nawaki's shoulder. Sacrifices must be made, my friend. You understand? Nawaki gave him a mournful look. 100 times. How could he understand? All right, let's begin. Uzumaki Shin, you're first. Lucky me, first up. Shin smiled, pulled a kunai from his pouch, and stood at the designated distance, about 15 meters from the target. They were still young students. Throwing accurately from a greater distance would be challenging for most. With a flick of his wrist, the kunai flew through the air, striking the target with a satisfying thud. 9 points. Not bad. Almost a perfect score, Tanaka-sensei said approvingly. Is that all you've got? A sneer reached Shin's ears. He didn't need to turn around to know it was Kai. Shin turned and faced him. Kai, what was that? I didn't quite catch it. Say that again. Kai met Shin's gaze, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Shin had broken his leg when they were younger. The memory still haunted him. He wasn't sure if he hated Shin more than he feared him, or the other way around. Seeing Kai shut his mouth, Shin snorted and returned to Kushina's side. Why only 9 points? Kushina whispered. Don't want to stand out too much. 9 is a good score, Shin said with a smile. He didn't need to flaunt his abilities. He was still a young dragon, learning to fly. He would soar through the skies one day. The kunai throwing test concluded. 4 students achieved a perfect score: Mikoto, Nawaki, Minato, and, surprisingly, Kai. That smug look on his face is really annoying. Kushina glared at Kai, her fists clenched. If he came any closer, she'd punch him. Don't mind him, Shin said calmly. But inwardly, he was plotting ways to take Kai down a peg or two. After the kunai throwing, it was time for the sparring matches. They were paired up for one-on-one combat. I'll now announce the pairings. Uzumaki Shin and Senju Nawaki, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto, Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hizashi, Uzumaki Kai and Namikaze Minato. Whoa, sibling rivalry. Tanaka-sensei is ruthless. Shin looked at Hayashi and Hizashi, feigning sympathy while inwardly relishing the upcoming match. I wouldn't mind being paired with you, Hayashi said to Shin, his expression stoic. Nah, I don't want to be with a stick in the mud. Hayashi always had the same serious, expressionless face. Shin found it boring. Shin were paired up. What am I supposed to do? Nawaki asked, his voice filled with dread. Nawaki, out of allowance again. Tell you what, I'll treat you to yakiniku. Just throw the match. Shin gave him a friendly smile. And Nawaki, you wouldn't want Tsunade to find out you cheated on the test, would you? Nawaki caved instantly. Hayashi, standing nearby, twitched. The sparring matches began. Shin had bribed Nawaki, so their match ended quickly. Why did you have to hit so hard? Nawaki clutched his stomach, barely able to stand. Duh, it has to look convincing. What if they find out we're faking it? Shin helped Nawaki up. They watched the other matches. Kushina and Mikoto were evenly matched, though Kushina wasn't using her full strength. At this stage, most of them didn't know any jutsu. The Uzumaki and Senju, with their superior physique, had an advantage in taijutsu. This was evident in Kai and Minato's match. Minato was getting pummeled. The Senju and Uzumaki were incredibly durable. Minato's punches barely phased Kai, but when Kai landed a blow, Minato felt it. In the end, Kai emerged victorious. Shin shook his head. This was the advantage of having a Kekkei Genkai. The world was unfair. But this was only temporary. Kai could bully Minato now, but in the future, he wouldn't stand a chance. Minato-san, are you alright? Akiko approached Minato, concern in her eyes. Thank you for your concern, Akiko-san. I'm fine, Minato said with a smile. Despite the bruises, his smile remained bright. Kai, who had been gloating over his victory, froze when he saw Akiko fussing over Minato. He had a crush on Akiko. Seeing this, jealousy burned within him. Looks like things are about to get interesting, Shin said to Nawaki, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Kai stomped towards Minato. Minato! Minato turned, only to be met with Kai's fist. Caught off guard, Minato was struck squarely in the eye, earning himself a shiner. Kai, what are you doing? Akiko yelled angrily. Tanaka-sensei's attention was drawn to the commotion. He rushed over and grabbed Kai. Kai, your match is over. Why did you attack Minato-san? Tanaka-sensei demanded. Hey, what's going on? Kushina and Mikoto joined Shin. Your match is over. Yeah, and I won. Kushina said excitedly, looking at Shin expectantly. Oh. Shin's flat response deflated Kushina's excitement. Kushina pouted. Shin, what's going on here? Mikoto asked Shin for an explanation. Well, it's a bit complicated, but I'll give you the short version. Shin cleared his throat. Kai likes Akiko, but Akiko seems to have a thing for Minato. So, Kai, in a fit of jealousy, punched Minato. Wow, Kai likes Akiko. Poor Akiko, Kushina said, shaking her head. By the way, your match ended so quickly. Who won? Mikoto asked curiously. I did, of course. Nawaki is no match for me. I could take him down with one hand tied behind my back. Shin glanced at Nawaki, but he wasn't exaggerating. You're so mean, Shin. You bribed me. If you hadn't, I would have crushed you. Nawaki protested. Yeah, right. You'd be the one getting crushed, Kushina scoffed. It's satisfying to see Kai get scolded, Shin said with a smirk. Kai was severely reprimanded and forced to apologize to Minato. Minato readily forgave him. He forgave him just like that. Shouldn't he at least try to get even? Shin remarked. Uzumaki Shin. Kai roared. What? Want to fight me? I'll break your other leg. Kai, who had been fuming, felt a phantom pain in his leg and backed down. The other students were surprised. Why was Kai so afraid of Shin? Shin was good, but he wasn't that much better than Kai. Alright, no fighting. If I catch you brawling, you'll be punished. Tanaka-sensei warned. That concludes today's test. Class dismissed. Minato-san, go get those injuries treated. Cheers erupted as the students celebrated their early dismissal. Shin, don't forget you owe me yakiniku, Nawaki reminded him. Don't worry, you'll get your meat. Let's go. Shin, Kushina, Mikoto, and a hopeful Nawaki headed towards a yakiniku restaurant. At the Senju compound, the Sandaime Hokage stood outside Uzumaki Mito's residence. Mito-sama, Sarutobi Hiruzen requests an audience. Ah, it's Little Monkey. Come in. Hiruzen blushed at the nickname. Thankfully, they were alone. It would have been embarrassing otherwise. Mito-sama, you summoned me. Hiruzen hadn't come of his own volition. Mito had sent for him. Hiruzen, I called you here to discuss the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Mito had stopped calling him Little Monkey, much to his relief. I'm old, Hiruzen. I don't know how much longer I can hold on. We need to choose a new Jinchuriki soon. Hiruzen was silent for a moment. What are your thoughts, Mito-sama? The Ninetales Jinchuriki should ideally be in Uzumaki. Only their constitution can properly suppress the Kyuubi. Otherwise, it might go on a rampage or even break free from the seal. Mito's voice was grave. The Ninetales was a force to be reckoned with. Without Hashirama, Konoha would struggle to contain its power. I agree. Hiruzen was also cautious when it came to the Ninetales. Its importance was undeniable, and the Uzumaki were the most suitable candidates for becoming its Jinchuriki. Do you have anyone in mind, Mito-sama? I can only offer suggestions. The final decision is yours, Hiruzen. First, I recommend Uzumaki Shin. He's the most suitable candidate. Then there's Uzumaki Kushina and Uzumaki Akiko. What about Uzumaki Kai? He seems quite talented. Mito shook her head. He is talented, but he's also consumed by hatred and jealousy. He's not suitable to be the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Any Uzumaki was technically suitable, but Kai's personality made him a poor choice. Hiruzen frowned. He had gathered information on the Uzumaki survivors. Uzumaki Hikaru was out of the question. He was an adult and harder to control. Hiruzen didn't trust him. As for Shin, his performance at the academy wasn't as impressive as Kai's. Why was Mito recommending him? Hiruzen wondered if this was for the Senju clan. Shin was close to Tsunade and was practically considered a Senju. Perhaps Mito was trying to secure an advantage for the Senju. Hiruzen's guess was completely off the mark. Mito recommended Shin because of his immense life force, which could suppress the Ninetales completely. He would be the safest choice. The Kyuubi is volatile, filled with hatred. I think a female Jinchuriki would be better. Perhaps we can use love to tame the beast. Uzumaki Akiko seems like a good choice. Hiruzen lowered his head. Mito looked at him, disappointment clouding her eyes. Hiruzen had changed. His thoughts were transparent to her. She understood why he wasn't choosing Shin or Kushina. It was because of their close ties to the Senju clan. Mito-sama, what do you think? Hiruzen asked, a flicker of guilt in his eyes. The Ninetales was too important. He couldn't allow any single clan to control it. You've already made up your mind, Hiruzen. Do as you see fit. I'm tired. You may leave. Mito waved him away, her disappointment evident. Then I'll take my leave. If you need anything, Mito-sama, please don't hesitate to send for me. Hiruzen bowed and left. Outside, his guilt was overwhelming, but then his expression hardened. Forgive me, Mito-sama, but the Ninetales Jinchuriki is too important. No single clan in Konoha should have control over it. Shin and Kushina were too close to the Senju. Kai's personality was unsuitable. That left Akiko. Hiruzen didn't want to see the Senju clan rise to power again. Evening fell, and Shin and his friends emerged from the yakiniku restaurant, Nawaki patting his full stomach with satisfaction. You sure can pack it away, Nawaki. Looks like I'll have to drag your sister to the gambling dens again. Shin patted his wallet, which was significantly lighter than before. Can I come too? I want to make some money. Nawaki's eyes lit up. You want to make money? What for? Tsunade will just take it all, Shin said, pitying the boy. Having a gambling-addicted sister must be tough. Shin, Kushina, I'll see you tomorrow, Mikoto said with a smile. The Senju and Uchiha compounds were on opposite sides of the village. With the deep-rooted animosity between the two clans, they naturally wouldn't live close to each other. See you tomorrow, Shin waved. Kushina pinched Shin discreetly, then gave Mikoto a bright smile. Shin glared at Kushina, who glared right back. What was that for? Shin grumbled. He hadn't done anything to deserve a pinch. You and Mikoto seem to be getting awfully chummy. A bit too chummy, Kushina huffed, jealousy evident in her voice. Shin shook his head at Kushina's childish jealousy and headed home with her. As for Nawaki, he was left behind, forgotten. Back at the Senju compound, Nawaki went to his own residence, while Shin and Kushina returned to Tsunade's courtyard. Oh, Tsunade, you're back. Shin's eyes lit up when he saw her. Tsunade glanced at him. Seeing that sparkle in his eyes, she knew he wanted something. Spit it out. What do you need? I'm in a good mood, I might just agree. You'll definitely agree to this. I'm a bit short on cash. How about we make a trip to the gambling dens? Using me to make money again. Do you have no faith in my gambling skills? Tsunade stood up, grabbed Shin's face, and started pinching his cheeks. Tsunade, let go of Shin right now. Kushina couldn't stand seeing Tsunade manhandle Shin. Tsunade chuckled at Kushina's outburst. After a while, she finally let go. Fine, I'll help you make some money. But we split the profits 50-50, Tsunade declared. What? 50-50? That's not fair. Shin protested, rubbing his cheeks. If it weren't for the fact that Tsunade had agreed to keep his strength a secret, he would never have agreed to her cheek-pinching condition. Not fair. Don't forget, you're relying on me to make the money, Tsunade said with a smirk. Fine. Shin might be complaining, but he knew this was a good deal. All he had to do was bet against Tsunade, and he'd make a killing. That was his strategy. Thankfully, Tsunade wasn't infamous yet. She wasn't known as the legendary sucker yet. Otherwise, this plan wouldn't work. Let's go. Tsunade grabbed Shin's hand, channeled Chakra to her feet, and vanished in a series of leaps, leaving Kushina fuming. That woman. She left me behind again. Kushina wanted to follow, but she didn't know where they were going. She could only wait at home. They returned late at night, both grinning as they counted their winnings. Shin, when are we going to make another killing? Tsunade had earned over 10 million Ryo, even after splitting the profits. That was equivalent to the reward for over a dozen S-rank missions. When we run out of money, this should last us a while. If they were frugal, 10 million Ryo could last them over a decade. But being a shinobi was expensive. Still, this should be enough to last them until graduation. You're finally back. Shin, did that woman do anything to you? Kushina rushed out, grabbing Shin and glaring at Tsunade. Hey brat, do you think I'm some kind of pervert? Tsunade said indignantly. You think you're being subtle. I see right through you. Shin, embarrassed, excused himself and went to his room. You two have fun arguing. I'm going to bed. Little girl, if you weren't so young, you'd be crying in a corner right now, Tsunade threatened, slamming her fist on a nearby table, causing it to splinter. I'm not scared of you. In a few years, I'll challenge you to a duel, and we'll see who's stronger. Kushina declared, her small fist clenched. Tsunade simply chuckled, her dismissive attitude clear. Kushina took a deep breath. She wasn't strong enough to defeat Tsunade yet. She'd have to be patient. I'm warning you, if you pinch Shin's face again, I won't forgive you. Kushina left to train, seemingly motivated by her rivalry with Tsunade. Tsunade smiled after Kushina left. She didn't mind their bickering. Having Shin and Kushina around had livened up the place. Before, she had lived here alone. It had been lonely. As for Nawaki, he was terrified of Tsunade, always afraid she'd take his allowance. He usually avoided her. In his room, Shin sat on the tatami mat, refining chakra. He didn't know how much chakra he had now, but he felt it surpassed that of most kage. Of course, this was just in terms of quantity. The quality of his chakra was probably inferior to that of a kage who had been honing their chakra for decades. Having a large amount of chakra wasn't enough. Quality was also important. For example, a tailed beast's chakra was undoubtedly superior to that of a human. Shin, despite having a perfect sage body, still had to refine his chakra to improve its quality. There were no shortcuts, unless he became the Ninetales Jinchuriki. The next morning, Shin woke up early, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and headed to the training ground. He focused on taijutsu and kenjutsu, leaving ninjutsu practice for later. He had sent several shadow clones to secluded areas in Konoha to train in ninjutsu. When the clones dispersed, their memories and experiences would return to him, making it an efficient way to train. Sharingan, activate. Shin's eyes turned crimson, 3 tomos swirling within. Still just a 3-tomo Sharingan. When will it evolve into the Mangekyo? Shin sighed. Over the past year, he had used his 3 common replication cards, copying the Sharingan prowess of Uchiha Jonin. He had discovered that he could copy the same ability from the same person multiple times. All 3 copies were from Uchiha Ryota, the Jonin he had encountered at the ramen shop. These repeated copies had significantly increased his ocular power. Even elite Uchiha probably couldn't match him in that regard. But his Sharingan still hadn't evolved into the Mangekyo, which was disappointing. Did he really need to copy an existing Mangekyo Sharingan? He could, technically. He had 2 advanced replication cards. One was a reward from a mission, and the other was from the system's annual gift. He had been lucky that year. He had the cards, but where could he find an Uchiha with the Mangekyo Sharingan? Did any even exist right now? He wasn't sure. And even if they did, he had no way to approach them. The 3-tomo Sharingan was still useful. It granted enhanced visual perception, the ability to copy basic jutsu and taijutsu, and even some genjutsu. But compared to the Mangekyo Sharingan, it was flawed. He wouldn't mention that to anyone. Shin deactivated his Sharingan. He couldn't let Tsunade see it, who knew what kind of trouble it might cause. After training for a while, he went back to prepare breakfast. Neither Kushina nor Tsunade were the type to cook. Yo Shin, you're up early as always. Tsunade had just woken up and saw that Shin had already prepared breakfast. It's nice having someone make breakfast. I never used to eat breakfast, she said, taking a seat at the table. That explains why you're so underdeveloped. Shin glanced at her. Had his transmigration somehow affected Tsunade's development? It was a cruel twist of fate. Sensing his gaze, Tsunade scowled. Want to taste my fist? I'll go wake Kushina up. Shin made a quick escape. Tsunade snorted, then glanced down at her chest. It was a bit. Well, DMN that brat. I'm still growing. She grumbled, digging into the breakfast Shin had prepared. She was already 17. In the world of shinobi, that was practically an adult. Shin entered Kushina's room and stared at the mess, speechless. It had only been 2 days since he last cleaned her room, and it was already a disaster zone. Unlike other girls with tidy rooms, Kushina's was always chaotic. It was clear she wasn't the most organized person. "Kushina, wake up." Shin nudged her. Her sleeping position was unusual. I'm so tired." 5 more minutes." Kushina mumbled, her eyes still closed, her arms wrapping around Shin. "It's getting late. If you don't get up now, we'll be late for school." "No, I don't want to get up." Kushina snuggled closer to Shin, enjoying the warmth and comfort. "This is so comfy. Shin, let's sleep together from now on." "Sure, if you don't mind." "I'm not complaining," Shin said with a smile. Sleeping with Kushina would be like cuddling a soft pillow. It wouldn't be bad. "I don't mind at all. Let's sleep together from now on." Kushina opened her eyes, looking at Shin with a bright smile. "Alright, let's get up and eat breakfast first. Otherwise, Tsunade will finish it all." "But I'm so sleepy." Kushina rubbed her eyes. She had trained late last night and hadn't gotten enough sleep. "Were you refining chakra again? Don't push yourself too hard. It's not good for you," Shin said sternly. "And it's not just about having a lot of chakra. There's more to strength than that. You need to know how to use it. Having chakra without knowing any jutsu is useless." "But I know jutsu. The rasengan, the water dragon jutsu, the shadow clone jutsu." Kushina counted off the jutsu she knew. They were all jutsu that Shin had taught her. "You haven't mastered them yet. Focus on honing your jutsu. Don't worry about chakra refinement for now." Shin pulled Kushina out of bed. "Wait, can you go outside? I need to change." Kushina was usually carefree, but she wouldn't change clothes in front of Shin. "All right." Shin left the room. When he returned, he found that Tsunade had already devoured most of the breakfast. "You sure can eat." He'd have to make more, it wasn't enough. For the 3 of them. "You're one to talk. I'm full. Gotta go, I have things to do." Tsunade pinched Shin's cheek and left. Shin made more breakfast, and after they finished eating, they left for the academy. "Aren't we taking lunch today?" Kushina asked. "Kushina, remember? Mikoto said she'd make us lunch. She's a much better cook than I am." I can cook too. It's just lunch. I'll make you lunch tomorrow." Kushina was jealous that Shin had praised Mikoto's cooking. Shin's face paled. "Kushina, let's not. I don't want to end up in the hospital." Shin and Kushina arrived at the academy just in time. But someone was even later, Nawaki. Under Shin's amused gaze, Nawaki was sent out to stand in the hallway as punishment. Where's Akiko?" Shin scanned the classroom, but Akiko was nowhere to be seen. "Shin, what are you thinking about?" Mikoto asked curiously, noticing his distraction. "I was just wondering why Akiko isn't here." Kushina, who had been drowsy, suddenly perked up, her eyes fixed on Shin. "Shin, don't tell me you have a thing for Akiko," she asked suspiciously. "Kushina, your eyes are scary," Mikoto giggled. "I'm not interested in Akiko. I was just curious," Shin said, a bit exasperated. He had no interest in little girls. Besides, Akiko wasn't as pretty as Kushina or Mikoto. "I have an announcement regarding Uzumaki Akiko. I'm sure many of you are wondering why she isn't here today." Tanaka-sensei stood at the podium. "Akiko has taken a leave of absence. She won't be coming to school for a while." Shin pondered the announcement, a suspicion forming in his mind. After class, Shin approached Kai. "Kai, you live with Akiko. Do you know why she's absent?" "Why should I tell you?" Kai glared at Shin. "Good question. How about this?" Shin placed a hand on Kai's shoulder, applying pressure. Kai broke out in a cold sweat, his shoulders screaming in pain. He didn't cry out, though, maintaining his pride. But he quickly caved. "Akiko was called away early this morning. I think she went to Lady Mito's place." "Thanks for the info." Shin smiled and returned to his seat, his suspicions confirmed. He guessed that Akiko had been chosen as the Ninetales Jinchuriki. He didn't know why Akiko, but it was good news for him and Kushina. Becoming a Jinchuriki wasn't a good thing. Not everyone could be like Naruto and gain the tailed beast's approval. "Shin, you've never cared about Akiko before. Why are you suddenly interested in her?" Kushina asked when Shin returned to his seat. She knew Shin wasn't romantically interested in Akiko, but she couldn't help but feel jealous. "Because it's important to us," Shin said cryptically. If he or Kushina had been chosen as the Jinchuriki, he would have had to find a way to refuse. Now, he didn't have to worry about that. Akiko's absence meant she was probably receiving special training from Mito. Becoming a Jinchuriki wasn't easy, it required rigorous preparation. After school, they received a notice that they wouldn't be attending Mito's lessons for the time being. Shin wasn't disappointed. He had already learned everything he needed to know. Mind's eye of Kagura. Shin closed his eyes, and his surroundings appeared in his mind. He could sense chakra with incredible clarity. He had awakened the mind's eye of Kagura, a secret technique that only the Uzumaki clan could learn. Mito had taught it to him. She had also taught it to the others, but he didn't know if they had misread it. Kushina hadn't. He doubted Kai and Akiko had either. He scanned the entire Senju compound and its surroundings with his expanded sensory range. He continued using the mind's eye of Kagura for an hour before finally opening his eyes, exhaustion weighing on him. It was mental exhaustion. The chakra cost was minimal, but the strain on his mind was significant, especially with prolonged use. But it had its benefits. It slowly increased his mental power. It was one of the ways he had found to strengthen his mind. The other method was to use the system's replication cards to copy Uchiha ocular prowess. Looks like Tsunade isn't coming back. Let's eat, Shin announced to Kushina as he exited his room. I've been waiting forever. I'm starving. Kushina whined dramatically. Shin chuckled and prepared a lavish dinner. They had money now, there was no need to be frugal. After dinner, Shin trained his taijutsu and kenjutsu in the training ground. He then dispelled his shadow clones, absorbing their memories and experiences. He had secretly sent them out to train in ninjutsu. Shin organized the knowledge he had gained, refined chakra for an hour, then took a bath and prepared for bed. Just as he lay down, his door creaked open, and Kushina entered, clutching a blanket. Shin stared at her, bewildered. Kushina, what are you doing in my room? Shouldn't you be sleeping? Did you forget what you said this morning? We're sleeping together from now on. You promised. Don't tell me you're going back on your word. Kushina tried to sound fierce, but Shin only saw cuteness. Kushina, you're really going to sleep with me? Shin asked, surprised. Of course. And we've slept together before, haven't we? Kushina climbed onto the tatami mat, snuggled up next to Shin, wrapped her arms around him, and rested her head on his chest. That was when we were little. Don't you feel awkward now, Kushina? Shin inhaled the sweet scent of her hair. Not at all. I feel comfortable sleeping with you, Shin. Kushina snuggled closer, nuzzling him. Shin wasn't going to argue. That would be foolish. All right, let's get some sleep. But try to stay still. No moving around. Shin, do you dislike me? Kushina pouted. Even in the darkness, with only the moonlight filtering through the window, Shin could see her expression. Even if I were to dislike someone, it wouldn't be you. Now go to sleep. Shin pinched her cheek and closed his eyes, enjoying the warmth of this comforting presence. Kushina also felt safe in Shin's arms and quickly drifted off to sleep. Time flew by like a rushing river, and 4 years passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout those years, Shin diligently attended the ninja academy. As for graduating early, no, that had never crossed his mind. Now, it was finally time for him to graduate. Currently, the academy's program was 5 years, a year shorter than it would be in the future. The graduation exam is coming up soon. Are you nervous, Shin? Nawaki sidled up to Shin, his voice laced with anxiety. Graduating required passing an exam, and the current exam was more challenging than the one in the future. First, you had to demonstrate proficiency in the Academy 3, the substitution jutsu, transformation jutsu, and clone jutsu. Then, you had to survive a spar against a chunin for 10 minutes. Only then could you graduate. Otherwise, you were held back. The academy recognized that surviving 10 minutes against a chunin was a tall order for a student, so they allowed them to form teams. Teams could have up to 3 members. As long as one member survived the full 10 minutes, the entire team passed. That made it a bit easier. I'm not nervous, but you seem to be, Nawaki. Shin noticed Nawaki's trembling hands. Yeah, a little. It would be embarrassing to fail. How about we team up? Sorry, I've already teamed up with Kushina and Mikoto. You'll have to find someone else. Shin glanced at Kushina and Mikoto, then back at Nawaki. It was obvious who he'd rather be with. Fine. I knew it. I was going to carry you, but I guess. You don't need my help. Nawaki sulked. Soon, Tanaka-sensei arrived and announced the start of the exam. The morning was dedicated to the jutsu proficiency test. This part was easy for everyone in the class. They were in the elite class, after all, either clan members or exceptionally talented civilians. The Academy 3 posed no challenge to them. After the morning session, they didn't go home. They ate the lunch Mikoto had prepared in a quiet corner of the training ground. We're finally graduating. Does that mean we can go on missions now? Kushina asked excitedly. Mikoto was unusually quiet, her expression downcast. What's wrong, Mikoto? Are you worried about the exam? Shin asked. No, I'm confident I'll pass. But, we'll be separated after graduation, won't we? Mikoto looked at Shin, her voice laced with sadness. Don't worry, Mikoto. Maybe we'll all be assigned to the same team. Kushina said, trying to sound cheerful. But even she was worried about being separated from Shin. If you don't like your assigned team, you can always request a transfer. Shin reassured them. There was no need to worry. They could always ask Tsunade for help. Mikoto and Kushina relaxed, relieved. In the afternoon, the second part of the graduation exam commenced. Even Hiruzen Sarutobi was present. He wouldn't normally pay attention to a graduation exam, but this wasn't an ordinary class. The students in this class were the future of Konoha. Even Hiruzen couldn't ignore them. And it wasn't just Hiruzen. Danzo was also observing, looking for promising recruits for his organization. After forming their teams, they were assigned their opponents. Shin's team faced a Chunin who appeared to be around 16. His early promotion had made him arrogant, looking down on the academy students as if they were pampered and inexperienced. He didn't bother to hide his disdain. "You three should just surrender. Don't blame me if I'm rough," he sneered, gripping his kunai with contempt. "We'll see how rough you can get," Shin replied, feeling annoyed by the Chunin's arrogance. He couldn't understand why someone so lowly would act so smug. "You're asking for it." Kimura, the Chunin, sensed Shin's disdain and felt a surge of anger. How dare a mere academy student look down on him? He was determined to ensure Shin didn't graduate. "With that attitude, you'd think you were a Kage. What's with the arrogance, newbie?" Shin said calmly, already disliking this Chunin. "Begin." "No lethal force," the examiner announced, there to assess their performance and ensure safety. "No need for you two to get involved. I'll take care of him," Shin said to Kushina and Mikoto as he stepped forward confidently. Kimura glared at him, enraged by his casual demeanor. "I'll show you the difference between you and a real shinobi," he shouted, charging at Shin with impressive speed. To Shin, however, Kimura moved in slow motion. As Kimura lunged, moving his kunai toward Shin, he aimed for non-lethal areas. "Weakling," Shin said, casually deflecting the kunai and delivering a punch to Kimura's gut. The Chunin flew backward, crashing to the ground and twitching before passing out. "Examiner-san, I believe we passed," Shin asked, glancing at the examiner, who was staring at him in shock. Shin chuckled, feeling a sense of pride. He had revealed a bit of his strength but didn't care anymore. He was no longer the weakling he once was. Over the past 4 years, his skills in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and kenjutsu had improved drastically, and his Sharingan had evolved into the Mangekyo Sharingan. With his perfect sage body, he could use its powers without fear of blindness. It was time to step into the spotlight. Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto left the exam area, and Mikoto stared at Shin, astonished. "Shin, how are you so strong?" she asked, amazed that he had one punch to Chunin. "It's not that I'm strong, it's that he was weak," Shin replied modestly. Compared to legendary figures like Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, he still felt like a fledgling. "Aren't you surprised, Kushina? Did you know Shin was this strong?" Mikoto asked, looking at Kushina with envy. "Of course I knew. And I'm stronger than that guy, let alone Shin," Kushina replied confidently. While she might lack combat experience, her raw power was undeniable, placing her at elite Chunin level. Mikoto was also strong, having awakened her Sharingan, which gave her an edge against Chunin. Even without Shin's help, she could likely hold her own against Kimura. They returned to the classroom to await their team assignments. Soon, Minato, Akiko, and Sum Inazuka returned, having been a team. "You're back already. Did you pass?" Minato asked. Failing the graduation exam would be embarrassing. "You defeated the Chunin, right?" "Yep." Minato beamed, proud of their accomplishment. A while later, Nawaki returned with the Hyuga brothers, who also claimed victory. "Shin, that Chunin was so weak. We crushed him." "Yeah, Chunin are pretty weak," Shin agreed. "Shin, we're not officially Chunin yet." "It's not good to say that," Hayashi reminded him. "I meant the average Chunin," Shin clarified, acknowledging that there were exceptions. Soon, everyone in the class returned, and as the elite class, they had all passed. If even the elite students couldn't pass, the regular classes would have no hope. Tanaka-sensei entered the classroom, carrying a box. "You are all officially shinobi now. Here are your forehead protectors. Come and get them." The box contained their forehead protectors, a symbol of their graduation and their new status as shinobi. Also, team assignments will be announced tomorrow morning, so please come back then. Tanaka-sensei dismissed the class. Nawaki invited his friends to celebrate, including Shin and the others. As dusk fell, Shin and Kushina said goodbye to Mikoto and headed back to the Senju compound with Nawaki. "Hey, Nawaki, where did you get the money?" Shin asked, curious about how Nawaki had treated them to dinner. "Sis hasn't borrowed any money from me for the past few years. I've been saving up. And now that I'm a shinobi, I'll be making my own money." Shin shook his head, skeptical. Did Nawaki really think making money as a shinobi was easy? Small missions barely paid anything, and the high-paying ones were dangerous. Back at the compound, Shin stopped Nawaki before he could go to his own residence. "Nawaki, you dream of becoming Hokage, right? Now that you're a shinobi, you'll be facing danger. Be careful." Nawaki paused, then smiled. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. You and Kushina should be the ones being careful." Nawaki left, and Shin and Kushina returned to Tsunade's courtyard. To their surprise, Tsunade was home. Surprised to see me? Tsunade asked, noticing their expressions. Yeah, you said you'd be gone for a few days on a mission. What are you doing here? Shin's eyes swept over Tsunade's figure. Her most noticeable change in the past 4 years was striking. He couldn't fathom how she had transformed so much. The mission was cancelled. Now hurry up and make me dinner. I'm starving. Why should Shin cook for you? We already ate. You're on your own. Kushina stuck her tongue out at Tsunade. Shin, if you make me dinner, I'll give you a surprise tomorrow. Tsunade ignored Kushina and looked at Shin expectantly. A surprise? Shin looked at her thoughtfully. Hey, what's with that look? I hate that know-it-all expression. Fine, I'll make you dinner. I look forward to your surprise. Shin smiled and headed to the kitchen. Kushina and Tsunade glared at each other. Why don't you make your own dinner? Why bother Shin? Kushina grumbled. Duh, if I could cook, I wouldn't be starving. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Tsunade's cooking skills were, well, let's just say they were not the best. Wait, you said you already ate. Tsunade suddenly remembered Kushina's earlier comment. Yeah, we had yakiniku. Nawaki treated us. It was delicious, Kushina said, deliberately trying to make Tsunade jealous. Tsunade gritted her teeth. That little rascal, treating everyone but his own sister. Of course, Nawaki had no idea she was home. It was 11 at night. Kushina tiptoed into Shin's room. Shin was still awake. Shin, I'm here to sleep with you. Kushina lunged towards him, but a hand shot out and grabbed her by the collar. Hey, put me down, Tsunade. You mean it? Kushina shrieked, glaring at Tsunade. She hadn't expected Tsunade to be awake at this hour. I knew you'd sneak in here. Back to your own room, young lady. Tsunade dragged Kushina away, ignoring her protests. Kushina cast a pleading look at Shin, but he could only offer a helpless shrug. Tsunade, what's it to you if I sleep with Shin? Kushina demanded. You're both too old to be sharing a bed now. Tsunade ignored Kushina's further protests and tossed her back into her own room. Kushina pouted, defeated. The next morning at breakfast, Kushina glared at Tsunade before dragging Shin off to school. Little brat, still glaring at me. Just you wait, Tsunade muttered under her breath. At the academy, Shin noticed that they were the last to arrive. Even Nawaki, who was usually late, was already there. The students, all wearing their forehead protectors, were a mix of excitement and nervousness. After the team assignments, they would be real shinobi, ready to go on missions. Shin, who do you think your Jonin-sensei will be? Nawaki asked excitedly. My guess is your sister, Tsunade, Shin replied. Tsunade had promised him a surprise yesterday, and he suspected this was it. Really? Did she tell you? Did she say who my sensei would be? Nawaki looked at Shin with anticipation. She didn't tell me. It's just a guess. Who do you want your sensei to be, Nawaki? Shin shook his head. It wasn't confirmed, but he was pretty sure Tsunade would be their Jonin-sensei. I want Orochimaru-sama. Nawaki's eyes shone with admiration. He seemed genuinely eager to be on Orochimaru's team. Shin gave him a strange look. Orochimaru. What was so appealing about him? I don't understand why you like that guy. Shin shook his head. He didn't dislike Orochimaru, but he didn't particularly like him either. The current Orochimaru wasn't as sinister as he would become. Orochimaru-sama is a genius, one of the strongest in Konoha. He's way stronger than my sister. Nawaki seemed to idolize Orochimaru. Don't let your sister hear you say that, or you'll be in trouble, Kushina warned. Settle down. Tanaka-sensei entered the classroom. Seeing the chaos, his face darkened. Nawaki scurried back to his seat, and the others followed suit. Tanaka-sensei was still a formidable presence. The team assignments began. One by one, Jonin entered the classroom, read out the names of their team members and left. Team 3, Senju Nawaki, Uzumaki Kai, Hyuga Hizashi. Orochimaru entered, read the names, and left without a word. Nawaki's face lit up. He couldn't believe he was actually on Orochimaru's team. He rushed out with Kai and Hizashi. Team 5, Namikaze Minato, Uzumaki Akiko, Inazuka Tsum. Follow me. Jiraiya entered and called out the names. Minato and his team left, and the classroom grew emptier. Uzumaki Shin, Uzumaki Kushina, Uchiha Mikoto, you three are Team 9. Come with me. When only a few students remained, Tsunade entered and called out their names. Shin smiled. He had guessed correctly that Tsunade was their Jonin-sensei. They followed her to a training ground in Konoha. Shin, you don't seem surprised at all, Tsunade observed. I already guessed it was you. This must be the surprise you mentioned. You guessed it again. How annoying, Kushina scowled, not thrilled about having Tsunade as their sensei. She almost wanted to request a transfer. Mikoto, however, was delighted, not because of Tsunade, but because she was on the same team as Shin and Kushina. Now, I'll assess your abilities. Don't hold back, Tsunade said. She needed to know their capabilities to assign them appropriate missions. Is this assessment really necessary? Shin asked. Of course. I can't assign you missions without knowing your strength. Unless you want to do D-rank missions, then we can skip this. In Konoha, there were 5 mission ranks. D-rank missions were the lowest, simple tasks with no combat or risk, such as weeding or babysitting. C-rank missions involved some risk of injury, but no combat against enemy shinobi. B-rank missions were dangerous, often involving combat. A-rank missions were even more perilous, often involving jonin or stronger opponents. Genin weren't allowed to participate in S-rank missions, the most dangerous, which required elite jonin or Kage-level shinobi. Fresh graduates usually started with D-rank missions, but it seemed Tsunade wasn't planning on giving them those. That was fine with Shin. He had no interest in low-level missions. Come on, attack me with all your might. If you impress me, I might even give you a reward, Tsunade encouraged. You don't have to tell me twice. Kushina cracked her knuckles, eager to fight. Then let's begin. Tsunade lunged at Kushina, her fist aimed at her head. Shin reacted instantly, pulling Kushina out of the way and grabbing Mikoto, leaping back to put distance between them and Tsunade. Hey, Tsunade, you're an elite jonin attacking 3 genin fresh out of the academy. And you're not even holding back. What did you say, brat? Tsunade glared at Shin. If they were ordinary genin, she might have been going a bit overboard, but Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto were far from ordinary. She didn't know the extent of Shin's strength, but she knew he was a genius. As for Kushina, being an Uzumaki meant she couldn't be weak. And Uchiha Mikoto. While Tsunade didn't know her well, she was an Uchiha, she couldn't be weak either. Take this. Tsunade targeted Shin next. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Mikoto formed hand seals and unleashed a fireball at Tsunade. Tsunade was impressed, not many genin could use jutsu with such proficiency. Tsunade channeled chakra to her fist and extinguished the fireball with a powerful burst of air pressure. Shin, let's see how much you've improved. She lunged at him, her fist propelled by a gust of wind that forced Kushina and Mikoto to retreat. She's serious. Shin clenched his fist, not dodging but meeting Tsunade's attack head-on. The ground cracked beneath him, and Tsunade was thrown back several meters, her arm numb. But the numbness was nothing to her. She used the mystical palm jutsu, and it vanished. Brat, how are you so strong? Tsunade asked, bewildered. Simple. If you trained as hard as I do, you wouldn't be so weak, Shin replied with a smirk. You think you're stronger than me just because you landed a lucky punch. I wasn't even using my full strength. Tsunade was amused. And you think I was? Shin's eyes gleamed. He decided to fight Tsunade seriously, seeing this as a good opportunity to test his strength. Tsunade, use your full strength, or I might just send you to the hospital. Shin's chakra flared, powerful enough to shake the surrounding trees. Tsunade gulped. Was this kid a monster? Your chakra is impressive, Shin, but chakra alone doesn't determine strength, she said, knowing that effective use was key. You're right, but I'm strong in every aspect. As soon as he finished speaking, Shin vanished. A wave of intense danger washed over Tsunade, sending chills down her spine. It had been a long time since she had felt this threatened. But her reflexes were still sharp. She activated her monstrous strength and dodged just in time. Shin's axe kick landed where she had been standing, slamming into the ground with a boom. A massive crater formed, the earth around Shin collapsing. Tsunade's jaw dropped. That kick was devastating. Even her strongest attack, the heavenly foot of pain, couldn't cause this much destruction. And his speed. She had barely dodged in time. If that had connected, she would have been done for. Missed. Too bad, Shin said with a smile. Brat, are you trying to kill me? Tsunade grumbled. If you couldn't dodge, I would have stopped at the last moment. I have control. What if you couldn't stop in time? Tsunade challenged. Well, then there's nothing I can do. I'll visit your grave next year, Shin replied with a sigh. Kushina, who had been stunned into silence, burst out laughing. Her laughter snapped Mikoto out of her daze. She stared at Shin in disbelief. That kick must have been A-rank level. How could he be so strong? If they knew that wasn't even his full power, they might faint. Shin had only used 80% of his strength. He had never neglected his taijutsu training. With shadow clones helping him train in ninjutsu and fuinjutsu, he had focused mostly on taijutsu and kenjutsu. His perfect sage body ensured that even without training, he would have been physically strong. He had also copied the physique of a taijutsu master. His physical strength couldn't be judged by his age. Not only could his chakra rival that of a tailed beast, but so could his strength. He wondered how he compared to the third Reikage in terms of physical prowess. Perhaps the current third Reikage was still stronger, given his age and experience. But in terms of potential, Shin was far superior. The third Reikage had already reached his peak, while Shin still had room to grow. Tsunade, are we going to continue our spar? Shin asked. Of course. You think I'm afraid of a little brat like you? Tsunade's chakra flared as she activated her strength of 100 seal. Her punches and kicks now carried monstrous power. Come on, show me what you've got. Tsunade was taking Shin seriously now. After his display of strength and speed, she couldn't underestimate him. She used the body flicker jutsu to close the distance and aimed a punch at Shin's face. Trying to rearrange my face, are you? Shin blocked the punch and grabbed her wrist, flinging her away. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Shin unleashed a massive fireball, far more powerful than Mikoto's. It was a C-rank jutsu, but in his hands, it rivaled a B-rank. He had Mikoto to thank for this jutsu. She had taught it to him. That's incredible. Mikoto gasped, her eyes wide. Shin's fireball jutsu was over 10 times stronger than hers. Tsunade, airborne, quickly formed hand seals and used the substitution jutsu, replacing herself with a log. But the danger wasn't over. Shin appeared behind her, a rasengan swirling in his hand. How is he so fast? Relying on her years of battle experience, Tsunade narrowly dodged the rasengan. If I had used the adamantine sealing chains, you'd be down for the count, Tsunade, Shin remarked. The chains would have restrained her, leaving her vulnerable to the rasengan. Tsunade had a weakness, her lack of long-range attacks. Relying solely on taijutsu put her at a disadvantage. Where did you learn that jutsu? It doesn't require any hand seals. Tsunade asked, referring to the rasengan. She understood the significance of a jutsu that could be activated instantly. I created it, Shin replied casually. Minato hadn't invented it yet, so Shin could claim credit. You're full of surprises. I thought you were a genius, but you're a monster. Is that a compliment or an insult, Tsunade? Shin asked, rubbing his nose. Let's continue. I won't be defeated by a brat like you. Hold on. Shin stopped her. He wasn't interested in fighting anymore. He had a good grasp of his strength now. Besides, fighting Tsunade with restrictions was boring. There's no point continuing. Let's call it a draw. Shin was being generous. If they continued, Tsunade would lose. You win, brat. I admit defeat. Tsunade glared at him. She knew she couldn't defeat him. It was embarrassing, but she wasn't afraid to admit it. How did you get so strong? Tsunade asked, incredulous. She was an elite jonin, bordering on Kage level, but she couldn't defeat a 10-year-old. No one would believe it. That's the difference between a genius and an ordinary person. Reality is cruel. Shin's smug grin annoyed Tsunade. Was she not a genius? She was indignant, but compared to Shin, she didn't seem that special. No, that wasn't right. She was a genius. It was just that Shin was extraordinary. By the way, Tsunade, you mentioned a reward. I think we earned it. Shin smiled. You did. Here's the strength of 100 seal. Since I'm your sensei now, I should teach you something. Tsunade handed him the scroll, surprising Shin. This was her signature technique. Besides medical ninjutsu, the strength of 100 seal was what she was known for. But don't teach it to anyone else, Tsunade said sternly. She was willing to share her knowledge, but she didn't want it spreading. We're not idiots. We won't, Shin assured her. Thank you, Tsunade-sensei, Mikoto said gratefully. Look at Mikoto, so polite. She even called me sensei. Learn from her, you. Tsunade glared at Shin and Kushina. Kushina glared right back, while Shin focused on the strength of 100 seal scroll. It involved precise chakra control, focusing chakra throughout the body, and releasing it in a burst of power strong enough to shatter walls. Shin studied the scroll and realized it wasn't that difficult. It was simply a technique for unleashing explosive power with chakra. This is easy. Shin focused, controlling his chakra with ease. With his powerful mind and chakra control, this was child's play. He channeled chakra throughout his body, feeling it coat him like armor. So that was how Tsunade could withstand the recoil. The chakra acted as a buffer. This meant the strength of 100 seal wasn't just for offense. It could also be used defensively. Tsunade gaped at him. She had been annoyed when Shin called the technique easy, but now he was using it. He might not be displaying its power, but she could tell he hadn't stretched it. However, he was using it differently. She usually focused the chakra in one area, like her fist or leg. Shin, on the other hand, was channeling it throughout his body. Was this the privilege of having massive chakra reserves? You really are impressive, Tsunade said, shaking her head. It's not that difficult. Anyone with good chakra control can learn it. Shin was telling the truth. The strength of 100 seal was powerful and versatile, but it was easy to learn, no harder than a C-rank jutsu, assuming you had excellent chakra control. Kushina and Mikoto also started practicing. They couldn't master it instantly like Shin, but with his guidance, they learned it within half a day. You've almstred tree climbing and water walking. No wonder you learned the strength of 100 seals so quickly. Tsunade was no longer surprised by their rapid progress. Well, I guess I have nothing left to teach you. Let's start taking missions tomorrow. She sounded a bit disappointed. Tsunade, want to learn a jutsu? Shin asked, a rasengan swirling to life in his hand. Tsunade had taught them her secret technique. He didn't mind returning the favor. You're going to teach me that no hand seals jutsu. Tsunade was surprised. Not many shinobi were willing to share their jutsu. Of course, you taught us your secret strength of 100 seal technique. It's only fair that I teach you something in return. Besides, don't you want to learn it? Well, since you're offering, I suppose I'll learn it, Tsunade said with playful arrogance. Shin's lips twitched. He hadn't expected Tsunade to be so teasing. He explained the rasengan training method to Tsunade and even provided personal guidance. But even so, it wasn't something that could be mastered quickly. It would take at least a few days. This rasengan is pretty good, but I don't see how it's useful for me, Tsunade said. No hand seals jutsu were powerful, but her fists were just as strong. Why bother with the rasengan when she could just punch her enemies? Don't underestimate the rasengan. It has a lot of potential. The basic rasengan is a non-elemental jutsu, but you can add chakra nature transformations to create even stronger jutsu, Shin explained. In the original story, Naruto had taken the rasengan to incredible heights. And the rasengan isn't limited to close-range combat. It can be used for long-range attacks as well. Shin held out his hand, chakra gathering and swirling into a rasengan. He increased the chakra output, the pale blue sphere deepening in color. Then he threw it. The rasengan struck a rock 30 meters away, exploding on impact, pulverizing the rock and creating a small crater. You can throw the rasengan. Kushina gasped. Yes, but you need to make it more condensed and stable. Naruto, in the original story, couldn't throw the rasengan, but Shin, after some research, had figured it out. The reason the rasengan couldn't be thrown was that its unstable rotation would cause it to dissipate once it left the user's control. By increasing its stability, it could be thrown. But this came with a drawback: increased chakra consumption. Making the rasengan more stable required more chakra. A thrown rasengan consumed 3 times the chakra of a regular rasengan. It was a trade-off, but Shin had chakra to spare. For him, the benefits outweighed the costs. Kushina and Tsunade's eyes lit up as Shin explained how to throw the rasengan. Mikoto, however, sighed. Shin had already taught her the rasengan, but she couldn't throw it. She didn't have enough chakra. The Uchiha clan had decent chakra reserves, but they couldn't compare to the Senju and Uzumaki. Mikoto could barely create 2 rasengan. It was an A-rank jutsu, after all. Even though it was less chakra-intensive than other A-rank jutsu, it still required a significant amount. Let's head back for today. Meet me at this training ground tomorrow, Tsunade said. You two go ahead. I'll train here for a bit. Tsunade nodded and left with Kushina and Mikoto. Kushina had wanted to stay, but Tsunade dragged her away. Once they were gone, Shin activated the mind's eye of Kagura, confirming that there was no one within several dozen kilometers. His eyes turned crimson, 3 black tomos swirling. The tomos spun faster and faster, merging into a 5-pointed shuriken shape. The Mangekyo Sharingan. The Sharingan was a reflection of the heart. When it evolved from the 3-tomo stage to the Mangekyo Sharingan, it awakened 3 new abilities. Besides the Susanoo, which was common to all Mangekyo Sharingan, the other 2 abilities were unique to each user, born from their deepest desires. The Mangekyo Sharingan could awaken incredibly powerful abilities, like Obito Uchiha's Kemui and Shursui Uchiha's Kodo Amitsukami. Shin's abilities were even more formidable. His left eye's ability, Yamatsu Hirasaka, was the ultimate space-time ninjutsu, allowing him to travel between dimensions instantaneously without the need for markings or formulas. It was far superior to the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, which could only be used by those possessing all 3 dojutsu, the Sharingan, Byakugan, and Rinnegan. In the original story, only Kagaya Otsutsuki and Urashiki Otsutsuki could use this jutsu. However, Shin could utilize it even without the Byakugan and Rinnegan. His right eye's ability, Tenmamai, was even more powerful. It allowed Shin to rewind his personal time by 3 minutes. While 3 minutes might not seem significant, in battle, it was a game changer. If he was injured, he could rewind time and undo the damage. Unless someone could defeat him instantly, they wouldn't be able to harm him. He could be injured one moment and perfectly fine the next. Combined with Yamatsu Hirasaka, his survivability was practically unmatched. Am I really that afraid of death? Shin chuckled to himself. He decided to test his new abilities. He took out a kunai and slashed his arm. His clothes tore, but his skin remained unharmed. Shin blinked, wondering if his skin had become so tough that even a kunai couldn't pierce it. Looks like I'll have to use the big guns. He took out a scroll and unsealed a sword. After making a small cut on his arm, he activated Tenmamai, and the wound vanished instantly. However, his clothes remained torn, indicating that Tenmamai only affected his body. The chakra and dojutsu strain was significant, as using Tenmamai didn't rewind the chakra and dojutsu exhaustion he had experienced. Shin experimented with Yamatsu Hirasaka. This technique could be used offensively to shorten the distance for long-range jutsu or to disrupt and ambush opponents. It was also versatile for defensive purposes, allowing for evasion and escape. The chakra cost was manageable, but the strain on his eyes was considerable. His Mangekyo Sharingan had limited ocular power, and without the perfect sage body, using these abilities too often could risk blindness. Once depleted, the Mangekyo Sharingan's power couldn't be replenished. There were two ways to overcome this: evolve it into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan or transplant Hashirama's cells and survive. With his perfect sage body, Shin didn't have to worry about permanent blindness, as his ocular power would regenerate. However, he was concerned about running out mid-battle, as regeneration took time. If he evolved his Mangekyo Sharingan into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he would have practically unlimited ocular power, matching the regeneration rate to the consumption rate. He needed to find a way to evolve his Sharingan quickly. After awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shin sensed a resonance between his eyes and his body. Influenced by his perfect sage body, his ocular power was slowly increasing. Once it reached a certain threshold, his Mangekyo Sharingan would evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. The sage body and the Sharingan represented a perfect balance. Time to head back. Kushina will be looking for me. Shin headed towards the Senju compound, his sword strapped to his back. This was no ordinary sword, it was one he had taken from the Uzumaki clan shrine. After some research, he discovered it was one of the Kusanagi swords. There were 11 Kusanagi swords in the Naruto world, and while Shin's sword didn't have the lengthening ability of Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword or the sealing ability of Itachi's Tatsuka blade, it did possess the chakra-conducting ability of Sasuke's sword. Its greatest strengths were its durability and sharpness, capable of cutting through steel with ease. Shin didn't need any special abilities. He just needed a sword that could withstand his strength and swordsmanship. Back at the courtyard, he saw a feast laid out on the table. His face paled. Who made this? He looked at Tsunade and Kushina suspiciously. The food looked and smelled delicious, but to him, it felt risky. I did, Mikoto said, emerging from the kitchen with a pot of miso soup. Oh, Mikoto. That's a relief. Shin sat down, ignoring Tsunade and Kushina's glares. Mikoto, you didn't go home. Why, Shin? Don't you want me here? Mikoto's gentle gaze made Shin feel a strange sense of unease. Was it just his imagination? Mikoto was so sweet, how could she be dangerous? Of course I'm glad you're here, Mikoto. I was just curious. I asked her to stay, Tsunade said, explaining that knowing Mikoto had no family, she had invited her to stay, hoping she would keep Kushina company and prevent her from sneaking into Shin's room at night. The next morning, Tsunade took Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto to the Hokage's office to accept a mission. They didn't need to see the Hokage for ordinary missions. He'd be overwhelmed. But as new graduates, if they wanted to take on missions above D rank, they needed his approval. Sandame, I want to take on a higher level mission. Please sign this application. Tsunade placed the form in front of Hiruzen. A higher level mission. Hiruzen frowned, glancing at Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto. No, he said, shaking his head. They're new graduates. They should start with D-rank missions to gain experience. What kind of experience? How to be better farmers. Hiruzen's lips twitched. Tsunade had a point. D-rank missions were mostly useless and didn't provide any real training. But what if they're in danger? I'll take responsibility. Just sign the form. Tsunade slammed the form on his desk. Fine. Hiruzen sighed and signed the form. With Tsunade leading the team, he wasn't that worried. Tsunade took them to the mission assignment desk. What kind of mission do you want? She asked. Something with action, Shin said after exchanging glances with Kushina and Mikoto. The type of mission didn't matter, as long as it helped Kushina and Mikoto grow. For a new genin, the best way to grow was through real combat. If you didn't have the resolve to face danger, you shouldn't be a shinobi. It wasn't a merciful profession, facing threats was part of the job. Tsunade nodded. Let's take this C-rank mission, Bandit Extermination. She handed the form to the mission desk clerk and accepted the mission. Bandit Extermination was a common mission for genin teams. Being a bandit in the shinobi world was a tough job. New graduates, after completing a few D-rank missions, would move on to higher-level missions. Sending new graduates against experienced shinobi was out of the question. But they needed to experience real combat to become true shinobi. Killing innocent people was unacceptable. Shinobi weren't executioners, so bandits were the next best thing. They were a menace, and dealing with them was a public service. Shin's mind echoed with the system's voice. New mission available. Food. He opened the mission panel and saw the Bandit Extermination mission. Bandit Extermination. Eliminate the bandits near Nishimura. Reward, 1 common replication card. Failure, no penalty. Assist a mission. Shin was finally seeing another mission, the first one since arriving in Konoha 5 years ago. And a chance to get another replication card. Even a common card was valuable to him. Currently, he had 3 replication cards. The system gifted him 1 card annually. In the past 4 years he had received 4 cards, 1 advanced and 3 common. He hadn't used the advanced cards yet. They were precious, capable of copying Kekkei Genkai. He had used the common cards to copy Sharingan prowess, which had helped him awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. By accumulating enough ocular power through repeated copying, he had forced his Sharingan to evolve. Shin immediately accepted the mission. He was going on this mission anyway. Getting a replication card was a bonus. System, will you issue missions that match the missions I take on? Shin was excited by the possibility. If that were the case, he could become a mission emissary, grinding missions to farm system rewards. Do not get your hopes up, Lisa. There is no pattern to the system's mission assignments. The system's response dashed his hopes, leaving him disappointed. Shin, let's go. What are you daydreaming about? Kushina nudged him. Shin snapped back to reality and followed Kushina and Mikoto. They didn't know he had been communicating with the system. Tsunade-san. What a coincidence. We meet again. A ninja with light blue hair, a handsome face, and a jonin vest greeted Tsunade. Tsunade frowned. Kato-dan, this is the 5th time this week. The first time was a coincidence. The second time, maybe. But the 3rd, 4th and 5th. Really? Her bluntness made Dan's smile falter. Shin observed Dan. Dan looked at Shin and the others, seemingly trying to deflect the awkwardness. These must be your students. You're Uzumaki Shin, right? I'm Kato-dan. Nice to meet you. Dan smiled at Shin, but Shin sensed malice. He trusted his instincts. After awakening the mind's eye of Kagura, he had gained the ability to sense negative emotions directed at him. Dan might be smiling, but his malice was clear to Shin. Shin frowned. He had never interacted with Dan before. Why the hostility? Was it because of Tsunade? Whatever the reason, Dan clearly disliked him. Shin wasn't going to be polite. He glanced at Dan, then ignored him completely. Dan's smile became strained, and his eyes flashed with anger before he turned and left with his team. You don't seem to like him very much. Tsunade looked at Shin with amusement. Are you jealous that he's talking to me? Do you have a crush on me, little Shin? Even though you're young, if you confess your feelings, I might be impressed by your courage and give you a chance. Shin's lips twitched. Tsunade, you're so self-centered. I was rude to him because he was giving me bad vibes. It has nothing to do with you. Yeah, Tsunade, you're so full of yourself. Shin likes me, don't you, Shin? Kushina suddenly clung to Shin's arm. Brat, I gave you a chance and you didn't take it. Tsunade raised her fist playfully, aiming for Shin's head. He dodged easily. Tsunade, with that violent temper, you'll never get married, Shin teased. Tsunade scowled. If I can't find anyone else, I'll marry you. And if you refuse, I'll make sure you regret it. Shin quickly backed away, feeling a chill. Kushina's expression shifted. She didn't like the idea of being violent. Should she try to be more gentle? She glanced at Mikoto, her eyes filled with suspicion. Mikoto was gentle. Would Shin like her? From Kushina's observations, Mikoto seemed to like Shin. She was a rival. She had thought Tsunade, the cougar, was her biggest threat, but it seemed Mikoto was the one to watch out for. Mikoto was confused by Kushina's sudden hostility and had no idea what was going on in her mind. Shin, you said Dan was giving you bad vibes. Tsunade asked. Yeah, don't you believe me? Shin replied. Tsunade shook her head. I believe you. And there's something else that's been bothering me. What is it? Shin asked curiously. Want to know? A mischievous smile spread across Tsunade's face. Shin had a bad feeling about this. If you want to know, come here and let me pinch your cheeks. On second thought, I don't need to know that badly. Shin rolled his eyes. Brat, don't try to weasel your way out of this. You promised to let me pinch your cheeks if I kept your strength a secret. What promise? Sorry, I have a bad memory. Kushina, did I promise Tsunade anything? Shin asked innocently. Nope, I don't remember anything. Kushina shook her head. She wasn't going to let Tsunade take advantage of Shin. Tsunade glared at them. Fine, I'll tell you. Kato-dan asked me about you a while back. I thought it was strange, but I didn't think much of it at the time, she said, giving in. Shin frowned. Dan had asked about him. They had never interacted. Why would he do that? Had he met Dan before? Shin thought it over, but he couldn't think of anything. He had been keeping a low profile in Konoha and didn't know enough about Dan to understand his motives. Finally out of the village. Kushina skipped ahead, a cheerful grin on her face. She hadn't left Konoha since arriving. Mikoto also looked around curiously, taking in the sights. Hey, it's more dangerous outside the village. Don't let your guard down, Tsunade warned. Most shinobi died because of carelessness. It was important to be vigilant at all times. Okay. Kushina ran back to Shin, who seemed lost in thought. Shin, are you still thinking about that guy? She asked, nudging him. Yeah, it's hard not to. Shin nodded. He was contemplating how to deal with Kato Dan. Since Dan harbored ill will towards him, he was an enemy. The best way to deal with an enemy was to nip the threat in the bud. But there was no opportunity in Konoha. If he was discovered, his only option would be to defect. He was enjoying his life in Konoha. He didn't want to become a missing nin, constantly on the run. There's a shinobi approaching. Shin turned and looked back. Tsunade immediately followed his gaze. She didn't see anyone, but she trusted Shin's judgment. He had proven himself to be reliable. Shin's eyes widened as he saw the approaching shinobi. It was Kato Dan. Tsunade-san, finally caught up to you. Dan and his three-man team arrived, smiles on their faces. What are you doing here, Dan-san? Tsunade asked coldly. Dan, unfazed by her hostility, replied smoothly, the Sandaime Hokage sent me to assist you with your mission. Really? Tsunade eyed him skeptically. Did they really need assistance for a simple bandit extermination mission? We don't need your help. Go back. Tsunade waved them away dismissively. Dan feigned a troubled expression. I apologize, Tsunade-san, but these are the Hokage's orders. I can't disobey. Tsunade, since it's the Hokage's kind intention, let's accept their help. It'll make things easier for us, Shin said with a smile, as if welcoming him. Tsunade, Kushina, and Mikoto looked at Shin strangely. They didn't believe his act for a second. Dan's smile faltered. Shin's expression seemed familiar. It was the same fake smile he himself often wore. Fine, follow us. But don't get in our way, Tsunade said, glancing at Dan and his team. She didn't know what Shin was planning, but she decided to play along. Dan-san, we look forward to working with you, Shin said with a smile. Likewise, Dan replied, mirroring Shin's expression. That's so fake, Kushina muttered, shivering. Tsunade and Mikoto shared her sentiment. With Dan and his team tagging along, the atmosphere became awkward. No one spoke. Shinobi traveled quickly. Within half a day, they reached their destination, Nishimura. Where are the bandits? Kushina asked, eager for action. Not far from here. See that mountain? According to the mission details, they're hiding there. 6 of them, all civilians. Only 6. Shin was surprised. He had expected a larger group, but he had overestimated the bandit population. Within the Land of Fire, bandits were rare, constantly hunted by shinobi. After searching for half an hour, they finally found the bandits. Shin had expected some kind of hideout, but they were living in a cave. How pathetic. The 6 bandits were all skinny and malnourished. Were they really bandits? They looked more like refugees. Are those really bandits? They look so pitiful, Kushina said. I guess so. That's what the intel said. Even Tsunade wasn't sure. If these were bandits, they were the most pathetic bandits she had ever seen. Boss looked. Women. One of the skinny bandits called out to their leader, a lanky man standing in the middle. No doubt about it, I have eyes. Kill the men, keep the women. The leader drew a rusty sword and charged forward. Can't you see we're shinobi? Do you not see our forehead protectors? Shin was speechless. Fighting these bandits was an insult to his skills. Mikoto, Kushina, I'll leave them to you. I believe in you, he said. This mission was mainly for Mikoto and Kushina's benefit. Shin had faced enemy ninja when he was 5. Despite the bandits' obvious lack of strength, Kushina and Mikoto were nervous. Even Kushina, who had been eager for action, froze. Kushina, Mikoto, if you don't do something, this guy is going to get me. Shin looked at the bandit leader, who was about to reach him, and sighed dramatically. Huh. Kushina and Mikoto snapped out of their daze. Seeing the bandit leader about to strike Shin, their eyes turned serious. They threw their kunai with deadly accuracy. The bandit leader's eyes widened as one kunai pierced his neck and the other his heart. Mikoto and Kushina ignored the fallen bandit and rushed to Shin. Shin, are you okay? Why didn't you dodge? If I dodged, you too would have hesitated even longer, Shin replied. But that was dangerous. What if you got hurt? Kushina glared at him. I didn't get hurt, did I? And do you really think he could hurt me? A malnourished civilian. If that guy could hurt him, he might as well give up. You're not scared at all, are you? Shin asked with a smile. Kushina and Mikoto finally looked at the fallen bandit. Kushina's expression was grim, while Mikoto's was pale. They had been too worried about Shin to pay attention to the bandit they had killed. Now that the adrenaline was wearing off, the reality of what they had done was sinking in. Kushina had seen far worse during the destruction of Mizukage, but taking a life, even a bandit's, still weighed heavily on her. Mikoto, who hadn't experienced such trauma, was shaken. Tsunade remained silent, letting them process their emotions. This was an important step for every shinobi. Kushina, Mikoto, they're getting away. Shin pointed at the remaining 5 bandits, who were fleeing in panic after their leader's death. Kushina reacted first. Without using any jutsu, she threw 2 shuriken, taking down 2 bandits instantly. Mikoto, her initial shock subsiding, activated her Sharingan and unleashed a fireball jutsu, incinerating another bandit. She then threw a kunai, taking out the 4th. Mikoto might look gentle, but she was a fierce fighter when necessary. Shin finished off the last bandit with a kunai. Congratulations, Mr. Mission complete. Reward, 1 common replication card. Looks like you've taken care of the bandits. Kato Dan arrived, having witnessed the last bandit's defeat. Tsunade frowned at him. I thought you were waiting at the bottom of the mountain. Why are you here? Dan hadn't followed them up the mountain. I was a bit worried, so I came to check. It seems the bandits have been dealt with. Your students are quite impressive, Tsunade-san, Dan said with a smile. Dan-san, where are the 3 genin you brought with you? Shin's sharp gaze made Dan feel exposed. They didn't come with me. I left them waiting at the bottom, Dan replied, his smile stiffening. Dan-san, are you familiar with the Uzumaki clan's secret technique, the mind's eye of Kagura? It can sense chakra within a radius of several dozen kilometers and pinpoint their location. Dan's smile faltered, then vanished completely. Everyone's chakra is unique. I memorized the chakra signatures of the 3 genin you brought with you. But I can't sense them. Care to explain, hinted. Tsunade's eyes narrowed. She knew about the mind's eye of Kagura. Her grandmother, Mido, had told her about it. It was a powerful sensory technique, comparable to the Byakugan. She believed Shin. If he couldn't sense those genin, there were only 2 possibilities. They had left, or they were in danger. They couldn't have left, even she couldn't cover that much distance in such a short time. That left only one possibility, they were in danger. Kato-dan, explain yourself. Tsunade was ready to confront him. Tsunade, you're not going to believe this brat, are you? Dan said, frowning. I believe Shin. He's more trustworthy than you. Tsunade channeled chakra to her fist, creating a gust of wind. Dan gulped, his heart pounding. He knew how strong Tsunade's punches were. She could seriously injure him with a single blow. Also, I sensed 5 unfamiliar chakra signatures at the bottom of the mountain. Judging by their strength, they're at least Jonin level, maybe even elite. Shin stared at Dan. Those 5 shinobi were definitely connected to him. Looks like I've been found out. Dan dropped the act. There was no point pretending anymore. His previously gentle expression turned cold. He took out a signal flare and launched it into the air. Tsunade, don't attack yet, Shin stopped her. Hey, brat, what are you doing? This guy is clearly up to something. We need to apprehend him. Relax, I'm ready for whatever he throws at us. But first, I have some questions for him. Shin interrupted Tsunade, his eyes fixed on Dan. Dan-san, we have no quarrel. Why do you dislike me so much? This was what Shin wanted to know. He hadn't done anything to provoke Dan. I'll tell you now that I've been exposed. It's Lord Danzo's order. He wants me to bring you back. Dan glared at Shin. Danzo. You're working for Danzo. Shin was surprised. That man Danzo. Tsunade clenched her fists in anger. Kushina and Mikoto didn't know who Danzo was, but they understood that Dan was the enemy. They prepared for battle. I can't believe it. But why would Danzo target me? Shin was baffled. He had been keeping a low profile. Why was Danzo interested in him? Shin couldn't help but feel a bit narcissistic. I don't know Lord Danzo's reasons. My mission is to bring you back and eliminate Tsunade. Dan looked at Tsunade. His mission was twofold, capture Shin and kill Tsunade. That BSTRD wants me dead. Tsunade was furious. She wanted to confront Dan and then deal with Danzo. Just then, Dan's reinforcements arrived. 5 masked ninja, dressed similarly to Umbu. They were probably Root members. Shin's eyes narrowed as he noticed the only red-haired ninja among them. Uzumaki Hikaru, is that you? Among the Uzumaki survivors who came to Konoha, besides Shin and Kushina, there were Akiko, Kai, and Hikaru, the only adult. Shin hadn't expected him to join Root and become Danzo's follower. He suddenly understood why Danzo had targeted him. Shin's lineage was a secret. He had both Uzumaki and Uchiha BLD. Kushina didn't know the full details, and neither did Akiko or Kai. They were too young. But Hikaru knew. If he had told Danzo, it would explain his interest in Shin. He probably wanted to capture Shin for research. After all, who knew what kind of power a combination of Uzumaki and Uchiha BLD could produce? Danzo would be intrigued. As for killing Tsunade, that was also understandable. It would weaken both the Senju clan and the Sandaime Hokage. 2 birds with 1 stone. Shin, you said that's Uzumaki Hikaru? Kushina asked, moving closer to Shin. Shin nodded. His senses couldn't be wrong. He could sense the Uzumaki's sage body. The Uzumaki's chakra, due to their sage body, was different from others. A sensitive sensor could detect it. Shin, with his mind's eye of Kagura, was practically the best sensor there was. He hadn't been able to sense Hikaru from a distance, but now that they were close, there was no mistaking it. Betrayed by my own clan. How unpleasant. Shin's eyes glowed red, his three-tomo Sharingan fixated on Hikaru, killing intent radiating from him. Sharingan. Everyone was stunned, even Hikaru. It wasn't just that Shin had the Sharingan, it was that it was a three-tomo Sharingan. Shin, why do you have the Sharingan? Tsunade asked shocked. Shin scratched his head. It's a long story. Let's deal with these guys first. Kushina, Mikoto, stay back, he said to the girls. The enemies were all Jonin level or higher. Kushina and Mikoto wouldn't be much help. Seeing his serious expression, they nodded and retreated. Uzumaki Hikaru, allow me to release you from this world of suffering. No need to thank me, we're practically family. Shin's three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly as he focused on Hikaru. Don't look into his eyes. Beware of Sharingan Genjutsu. Dan shouted. But Shin didn't use Genjutsu. The three-tomo merged, and his Mangekyo Sharingan activated. Yamatsu Hirasaka. A dark portal opened in front of Shin. He drew his Kusanagi sword and moved it into the portal. Hikaru stared in disbelief as a sword pierced his heart from behind. The light faded from his eyes. Shin withdrew his sword. Hikaru collapsed, a dark portal appearing behind him. Yamatsu Hirasaka had opened a dimensional path from Shin to Hikaru's back. Shin's sword had passed through the portal, killing Hikaru instantly. Yamatsu Hirasaka wasn't just for defense and escape, it was even more effective for offense and surprise attacks. Hikaru's instant death shocked Dan. The other 4 Root members looked at Shin warily. What was that jutsu? Dan had a bad feeling about this. They had only been concerned about Tsunade, but this kid was unexpectedly powerful. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Tsunade was even more shocked than when she first learned Shin had the Sharingan. The Sharingan wasn't uncommon, the Uchiha clan was still around. But the Mangekyo Sharingan was rare. As far as she knew, only Madara Uchiha possessed it. Seems effective enough. Shin flicked his sword, the BLD splattering harmlessly on the ground. Fire style, Dragon Fire Jutsu. Wind style, Great Breakthrough. One of the Root members unleashed a torrent of flames shaped like a dragon, while another used wind release to amplify its power. Tsunade's eyes widened. Even she would be in danger if hit by that. Most shinobi, except for taijutsu specialists, were physically frail. Tsunade was skilled in taijutsu, but that was due to her strength of 100 seal. Without it, her taijutsu was average at best. She had to dodge. As she retreated, she saw Shin standing still, seemingly frozen in fear. She panicked. Shin, what are you doing? She tried to reach him, but it was too late. The fire dragon was upon him. Nice teamwork. Now taste your own medicine. Shin used Yamatsu Hirasaka again, a portal opening in front of him. The fire dragon entered the portal and vanished. Then, another portal opened above Dan and his team. The fire dragon emerged, roaring towards them. They were too close, caught completely off guard. 2 died instantly, and 3 were severely injured. Dan survived, but he suffered extensive burns, his hair and face singed. That's some power. A B-rank jutsu, amplified by wind release, reaching A-rank level. Shin observed the damage with a critical eye. Tsunade smacked him on the head, glaring at him. Are you trying to give me a heart attack? She wanted to hit him again, but Shin dodged. I'm fine, aren't I, Shin? Kushina launched herself at Shin, tears in her eyes, and hugged him tightly. She had been terrified. Shin, are you hurt? Mikoto checked him for injuries. I'm fine. Not a single hair out of place. Tsunade, hurry up and attack. They're getting away. Shin pointed at Dan and the 2 surviving Root members, who were trying to flee. The 2 who had died, including Hikaru, were Jonin. Dan and the other 2 were elite Jonin. Their experience had allowed them to survive the surprise attack, but they knew they were outmatched and were retreating. Tsunade glared at them, her face contorted in anger. Trying to run. Not so fast. If it weren't for Shin's unexpected strength, they would be dead. She couldn't take on 3 elite Jonin alone. They could easily overpower her. She wasn't at her peak yet. If Dan's plan hadn't been exposed, he could have launched a surprise attack and killed her effortlessly. Danzo had sent a strong team, showing how much he valued Tsunade's life, but he hadn't anticipated Shin's strength. He probably hadn't even considered Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto as threats. This time, he had miscalculated. 3 elite Jonin and 3 regular Jonin meant Danzo had suffered a significant loss, especially with Kato Dan, who was likely a valuable asset. Tsunade charged forward, intercepting one of the fleeing elite Jonin. Dan and the other elite Jonin split up, escaping in different directions. Tsunade couldn't stop them both. 3 elite jonin, running away like scared dogs. How pathetic, she remarked. Shin watched them go, knowing he had to act quickly. Yamatsu Hirasaka. He stepped through a portal, appearing behind one of the fleeing jonin. His sword flashed, and in an instant, the man was down. Kushina screamed at the gruesome sight. She had followed Shin through the portal. Shin looked at the scene, blood pooling on the ground. It was indeed shocking. He hadn't meant to be so brutal. It was his first time killing with a sword, and he hadn't controlled his strength properly. The Kusanagi sword was incredibly sharp, and he had just killed an elite jonin. With space-time ninjutsu and his lightning-fast swordsmanship, it had been a simple matter against a weaker opponent. After the encounter, Shin used Yamatsu Hirasaka to return to Mikoto and Kushina. Mikoto sighed in relief upon seeing them. Kushina, what's wrong? She asked, noticing Kushina's pale face. Kushina glared at Shin but shook her head at Mikoto. I'm fine. Just a bit queasy after seeing that. Miss. Shin, Kato Dan got away, Mikoto reported. Shin looked in the direction Dan had fled. Despite his injuries, the elite jonin was still fast. Let him run. Some people run in circles, Shin said cryptically. He then turned his attention to the elite jonin fighting Tsunade. Tsunade had the upper hand, but the jonin was holding his own with superior experience. Too slow, Tsunade. Let me help. Flash slash. Without using Yamatsu Hirasaka, relying solely on his speed, Shin appeared next to the jonin in a flash. His Kusanagi sword blurred, too fast for even Tsunade to see. When Shin sheathed his sword, the jonin collapsed, 8 fatal wounds appearing on his body. Tsunade gasped. It had taken less than a second for Shin to land those blows. You have to be decisive in battle. If you fought like that, I'd finish my dinner before you finished your opponent, Shin said, half teasing, half boasting. Tsunade was speechless. Was that really an elite jonin he had just killed? Elite jonin were veterans, the strongest forces in each village. Killing one was no easy feat, yet Shin had done it in under a second. His speed was astonishing, even she couldn't have dodged that. Shin, are you a monster? How are you so strong? Tsunade asked, bewildered. Monster? What are you talking about? I'm a genius. A hardworking genius, Shin replied, looking indignant. I have talent, I work 10 times harder than anyone else, and I have advantages. Why wouldn't I be strong? Tsunade stared at him, speechless. He had a point. What about Kato Dan and the other elite jonin? She decided to ignore the advantages comment for now. The other elite jonin is dead. Dan is still running. He got away. Tsunade frowned. I said he's still running, not that he got away. Some people run in circles, remember? Shin activated Yamatsu Hirasaka, opening a portal in front of them. Kato Dan stumbled out of the portal, staring at Shin and Tsunade, his burned face contorted in confusion. Not so fast, Dan. Try running now. If you escape, I'll admit defeat, Shin smirked. With the mind's eye of Kagura and Yamatsu Hirasaka, there was no way Dan could escape. Dan was in a tough spot. He couldn't use his spirit transformation jutsu here without risking his life. Well, I'm done playing with you. Shin launched a rasengan, piercing Dan's chest before he could react. This confirmed Shin's suspicions. He could take on Kage-level opponents now and kill elite jonin with ease. Even Kage couldn't kill elite jonin so effortlessly. Shin, why did you kill him? Tsunade looked at Dan's lifeless body. No point keeping him alive. Don't tell me you were hoping to use him as evidence against Danzo. That's pointless. Why? Tsunade had indeed been thinking that. She wanted Danzo to pay for this. Shin didn't know how to explain. Even with evidence, Hiruzen wouldn't punish Danzo. Besides, Dan was a Root member, and knowing Danzo, he would have implanted some kind of safeguard in Dan. He wouldn't be able to reveal anything. You think you can take down the Hokage's advisor with just Kato Dan? And do you really think he'd be able to say anything? Even if everything went perfectly, would the Sandaime actually punish Danzo? Shin's question stumped Tsunade. Even with evidence, she knew her teacher wouldn't act against Danzo. Let's dispose of the bodies and pretend this never happened, Shin suggested. But the Sandaime approved their involvement. Won't he ask about them? Mikoto asked. Mikoto, you really believe Dan's lies? I guarantee you, the Sandaime never sent him to help us, Shin replied with a smile. The Sandaime wouldn't send reinforcements for a C-rank mission. Dan had been lying. Tsunade, you realize that too, right? Shin looked at her. Ahem, yes, of course, Tsunade said, blushing slightly. Whether she had actually realized it or not was another matter. Shin used the fireball jutsu to incinerate the bodies, leaving no trace. Then they returned to Konoha. Shin opened a Yamatsu Hirasaka portal, and they appeared near the village. That space-time ninjutsu can cover such a distance. That's convenient, Tsunade remarked. By the way, where did you learn that jutsu? It's my Mangekyo Sharingan ability, Shin pointed at. His eyes. Tsunade opened her mouth, wanting to ask about his Sharingan, but hesitated. It was probably a sensitive topic. Shin noticed her hesitation. Want to know about my Sharingan? Yes, but if you don't want to talk about it, I won't pry. I'll tell you everything when we get back. Shin wasn't planning on hiding it. If he were, he wouldn't have used his Mangekyo Sharingan in the first place. Back in the village, they went to the mission assignment desk and completed their mission, receiving their reward. The reward for a C-rank mission was 10,000 Ryo. It wasn't much, especially since it had to be split 4 ways, 2,500 Ryo each. Enough for a month's worth of living expenses, but for a shinobi, that barely covered the cost of replenishing their ninja tools. After completing the mission, they returned to Tsunade's house, Mikoto tagging along. Seeing Tsunade and Kushina staring at him expectantly, Shin cleared his throat. I know you're curious about my Sharingan. There's no need to hide it anymore. I have Uchiha BLD. Shin explained his lineage, revealing that his mother was an Uzumaki, but his father was an Uchiha. So your father was an Uchiha. Do you know his name? Tsunade asked curiously. Shin glared at her. Don't be so nosy. I don't know who he is and I don't care. Besides, he's dead. He might have feelings for his mother in this life, but he felt nothing for his father. He had never even met the man. Mikoto, you can stay here for now, Tsunade said. Seeing Mikoto's confusion, she explained, it'll be easier for me to train you here. And it's also to protect you from Danzo. Tsunade knew Danzo was ruthless. After suffering such a loss, who knew what he might do? Tsunade's right, Mikoto. Stay here for now, Shin agreed. He had been about to suggest the same thing. He knew Danzo even better than Tsunade. If Mikoto wasn't under their protection, she might be in danger. Even within Konoha, Danzo wouldn't hesitate to act. He knew that even if Hiruzen found out, the punishment would be minimal. Tsunade, you should be careful too, Shin warned. Tsunade was strong, but she wasn't Kage level yet. If Danzo wanted to eliminate her, he could easily send a few elite jonin. If it weren't for Shin, Tsunade could have been in serious danger. Danzo wouldn't dare attack me within Konoha, Tsunade said confidently. She was right. Danzo might try something outside the village, but within Konoha, he wouldn't risk it. Killing an elite jonin quickly was difficult. Not everyone was Shin. Even Danzo himself couldn't take down Tsunade swiftly. And if he couldn't finish her off quickly, other Konoha shinobi would intervene. Shin, how did you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? I thought only Madara Uchiha had it, Tsunade asked, curious. Madara's isn't a normal Mangekyo Sharingan. It's the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. And awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan is simple. Tsunade's lips twitched. Simple. Then why couldn't so many Uchiha awaken it? Mikoto looked at Shin with curiosity. As an Uchiha, she had heard of the Mangekyo Sharingan, but no one knew how to awaken it. Emotional turmoil. If your emotions are intense enough, your Sharingan will evolve. Emotional turmoil was the key to awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the original story, everyone who awakened it had experienced intense emotional trauma. If you see your loved one die in front of you, awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan is almost guaranteed. That's brutal, Tsunade frowned. How did you awaken yours then? I have my methods. Not something people can replicate. The system had played a significant role in his Mangekyo Sharingan awakening. Without it, he would have awakened it 2 years later. Fine, keep your secrets. Can you help Mikoto evolve her Sharingan? Tsunade asked. Mikoto looked at Shin hopefully. The Sharingan was a powerful asset for an Uchiha. Evolving the Sharingan also increased chakra and overall strength. I can, but it's a bit unpleasant. Shin looked at Mikoto, considering his options. Mikoto had a bad feeling about this, but she was determined to become stronger. She gritted her teeth. Mikoto, are you sure? Don't blame me later, Shin warned. Mikoto nodded resolutely. Let's go outside then. Tsunade and Kushina followed, curious. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Shin activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and opened a portal. Go on, Mikoto. Trusting Shin completely, Mikoto stepped through the portal and vanished. Seeing Tsunade and Kushina's confused expressions, Shin pointed upwards. They looked up and saw Mikoto falling from the sky, the portal having deposited her hundreds of meters in the air. Mikoto was terrified. Even a Kage would be scared falling from that height, let alone a new genin. Her Sharingan activated instinctively. As the ground rushed towards her, her fear peaked. The single tomo in her eyes spun rapidly, and another tomo appeared. She had awakened the 2-tomo Sharingan. But there was no time to celebrate. She was about to hit the ground. Just before she fell, another portal appeared, and she tumbled through it, landing in front of Shin. Mikoto stumbled out, almost falling, but Shin caught her. Mikoto, are you all right? Still in shock from the near-death experience, Mikoto's mind reeled. Mikoto, your Sharingan has evolved to 2-tomo. Kushina exclaimed, even Tsunade surprised. Mikoto, who had been in a daze, finally snapped back to reality, her face pale. Mikoto, are you alright? Shin asked cautiously. He knew she wasn't in any real danger, but his method wasn't exactly pleasant. I'm fine, Mikoto said through gritted teeth, glaring at Shin. Ah, that's good, Shin chuckled nervously. Mikoto looked like she wanted to eat him alive. Mikoto, I could probably help you awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan too. Maybe 2 more falls and you'll have it. Want to try? Mikoto took a step back. No way. She couldn't handle that again. No, thank you. I'll awaken it on my own, she said quickly. Is it really that scary? Kushina asked. Mikoto looked at her. You should try it, Kushina. Then you'll know. No, thank you. Kushina had watched Mikoto fall from the sky. Just thinking about experiencing it herself made her shudder. Mikoto might have been terrified, but the results were worth it. Her chakra had doubled, and with her 2-tomo Sharingan, she was now comparable to an elite Chunin. Shin was a bit disappointed that Mikoto refused, but he quickly moved on. He was about to go train when Tsunade stopped him. Tsunade, what is it? Shin asked. You said Madara Uchiha doesn't have the Mangekyo Sharingan, but the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What's that? An evolved form of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yes, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is an evolved form of the Mangekyo Sharingan. You didn't know that? Shin was surprised. The Senju and Uchiha were mortal enemies. How could she not know about Madara's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Is it that strange that I don't know? Tsunade glared at him. How do you know about it? I just do. Shin didn't know how to answer. Tsunade gave him a knowing look. She had known from the beginning that he had many secrets but wouldn't pry. Changing the subject, she asked, what's the difference between the Mangekyo Sharingan and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? The difference is huge. First, the ocular power. If the Mangekyo Sharingan's ocular power is a river, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's is an ocean. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can use the perfect Susanoo, while the Mangekyo Sharingan can't do. To insufficient ocular power. Also, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can be used without limitations, while the Mangekyo Sharingan can't. Overuse leads to vision loss and eventually blindness. What? You're saying the Mangekyo Sharingan can cause blindness? Tsunade, Kushina, and Mikoto exclaimed in unison. Don't worry, I'm special. I won't go blind, Shin reassured them, seeing the concern in their eyes. Really? Kushina looked at him skeptically. Don't lie to us. I swear, if I'm lying, I'm a puppy. Kushina finally believed him. Don't worry, I have a way to evolve my Sharingan. I'm going to train now. Shin left to train. Mikoto checked the time and went to the kitchen to cook. Kushina and Tsunade were left staring at each other. Soon, Mikoto finished cooking and went to call Shin for dinner. Smells delicious, Shin said as he entered, inhaling the aroma. Mikoto might be young, but she was a great cook. Shin, I made this chicken soup for you. It's to thank you for helping me awaken my 2-tomo Sharingan. No need for thanks, Mikoto. We're friends, we don't need such formalities, Shin said with a smile. Friends? What kind of friends? Kushina interjected, glaring at Shin. Teammates, of course. What else would we be? Shin said innocently. That soup smells amazing. Kushina reached for a bowl, but Mikoto swatted her hand away. Kushina, this is for Shin. Only he can have it. It's my way of thanking him. You have to finish it all, Shin, Mikoto said seriously. Who cares? I don't even want any, Kushina pouted. Since it's Mikoto's kind gesture, I'll finish it all, Shin said, taking the bowl from Mikoto. The aroma was enticing. It must be delicious. He blew on the soup to cool it down and took a sip. His face contorted. It was incredibly salty. What's wrong? Don't you like it? Mikoto asked with a smile. Shin looked at her, wondering if her smile was a bit unsettling. Tsunade, eating quietly, glanced at Shin's face and immediately sensed something was off with the soup. No wonder Mikoto wouldn't let them have any. Mikoto, it's a bit salty, Shin said with a wry smile, realizing this wasn't gratitude, it was revenge. Mikoto was still holding a grudge for how he had helped her awaken her Sharingan. Salty. Just drink more water then, Mikoto replied cheerfully. Shin stared at her, surprised by her demeanor. Mikoto, I helped you awaken your Sharingan, and this is how you repay me, he sighed dramatically. You almost scared me to death. Mikoto glared at him, still haunted by that experience. Ahem, it was all part of the process. And look, you have your 2-tomo Sharingan now. Shin coughed awkwardly, realizing he had been a bit harsh. Fine, I'll finish the soup. He looked at Mikoto's vengeful expression and sighed. Don't. I might have gone a bit overboard with the salt, Mikoto admitted, taking the soup away. You're too kind, Mikoto, Shin said with a grin. Mikoto blushed and glared at him playfully. Kushina watched their exchange, feeling a pang of jealousy in her heart. Kushina, where are you going? Mikoto asked as Kushina headed out the door. Mikoto, I have something to discuss with Shin. You can go to bed, Kushina said, her voice trembling slightly. Nope. Mikoto blocked her path, shaking her head. Tsunade-sensei told me to keep an eye on you and make sure you don't sneak out at night, especially to Shin's room. Kushina gritted her teeth, frustrated. In the end, she couldn't escape Mikoto's watchful eye and had to return to her room, fuming. The next morning, Shin woke up early, but someone was already up before him. Morning, Mikoto. Shin, you're awake. I'll go make breakfast. No, wait until Tsunade and Kushina wake up. Who knows when they'll grace us with their presence. They're both lazy. It's not wise to gossip about people behind their backs, especially when they're within earshot. Tsunade's voice was cold. Shin, did I just hear you call me lazy? Kushina glared at him. Shin was speechless. Had the sun risen in the west today? Why were they up so early? Ahem, I'm going to practice kenjutsu. Can't let my skills get rusty. See you later. He made a quick escape, using Yamatsu Hirasaka to teleport away before Tsunade could catch him. He returned half an hour later for breakfast. Seeing Tsunade and Kushina's icy expressions, he decided to change the subject. Tsunade, should we go on a mission today? It's up to you. If you want to go, we can. If not, I wouldn't mind taking a break. Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto exchanged glances. It was his decision. If he wanted to go on a mission, they would. Shin thought it over. Can we take a B-rank mission? He asked Tsunade. C-rank missions rarely involved combat against ninja, and both Kushina and Mikoto needed to fight real shinobi to gain experience. He also needed to face stronger opponents to improve. A B-rank mission? Impossible. The Sandaime won't allow it. The C-rank mission was already an exception. Tsunade shook her head. They were genin fresh out of the academy. If that's the case, we might as well stay in Konoha and train, Shin decided. They didn't need the money, there was no point in doing those pointless missions. Meanwhile, in the root base, Danzo's face was dark with fury. You're saying Tsunade and those brats returned? Yes, Danzo-sama. They completed their mission. What about Kato-dan? Any news? Danzo was livid. He had sent a strong force, yet Tsunade had returned, and they hadn't captured that Uzumaki Shin. No news. They haven't returned. Danzo's anger subsided, replaced by a frown. He had sent them to kill Tsunade. She was back, but they weren't. Investigate. And don't let Sarutobi find out, Danzo ordered the root member. After the member left, Danzo slammed his fist on the table, his anger boiling over. 3 elite jonin and 3 regular jonin, gone without a trace. Sarutobi Hiruzen, I hope you're not involved in this. Danzo's eyes narrowed. He suspected Hiruzen had something to do with this. If it were just Tsunade, he was confident she would be dead. Shin and his team were training, with Tsunade overseeing them. Well, she was overseeing Kushina and Mikoto. She couldn't train Shin, he was stronger than her. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Shin threw the Rasen Shuriken. It struck the wooden target and exploded, leaving a massive crater in the ground. The Chakra storm raged for a while. Finally perfected it. Shin was satisfied. He had created thousands of shadow clones to research and refine the Rasen Shuriken, and now it was complete. The Rasen Shuriken was a jutsu Naruto had developed from the rasengan. It was powerful, but it had drawbacks. It was unstable, required close-range combat, and had the side effect of damaging the user's arm. Classified as an S-rank forbidden jutsu, it posed significant risks. However, Shin had managed to perfect the Rasen Shuriken without the aid of Sage Mode, focusing on stability and control to prevent self-harm. Shin's Rasen Shuriken caught Tsunade's attention. What was that jutsu? She asked, stunned. I developed it. It's a combination of the rasengan and wind release. About. Shin grinned. Tsunade was speechless. This jutsu was S-rank level, and Shin had created it. A pang of jealousy struck her. How could a common shinobi like her compete? Kushina, that jutsu is incredible. I want to learn it. Kushina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the destructive power of wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Shin shook his head. Kushina, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but you're not ready for this jutsu yet. Tsunade added, S-rank jutsu are beyond your reach for now. They're not easy to learn. The Rasen Shuriken was no exception. It was risky and could easily lead to injury. The Rasen Shuriken transforms wind-release chakra into microscopic needles that attack the opponent's cells directly. Even if it doesn't kill them, it can cause paralysis, Shin explained. But if you lose control during training, you can injure yourself. The incomplete Rasen Shuriken can't be thrown, so you risk getting caught in the blast. It's best to use shadow clones to train in this jutsu. He had used shadow clones to develop and refine the jutsu before attempting to use it himself. However, Kushina would quickly exhaust her chakra reserves if she tried to train with shadow clones. The chakra consumption is immense. Even with your large reserves, Kushina, you can't handle it. Let's wait until you're older. Kushina accepted this, not too disappointed. But Tsunade can learn it. Shin looked at Tsunade, who had enough chakra. As a senju, she possessed the sage body, giving her substantial reserves. You're going to teach me this jutsu? Tsunade asked, surprised. This wasn't just any jutsu, it was an S rank. If you don't want to learn it, that's fine. It's just an S rank jutsu. Nothing special to me, Shin shrugged. He wasn't boasting. The Rasen Shuriken was powerful, but there were stronger jutsu out there. Of course I want to learn it. It's an S rank jutsu. Tsunade replied eagerly. In that case, call me Shin-sensei. Shin grinned, surprised by her enthusiasm. You're looking for a beating. Tsunade raised her fist playfully, but Shin dodged easily. Imminent, she muttered, annoyed that she couldn't land a hit. Come on, Tsunade. This is a great opportunity. One, sensei, for an S-rank jutsu, Kushina encouraged. Mikoto chimed in, agreeing with a smile. Tsunade snorted, an S-rank jutsu for calling this brat, sensei. Shin-sensei. It seemed no one was immune to the allure of a good deal, not even Tsunade. Since you've made such a sacrifice, Tsunade, I'll teach you the Rasen Shuriken, Shin said with a grin. Tsunade gritted her teeth, regretting her choice of words. So I need to learn the rasengan first, she asked. Yes, the rasengan is the basis of the Rasen Shuriken. You can't use the Rasen Shuriken without mstring the rasengan, Shin confirmed. He had already taught Tsunade the rasengan, but she hadn't mstread it yet. By the way, Tsunade, as the Senju clan princess, you shouldn't be lacking in S-rank jutsu, right? Shin inquired. Who said I wasn't? I could get my hands on would release S-rank jutsu, but the other S-rank jutsu are sealed in the Forbidden Scroll by my grandfather, Tsunade explained. She couldn't use would release, and the other S-rank jutsu developed by Tobarama were sealed. By the way, Shin, don't reveal this S-rank jutsu to anyone, Tsunade said seriously. S-rank jutsu were rare and coveted by even Kaga-level shinobi. Revealing it could be dangerous, especially with Danzo around. Don't worry, I won't reveal it. Most people wouldn't even force me to use it. Unless something unexpected happened, Shin wouldn't be facing any truly strong opponents for now. Against ordinary Genin, Chunin, or even Jonin, he wouldn't need the Rasen Shuriken. It was much faster to defeat them with his sword. Tsunade nodded, reassured. If only Nawaki was half as strong as you, I wouldn't have to worry. I wonder how he's doing with Orochimaru. At that moment, a certain boy shoveling manure sneezed. Is someone thinking about me? Nawaki wondered, then continued his task. Orochimaru had accepted a mission to clean up a farm, which included cleaning up animal droppings. It was certainly an interesting mission choice. After a day of training, Shin rubbed his stomach. He was hungry. Let's call it a day. I'm starving, he announced to the girls, who were sprawled on the ground, exhausted. No wonder you're so strong. You have endless stamina, Tsunade said, breathing. They had been training intensely for half a day, following Shin's lead, and were worn out. Shin, however, seemed perfectly fine. Don't compare yourselves to me. I have an advantage, he said, referring to the regenerative ability of his perfect sage body. Unless the training was excessively intense, he wouldn't feel tired. As they were about to head back, they saw a figure approaching in the distance. It's Nawaki. Shin's eyesight was excellent. He recognized Nawaki from afar. Shin. Sis. There you are. Nawaki approached with a cheerful grin. Nawaki, you seem happy. Did you find some money? Shin asked. No, but I earned some. And quite a bit too. I'm treating you all to dinner today. Nawaki announced excitedly. But Tsunade, Kushina, and Mikoto all took a step back. Even Shin instinctively moved away. Nawaki, why do you smell? Tsunade asked, wrinkling her nose. Smell. Do I? Nawaki sniffed himself, but he couldn't detect anything unusual. It wasn't that his sense of smell was faulty, he was simply used to it. Nawaki, did you fall into something? Kushina asked suspiciously, taking another step back. No, I was just shoveling manure all afternoon. As soon as he said that, Tsunade, Kushina, and Mikoto retreated even further. Even Shin moved away. Nawaki, are you serious? Why were you shoveling manure? Shin asked, incredulous. I didn't want to. But Orochimaru-sensei took a mission to clean up a farm, and that included shoveling manure. What could I do? Nawaki said with a grimace. He didn't want to fail his first mission, so he endured the unpleasant task. The reward was generous for a D-rank mission, comparable to a C-rank. I earned a lot, so I wanted to celebrate. Yakiniku on me. Nawaki declared grandly. Tsunade's face darkened. Nawaki, couldn't you have at least taken a bath and changed clothes before coming here? You're not here to treat us, you're here to disgust us. Nawaki was bewildered. He was offering to treat them to yakiniku. Why were they reacting like this? But with the stench emanating from him, no one had any appetite. Even Shin, who had been hungry, felt his stomach churn. Shin, why are they looking at me like that? Nawaki didn't understand the glares he was receiving. Shin shook his head. Let's do this another time, Nawaki. We're not up for it today. Nawaki was both disappointed and relieved. Disappointed that they weren't accepting his offer, but relieved that he got to keep his money. Nawaki left, dejected, chased away by Tsunade. Orochimaru has no shame, taking a mission like that. Only he would do such a thing, Tsunade grumbled. Are we still having dinner? I've lost my appetite, Kushina said. Of course we're eating. We'll starve if we don't. Shin wasn't going to let a little smell ruin his dinner. Food was important, especially for training. Even with his perfect sage body, he needed to eat. In the end, only Shin ate dinner that night. Kushina and the others had no appetite. Mikoto, you're living here now. Won't the Uchiha clan say anything? Shin asked. Mikoto shook her head. I'm practically invisible in the Uchiha clan. No one will say anything. Mikoto might be pretty, but in the world of shinobi, beauty wasn't everything. Her quiet personality made her blend in. Don't worry, no one will say anything about my student, Tsunade said confidently. Shin rolled his eyes. She made it sound like she was some kind of big shot. Hey brat, are you looking down on me? Tsunade caught his expression and glared at him. Huh, you're mistaken. I was just thinking how amazing you are, Shin said, trying to appease her. Amazing? Shin is way more amazing than you. Kushina declared. Shin glared at Kushina. Was she trying to get him in trouble? Kushina, do you want to taste my fist? Tsunade threatened. What are you going to do? Kushina hid behind Shin, glaring at Tsunade. Come here, I'll punch you so hard, you'll be crying in bed, Tsunade taunted. Threatening me? You think you're so great. Give me 3 years and I'll surpass you. Kushina retorted. Shin's lips twitched. Was Kushina challenging Tsunade to a duel in 3 years? But even in 3 years, Kushina wouldn't be a match for Tsunade unless she became the Ninetales Jinchuriki and could perfectly control its power. But Kushina couldn't become the Jinchuriki now, the position was already filled. And even if she did become the Jinchuriki, controlling the Ninetales' power was no easy feat. Fine. I'll be waiting. But that doesn't mean I can't teach you a lesson now. Tsunade hadn't given up on showing Kushina the ropes. She approached Kushina with a mischievous grin. Shin, help. Kushina was frightened by that grin and clung to Shin. Even Shin can't help you now. I'm going to teach you some manners, little girl. Tsunade reached for Kushina. Come on, Tsunade, why are you picking on Kushina? She's still learning. There's no satisfaction in that, Shin said, stopping her. I knew you'd protect her. Tsunade let Kushina go, giving Shin a knowing look. Kushina lightly bit Shin's arm. What did he mean by, she's still learning? That was insulting. Tsunade, do you know of any Kekii Genkai users in Konoha? Shin asked during breakfast the next morning. Tsunade looked at him curiously. Kekii Genkai are rare in the shinobi world. There aren't many in Konoha. There's the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, the Senju clan's Sage Body, your Uzumaki clan, and the Kurama clan. Shin's eyes lit up when he heard the name, Kurama clan. He had completely forgotten about them. Thanks to Tsunade's reminder, he remembered. The Kurama clan possessed a powerful Kekii Genkai, 5 senses control. A genjutsu that could manipulate the 5 senses and even turn illusions into reality. It was the pinnacle of Yin release. Yin release could create form out of nothingness, while Yang release could breathe life into form. Together, they could create life. Shin didn't know if this 5 senses control was comparable to Aizen Sosuke's Kyoka Suigetsu, but it was undoubtedly powerful. It probably wasn't as potent as Kyoka Suigetsu. Otherwise, the Kurama clan wouldn't be such a small clan. If they could truly control all 5 senses, dominating the shinobi world wouldn't be impossible. Tsunade, are there any Kurama clan members who have awakened their Kekii Genkai? Shin asked, eager to learn more. The Kurama clan might have a powerful ability, but their weak constitutions might prevent them from utilizing it fully. The Kurama clan was known for their frail bodies. They tired easily and probably didn't have large chakra reserves. Chakra was extracted from cells. A weak body meant limited chakra. There used to be quite a few Kurama with Kekii Genkai. They were once as prominent as the Senju and Uchiha clans. But now they've declined. I think there's only one with an awakened Kekii Genkai, Tsunade answered, curious about his interest in the Kurama clan. That's good. I was afraid there might be none. Shin was relieved. If there were no Kekii Genkai users in the Kurama clan, he'd have to wait for Yakumo Kurama to be born. But that was over a decade away. He didn't have time to wait. And by then he might not even need the Kurama clan's Kekii Genkai. Shin, why are you asking about this? Kushina asked curiously. Mikoto and Tsunade were also interested. It's a secret. Shin shook his head. Some secrets were better left unsaid. Tsunade, do you know where this Kurama clan member is? He's in the Konoha torture and interrogation force. With his powerful genjutsu, he's the head of the department. The Konoha torture and interrogation force was a position well suited for the Uchiha clan, but Hiruzen wouldn't allow it. I want to meet him. Can you take me? Shin asked Tsunade. He couldn't meet the head of the torture and interrogation force on his own. It was an Umbu department. Tsunade looked at Shin, then nodded. You agreed. Aren't you going to ask why? Shin was surprised. Would you tell me if I asked? He chuckled awkwardly. Let's go. Tsunade and Shin left, while Kushina and Mikoto stayed behind. Even as the Sandaime Hokage's disciple, Tsunade couldn't enter the torture and interrogation force freely. But she could summon its leader, Kurama Kaze. Tsunade-sama, you summoned me. Kaze was surprised. He hadn't expected the Senju clan princess to seek him out. The Kurama clan was no longer prominent, and to him, Tsunade was an important figure. Tsunade looked at Shin. It wasn't her who wanted to see Kaze, but Shin. She had no idea what he was planning. Kurama-san, I hear you're quite skilled in genjutsu. I was wondering if you could teach me, Shin said with a smile. But as he spoke, he used an advanced replication card to copy Kaze's 5 senses control. He felt his already powerful mental energy surge. Even his ocular power increased, causing a tingling sensation in his eyes. He blinked a few times until the tingling subsided. He could sense a change in his Mangekyo Sharingan. It hadn't evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan yet, but it was showing signs of it. Shin was ecstatic. This was an unexpected bonus. Kaze looked at Shin, his expression troubled. Shin wanted to learn genjutsu from him, but he wasn't keen on teaching. But if he refused, would he anger Tsunade? She was right there after all. Tsunade glanced at Shin, puzzled. Why would he need to learn genjutsu from Kaze when he had the Mangekyo Sharingan? She knew Shin must have another motive. I apologize, but I don't have the time to teach you, Kaze said apologetically. He had decided to refuse. He turned to Tsunade. As you know, Tsunade-sama, the torture and interrogation force is quite busy. I don't have the time to teach. He was afraid of angering Tsunade. The Kurama clan couldn't afford to make enemies of her. That's a shame, but I understand, Shin said. Asking for genjutsu lessons was just an excuse. Approaching Kaze without a reason would be suspicious. Shin's goal was the Kekkei Genkai. He didn't care about anything else. Whether Kaze agreed or refused, it didn't matter. He actually preferred it if Kaze refused. He had no intention of taking lessons. Tsunade, let's go, Shin said. Tsunade glanced at him, still unsure of his motives. But since he was ready to leave, she followed. As they left, Kaze's eyes widened. Something felt off. Why was Tsunade acting like that kid's follower? It must be his imagination. If Tsunade knew Kaze thought of her as Shin's follower, she would probably be upset. His frail body wouldn't be able to withstand her wrath. Tsunade took Uzumaki Shin to meet with Kurama Kaze, the Sandaime Hokage said, puffing on his pipe, his brow furrowed. Yes, Sandaime-sama. Apparently, Uzumaki Shin wanted to learn genjutsu from Kurama Kaze, but he was refused, an Umbu agent reported. Tsunade and Shin's meeting with Kaze hadn't escaped the Umbu's notice. And if the Umbu knew, Hiruzen would know. I see. Hiruzen nodded, dismissing the matter. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Shin had returned to the courtyard. Shin went straight to his room and activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. He could feel the increase in his ocular power. His genjutsu must be even stronger now, but he had no one to test it on. With his immense mental energy, he felt like his genjutsu could manifest into physical attacks. Copying the Kurama clan's Kekkei Genkai had been the right choice. His overall strength had increased, and his genjutsu, which had been his weakest area, was now much stronger. He examined the changes in his Mangekyo Sharingan. His ocular power was immense, but he still wasn't sure when it would evolve into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin, come out here. Shin heard Tsunade's call and exited his room. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were there, along with their respective genin teams. Shin-kun, long time no see. Orochimaru greeted Shin with a smile, surprising him. Not just Shin, but Tsunade and Jiraiya were also taken aback. Orochimaru wasn't the type to initiate conversations. Actually, I wanted to be Shin-kun's Jonin-sensei, Orochimaru declared. Wow, even you have your eyes on this kid, Orochimaru. But his performance at the academy wasn't that impressive, Jiraiya said, looking at Shin with curiosity. If you want to establish Sensei Shin, you can come to me. Orochimaru ignored Jiraiya and continued talking to Shin. Orochimaru, are you trying to steal my student? Tsunade glared at him, her chakra flaring. This snake was trying to poach her student. Did he think she was easy to bully? Such powerful chakra. Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade, a hint of envy in his eyes. Her chakra reserves dwarfed his. But he wasn't afraid of her. Chakra wasn't the sole determinant of strength. Shin-kun, what's your choice? Orochimaru looked at Shin, his eyes filled with interest. Shin shuddered. I'm happy with Tsunade-sensei. I haven't considered suching. Tsunade sighed in relief. She had been worried Shin might actually go with Orochimaru. But she had worried for nothing. Shin wouldn't follow that creep. Orochimaru might be a genius in research, but he was also undeniably unsettling. That's a shame. Orochimaru shook his head in disappointment. What are you all doing here? Shin asked Orochimaru and Jiraiya. They wouldn't be here without a reason. We have a mission that requires the three of us. So, you nine will be working together for now. The Sandaime will assign a Jonin to lead all three teams, Jiraiya explained. I see. Shin nodded, then looked at Tsunade. Tsunade, if you encounter any danger on this mission, run. Shin, are you worried about me? Tsunade teased. Yeah, it would be a pain if you got hurt out there, Shin said, scratching his head. Tsunade scowled and lightly punched his arm. Can't you say something nice? The mission is urgent. I have to go. Head to Training Ground 24 and wait for your new Jonin-sensei. Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya left. A mission that required the three of them must be dangerous. But they were all strong. They should be able to handle it. Shin, we're going on a mission together. Nawaki said excitedly. Heh, I'd rather not join you in shoveling manure. Shin's words made Hayashi and Kai, Nawaki's teammates, scowl. Nawaki had blabbed about their manure shoveling mission. Let's go to Training Ground 24. Shin led the way, followed by Mikoto and Kushina. Nawaki, Minato, and the others followed. At Training Ground 24, their new Jonin-sensei hadn't arrived yet. Shin sat down, waiting. Hey, Shin, have you been on any missions? Nawaki asked. Yeah, just a C-rank mission, Shin replied with a smile. Nawaki jumped up. What? A C-rank mission? That's not fair. Why do we only get D-rank missions? He yelled, attracting the attention of the others. Kushina, you really went on a C-rank mission? Akiko asked. Kushina nodded proudly. There was no need to hide it. Who knows if that's true, Kai scoffed. He seemed out of place. Even his teammates, Nawaki and Hayashi, ignored him. Nawaki had initially tried to befriend Kai, but he had given up. Kai, are you looking for a fight? Kushina stood up, glaring at him. You think I'm scared of you? Kai sneered. Don't waste your breath on him. Just hit him, Shin said to Kushina. Trash talk was pointless. Actions spoke louder than words. Kushina nodded and used the adamantine sealing chains, binding Kai instantly. Akiko's eyes widened. Kushina was using the adamantine sealing chains so skillfully. Even she couldn't do that. Akiko, as a Jinchuriki candidate, had received special training from Mito. But even so, she could barely use the adamantine sealing chains. She was nowhere near as proficient as Kushina. Kai struggled, humiliated and enraged, but Kushina just looked at him with disdain. Staring at the immobilized Kai, Nawaki whispered to Shin, what jutsu was that? I don't remember sis knowing that. He assumed Tsunade had taught Kushina the adamantine sealing chains. It's the adamantine sealing chains in Uzumaki clan jutsu, Shin explained. Oh, so Kai should know it too, right? Nawaki glanced at Kai. Him. Shin scoffed. That guy's too talentless. He probably hasn't learned it yet. Shin's words stung, and Kai felt a surge of anger. Kushina used the chakra chains to fling Kai away, and he crashed into a tree with a groan, almost passing out. That's a small lesson for you. Kushina-san is that strong. Minato exclaimed in surprise. He knew how strong Kai was and could defeat him, but it wouldn't be easy. After that little lesson, Kai didn't try to pick a fight. He had learned his place. An hour passed, but their temporary Jonin-sensei still hadn't arrived. What's taking so long? Some grumbled impatiently. Finally, after another half hour, their sensei appeared. Shin didn't recognize him. Hello, I'm Asakawa Ki. You can call me Asakawa-sensei. I'll be your Jonin-sensei for a while, he introduced himself. He seemed like a decent guy. Asakawa-sensei, can we go on a mission? Nawaki asked eagerly. A mission? Sure, I was planning on taking you on one anyway, Asakawa-sensei agreed. Not a D-rank mission, sensei. A higher level one. After learning that Shin and his team had completed a C-rank mission, Nawaki wanted to do the same. Asakawa-sensei frowned and shook his head. It was too soon for them to take on higher-level missions. If something happened, he would be held responsible. He couldn't afford any mishaps with the students of the Hokage's 3 disciples. No matter how much Nawaki pleaded, Asakawa-sensei refused, leaving Nawaki to sulk. Asakawa-sensei ended up taking them on a weeding mission. The great Uzumaki Shin, reduced to pulling weeds. Shin stared at the field and sighed dramatically. Mikoto giggled. It was rather amusing. Just days ago he was battling elite Jonin, and now he was weeding a field. What a difference. What's so funny, Mikoto? Shin asked. Guess. Mikoto winked playfully. It was the first time Shin had seen her act so mischievously. Kushina, however, saw it as Shin being captivated by Mikoto, and jealousy flared within her. What are you two doing? Stop flirting and start weeding. She huffed. Kushina, your puffed up cheeks are so cute. Shin couldn't resist teasing her, pinching her cheeks gently. I'm not cute. Kushina glared at him. She'd rather be called appealing. Mikoto, come weed over here with me. Stay away from him, he's a bad influence. Kushina dragged Mikoto away, leaving Shin feeling a bit hurt. Ninja art, multi-shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of Shin clones appeared beside him. He could have created thousands, but he restrained himself. Get to work. He ordered his clones to start weeding. Nawaki and the others stared in awe at the army of Shin clones. Even Asakawa-sensei was surprised. He couldn't create that many clones and didn't even know the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Why didn't I think of that? Kushina smacked her forehead. Why weed herself when she could use shadow clones? She used the multi-shadow clone jutsu, creating over a dozen clones. Having large chakra reserves was a blessing. Why do you all know jutsu? Nawaki asked enviously. Nawaki, don't tell me you don't know any jutsu. I might have to make fun of you, Shin teased. I know jutsu, but not the shadow clone jutsu, Nawaki grumbled. He knew a few C-rank jutsu but hadn't learned the shadow clone jutsu yet. Don't worry, Nawaki. You're only a little behind me. Keep working hard and you'll catch up. Shin patted his shoulder encouragingly. A little. You're exaggerating. Nawaki protested, looking at the vast difference in their clone count. Don't mind the details. Just keep chasing my shadow. Even though you can't see it, you have to have dreams. What if they come true? I really want to punch you right now. Nawaki clenched his fists, growing more annoyed. Go ahead, try it. You can't beat me anyway, Shin said with a grin. I don't believe you. Nawaki launched a surprise attack, aiming a punch at Shin. He couldn't take it anymore. Shin effortlessly sent Nawaki flying, landing headfirst in the dirt, his limbs flailing. Shin pulled him out like a radish. Believe me now, he asked, looking at Nawaki's mud-covered face. Shin, why are you so strong after graduation? What's your secret? Nawaki asked, defeated. I was always strong. You just didn't notice. Half a month passed in a flash. During this time, Shin and his team continued to carry out D-rank missions under the guidance of their temporary Jonin sensei, Asakawa Ki. One day, Tsunade finally returned, looking exhausted from her journey. Tsunade, what mission were you on? It took you so long, Shin asked curiously. I was in the Land of Wind, investigating the movements of Mangekyo. I'm afraid things are about to get a bit turbulent in the shinobi world, Tsunade replied after taking a long drink of water. Suna had been showing signs of activity, which Konoha's intelligence network picked up on. The Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had dispatched Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya to investigate. It had been a while since the First Shinobi World War. The various hidden villages had been bolstering their forces, and the Warhawks were starting to gain influence. Tsunade's investigation revealed that Suna was indeed preparing for war, targeting Konoha. Konoha was always a target, not just because of its strength, but also due to the Land of Fire's strategic location and resources. Compared to the fertile and prosperous Land of Fire, the Land of Wind, where Suna resided, was practically barren. Shin nodded. It seemed the Second Shinobi World War was drawing near, involving Konoha, Suna, IWA, and Mangekyo, with Mangekyo becoming the main battleground. By the way, although I'm back, I still don't have time to take you on missions, Tsunade said, emphasizing her other duties. With Suna preparing for war, Konoha had to make its own preparations. As one of Konoha's top jonin, Tsunade couldn't rest. She would be joining the Konoha forces heading to the border soon. That's fine. We're planning to take the Chunin exams, Shin said casually. Once they became Chunin, they wouldn't have to do those lower-ranked missions anymore. Tsunade frowned. You're taking the Chunin exams now. She wasn't keen on them becoming Chunin at this time. With the war looming, they might be sent to the battlefield. Tsunade hadn't experienced the horrors of war herself, but she knew how dangerous it was. Yeah, doing missions in the village is boring. We want to become Chunin and see the world. They hadn't left Konoha since that mission with Tsunade. If you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. Tsunade considered Shin's strength. There wasn't much to worry about, he was stronger than her. And if he had decided, she couldn't change his mind. What's the Chunin exam process like now? Shin asked. Simple. Survive a spar against an elite Chunin for 3 minutes, and you pass, Tsunade explained. The current Chunin exams weren't as complicated as in the future. As long as you could prove you had the strength of a Chunin, you passed. Surviving 3 minutes against an elite Chunin was proof enough. They prepared for a day, and the next morning, they applied to take the Chunin exams. The Sandaime Hokage examined their applications. As Hokage, he had to review all Chunin applications. Chunin were the core fighting force of a hidden village, and Hiruzen couldn't neglect this matter, especially with Uzumaki Shin, Uzumaki Kushina, and Uchiha Mikoto among the applicants. You're sure you want to apply to become Chunin? The Sandaime looked at the 3 genin in his office. Yes, we've made up our minds. Very well. I will arrange your exam. But if you fail, even as Tsunade's students, you won't become Chunin. He stamped their applications, approving their request, and then assigned an UMBU agent to SERT them to the exam location. The exam was held in one of Konoha's training grounds. 3 elite Chunin soon arrived, one of them bearing the Uchiha clan symbol. I am your examiner. You will each face one of these elite Chunin. As long as you can last 3 minutes, you pass, the UMBU agent said coldly. What's with that icy tone? It's like we owe him money, Kushina grumbled. Ignore him. All talk, no action, Shin whispered back. He saw UMBU as acting tough but rarely achieving anything. I'll take the Uchiha, Shin said to Kushina and Mikoto. He hadn't expected an Uchiha to be here, suspecting it was a deliberate arrangement by the Sandaime Hokage. He was right. The Uchiha elite Chunin was indeed assigned by Hiruzen. Uchiha were naturally stronger than most, and in a one-on-one fight, they rarely lost. Kushina and Mikoto had no objections. The exam was a series of one-on-one battles, held simultaneously in the large training ground. Shin walked towards the Uchiha, while Kushina and Mikoto faced the other 2 Chunin. The UMBU agent with the animal mask watched from the side, a detached observer. That prying feeling. Is that the Sandaime? Shin sensed someone watching him and frowned. It had to be the Sandaime Hokage using the telescope jutsu, which required knowledge of the target's chakra signature. The Sandaime wasn't familiar with Shin's chakra, but he could use someone else's vision, like that of Shin's opponent. You chose me. It seems you don't want to become a Chunin, the young Uchiha said calmly. Skip the trash talk and let's fight. Shin drew his Kusanagi sword and attacked. Knowing that Hiruzen was watching, Shin held back, not wanting to reveal too much of his strength. Clang! Shin struck the Uchiha elite Chunin with the flat of his blade. The force of the blow sent the Chunin flying, his grip loosening on his kunai. Shin frowned. He had held back considerably, yet the Chunin was still easily defeated. How weak. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen watched with surprise at the display of strength. But the boy was an Uzumaki, it wasn't that surprising. The Uzumaki clan was known for their strong bodies, vitality, and large chakra reserves. Attacking with the flat of your blade. Are you mocking me? The Uchiha Chunin had his pride wounded. Better to be mocked than dead, Shin said calmly. The Kusanagi sword was incredibly sharp and could easily slice through the Chunin's kunai. If Shin hadn't held back, the Chunin would be in serious trouble. But the enraged Chunin didn't care and attacked with ninjutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Shin simply swung his sword, cleaving the fireball in 2. The UMBU examiner was startled. Could swordsmanship be that powerful? He rarely saw kenjutsu used like this. Sharingan. 2 Tomo appeared in the Chunin's eyes. He was serious now. Shin used the body flicker jutsu, appearing before the Chunin in an instant. He punched the Chunin in the gut, sending him crashing to the ground. I passed, right? Shin asked the UMBU examiner. The examiner nodded, his shock evident despite the mask. Defeating an elite Chunin in under a minute. Was this kid a genius? 10-year-old Chunin weren't unheard of in Konoha. Orochimaru had become a Chunin at 10. But defeating an elite Chunin at that age, that was rare. Only one other person came to mind, Tsukumo Hatake, Kakashi's father. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen pondered. Judging from Shin's performance, his strength was easily at Tokubetsu Jonin level. Shin hadn't used any ninjutsu, so Hiruzen couldn't assess his skills in that area. But one thing was certain, this boy was a genius. Hiruzen was already considering recruiting Shin into the UMBU. After Shin's battle ended, Kushina and Mikoto also defeated their opponents. The UMBU examiner was stunned. 1 genius was rare, but 3 at once. This was unprecedented. Come with me to the Hokage's office. He skirted them back to the office and reported the results to Hiruzen. Hiruzen was also surprised. He had stopped observing after Shin's fight. He hadn't expected Kushina and Mikoto to defeat their opponents as well. Defeating an elite Chunin within 3 minutes meant their strength surpassed that of an elite Chunin. 3 geniuses at once. Hiruzen was speechless. I'm pleased you all passed the Chunin exams. I have a question for you, would you be willing to join the UMBU? Hiruzen extended the invitation to all 3 of them. He had initially only considered Shin, but now that he knew Kushina and Mikoto were also geniuses, he couldn't let them go. The UMBU, or the UMBU Black Ops, is a special assassination and tactical squad. Only the most elite shinobi are allowed to join. He explained, in case they weren't familiar with the UMBU. Kushina and Mikoto indeed weren't familiar with the UMBU, but Shin was. Almost every hidden village had an UMBU organization. But joining the UMBU? No, that had never crossed his mind. What were the benefits? With his current strength, he didn't need the Umbu's training. And joining the Umbu meant a life of secrecy and restrictions. Sandame-sama, I don't believe I'm worthy of being called an elite shinobi yet. I'm not qualified to join the Umbu. Shin refused. Kushina and Mikoto, following Shin's lead, also refused. If Shin wasn't joining, they weren't interested either. Hiruzen frowned. He was displeased. Being rejected after personally extending an invitation didn't sit well with him. Won't you reconsider? The Umbu can help you improve your skills. He was still trying to persuade them. If you join the Umbu, I'll reward you with a B-rank jutsu. Shin scoffed inwardly. A B-rank jutsu. That was all he was offering. How stingy. Even if Hiruzen offered an S-rank jutsu, Shin wouldn't be tempted. He wouldn't be lacking in S-rank jutsu in the future. Besides, we're not interested in joining any organization. We prefer freedom. And as for strength, we're not worried about that. Shin was firm in his refusal. Hiruzen sighed, giving up. He could see that Shin had no interest in the Umbu. There was no point pushing it. It would only damage his pride further. Very well. Since you're not interested, I won't force you. Here are your Chunin certificates. From now on, you are Chunin of Konoha. Hiruzen handed them their certificates. After they left, Hiruzen pondered. He might not have been able to recruit them into the Umbu, but he couldn't let anyone else poach them either. Especially not Danzo's Root or the Uchiha clan. Mikoto was an Uchiha. Once they learned of her talent, they would definitely try to recruit her. No, he couldn't allow the Uchiha clan to have another powerful shinobi. With their ambition, they might cause trouble for the village in the future. Thankfully, Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto were all students of his disciple, Tsunade. If Danzo or the Uchiha tried to recruit them, he had a legitimate reason to intervene. He couldn't allow the Uchiha clan to become too powerful, nor could he allow Danzo's root to grow unchecked. Too much power would lead to them escaping his control. As Hokage, he couldn't allow any faction within the village to become too strong. When Shin and his team returned to the Senju compound, Tsunade was already there. Seeing them, she asked, "Done with the exam?" "Yes, I'm a Chunin now," Kushina announced proudly. "It's just Chunin. What's there to be proud of?" Tsunade said, glancing at Kushina. "The Sandame Hokage tried to recruit us into the Umbu," Shin said, looking at Tsunade. "And you agreed?" "No way. Joining the Umbu is boring. I crave freedom, not a life hiding in the shadows." Tsunade was speechless. "I'm heading to the border tomorrow. Be careful when you go on missions, especially you too. Listen to Shin." Tsunade looked at Kushina and Mikoto. She was mainly talking to Kushina. Mikoto was obedient and cautious. She wouldn't cause trouble. Kushina, on the other hand. "Got it, Tsunade. You be careful too," Kushina said. Tsunade was surprised. She had expected Kushina to argue, but she actually sounded concerned. "If the war breaks out, be careful on the battlefield. We don't want to hear any bad news," Shin added. Tsunade was fine in the original story, but things might be different now. "Don't worry, no one can defeat me. Just don't be reckless. If you're in danger, sell out your teammates. Let Orochimaru and Jiraiya take the hit. Especially Orochimaru, he's hard to kill," Shin advised. Tsunade's eye twitched at the suggestion. What kind of advice was that? "Relax, the war won't start that easily. It might just be a show of force," Tsunade said dismissively. Shin shook his head, knowing this war would definitely happen and wouldn't end quickly. The next morning, Tsunade left for the Land of Fire's border, where Hiruzen had mobilized a force of 3,000 shinobi. Including Genin, Konoha had a little over 10,000 shinobi, making 3,000 a significant force. "Let's go on a mission and have some fun outside the village," Shin said to Kushina and Mikoto. The mission was secondary, exploring the world was the real goal. At the mission assignment desk, they ran into Nawaki and his team. "Shin, you're here. I thought you weren't coming," Nawaki said. "Nawaki, we probably won't be able to do missions with you anymore," Shin replied. "Why not?" Nawaki asked, confused. "We passed the Chunin exams. We're Chunin now. We won't be doing D-rank missions anymore." "You should try it too, Nawaki," Kushina explained. "We graduated together. Why did you become Chunin without telling me?" Nawaki whined. "Don't worry, Nawaki. Genin are the strongest in Konoha. They can destroy the world," Shin said, patting Nawaki's shoulder as he scanned the mission list. S-rank mission. Capture S-rank missing Nin Uchiha Ryota Shin. Froze. Uchiha Ryota. He remembered having a minor conflict with him at the ramen shop and had copied Ryota's Sharingan prowess 4 times. But how did he become a missing Nin? And an S-rank one at that. "Sorry, wrong list," the clerk said, taking the list back. "These are S-rank and A-rank missions. Chunin can't take those. Here's the correct list." He handed Shin another list. "What are the requirements for taking S-rank missions?" Shin asked. "You need a team of at least 3 elite jonin," the clerk replied. "Fine. I'll take this mission to hunt down a Konoha missing nin. Shin chose a mission to hunt down an elite Chunin level missing nin, a B rank mission. Are you sure you want to take this mission? The clerk asked. Is there a problem? Shin frowned. You can, but it's dangerous. You three are newly promoted Chunin, the clerk warned. We'll take it, Shin said firmly. He wasn't worried about danger. Hunting down a Chunin level missing nin shouldn't be a problem. The clerk shrugged and handed Shin the mission details, indifferent to their choice. We're still stuck with D rank missions, and you're already doing B rank. Nawaki and the others looked at them with envy, wishing for higher level missions. D rank missions were mind-numbingly boring. We're going on a mission. We'll treat you all to dinner when we get back, Shin promised as they left Konoha. Unbeknownst to them, Hiruzen was informed of their mission. Hunting down an elite Chunin level missing nin. With their strength, they shouldn't be in any danger, Hiruzen mused, estimating Shin's strength to be around Tokubetsu Jonin level. He believed Kushina and Mikoto could also handle elite Chunin, though he didn't think Shin was Jonin level yet. A 10-year-old Jonin was too absurd even for him. Meanwhile, Danzo was also informed. Uzumaki Shin, Uzumaki Kushina, and Uchiha Mikoto have left Konoha. This is our chance. I don't want another failure. Understand? Danzo looked at the kneeling Root member, frustrated by his previous failed attempt to eliminate Tsunade and capture Shin. After leaving Konoha, Shin reviewed the mission details. The missing nin's name was Kawada Haiwa, an elite Chunin who had defected after accidentally harming a comrade during an argument. He had been missing for half a year and was suspected to be hiding in the land of whirlpools. Kushina, peering over his shoulder, froze. We're going to the land of whirlpools, she asked, looking up at Shin. Yeah, I wonder what it's like now, Shin replied. Mikoto, aware of the significance of the land of whirlpools as their former home, added, when we left, I didn't think we'd ever go back. Shin, not one to dwell on sentimentality, said, we'll have to take a ship. Do you get seasick, Mikoto? I've never been on a ship before. I don't know, Mikoto replied. Kushina's face paled as she remembered her unfortunate tendency to get seasick. Can we not take a ship? She asked weakly. Sure, you can always run there on water, Shin suggested, half joking. The land of whirlpools wasn't that far from the land of fire, it was doable. Okay, let's run to the land of whirlpools. Kushina declared, clapping her hands. Shin shrugged, indifferent. But before we go, we have a tale to deal with. I don't like being followed. Come on out. His voice turned cold as he addressed the hidden Root member. The elite Jonin, startled, realized he had been discovered. Since he had been found out, there was no point in hiding. He didn't need to rely on sneak attacks to deal with 3 Chunin. An Umbu. Kushina and Mikoto saw his attire and assumed he was Umbu. Not Umbu. Danzo's lackey. One of the guys who attacked us before, Shin corrected them. Hearing that he was one of Danzo's men, Kushina and Mikoto prepared for battle. From Shin and Tsunade, they had learned that Danzo was a bad guy. Just how much does that geezer Danzo hate me? Shin wondered. He had barely left the village, and Danzo had already sent someone after him. UBSTRD. You killed my comrades. Danzo-sama ordered me to kill you. You're here to kill us. Kushina clenched her fists, ready to fight. She wasn't going to be bullied. But Shin stopped her. Kushina, he's an elite Jonin. You're not strong enough. If it were a regular Jonin, he might let Kushina spar with him, but against an elite. She didn't stand a chance. An elite Jonin? Fine, I'll let you off the hook for now. Kushina stepped back, letting Shin handle this. She wasn't worried. She had seen Shin take down elite Jonin before. I'll use you to test my genjutsu. Shin hadn't had a chance to test his genjutsu since acquiring the Kurama clan's Kekiai Genkai. This was the perfect opportunity. Danzo was unwittingly providing him with a sparring partner. Shin looked at the Root member and, in a flash, pulled him into a genjutsu world. This world was constructed from Shin's imagination, a dark and eerie place. The Root member found himself bound to a cross. Is this genjutsu? He wasn't panicked. He tried to disrupt his chakra flow to break free. But to his horror, it didn't work. He couldn't even sense his chakra. It was as if he had become a normal human. It's useless. Enjoy your suffering. Shin drew his sword and used the Root member as a training dummy, slashing and stabbing him repeatedly. The member didn't know how many times he died. Each time he was killed, he would revive, only to be killed again. After dozens of deaths, his eyes glazed over, his mind broken. In this genjutsu world, everything, including time, space, and even the laws of physics, was under Shin's control. It was a mental assault that could crush even the strongest minds. Shin's genjutsu was similar to the Mangekyo Sharingan's Tsukuyomi, which Obito had called the ultimate mental attack. Of course, Obito's words weren't always trustworthy, but Tsukuyomi was undeniably powerful. Shin didn't have Tsukuyomi. His Mangekyo Sharingan abilities were Yamatsu Hirasaka and Tenmamai. This Tsukuyomi-like genjutsu was something he had developed after copying the Kurama clan's Kekkai Genkai. He called it Tsukuyomi as well. Its effects were the same as the original Tsukuyomi. He didn't bother thinking of a new name. Once the genjutsu was released, Shin looked at the unconscious root member and shook his head. A single Tsukuyomi had broken him. Shin hadn't even used his other genjutsu, the one that could control the 5 senses. What happened to him? Kushina asked. They hadn't even fought, and the guy was already down. From their perspective, Shin had simply looked at the man, and he had collapsed. Was it genjutsu? Mikoto asked. Yep, Shin confirmed. Looking at the unconscious root member, Shin threw a kunai, piercing his heart. He wouldn't show mercy to his enemies. He lived by that motto. In the world of shinobi, there was no room for sentimentality. We can't leave the body here. Shin thought for a moment, then incinerated the corpse with a fireball jutsu. They continued on their journey to the land of whirlpools. Danzo didn't yet know that he had lost another elite jonin. Danzo didn't have many elite jonin to spare. Including Kato-dan, Shin had now killed 4 of them. Danzo must be furious. Perhaps after this, he would stop targeting Shin. He had already suffered heavy losses. Until he understood what was happening, he wouldn't dare attack Shin again. Elite jonin weren't easy to replace. Training one took years. Danzo couldn't afford to lose any more. After 2 days of travel, Shin and his team finally arrived in the land of whirlpools. This is the land of whirlpools. Mikoto looked around in surprise. There was no one in sight, only dilapidated buildings. It is. Looks a bit run down, doesn't it? Shin surveyed the surroundings. It wasn't always like this. It used to be a appealing country. But after the Uzumaki clan was destroyed, the land of whirlpools ceased to exist. The people of the land of whirlpools had abandoned the island nation after the Uzumaki clan's downfall. It's so big. How are we supposed to find that missing nin? Kushina asked. The land of whirlpools wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. Finding someone here would be difficult. Don't worry, I have the mind's eye of Kagura, Shin reminded her. Finding an ordinary person might be challenging, but finding a shinobi was easy. He could sense chakra within a radius of several dozen kilometers. As long as the missing nin had chakra, he couldn't escape Shin's detection. After some searching, Shin finally sensed a chakra signature. But its location was unexpected. Did you find him? Kushina asked impatiently. Yeah, but he's at our old house. Kushina was surprised, and Mikoto looked curious. Their old house. Let's go. Shin led Kushina and Mikoto towards their former home. Is this where you used to live? Mikoto asked Kushina. Yeah, this was our house. I can't believe someone's squatting here now. Kushina was indignant. Even though they had abandoned it, it was still their home. Hey, you squatter. Get out here. Kushina yelled. Kawada Haiwa, the missing nin, emerged from the house. He wore a Konoha forehead protector with a scratch across it, signifying his status as a missing nin. Shin didn't understand why missing nins still wore their old forehead protectors. Was it to show which village they had betrayed? Who are you? Haiwa frowned at them. He had been here for a while and hadn't seen anyone else. You're Kawada Haiwa, the Konoha missing nin, right? We're here to take you down. Haiwa burst out laughing. Is Konoha that desperate? Sending 3 brats after me? He scoffed. Don't underestimate us. Shin, you stay back. I'll take him. Kushina declared. Shin nodded, not planning on interfering. This mission was mainly for Kushina and Mikoto's benefit. Kushina, Mikoto, he's all yours, Shin said. I can handle him myself. Kushina used the adamantine sealing chains. Several chakra chains erupted from her back, whipping towards Haiwa. Haiwa's eyes widened, and he leaped back, narrowly dodging the attack. You're not getting away that easily. The chains, under Kushina's control, pursued him relentlessly. Mikoto activated her Sharingan, clearly seeing Haiwa's movements. She swiftly threw several shuriken, blocking his escape routes. Haiwa's face paled. If he dodged the chains, he would be hit by the shuriken, and he didn't have time to use the substitution jutsu. Mikoto had seized the perfect opportunity. Even Shin was impressed. Nice teamwork, Mikoto and Kushina, he praised. Imminent. 2 little girls, cornering me like this. A shuriken embedded in Haiwa's arm, BLD dripping to the ground. He had chosen to block the shuriken with his arm to avoid the chakra chains. Kushina, keep attacking. Don't let him use any jutsu. Mikoto instructed. Jutsu required hand seals. If he couldn't form hand seals, he couldn't use jutsu. Kushina nodded and disrupted his attempts to weave hand seals with her chains. The intel was wrong. This guy is stronger than an elite chunin. His speed is comparable to a jonin's, Shin observed. If he were just an elite chunin, he wouldn't be able to dodge Kushina's adamantine sealing chains so easily. Fire style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Mikoto seized the opportunity and unleashed a stream of fire towards Haiwa. The Dragon Flame Jutsu was only a C rank, but it could still kill. The human body was fragile. The flames could pierce a tree, burning through flesh was no problem. Kushina's chains closed in from all sides, leaving Haiwa with no escape. You think you can kill me with just this? Water style, water trumpet. Trapped, Haiwa used a water jutsu to counter Mikoto's flames. But the moment he did, Kushina's chains bound him tightly. It was a fatal blow. He had avoided being burned, but he couldn't escape the chains. As a ninjutsu specialist, he didn't have the strength to break free. The adamantine sealing chains could even restrain tailed beasts. I never thought I'd be defeated by two little girls, Haiwa said, his voice filled with regret. There's a lot you haven't thought of. You underestimated us. Still think we're weak. Kushina sneered. If you kill me, you'll only get a measly reward. Why not let me go? I'll give you all my jutsu and money. Haiwa tried to bargain. Do you think jutsu can be measured with money? Kushina and Mikoto looked at Shin. The decision was his. Kill him, Shin said coldly. Mikoto threw a kunai, ending Haiwa's life. Their mission was complete. But Shin wasn't planning on returning to Konoha yet. He had come all this way, he wasn't going to rush back. Kawada Haiwa is dead. Are we going back? Mikoto asked Shin. Shin, let's stay out here and play for a bit longer, okay? Kushina pleaded, tugging on his arm. Call me big brother, and I'll agree, Shin said with a smirk. No way. I'm older than you. You should be calling me big sister. Kushina retorted, turning away with a huff. Kushina, you're older than Shin. Mikoto looked at Kushina in surprise. Of course, I was born 3 days earlier. Kushina said proudly. What's there to be proud of? Shin flicked her forehead, earning him a yelp. Seeing her pout, Shin quickly changed the subject. We're not going back to Konoha just yet. You agreed. Kushina's pout vanished, and she clung to his arm excitedly. We're going to the land of water. Shin looked towards the land of water. The land of water? What? Kushina and Mikoto asked in unison. Kirigakure was definitely involved in the Uzumaki clan massacre. Time to collect some interest. But is it safe to go there? Just the three of us? Mikoto asked worriedly. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. We won't be in any danger. Shin smiled confidently. In the current shinobi world, even Madara Uchiha couldn't threaten him. If he couldn't win, he could always escape. They left the land of whirlpools and returned to the land of fire, then took a ship to the land of water. We can't escape the fate of riding a ship, huh? Kushina grumbled. Kushina, just because you got seasick last time doesn't mean you will this time. You're not feeling sick at all, Shin reassured her. After a day's journey, they arrived on a small island in the land of water. It wasn't the main island but one of the smaller ones surrounding it. This time, Kushina didn't get seasick, and neither did Mikoto. Kushina, Mikoto, I've scouted the island. It's safe. Stay here for now, Shin said. He had already told them about his plan to infiltrate Kirigakure. He wasn't taking them with him. He could protect himself, but taking Kushina and Mikoto into Kirigakure was too risky. I know we'll just hold you back, so we won't go. But you have to be back within 3 days, or we'll come looking for you, Kushina said seriously. She wasn't going to throw a tantrum and demand to go with him. She knew she'd be a burden. But she set a deadline. If Shin didn't return within 3 days, she would go to Kirigakure to find him. Shin, be careful, Mikoto said. Don't worry, I can always escape if I can't win. With my space-time ninjutsu, no one can stop me, Shin replied confidently. He had a trump card after all. Kirigakure wasn't the weakened village it would become after the Bloody Mist era. It was still a powerful force. Shin was strong, but he couldn't take on an entire village alone. Only those at the level of Madara Uchiha or Hashirama Senju could do that. It took him less than half an hour to reach the main island. After asking around, he found the location of Kirigakure. He eliminated a Kiri shinobi and used the transformation jutsu to disguise himself, entering the village undetected. The guards at the village gates couldn't see through his disguise. The current Mizukage is the third Mizukage. I wonder how strong he is, Shin mused as he sat in a ramen shop. Information on the third Mizukage was scarce, and he didn't know his abilities. But he was sure the third Mizukage wasn't that strong. If he were, he wouldn't have been controlled by an elderly Madara Uchiha. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, Shin suspected that the third Mizukage had been under Madara's control during the Third Shinobi World War. He didn't know if that was still the case. He finished his ramen, which was quite good. Shin had several objectives in Kirigakure. One was to acquire Kekkei Genkai. The Kagaya clan in Kirigakure possessed the Shikatsumiya Kekkei Genkai, suspected to be related to Kagaya Otsutsuki. Perhaps Shikatsumiyaku was derived from the all-killing ash bones. It was just speculation, but it didn't really matter. Shin wasn't interested in copying Shikatsumiyaku for 2 reasons. First, it had a drawback: the Shikatsumiyaku disease. Although he had the perfect sage body and theoretically shouldn't be affected, he didn't want to risk it. Second, not every Kagaya clan member possessed Shikatsumiyaku. Perhaps there weren't any with an awakened Kekii Genkai right now. He wanted the ice release of the Mizunashi clan. He also wanted the Forbidden Scroll, which contained Kirigakure's secret jutsu. First, he aimed to copy ice release, then try to steal the Forbidden Scroll. The scroll was a valuable item, obtaining it wouldn't be easy, and he didn't have high hopes. Using his Sharingan, he hypnotized several Kiri shinobi and learned the location of the Mizunashi clan. He infiltrated the Mizunashi clan compound and copied the ice release from a clan member. Not every Mizunashi had awakened ice release, and it took Shin a while to find a suitable target. He used an advanced replication card, leaving him with one advanced card and one common card. Although he had copied the ice release Kekii Genkai, he didn't know any ice release jutsu. To avoid causing a commotion, he didn't search for any scrolls within the Mizunashi clan compound. It didn't matter, he was confident he could create his own ice release jutsu, and they would be even stronger than the Mizunashis. He went to a small forest in Kirigakure and waited for nightfall. Copying ice release was done, but stealing the Forbidden Scroll during the day was too risky. He would wait until the dead of night. In the shinobi world, the dead of night wasn't the best time to act. Shinobi were more alert at night. The best time was just before dawn, when their guard was down. Shin decided to wait, leaning against a tree and refining his chakra. He activated the mind's eye of Kagura, scanning Kirigakure. At 4 in the morning, Shin opened his eyes, transformed his appearance into that of an adult, and donned a 3-tomo Sharingan mask. This mask was identical to the one Obito Uchiha wore during the 4th Shinobi World War. He couldn't use his true appearance to steal Kirigakure's Forbidden Scroll. Whether he succeeded or failed, he would become a wanted man. You coveted the Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu. Now it's my turn to covet yours, Shin smirked, his figure melting into the darkness. At this hour, the night was still deep. Shin moved swiftly towards the Mizukage tower. Who's there? He heard as he barely entered the building and was discovered. He sighed inwardly. Despite his strength, he was still a novice at infiltration. Sneaking into Kirigakure was one thing, but infiltrating the heavily guarded Mizukage tower was another. Hey, guys, I'm just here for a stroll. Trust me. Shin asked the umbu surrounding him. Kirigakure's umbu were dressed differently from Konoha's umbu, but the differences were minor. They also wore masks to conceal their identities. The Kiri umbu glared at him, their killing intent palpable. You're clearly here to cause trouble. A stroll. Yeah, right. They were especially annoyed by Shin's mask. Everyone was wearing masks, but his was way cooler. Sorry to bother you. Goodbye. Shin used the body flicker jutsu to escape. The umbu immediately gave chase. Once they were gone, Shin emerged from the shadows. Idiots. Fooled by a shadow clone. The one who had escaped wasn't the real Shin, he had used the substitution jutsu to swap with a shadow clone. He was too fast, they hadn't noticed the SWJ. Shin quickly made his way to the Mizukage's office. Such an important item would definitely be kept there. He had already scanned the office with the mind's eye of Kagura. The third Mizukage wasn't there, the Mizukage had to sleep, after all. He wouldn't be staying in his office. And since there had never been an incident of someone infiltrating the Mizukage tower, the security wasn't as tight as Shin had expected. Genjutsu, Kyoka Suigetsu. This was the 5 senses control of the Kurama clan, a technique Shin had named Kyoka Suigetsu. While it couldn't control the 5 senses as completely as Aizen's hypnosis, Shin appreciated its unique advantage. It didn't require eye contact. With this ability, he could manipulate the perceptions of his targets without them ever seeing him. As he activated Kyoka Suigetsu, Shin confidently entered the Mizukage's office. The guards outside remained oblivious, their senses under his control. They were unaware of their surroundings, acting like puppets. Shin pondered why the Kurama clan, despite possessing such a powerful Kekii Genkai, remained relatively small. Their mental power and chakra reserves were limited, making it difficult for them to utilize their abilities effectively. Even Kurama Kaze, the only member with an awakened Kekii Genkai, struggled to control a single jonin. Shin began searching the office for the Forbidden Scroll but found nothing. Frustrated, he continued until he discovered a hidden compartment. Inside lay the Forbidden Scroll of Kirigakure, marked clearly with its title, alongside another sealed scroll. Recognizing the value of anything associated with the Forbidden Scroll, he took both. Just as he secured the scrolls, a group of umbu burst into the room. Welcome back, Shin greeted them casually. BSRD. The one who escaped was your shadow clone. The umbu leader shouted, realizing they had been deceived. They rushed back, but it was too late. Shin had already found what he was looking for. The third Mizukage soon arrived, likely alerted by the commotion. Upon entering his office and seeing the open compartment, his expression hardened. Where's the Forbidden Scroll? Hand it over. He demanded, glaring at Shin. You think I'd return something I already have? Shin replied, looking at him incredulously. The Mizukage hesitated, questioning Shin's identity. An intruder had infiltrated Kirigakure and was stealing the forbidden scroll with such calmness that he either had a plan or was foolish. Who am I? Shin smirked. I am Uchiha Madara. He altered his voice to mimic Madara's tone. The Mizukage paused, then scowled. You're mocking me. Do you think I'm that gullible? Everyone believed Uchiha Madara was dead, having fallen to Hashirama Senju in the Valley of the End. The deaths of both had sparked the First Shinobi World War, and if either had survived, no one would dare start a conflict. Why would I lie to a mere child? Shin's Mangekyo Sharingan activated, his imposing aura pressing down on the Mizukage. The Mizukage stumbled back, fear evident in his eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan was known even outside Konoha as the ultimate dojutsu that had allowed Madara to dominate the shinobi world. In the Mizukage's office, Shin stared coldly at the third Mizukage. Neither the Mizukage nor the Umbu moved, the latter glancing nervously at their leader, awaiting orders. Impersonating Uchiha Madara. Do you think I don't know he was killed by the Shodame Hokage? The Mizukage's voice was icy. Shin scoffed, realizing that further explanation could lead to mistakes. He could escape now that he had the Forbidden Scroll, but he wanted to make an impression, partly for revenge for the Uzumaki clan. Susanoo. Black chakra enveloped Shin, forming a skeletal frame that morphed into a towering warrior god, complete with armor and a katana. His Susanoo was black, reminiscent of Amaterasu flames, an intimidating figure. Although it lacked legs, something only achievable with the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Shin had still managed to manifest a powerful form with his current abilities. The moment his Susanoo appeared, the Mizukage tower crumbled under its presence. The shockwave sent the Mizukage and the Umbu flying, with some of the weaker members meeting instant demise. The third Mizukage gazed up at the 50-meter-tall Susanoo in terror, feeling as though he faced a tailed beast, or something even more formidable. He almost believed Shin was truly Uchiha Madara, having never seen Madara in person and unaware that Madara's Susanoo was blue, while Shin's was black. Shin, observing the Mizukage and the others, concealed a cold smile behind his mask. They couldn't see his expression, but they sensed the danger. The Mizukage chose not to warn the others. He used the body flicker jutsu to escape. Just as he moved, the Susanoo's massive fist slammed down, crushing several Umbu where they stood. Even those who weren't crushed were injured by the shockwave. As expected from Susanoo. This destructive power is incredible, Shin thought, pleased with the chaos. Imminent. Water style, great waterfall jutsu. The Mizukage watched in fury as over a dozen of his men were killed, including several jonin. Losing so many in an instant was devastating. The Great Waterfall Jutsu was an A-rank ninjutsu that created a massive torrent of water, powerful enough to rival a natural disaster. But it had no effect on the Susanoo, which even destroyed several buildings in Kirigakure. Other shinobi attacked with kunai, explosive tags, and shuriken, but their efforts couldn't penetrate the Susanoo's defenses. Shin slowly drew the katana from the Susanoo's waist. The Mizukage tensed. Defend, he roared. This giant could cause unimaginable destruction with its fists. With a sword. He didn't even want to imagine it. The Mizukage and the other shinobi formed a water wall. Will this even work? Shin drew the black katana. Slash. The black blade flashed, cleaving through the water wall and bisecting the shinobi in its path. The others were blown away by the force of the attack. I like this feeling, Shin smiled, enjoying the overwhelming power. The ground cracked, a long fissure snaking outwards. Some shinobi fell into the chasm, breaking their limbs. Shin's single slash had killed dozens. They wanted to dodge, but the attack was too fast. To ordinary shinobi, the Susanoo was a weapon of mass destruction. Their attacks couldn't harm it, but it could easily wipe them out. Stop this. Whether you're Uchiha Madara or not, as the Mizukage, I won't allow you to wreak havoc in my village. The third Mizukage charged towards the Susanoo. Shin watched calmly. The Mizukage's attacks couldn't harm the Susanoo. To break through its defenses, he needed powerful jutsu, which the Mizukage clearly didn't have. Ignoring the Mizukage, Shin turned his attention to the other shinobi. Attacking the Mizukage was pointless. As a Kage, he was difficult to kill quickly. The Mizukage might not be able to harm the Susanoo, but killing him wouldn't be easy either. Shin couldn't stay in Kirigakure for long. The Jinchuriki and other powerful shinobi would arrive soon. He had to take advantage of the situation before they arrived. He wasn't strong enough to take on the entire village yet. If all of Kirigakure's forces gathered, even his Susanoo would be destroyed. It wasn't the perfect Susanoo, after all. Ignoring the Mizukage, Shin swung the Susanoo's sword, each swing claiming several lives. The deafening roar of the Susanoo echoed throughout Kirigakure, sending villagers scrambling for safety as ninja ushered them away. Powerful shinobi converged on the ruins of the Mizukage tower, their faces contorted with rage as they beheld the towering Susan. Kagaya clan attack. The Kagaya clan head, a fierce warrior, led the charge, followed by a horde of battle-hungry Kagaya. Tisk, more and more are gathering. Shin noted as cracks appeared on the Susanu's armor, but he wasn't worried. The relentless attacks were taking their toll. Even the Susanu was starting to buckle. Seeing the widening cracks, Shin quickly channeled Chakra to repair the damage. The Kiri shinobi, who had cheered at the sight of the damaged Susanu, now felt despair as the cracks vanished. Sensing their despair, the third Mizukage yelled, "Don't give up." Maintaining that Susanu must be draining. "We can outlast him." He was right. The Susanu was powerful, but it consumed a lot of energy. Shin could handle the chakra consumption, but it was also draining his ocular power. His Mangekyo Sharingan couldn't withstand prolonged use. He cut down several Kagaya with his sword, then deactivated the Susan. He couldn't afford to exhaust his ocular power. He needed it to escape with Yamatsu Hirasaka. "He's weakening. Keep attacking." The third Mizukage shouted excitedly. "Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu." A massive fire dragon erupted, incinerating several Kiri shinobi before being extinguished by the Mizukage's water-style jutsu. "Kill him," the Mizukage roared. A barrage of ninjutsu, kunai, and shuriken rained down on Shin. "I'm done playing with you." Shin activated Yamatsu Hirasaka, stepping through a portal. The portal vanished, and the attacks missed their mark. "Mizukage-sama, he's gone." An elite jonin reported. The Mizukage's face was grim. Kirigakure had suffered heavy casualties, and they hadn't even captured the intruder. They didn't even know how he had escaped. "Search the entire village. I don't believe he can escape Kirigakure. Find him." The Mizukage roared in fury. They had lost over 300 shinobi, including jonin and even elite jonin. The Susanu's destructive power was immense. If the Mizukage hadn't ordered the weaker shinobi to retreat, the casualties would have been even higher. And they hadn't even injured the intruder. He had even stolen the Forbidden Scroll. The loss of the Forbidden Scroll was a devastating blow. It contained many of Kirigakure's secret jutsu. "Fire! Fire! We need to put out the fires!" A shinobi shouted. The Mizukage snapped out of his rage and looked around. Fires were raging throughout the village. Shin had set the village ablaze with shadow clones before escaping. Shin watched the burning village without a shred of sympathy. Kirigakure had been involved in the Uzumaki clan massacre. He wouldn't show them any mercy. Time to go. He had what he came for. He had taken his revenge. It was time to leave. He used Yamatsu Hirasaka to teleport back to Kushina and Mikoto. It was still early morning, the sky still dark. Kushina and Mikoto were asleep in a tent they had set up when Shin appeared inside. They woke up instantly, reaching for their kunai. "Good, you're alert," Shin said, pleased. It was important to be vigilant, especially when outside the village. "Shin, you're back," Kushina exclaimed, launching herself at him, while Mikoto rushed over, scanning him for injuries. "Are you hurt?" "Of course not. Those Kiri weaklings couldn't even touch me," he reassured them. They hadn't been able to break through his Susanu's defenses. Even if he had been injured, he could always use Tenmamai to rewind time and heal himself. Relieved that he was unharmed, Kushina and Mikoto went to prepare breakfast. Shin was hungry, so they got to work. Breakfast in the wilderness was barbecue. Shin went hunting, Mikoto prepared the ingredients, and Kushina gathered firewood. Meanwhile, the Kiri shinobi were fuming. They had extinguished the fires Shin had set, but the damage was extensive. The third Mizukage personally led the search for Shin, but they couldn't find him. "Mizukage-sama, what should we do? We can't let this go." The Kiri shinobi expressed their frustration. They were one of the 5 great villages. Someone had infiltrated their village, caused chaos, and escaped. This was a disgrace. If they found Shin, they would make him pay. The Mizukage was furious. He had failed to protect the Forbidden Scroll and felt he had lost face. He opened his eyes, which were usually closed, revealing a chilling glint. He was a Tajitame, and when a Tajitame opened their eyes, it meant trouble. "Uchiha. Konoha." He gritted his teeth. He would make Konoha pay for this. Shin had claimed to be Uchiha Madara, but the Mizukage didn't believe that. However, he was certain the intruder was an Uchiha. "Calm the villagers. I will handle this," he instructed the other shinobi. He planned to send someone to Konoha to demand an explanation. The Mangekyo Sharingan was unmistakable, and he would hold Konoha and the Uchiha clan accountable. Shin took out the Forbidden Scroll and another sealed scroll he had acquired. These scrolls weren't easily opened, they were protected by seals. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to access the jutsu within, but Shin was different. He was an Uzumaki. Mito had taught him everything she knew about Fuinjutsu. Sealing jutsu, he declared, easily dispelling the rudimentary seals and opening the Forbidden Scroll. It contained many water-release jutsu. "What's that?" Kushina and Mikoto approached, their eyes fixed on the large scroll. "This is one of my trophies from Kirigakure, their Forbidden Scroll. Unfortunately, there aren't many jutsu worth learning," Shin said, skimming through it. The strongest jutsu was probably the second Mizukage's Steaming Danger Tyranny, known as the Infinite Explosion Ninjutsu. It created clones that could explode repeatedly, but it had a drawback. It weakened the user. Besides this jutsu, there was also the Hozuki clan's water gun jutsu and the A-rank water style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. There was also a genjutsu from the first Mizukage, but it required a summon to use, making it useless to Shin. See if there's anything you want to learn, he said, handing the scroll to Kushina and Mikoto. While they looked through the scroll, Shin unsealed the other scroll, which contained a significant amount of money, 10 billion ryo, to be exact. It must have been Kirigakure's budget. Shin had inadvertently stolen their funds. Looks like we won't have to worry about money anymore, he smiled faintly. Kushina, however, tossed the forbidden scroll aside and hugged the pile of money. Kushina, you're such a money grubber, Shin teased. This is all mine now, she declared, sealing the money back into the scroll. Kirigakure must be furious, Mikoto said worriedly. Shin understood her concern. Don't worry, Mikoto. No matter how much they investigate, they won't find me. And by the time they do, it'll be too late. No one would suspect him. His age was his best disguise, and he had used the transformation jutsu and a mask. By the time Kirigakure discovered the truth, it would be too late. He would be strong enough to crush them. Even if they found out, they wouldn't be able to do anything. They'd have to swallow their anger and accept their loss. Let's go to the main island of the Land of Water, Shin said. Shouldn't we leave the Land of Water? Kirigakure won't let this go, Mikoto replied, concerned about their recent theft of the Forbidden Scroll. It would be a shame to leave just like that. Let's explore the Land of Water and broaden our horizons, Shin suggested. I agree. Kushina chimed in. Seeing Mikoto's worry, Shin smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Mikoto. Even if we're discovered, I can get us out of here. Yamatsu Hirasaka, who could teleport them back to Konoha, would incur a significant chakra cost. By the way, do you want to learn any of the jutsu in the Forbidden Scroll? Shin asked. I don't have water release chakra. Most of the jutsu in there are water release, Mikoto explained. She was a genius with wind, lightning, and in release. Acquiring additional chakra natures through training was a long process, but having multiple innate natures was an advantage. I'll try to learn some, Kushina said. With wind, water, and yang release, she could learn water jutsu, particularly interested in the steaming danger tyranny, an S-rank jutsu. Witnessing Shin use the Rasen Shuriken had shown her the power of S-rank jutsu, which had terrifying destructive power and range. Ordinary shinobi had limited chakra, making S-rank jutsu a rare trump card. However, as an Uzumaki, Kushina had the potential to use S-rank jutsu more freely in the future. Shin used Yamatsu Hirasaka to transport them to the main island of the Land of Water, where they encountered people. The Land of Water doesn't seem as prosperous as the Land of Fire, Kushina observed, noting the houses and the people's attire. It was clear that the Land of Water was not as wealthy as the Land of Fire, which benefited from fertile lands and a strategic location. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi puffed on his pipe, a troubled expression on his face. The unexpected arrival of a delegation from Kirigakure, led by the third Mizukage, was concerning. Hiruzen couldn't believe the Mizukage had come to Konoha. Visiting another hidden village was dangerous, even for powerful shinobi. The third Mizukage was shrouded in mystery, and Hiruzen had never seen him before. Kirigakure was an isolated village, rarely interacting with the mainland, making the Mizukage's visit even more puzzling. As Hiruzen pondered the situation, Danzo entered with the two elders, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatain. Hiruzen had summoned them to discuss the Mizukage's visit. You know why I called you here? The third Mizukage has suddenly visited Konoha. What do you think his motive is? Hiruzen asked directly. Whatever his reason, as a Kage, leaving his village to visit another is foolish, Danzo scoffed. With Suna making moves against us, now is not the time to fight Kirigakure. Hiruzen looked at Danzo sternly, aware of the delicate situation. Danzo met his gaze and nodded, understanding the need for caution. Hokuhisa-sama, the Kiri delegation requests an audience, a shinobi announced. Hiruzen frowned but nodded. Bring them to the meeting room. Leading Danzo and the elders to the meeting room, they found the third Mizukage and several elite jonin already waiting. The third Mizukage is quite young, Danzo remarked, observing the Mizukage's youthful appearance. Sandaime Hokage, I'm here to demand justice, the Mizukage said, glaring at Hiruzen while ignoring Danzo. Hiruzen frowned, confused. Konoha and Kiri had no conflict. Your Konoha shinobi infiltrated my village and stole our forbidden scroll. What do you have to say for yourself, Sandaime Hokage? The Mizukage accused, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Killing intent filled the room, prompting Konoha's Umbu to emerge from the shadows. Mizukage-sama, are you mistaken? Hiruzen asked, bewildered. He had never sent anyone to steal Kirigakure's forbidden scroll. Could it have been Danzo? He glanced at Danzo but dismissed the thought. Even he couldn't infiltrate Kirigakure and steal such a valuable item. It would be heavily guarded, and escaping would be nearly impossible. But seeing the Mizukage's fury, it seemed the scroll was indeed gone. Can't even protect your own village's forbidden scroll. Useless, Danzo sneered. The Mizukage, who usually had a calm demeanor, was enraged. He slammed his hand on the table, shattering it. Hiruzen glared at Danzo, then looked at the Mizukage. Mizukage-sama, how do you know it was a Konoha shinobi? The Sharingan. The Mangekyo Sharingan. You can't fake that. Besides the Uchiha clan of Konoha, who else possesses the Sharingan? Hiruzen's face hardened. Danzo and the elders also paled. Hand over the forbidden scroll, or Kirigakure will declare war. The Mizukage's voice was firm. He had to retrieve the scroll, or his position as Mizukage would be in jeopardy. There were already dissenting voices in Kirigakure, criticizing his leadership and calling for his removal. The other clans were eager for him to step down. That was why he had risked coming to Konoha. Hiruzen took a deep breath. If he didn't handle this carefully, Konoha and Kirigakure would go to war. And if that happened, Suna, who was already making moves, would definitely take advantage of the situation. Iwa, who had a grudge against Konoha, and Kumogakure, with their ambitions, might also join in. It could escalate into a 4-village alliance against Konoha. The stakes were high. He had to appease the Mizukage. Hiruzen looked at Danzo, then said, Mizuke-sama, I won't lie to you. It's been a long time since the Uchiha clan has produced a Mangekyo Sharingan user. But recently, one did awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, he is now a missing nin of Konoha. The third Mizukage's expression darkened. He didn't believe Hiruzen's claim that the Uchiha who stole the forbidden scroll was a missing nin. He saw it as a flimsy excuse. Do you think Kirigakure is afraid to go to war with Konoha? The Mizukage stood up and glared at Hiruzen. I know you suspect I'm lying, Mizukage, but he really is a missing nin. He defected a year ago. You can investigate if you don't believe me, Hiruzen said calmly. His name is Uchiha Ryota. Feel free to investigate. He's the only one I know of with the Mangekyo Sharingan. He's been classified as an S-rank missing nin. Hiruzen was indeed referring to Uchiha Ryota, the one Shin had seen on the mission list. He glanced at Danzo. Ryota's defection and Mangekyo Sharingan awakening were connected to Danzo. Ryota was talented and powerful, a genius of the Uchiha clan. Naturally, he had caught Danzo's attention. Danzo had tried to recruit Ryota into Root, but Ryota had refused and even injured the Root agents sent to persuade him. This had offended Danzo, who believed that any talented shinobi who wouldn't serve him should be eliminated, especially an Uchiha. Danzo had captured Ryota's parents and used them as bait to lure Ryota into a trap. He didn't know what had happened after that. All he knew was that all his men were dead, and so were Ryota's parents. The last report he received was that Ryota had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Hiruzen had learned of this incident and helped Danzo clean up the mess. Otherwise, with the Uchiha clan's genius suddenly becoming a missing nin, and with evidence pointing to Danzo's involvement, the Uchiha clan wouldn't have let it go so easily. Hiruzen had appeased the Uchiha clan with various concessions. But now this had happened. Had Ryota become that strong? Strong enough to infiltrate Kirigakure and steal the forbidden scroll? Hiruzen was worried. Ryota's parents were dead, killed by Danzo's men. Would Ryota seek revenge on Konoha? The world only knew of Madara Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, but Hiruzen had another teammate, Uchiha Kagami, who had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, though he was now deceased. As Kagami's teammate, Hiruzen understood the terror of the Mangekyo Sharingan. And the more he understood, the more worried he became. This was all Danzo's fault. He had to stop Danzo from doing whatever he pleased, even if he claimed it was for Konoha's sake. But was it truly for Konoha's sake? Perhaps Konoha held some importance in Danzo's heart, but it definitely wasn't his top priority. Danzo was a selfish man. He only cared about himself. After a lengthy discussion, Hiruzen finally managed to appease the Mizukage. The Mizukage left, determined to declare war on Konoha if he discovered Hiruzen had lied to him. Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to the Umbu. Find Uchiha Ryota. We have to find him. Leave Uchiha Ryota to me. I will find him and eliminate this threat. Danzo's eyes gleamed. Hiruzen took a deep breath. Can your Root handle him? You know how powerful the Mangekyo Sharingan is. To be able to infiltrate Kirigakure single-handedly and steal the forbidden scroll. Hiruzen didn't believe Kirigakure was that weak. He was wary of Ryota now. The Mangekyo Sharingan was the eye that could subdue even-tailed beasts. He was overestimating Ryota, though. It was Shin who had infiltrated Kirigakure, not Ryota. If Ryota had tried, he would have been killed instantly. Ryota was just a scapegoat, blamed for something he didn't do. And now he would be hunted by both Kirigakure and Konoha. Especially Kirigakure. If they found him, even the Mizukage might personally pursue him. And if Shin learned that Ryota had the Mangekyo Sharingan, he might hunt him down to copy it. Ryota's situation was tragic. Meanwhile, the true culprit was still enjoying himself in the land of water. This croquette is disgusting. Shin tossed the croquette aside. It was made with squid meat and tasted fishy. Kushina and Mikoto made faces and discarded their croquettes. How can you make croquettes with squid? Do they even know how to cook? Kushina complained. Look, they seem to be enjoying it. Maybe it's just their taste, Mikoto said. Just because they didn't like this strange croquette didn't mean others didn't. The takoyaki here is good, Shin. Try it. Kushina offered Shin a takoyaki ball. It is good. And cheap too. Anything seafood related was inexpensive in the land of water. As an island nation, they had plenty of seafood. We've been in the land of water for days. When are we leaving? Kushina asked. She wasn't used to the humid climate, the thick fog in the mornings and evenings, or the fishy smell that blew in from the sea when it was windy. The locals were accustomed to it, but Kushina wasn't. The land of whirlpools was also an island nation, but it was closer to the mainland and had a different climate. Kushina and Mikoto both found it a bit unpleasant. Even Shin found it a bit uncomfortable. Let's leave today then, Shin said. He decided to take Kushina and Mikoto to a food street in one of the towns before they left. They might not come back to the land of water again, so they might as well enjoy a feast. Shin and his team left the land of water, but instead of returning to Konoha, they went back to the land of whirlpools. They built a small hut near the coast. Kushina and Mikoto sparred on the beach, trying to gain combat experience. They were just sparring, they weren't using any dangerous techniques or trying to harm each other. Shin sat by the shore, developing new techniques. He wanted to create ice release techniques. He had the ice release Kekiai Genkai, but he didn't know any ice release techniques. He reviewed his knowledge and recalled ice-based abilities from his past life for inspiration. After much deliberation, Shin realized that adapting those abilities into techniques wasn't something he could achieve quickly. I'll have to create ice release techniques based on existing ones, he sighed. He used the multi-shadow clone technique to create 1,000 clones and set them to work, experimenting and researching ice release. Shin, are you sure you're okay? Mikoto approached him, concerned. Creating 1,000 shadow clones wasn't just physically taxing, it was also mentally demanding. If he dispelled all those clones at once, the mental fatigue could be overwhelming. Don't worry, I know my limits, Shin reassured her with a smile. He wouldn't let the clones work for too long. He would maintain control, ensuring he didn't damage his mind. Mental fatigue was inevitable, but he wouldn't harm himself. In fact, after the fatigue subsided, his mental power would increase. A week passed. They had been away from Konoha for almost half a month. Shin had developed 3 ice release techniques: Ice Wall, Ice Spear, and Ice Dragon Bullet Bomb. These were modified versions of existing techniques. Ice Wall was based on the Water Wall technique, but the hand seals were different, making it a completely new technique. Ice Spear was based on Kakuzu's Earth Spear, and Ice Dragon Bullet Bomb was based on the Water Dragon Bullet technique. These were all at least B-rank techniques. Let's pack up and head back to Konoha, Shin said to Kushina and Mikoto. They had been away for a while. He wondered if the Sandaime Hokage would send someone to look for them. After all, they weren't ordinary ninja, they were all talented. Kushina was eager to return. The land of whirlpools was scenic but deserted and boring. Shin had been busy developing techniques, so he hadn't had time to play with her. Mikoto had also been busy training. Kushina was bored and wanted to go home. They used water walking to travel across the sea, their chakra-coated feet gliding over the waves. Running on water in the open sea was more challenging than on a river, but their excellent chakra control allowed them to handle the waves. It took them a few days to reach Konoha. As soon as they returned, Hiruzen was informed, as was Danzo. Hiruzen was relieved. He didn't want to lose these talented youngsters. Danzo, however, was furious. He had sent someone to capture Shin when they left the village, and his subordinate's failure only added to his anger. As for how, he had no idea. He wanted to capture Shin and his team and interrogate them, but Hiruzen was keeping a close eye on him. If he made any moves within Konoha, Hiruzen would find out. Danzo might be good at operating in the shadows, but he couldn't hide everything from Hiruzen. Shin and his team went to the mission assignment desk and completed their mission. After receiving their reward, they returned to the Senju compound. Hiruzen didn't summon them. As long as they were back, he didn't care about the details. He wasn't surprised that they had taken so long. Missions to hunt down missing Nin could take a while. Finding the target wasn't easy. Finally home, Kushina said, looking around the familiar courtyard with a sense of relief. Mikoto smiled. You two rest for a bit. I'll make dinner. Don't bother, Mikoto. Shin stopped her before she could enter the kitchen. Seeing her confused expression, he smiled. You just got back. No need to tire yourself out. Let's eat out. I've been craving Konoha's food. I agree. Kushina chimed in. Mikoto nodded and sat down. Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto strolled through Konoha's bustling food street. We're finally rich. We can buy anything we want. Kushina clutched a handful of snacks, her eyes scanning the stalls for more treats. We weren't exactly poor before, but now we're loaded, Shin said. With the money he had acquired from Kirigakure, they wouldn't have to worry about finances for a while. Let's go get some yakiniku. Shin led Kushina and Mikoto into a popular yakiniku restaurant. Shin. A familiar voice called out. Nawaki, you're living the good life, huh? Eating yakiniku. Looks like you're rolling in dough, Shin teased. Of course. I've made a lot of money lately. I even completed a C-rank mission outside the village. Nawaki said proudly. Do missions really take that long? You were gone for over half a month. Nawaki was curious about their long absence. Yeah, some missions take time, Shin said vaguely. He couldn't tell Nawaki the truth. What he had done could make him an enemy of Kirigakure. If Kiri found out he was the one who infiltrated their village, killed their shinobi, and stole the forbidden scroll, they would demand Konoha hand him over. And knowing Hiruzen, he might actually do it. If word got out, Shin might become an enemy of not just Kiri, but Konoha as well. By the way, Nawaki, are you here alone? Shin changed the subject. Nope, I'm with some friends. They're not here yet. I came to reserve a table. Who's coming? Kushina asked. My team and Minato's team. We're still working together. Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto used to be part of their group, but after becoming Chunin, they had moved on to higher-level missions. Since we're all here, let's eat together. My treat. Nawaki said grandly. No, it's my treat. I promised to buy you all dinner when we got back. Shin shook his head. The food here was good, but it was also expensive. Nawaki's allowance probably wouldn't cover it. Well, if you insist. Nawaki grinned. They reserved a large private room. Soon, Minato, Akiko, Tsum, Hayashi, and Kai arrived. Kai's expression changed when he saw Shin, but he remained silent. Shin was surprised to see Kai there. He wasn't exactly the social type. Shin, you're back. Minato and the others greeted them with surprise. Yep, that mission was tough, Shin lied. Kushina and Mikoto had been the ones who defeated the missing Nin. He hadn't even lifted a finger. I want to go on B-rank missions too, Minato said enviously. After completing a C-rank bandit extermination mission, he was eager for more challenging tasks. Actually, after this trip, I realized it's better to stay in the village. We're not taking any missions for a while, Shin said. It was the truth. He wanted to focus on developing his ice release. Training was more important than pointless missions. After dinner, Shin and his team headed back to the Senju compound with Nawaki. Akiko and Kai, however, went in a different direction. What's going on? Don't they live in the Senju compound too? Why aren't they going home? Kushina was puzzled. Didn't you know? Akiko moved out last week. Then Kai suddenly moved out too, Nawaki explained. Oh, and there's something else. Nawaki's expression turned mischievous. Akiko seems to like Minato. Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto remained expressionless. They already knew. Nawaki was disappointed, then continued, Shin, you must be wondering why Kai came with us today. He has a crush on Akiko, so he tagged along. Still no reaction. Nawaki, I figured that out back in the academy. You're just realizing it now. Oh. So you knew? Nawaki was surprised. Huh. Shin suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed on a nearby alley. What's wrong? Mikoto asked softly. No point hiding. Come on out, Shin said calmly. What? Nawaki looked at Shin, confused. Kushina and Mikoto, however, drew their kunai, their eyes alert. I can't believe a brat like you discovered us. 3 shinobi emerged from the alley. They were tall and muscular, with dark skin and a powerful aura. You're from Kumogakure, aren't you? Shin asked. The leader of the Kumo shinobi was about to speak, but Shin's question surprised him. They really are from Kumo. Shin saw their surprised expressions and confirmed his suspicions. He had never seen shinobi with such dark skin in Konoha. Only those from the Land of Lightning had that skin tone. It was easy to tell. Their hostility was clear. They were here for them, or rather, for the Uzumaki. In the original story, Kushina had been captured by Kumo. Even though the timeline had changed, it seemed Kumo was still targeting Kushina. Capture the 2 Uzumaki brats. Kill the other 2. Be quick. Don't attract the Umbu's attention. The Kumo leader lunged at Shin. In the dim alleyway, a wall of ice, shimmering with a pale blue light, blocked the Kumo captain's grasping hand. Ice release. The captain stared at the ice wall in surprise. You're quite knowledgeable, Shin said with a smirk, his eyes fixed on the 3 Kumo shinobi like a predator sizing up its prey. I'll shatter this ice wall. The captain channeled chakra into his fist and punched the ice wall. His attack resembled Tsunade's monstrous strength, but it was weaker. His fist struck the wall, causing barely a tremor. Weak. Shin muttered, genuinely believing the captain was lacking in strength. Enraged, the captain called out to his comrades, and they unleashed a triple lightning release attack. Electricity crackled as they channeled lightning through their hands, using the earth as a conduit to attack Shin. But the lightning strikes were blocked by the ice wall. Lightning release, double lariat. The captain focused lightning chakra into his elbow and slammed it into the ice wall. Cracks spread across the surface. It was a nintaijutsu technique, a combination of ninjutsu and taijutsu, similar to the chidori, but using the elbow instead of the hand. Not bad. You managed to crack the wall. You're quite strong. Shin looked at the captain with an appreciative smile. You're asking for it. The captain couldn't stand Shin's patronizing attitude. Ice release, ice dragon bullet bomb. Shin's hands moved in a blur, forming hand seals with incredible speed. An ice dragon emerged, roaring towards the captain. It slammed into him, sending him flying, then continued its trajectory towards another Kumo shinobi. The ice dragon opened its jaws and swallowed the shinobi whole, freezing him solid. The ice dragon shattered, and the frozen shinobi within crumbled into a pile of ice shards. One left. Ice release, ice spear. Several ice spears materialized before Shin, then shot towards the last Kumo shinobi, piercing his heart and limbs. Is that one dead too? Kushina pointed at the captain, who had been sent flying by the ice dragon. Not yet, but he's as good as dead. An ordinary shinobi would have been killed by the impact, but this was a Kumo jonin, Isar of nintaijutsu. His body was more durable, so he was still clinging to life, but he was barely alive. What happened? Nawaki stammered, finally snapping out of his shock. He stared at the scene in horror. The shinobi who had been swallowed and frozen by the ice dragon. It was too much for him. As you can see, they were Kumo shinobi. They attacked us, and we retaliated. Why are you so shocked, Nawaki? Don't you have any guts? Shin shook his head at Nawaki. Nawaki was bewildered. Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto seemed unfazed. Was he really that weak-minded? Let's wait for the umbu, Shin said, sitting down. The commotion wasn't huge, but it wasn't small either. The umbu would have noticed. Besides their main duties, the umbu were always lurking in the shadows, protecting Konoha. Unless it was in a remote training ground or the forest, any significant disturbance would attract their attention. This was practically the center of the village. Attacking here was foolish. Shin frowned. They had just returned to Konoha, and these Kumo shinobi had attacked them. It was strange. Shin, what are you thinking? Mikoto asked. I'm thinking their real target might not be us. This wasn't a good place for an attack. It was too close to the Hokage Tower, and the security was tight. Attacking here would attract attention. Or perhaps that was their goal, to distract Konoha's forces while their accomplices carried out their true objective. If Shin's guess was correct, their real targets were Kai and Akiko. He was right. That was their plan. Sacrifice 3 of their own to distract Konoha while the others captured their targets. Shin and his team hadn't been part of the original plan. When they formulated their plan, Shin and his team weren't even in Konoha. They had intended to attack Nawaki to draw attention. Nawaki was the grandson of Hashirama Senju, a potential threat, so they wanted to eliminate him. Even if they couldn't kill him, they could use him as a distraction while their accomplices captured Akiko and Kai. The 3 Kumo shinobi had been surprised to see Shin and Kushina. They had done their research before infiltrating Konoha. They knew Shin and Kushina weren't in the village. Their targets were Akiko and Kai. But seeing Shin and Kushina, they decided to capture them as well. Then, they became test subjects for Shin's new ice release jutsu. Nawaki had been lucky. If Shin and his team had returned a day later, he might be dead. Of course, he didn't know how close he had come to death. Shin, you think their real goal was to kidnap Akiko and Kai? Kushina and Mikoto were surprised by Shin's theory. It's just a guess. I'm not sure. But he was at least 80% sure. Should we go save them? Nawaki asked. How? If Shin's right, it's too late. They must have already made their move. I hope Akiko's okay, Kushina said. She didn't care about Kai, but she still hoped Akiko was safe. Shin also hoped Akiko was fine. The Ninetales hadn't been transferred yet. If something happened to Akiko, he and Kushina would be in trouble. Minato had left with them. Hopefully he was strong enough to protect them. It didn't take long for the umbu to arrive. They examined the bodies of the 3 Kumo shinobi. Shin couldn't see their expressions behind their masks. What happened here? One of the umbu questioned them while the others continued to inspect the bodies. We were attacked by Kumo shinobi. We killed them in self-defense. Said their accomplices were going after Akiko and Kai, Shin reported. What? You? Take them to the Hokage's office. The rest of you with me. The umbu squad leader immediately left with 3 other umbu. Akiko was under the Sandaime Hokage's protection. She couldn't be harmed. There was no time to verify Shin's claims. If something happened to Akiko, it would be too late. You 3, follow me to the Hokage's office. You need to report this to the Sandaime Hokage. the remaining Umbu said to Shin and his team. Shin shrugged and followed the Umbu, with Kushina and Mikoto trailing behind him. Nawaki also tagged along, not wanting to be left alone with the corpses. Shin's use of ice release had been exposed, but he didn't care. If he had wanted to keep it a secret, he wouldn't have used it against the Kumo shinobi. Ice release wasn't his trump card, not yet anyway. They arrived at the Hokage's office, and the Umbu agent reported the incident to Hiruzen. Hiruzen immediately dispatched several Umbu squads to retrieve Akiko. He then turned his attention to Shin and the others. Shin, Nawaki, Kushina, Mikoto, are you all right? Hiruzen asked with concern. Thank you for your concern, Sandaime-sama. We're not injured, Shin replied, knowing the Hokage was about to get down to business. As expected, Hiruzen asked, Shin, those ice jutsu you used earlier. What was that? It's my Kekii Genkai, Shin replied truthfully. Hiruzen was taken aback. Wasn't the Uzumaki clan's Kekii Genkai the sage body? Had Shin developed a new Kekii Genkai? Besides Kekii Genkai like the Sage Body, Sharingan, and Byakugan, it was possible to develop new elemental Kekii Genkai by combining two different chakra natures. Ice release was a combination of wind and water release. You developed it yourself? Hiruzen asked. Yeah, I stumbled upon it by accident, Shin said casually. Hiruzen's lips twitched. This wasn't just genius, it was extraordinary. He had never heard of anyone developing a Kekii Genkai at the age of 10. He didn't know that Shin had copied the ice release. He didn't ask how Shin had done it. In the shinobi world, it was taboo to pry into someone's Kekii Genkai or jutsu. Besides, developing a Kekii Genkai often involved luck. Some stumbled upon it accidentally, while others spent their entire lives researching without success. It mainly depended on the ratio of the two chakra natures being combined. Ahem, Shin, are you married? Hiruzen suddenly asked. Shin stared at him, bewildered. I have a niece around your age. I could introduce you. The temperature in the room plummeted. Kushina glared at Hiruzen, her body radiating tension. Mikoto's smile vanished, replaced by a frown. Nawaki shivered. Shin's eye twitched. He knew what Hiruzen was thinking. Kekii Genkai could be passed down. That was Hiruzen's motive. No, thank you, Shin refused politely. Kushina and Mikoto were glaring at him. He had to prioritize his safety. Hiruzen was embarrassed, but thankfully, several Umbu entered the room, saving him from further awkwardness. Hokage-sama, we brought Uzumaki Akiko. They had also brought Minato and Kai, all three of them injured. Seeing Akiko safe and sound, Hiruzen sighed in relief. She was already being groomed as the Jinchuriki. If something happened to her, finding a replacement would be troublesome. Are you sure those shinobi were from Kumo? Hiruzen asked the Umbu. Judging from the jutsu they used, it's highly likely. The Umbu couldn't be completely sure. It was possible that shinobi from another village were impersonating Kumo. They would need to investigate further. Hiruzen nodded and asked about Minato and the others' injuries. He was mainly concerned about Akiko, though. After a brief questioning, Hiruzen dismissed them. As they left the Hokage tower, Shin sensed two Umbu following them. Or rather, following Akiko. He didn't care, as long as they weren't following him. Akiko, are you all right? After leaving the Hokage tower, Kai asked Akiko with concern. Akiko shook her head at Kai, then looked at Minato. Thank you, Minato. If it weren't for you, I would have been captured. Akiko looked at Minato gratefully, her cheeks flushed. Don't mention it. We're teammates, Minato smiled back. Kai scowled. He had helped rescue Akiko too. Why was she only thanking Minato? Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto walked behind them. Shin couldn't help but chuckle. Kai, hearing Shin's chuckle, turned around angrily. What are you looking at? Want to fight? Kushina threatened, raising her fist. Her threat wasn't very convincing, but Kai was intimidated nonetheless. Kushina had taught him a lesson before. He didn't want to repeat, especially not in front of the girl he liked. Shin and his team parted ways with Minato's team. He sensed the two Umbu agents following Minato and the others. But no one was following him. He didn't want to be monitored. Back at the Senju compound, Shin and the girls returned to Tsunade's courtyard, while Nawaki went to his own residence. It's late. Let's take a bath and get some rest, Shin said. He went to his room, while Kushina and Mikoto went to theirs. Shin lay on the tatami mat, but he couldn't sleep. I'll chat with the system and ask some questions. He called out to the system in his mind. System, are you there? Always at your service, yeah. System, how are missions assigned? Shin asked. When he infiltrated Kirigakure and stole the Forbidden Scroll, he had expected the system to issue a mission, but nothing happened. System missions are random. The difficulty and rewards are also random. Shin was disappointed. He preferred patterns to randomness. System, can replication cards copy anything? Only divine replication cards can copy anything. Common and advanced cards have limitations. Can you copy a person? Yes. The required card level depends on the person's strength. Kage level or above requires a divine replication card. With a divine card, even a world can be copied. All things can be copied. Shin was surprised. The difference between advanced and divine cards was vast. What level of card would I need to copy myself? Due to your perfect sage body, you would require a divine replication card. Shin nodded. He was just curious, he wouldn't actually copy himself. Everyone wanted to be unique. System, I think there should be more card levels. He felt the gap between advanced and divine cards was too large. You can anticipate a system upgrade, MSTR. After the upgrade, there might be new card levels between advanced and divine. So the system can be upgraded. When will that happen? I do not know. Shin sighed. The system was powerful, but it lacked replication cards. He currently had 2 cards left, one common and one advanced. He couldn't use the advanced card carelessly. He planned to use the common card to copy either ocular power or physical abilities. As he chatted with the system, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, after refining chakra for a while, he heard a knock on his door. Shin, why are you so lazy today? Kushina entered, and Shin stopped his chakra refining. Unlike martial arts training, chakra refining couldn't be disrupted. Kushina, why did you barge in like that? What if I wasn't dressed? Shin said, exasperated. So what? I've seen it all before. Kushina blushed slightly, then shrugged. She had indeed seen everything when they were younger. But that was then. Now, even though they weren't that old, they were practically adults by shinobi standards. I haven't been to your room in a while. Kushina pounced on Shin, tackling him to the tatami mat. Knock knock. What are you two doing? Mikoto stood at the door, knocking gently. Kushina jumped up, flustered, as if she had been caught doing something wrong. Then she realized she hadn't done anything wrong. If you don't come out for breakfast soon, it'll get cold, Mikoto said calmly. Shin didn't sense anything unusual in her tone, but Kushina felt a hint of danger. They went out for breakfast. Afterwards, Shin went to the small training ground in the courtyard. He continued to experiment with ice release. It had so much potential, as did every element, as long as the user could realize it. Developing jutsu wasn't easy. Only geniuses could do it, and the process was tedious. But Shin could handle the tedium. Taijutsu training was even more monotonous and tiring, yet he had persevered for years. Kushina and Mikoto were also training diligently. They wanted to be able to help Shin. During the Kirigakure incident, they had been helpless, forced to wait anxiously for Shin's return. They would rather face danger with him than worry about him. They were currently sparring. Mikoto, you're attacking so fiercely. Kushina dodged a sudden fireball jutsu and pouted. You're not holding back either. I won't go easy on you. I'm always serious in a fight. Mikoto smiled. She recalled the scene she had witnessed that morning of Kushina pouncing on Shin, and her attacks intensified. Mikoto, you lost again. Kushina looked at the exhausted Mikoto. Kushina had won their spar. Mikoto was no match for her. Unless Mikoto awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, she would always be at a disadvantage against Kushina in taijutsu. But Mikoto's Sharingan was only at the Tsutomu stage. The Mangekyo Sharingan was still a distant goal. I lost again. Mikoto sighed. She had never won against Kushina, even in a spar. It was frustrating. You're already very strong, Mikoto. Your strength is around Tokubetsu Jonin level. In a year or two, you'll reach Jonin level. Shin comforted her. Jonin was a level many shinobi could never reach. Mikoto was already a genius. Of course, this was also due to her hard work and Shin's guidance. Talent alone wasn't enough. 2 months passed. During this time, Shin and his team didn't go on any missions. Shin focused on developing jutsu. Nothing major happened, though Hiruzen did try to introduce his niece to Shin again. Hiruzen hadn't given up. But when Shin saw the girl, he ran away. She looked unappealing to him. Kushina and Mikoto chased her away before Shin could even say anything. Something feels off in the village today. Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto were strolling through the village, taking a break from training. As they walked through the streets, Shin noticed something was amiss. Many shinobi were hidden in the shadows, and the entire village seemed to be on high alert. What's wrong? Kushina asked, confused. Can't you sense it? There are shinobi hidden everywhere. Something big is about to happen. Shin had a bad feeling. What could warrant such a high level of security? A Kage-level invasion. No one below Sannin level would dare invade Konoha. They'd be crushed. Konoha might not be at its peak, but it was still significantly stronger than it would be at the start of the main storyline. It must be the Ninetales. Shin's eyes narrowed. The only thing that could justify such precautions was the strongest of the tailed beasts, the Kyubi. Perhaps the Jinchuriki transfer ceremony was about to begin. He decided not to tell Kushina and Mikoto. There was no point in worrying them. After a relaxing stroll through the village, they returned home in the evening, having bought many high-quality ingredients. Mikoto had been experimenting with cooking lately, and they were looking forward to a feast. In a hidden area behind the Hokage rock, Hiruzen stood with a solemn expression, dressed in battle attire instead of his Hokage robes. He didn't expect a fight, but it was better to be prepared. Alongside him were Umbu and Elite Jonin, Konoha's strongest forces. Shin had guessed correctly, the Ninetales transfer was about to take place. They were going to seal the QB into Akiko. Mito-sama, are you sure we should do this now? You can still hold on for a while longer, Hiruzen said to Uzumaki Mito. Mito opened her eyes and shook her head. We have to complete the transfer while I can still suppress the QB. Otherwise, it will be a disaster. Hiruzen remained silent. He hadn't witnessed the Ninetales' power himself, but he had heard stories. The Ninetales was the strongest of the tailed beasts, its power surpassing that of the other 8 combined. If Hashirama Senju were still alive, they wouldn't need to be so cautious. Akiko, are you ready? Mito asked seriously. Akiko clenched her fists and nodded, though she couldn't deny her nerves. Akiko, the QB isn't inherently evil. I hope you can guide it to the right path, Mito said. I will, Mito-sama. Good. Let's begin. Without hesitation, Mito formed hand seals and released the seal on her body. Crimson chakra seeped out, filling the air with a malevolent aura. Hiruzen's expression turned grim. Sealing team, prepare, he shouted. The Ninetales chakra, even a small amount, was overwhelming. The 4-symbol seal was released, and the QB emerged, its massive form towering over the prepared Jonin. Roar. The Ninetales roared, its voice and chakra shaking the entire village. Even Hiruzen felt suffocated. Shin, eating dinner at home, sensed the QB's chakra and looked towards the mountain. What's that? Kushina and Mikoto asked, confused. The chakra was so immense that even they could sense it. Most shinobi in Konoha could. It seems my guess was right. It's none of our business. Let's eat. This cola chicken is delicious. Shin held up a chicken wing, unconcerned about the Ninetales transfer. Kushina and Mikoto, although curious, continued eating. Meanwhile, Hiruzen was panicking. The QB was more ferocious than he had imagined. The sealing team struggled to contain it. The QB lunged at the Konoha shinobi, its fangs bared, filled with resentment from being captured and sealed away. Adamantine sealing chains. Several chakra chains erupted from Mito's back, binding the QB and restricting its movements. The Uzumaki clan had incredible life force. Ordinary Jinchuriki died the moment the tailed beast was extracted, but Mito was different. Her life force could sustain her for a while longer. The mountain-sized Ninetales was firmly bound by the adamantine sealing chains, unable to move. Uzumaki Mito, I'll kill you. The QB roared in fury, harboring immense hatred towards its container. Mito ignored the QB's threats, focusing all her energy on suppressing the beast. Sealing team, now's your chance. Use the sealing jutsu. Hiruzen yelled. They had to seize this opportunity. If the QB broke free, even Hiruzen wouldn't be able to stop it. Hiruzen was a Kage-level shinobi at his peak, one of the strongest in the world, but he was no match for the Ninetales. He had mstred ordinary jutsu, but against the tailed beast, those jutsu were ineffective. Unless he used the dead demon-consuming seal, but that was a desperate measure. Hurry! Don't let the QB use Baijidama. Mito yelled to Hiruzen, losing control. Extracting a tailed beast drained the host's life force, and Mito was nearing the end of her lifespan. If they didn't seal the QB now, Konoha would face a catastrophe. The sealing team didn't disappoint. They worked together to seal the QB into Akiko. 4 symbols seal. Mito, her life fading, used the last of her strength to apply the 4-symbol seal, leaving a mark resembling the Uzumaki clan symbol on Akiko's stomach. Akiko had fainted, but her steady breathing indicated she was fine. Mito closed her eyes. After applying the seal, she breathed her last. Hiruzen sighed, then ordered the Umbu to take Akiko back to the village and protect her. Now a Jinchuriki, Akiko could no longer leave the village for missions. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Hiruzen wouldn't allow her to leave. She was now Konoha's weapon. 3 days later, Konoha held a funeral for Mito. The entire village attended. Tsunade, who had been deployed to the border, returned for the funeral. Tsunade's not taking this well, is she? Shin observed, watching her silence since returning. He wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. I knew this day would come. But it still hurts. Tsunade slumped over the table, her emotions a mix of grief and anger. The Ninetales transfer, such a major event involving her grandmother, and she hadn't even been informed. She didn't get to say goodbye. Shin looked at Tsunade, unsure how to help. He shook his head and left the room, giving her some space. Weren't you going to comfort her? Why are you back? Kushina, who had been chatting with Mikoto, asked Shin. I'm not good at that kind of thing, Shin said with a helpless shrug. 2 days passed. Tsunade was no longer consumed by grief. News of Mito's death had spread throughout the shinobi world. Are you sure Uzumaki Mito is dead? The third Kazekage asked the reporting shinobi. Yes, Kazekage-sama. They held a funeral for her a few days ago. Konoha wouldn't joke about something like this. Chiyo, what do you think? The Kazekage turned to the woman standing beside him. This was Chiyo, Suna's advisor, around the same age as Hiruzen. Suna has been preparing for so long. We haven't attacked because the timing wasn't right. I believe now is the perfect opportunity to strike Konoha. Chiyo said seriously. Suna had been facing off against Konoha at the border for months, waiting for the right moment. And now, the opportunity had arrived. A few days ago, they had finally convinced the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, to join them in attacking Konoha. With Mito's death, Konoha's strength had been significantly weakened. Mito was the Ninetales Jinchuriki. This wasn't a secret. Now that she was gone, and with the new Jinchuriki still adjusting, the Ninetales was effectively out of commission. By the way, have we reached an agreement with Mangekyo? Chiyo asked. No. Hanzo refuses to cooperate. He wants to forbid us from entering the land of rain. The Kazekage was furious. Hanzo might be strong, but that didn't give him the right to disrespect Suna. If Hanzo refuses to cooperate, then we'll ignore him. I don't believe that little Mangekyo would dare oppose Suna. Chiyo's eyes flashed with determination. She wasn't the frail old woman she would become in the future. Then I'll leave this to you, Chiyo. The Kazekage said, knowing he wouldn't be leading the forces from the front lines. As a Kage, he wouldn't participate in battle unless it was absolutely necessary. Chiyo nodded. After the Kazekage returned to the village, she and her brother, Ebizo, led the Suna forces across the border into the land of rain. They had already agreed with Inoki to attack the land of fire from the land of rain. The land of rain would become the battleground for the three great nations. As for Mangekyo's opinion, they had no say in the matter. The weak were always at the mercy of the strong. After months of stalemate, the Second Shinobi World War finally began, initiated by Suna. Chiyo sent a team of elite jonin to launch a surprise attack on the Konoha forces stationed at the border. Caught off guard, Konoha suffered heavy losses. Then the main Suna force arrived, led by Chiyo herself. Konoha was forced to retreat. After months of stalemate, the Konoha shinobi had grown complacent. That was why they were so easily defeated in the surprise attack. Suna occupied Konoha's former base and seized a large amount of supplies. They had gained a significant advantage. Hiruzen slammed his fist on the desk in fury. The news of the Suna attack had reached Konoha. Mito's funeral had just ended, and they were already making their move. The Suna attack had resulted in over 100 Konoha shinobi dead and 300 injured. Many of the injured were poisoned. If they didn't receive treatment soon, the death toll would rise sharply. Inform Tsunade. Tell her to head to the front lines, Hiruzen ordered an Umbu agent. According to the reports, Chiyo's poison was potent. The medics on the front lines could only slow its effects, not cure it. Tsunade was Konoha's best medic. She was the only one who could handle this. Yes, Hokage-sama. An Umbu agent hidden in the shadows vanished to relay the message. Knock knock knock. Come in. A white-haired Umbu with a sword strapped to his back entered and bowed. Tsukumo, you are relieved of your duties as Umbu commander. I have a more important mission for you, Hiruzen said gravely. Tsukumo Hatake was Kakashi's father. Besides Hiruzen, he was the strongest in Konoha. He wasn't much older than Hiruzen's three disciples, but he was far stronger, already at Kage level. A true genius. Your orders, Hokage-sama. Tsukumo had no objections to being removed from his position. He would obey the Hokage's commands. I'm sending you to the battlefield to replace Orochimaru as the commander, Hiruzen said. Orochimaru was currently the commander, but he was still too young and inexperienced for such a responsibility. Tsukumo nodded, accepting the mission without hesitation. The Second Shinobi World War has begun. Shin asked Tsunade after seeing off the Umbu messenger. It's not a world war yet. Just a conflict between Konoha and Suna, Tsunade corrected him. Shin scoffed. Tsunade, do you really think Suna would dare attack Konoha alone? If Suna had the guts to attack Konoha alone, they wouldn't have waited this long. Maintaining a stalemate at the border for months wasn't cheap. Suna wouldn't have done that if they weren't afraid of Konoha. Now that they are attacking, besides the Ninetales Jinchuriki being out of commission, they must have another reason, allies. Konoha is undeniably powerful. I don't believe Suna would attack without backup. What do you mean? Tsunade frowned. Suna must have found allies. Otherwise, why would they attack Konoha alone? Tsunade shook her head. Konoha might have suffered a setback, but that was only because Suna had caught them off guard. Suna was weaker than Konoha. They knew that. If they were attacking, they must have help. Her expression turned grim. Are you going to tell the Sandaime? Shin asked. Tsunade nodded. She had to warn him. There's no need. If even I can figure this out, don't you think the Sandaime already knows? I'm just saying this war won't be easy. Be careful. So you're worried about me? Tsunade looked at Shin and suddenly pinched his cheek. I haven't done this in a while. Feels good. A smile finally appeared on her face. She hadn't smiled since Mito's death. I hate it. Shin swatted her hand away. He wasn't a child, he didn't like being pinched. You might hate it, but I like it. Tsunade reached for his cheek again, but this time, two small hands intercepted her. Tsunade-sensei, it's rude to make others uncomfortable, Mikoto said. Why are you touching him? Kushina glared at Tsunade. What's wrong with me touching him? He's my student. I can show him affection. Besides, you're both my students. What right do you have to lecture your teacher? Tsunade pulled Shin into a hug, burying his face against her. Shin felt a wave of warmth and a slight lack of oxygen. He could resist, but he wasn't foolish. This was a golden opportunity, he wouldn't waste it. Tsunade looked at Kushina triumphantly, deliberately provoking her. Mikoto, help me pry this cow off him. Kushina yelled through gritted teeth. Sorry, Tsunade-sensei, but this is inappropriate. You can't just do that to a boy. Mikoto sided with Kushina without hesitation. They tried to pull Tsunade away, but they were no match for her strength. In the end, Shin had to push her away himself. He would have loved to stay in her embrace, but he needed to breathe. I'm leaving. You three stay in the village. Don't go anywhere, Tsunade said, then left for the battlefield. They didn't know when she would return. After she left, Kushina and Mikoto glared at Shin. Why didn't you resist when Tsunade was taking advantage of you? Kushina demanded. Shin was confused. Wasn't he the one taking advantage? Ahem, I couldn't resist her strength. Believe me, he said weakly. Kushina and Mikoto rolled their eyes. They didn't believe him for a second. He had probably enjoyed it. Half a year passed in a flash. The war had been raging for 6 months. Konoha, Suna, Iwa, and Mangekyo were locked in a bloody conflict. Even Konoha's genin were being deployed to the battlefield. Shin and his team were also on the front lines. If even genin were being sent, chunin like them were indispensable. War is so cruel. These people are so unfortunate. Mikoto looked at the gaunt and fearful civilians of the Land of Rain with pity. The Land of Rain was already impoverished due to its harsh climate. Now, ravaged by war, it was filled with refugees. Even as refugees, they had to hide, afraid of encountering shinobi. To them, ninja were no different from demons. Everyone knows war is cruel, but the rewards are too tempting, Shin said softly. Without conflicts of interest, there would be no war. What are you guys sighing about? Aren't you hungry? Kushina complained. I'm starving. We have rations. Kushina took out the rations and glared at Shin. You eat one and show me. Ahem, I'm not hungry. Shin looked away. The rations were rock hard. This is what they gave us. How are we supposed to eat this? Use it to sharpen our teeth. Kushina grumbled. Konoha seemed to be low on funds. They had to make do with these for now. If they wanted decent food, they'd have to wait for the Land of Fire's daimyo to provide more funding. Let's go find something to eat. If they wanted good food, they had to hunt for it themselves. They entered the forest, the drizzle soaking their clothes. Shin wasn't sure if there were any animals left in this forest. They weren't the only ones hunting. This weather is terrible. It rains 9 days out of 10, and the one day it doesn't, it's cloudy. Shin looked up at the overcast sky. He had been on the battlefield for half a month and hadn't seen the sun once. After searching for a while, they finally found a rabbit. A scrawny one, but it was better than nothing. Mikoto roasted the rabbit, ending its miserable life. Smells good. Kushina's eyes sparkled. Kushina, you're drooling, Shin teased. Kushina quickly wiped her mouth, then realized there was no drool. You tricked me, she glared at Shin. Shin shrugged. It was her fault for being so gullible. Suddenly, a roar echoed through the forest. Shin's eyes lit up. It sounded like a bear. I'll go check it out. Maybe we can have bear for dinner, he informed Kushina and Mikoto before vanishing in a flash. Hey, I want to come too, Kushina exclaimed, jumping up. Kushina, stay here, Mikoto said, gently pushing her back down. Shin followed the sound of the roar and found the bear charging towards a small, dirty girl who stood frozen in fear, her eyes wide with terror. The bear wasn't very large, but it was still dangerous. Lucky for you, I happened to be passing by. Shin threw an ice blue kunai, which embedded itself in the bear's head, causing it to collapse. He quickly appeared next to the bear. It wasn't small, but it looked thin, almost malnourished. Most of the edible resources in this forest had been hunted by shinobi, and this bear probably hadn't eaten well in a while. Are you all right? Shin asked the girl, who was still cowering with her eyes closed. She was covered in dirt, but her light blue hair was appealing. I'm fine, she replied, opening her eyes and looking at Shin with a mix of gratitude and fear. She was thankful he had saved her, but also afraid of him. He was a shinobi, and shinobi were feared in the land of rain. Don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you, Shin reassured her. He ignored her and picked up the bear carcass, preparing to leave. Wait, the girl called out weakly. This is for you. Thank you for saving me. She offered Shin a mushroom she had been holding. Shin smiled. What's your name? Conan, she spoke softly, her head lowered. You're Conan. Shin's mind flashed to Conan, the angel of the Akatsuki. He looked at her light blue hair and stepped closer to wipe the dirt from her face. Her young features seemed vaguely familiar. It really was Conan of the Akatsuki. She hadn't met Yahiko and Nagato yet, or she wouldn't be alone. Come with me. Shin picked her up with one arm and the bear with the other, then vanished in a flash. The heavy bear didn't slow him down at all. You're finally back. We were about to come looking for you. Who's this little girl? Kushina asked curiously. I found her. She looked pitiful, so I brought her back, Shin said. He was quite fond of Conan, the angel of the Akatsuki. She does look pitiful. And cute. Kushina examined Conan, then looked at Shin suspiciously. Had he brought her back because she was cute? Shin enjoyed his roasted rabbit, ignoring the curious stares from Kushina and Mikoto. Kushina, Mikoto, is something wrong with the rabbit? Why are you staring at me like that? We're just curious, Mikoto said. They were puzzled by Shin bringing Conan back and didn't believe he had done it out of pure compassion. What's there to be curious about? Finish eating, and let's head back to camp to report, Shin said. They were on a mission to scout for enemy shinobi in the area. Conan, here's a rabbit leg for you. Shin offered Conan a leg. She looked at him timidly, then at the rabbit leg with longing, but she didn't dare take it. Go on. Don't be afraid, Mikoto said gently. Yeah, we won't hurt you, Kushina added. Unable to resist, Conan finally took the rabbit leg and nibbled on it. She hadn't eaten in 2 days. She had managed to find some mushrooms, but then she encountered the bear. A single rabbit wasn't enough, so they roasted the mushrooms Conan had found and a bear paw as well. Bear paw is so good. What about the rest? Kushina looked at the bear carcass. We can't waste it. Shin sealed the carcass in a scroll. Conan, are you coming with us, or are you going to continue wandering around? Come with us. It's dangerous for a little girl to be alone, Kushina urged. The entire land of rain is dangerous right now. You should stay with us, Mikoto added. You really want me to come with you? Conan asked timidly. It's your choice, Conan. If you want to come with us, you can. If you want to leave, we won't stop you, Shin said. I want to go with you, Conan said, looking at Shin. All right, let's go then. Shin smiled and led Conan out of the forest. They arrived at a small town, which was practically deserted due to the war. They bought Conan some new clothes at a clothing store, then found an inn where Mikoto helped Conan wash up and change. They then headed back to the Konoha camp. No one questioned them about the little girl. They were Tsunade's students, after all. This was the battlefield between Konoha and Tsuna, with Orochimaru as the commander and Tsunade and Jiraiya as his deputies. No one would question them. They went to find Tsunade. She was surprised to see Conan. Who's this little girl? Tsunade asked Shin. Her name is Conan. I saved her in the forest and brought her back. She can stay with you for now. Shin and his team often went on missions, so it was better for Conan to stay with Tsunade, who was responsible for treating the injured and developing antidotes for Chiyo's poison. Tsunade rarely participated in direct combat. She frowned, concerned about bringing a stranger into the camp. Don't worry, Shin said, sensing her concern. Tsunade trusted him. She nodded and said to Conan, You can stay with me for now. Conan took a step back and looked at Shin, clinging to his clothes, anxious in this unfamiliar environment. Only Shin, her savior, could give her a sense of security. Don't worry, Conan. If I'm in camp, you can stay with me. But if I'm on a mission, you'll have to stay with Tsunade. It's too dangerous to take you with me. Shin pinched Conan's cheek, which was so soft that he couldn't resist pinching it again. Conan blushed and nodded. Suddenly, Jiraiya and Orochimaru arrived, their presence indicating trouble. Jiraiya looked at Conan curiously. Didn't you say there was a problem? Tell us what it is. Yeah, business first. Jiraiya turned serious. I'll explain. The third Kazekage is here, Orochimaru said. It was better than letting Jiraiya waste time with his rambling. What? Tsunade's eyes widened in alarm. The third Kazekage's presence meant he was participating in the war. He was considered the strongest Kazekage, and even Hiruzen might not be able to defeat him. Tsunade was overestimating him, though, after all, he had been killed and turned into a puppet by Sasori. Regardless of how he had been defeated, the so-called strongest Kazekage was still a formidable opponent. Do you have a plan? Tsunade asked Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Orochimaru has already sent someone back to Konoha to inform the Hokage. We have to stall for time, Jiraiya said. Tsunade nodded. That was their only option. They had to wait for Hiruzen's instructions. The result of Orochimaru and Jiraiya's discussion was that if the third Kazekage joined the battle, the three of them would team up to hold him back. On a battlefield with thousands of shinobi, a Kage-level fighter might seem insignificant, but their impact was still immense. Tsunade was worried. Even though Konoha was strong, facing two other hidden villages and Mangekyo was a challenge. With the third Kazekage joining the fray, Konoha might be defeated. Why the long face? It's just the third Kazekage, Shin said to Tsunade, who glared at him in response. Just the third Kazekage. How could he underestimate him so much? Tsunade rolled her eyes at Shin. You three stay in camp for the next few days, she ordered, for their protection. Want me to take out the third Kazekage? Shin offered. No. Tsunade refused without hesitation. She knew Shin was strong, but she didn't think he was stronger than a Kage. The third Kazekage wasn't just any Kage, he was the strongest Kazekage, with a Kekkai Genkai. I knew you'd say that. Shin shook his head and returned to their tent with Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan. He had been staying in camp for the past few days, training and teaching Konan the Chakra refinement technique. He hadn't been on any missions, but he was well informed. He knew Konoha had suffered several defeats. Even with Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade working together, they couldn't turn the tide. Tsunade, are you injured? Shin noticed BLD on Tsunade's arm. Tsunade-sensei is hurt. Mikoto rushed over to examine the wound. There was a deep gash on Tsunade's right arm. It's nothing. Just a scratch from Chiyo's puppet, Tsunade said, her eyes flashing with anger. She wouldn't have been injured if Chiyo hadn't used her puppets to attack while Tsunade was busy fending off the third Kazekage. Shin examined the wound. It was deep but not life-threatening. It hadn't reached the bone. With Tsunade's healing abilities and medical ninjutsu, she would recover in a few days. Shin channeled green chakra into his hand and placed it on Tsunade's arm. Tsunade was surprised. You learned the mystical palm jutsu. The mystical palm jutsu was an advanced medical ninjutsu. Tsunade had taught it to him just a few days ago and hadn't expected him to master it so quickly. You know, I have thousands of shadow clones helping me train. It only took a few days. How are Orochimaru and Jiraiya? Shin asked. Tsunade had recovered from her shock. Shin had surprised her so many times that she was becoming immune to it. Orochimaru has some minor injuries. Jiraiya is worse, he won't be able to fight for at least half a month, Tsunade sighed. What's the plan? Shin asked. Orochimaru wants to avoid further conflict and wait for reinforcements. It's been a few days, they should arrive soon. Shin shook his head. I don't think reinforcements are coming. If the third Kazekage is involved, he won't let us send for help so easily. The messenger was probably intercepted. It was just a guess, but Shin was almost certain. Suna wouldn't allow Konoha to call for reinforcements. Avoiding conflict isn't that easy. I'm going to the battlefield tomorrow, Shin said. What? Tsunade was alarmed. I've been on the front lines for so long, and I haven't even seen the battlefield. That's pathetic. Shin grinned. This is not a joke, Shin. The battlefield is dangerous. Tsunade scolded him. I know you're worried about me, but I can protect myself. Besides, I want to see how strong I am now. And seeing you injured. It makes me want to avenge you and teach that old hag Chiyo some manners. Shin finally persuaded Tsunade. Or rather, she realized she couldn't stop him. Even if she disagreed, Shin would still go. The next day, on the battlefield, Orochimaru noticed Shin. Shin-kun, what are you doing here? Orochimaru-sama, the third Kazekage isn't that much older than you, is he? I'm disappointed you can't defeat him. Shin looked at Orochimaru's injuries. They were minor, but he still looked a bit battered. Orochimaru frowned. Shin-kun, you're not here to help us defend against Suna, are you? Yeah, if we lose, we're all doomed. I have to think about my own safety. Shin watched the approaching Suna forces, his eyes turned serious. It was clear that Suna wanted to crush Konoha before reinforcements arrived. If Konoha received reinforcements and Hiruzen joined the battle, Suna wouldn't stand a chance. So, Shin-kun, how do you plan to help? Do you have a way to repel them? Orochimaru looked at Shin. He didn't believe Shin could turn the tide, but he was curious. Orochimaru's senses were sharp. He could sense danger. Emanating from Shin. The third Kazekage led the Suna forces in a fierce charge. Orochimaru had acted a tall earth wall as a barrier, but he didn't expect it to hold for long. It was merely a delaying tactic. Retreating was the wisest course of action, but they had to choose the right moment. Otherwise, they'd be hunted down by Suna, and perhaps even Mangekyo would join in for a share of the spoils. I hear the third Kazekage boasts absolute defense. Shin's eyes were fixed on the third Kazekage, who looked deceptively young. He was a genius, possessing the magnet release Kekkai Genkai. It was likely a Kekkai Genkai he had developed himself. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, had learned magnet release from him. I don't know about absolute defense, but his defense is certainly strong. Even Tsunade couldn't break through his iron sand, Orochimaru said. He looked at Shin. Shin-kun, do you have a way to break through his defenses? If even Tsunade can't do it, what makes you think I can? I'm just a chunin. Oh, are you really only chunin, Shin-kun? Orochimaru gave him a knowing look. Who knows? Shin watched the approaching Suna forces, drew his Kusanagi sword, and leaped over the earth wall. Orochimaru frowned. Shin went down there. Should we bring him back? A jonin asked Orochimaru. Observe. Perhaps he'll surprise us. I'm quite curious. Orochimaru waved a hand dismissively, his snake-like eyes gleaming with anticipation. You'll be my whetstone. Shin's eyes also held a glint of excitement. He didn't know exactly how strong he was, but the battlefield was the perfect testing ground. He wasn't afraid of danger. His Mangekyo Sharingan abilities could protect him. With Yamatsu Hirasaka, he could escape any situation. Wielding his Kusanagi sword, Shin charged towards the Suna forces, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the battlefield. He's fast. Orochimaru's eyes widened. Even he would struggle to dodge at that speed. Clang! Shin's sword clashed against the third Kazekage's iron sand, sending the Kazekage flying. If the Kazekage hadn't sensed the danger and used his magnet release to defend at the last moment, he would have been defeated. What? The Suna shinobi stared in disbelief at the young boy who had just sent their Kazekage flying with a single blow. They couldn't believe their eyes. This kid, who looked no older than 12, had repelled their Kazekage. At the Konoha camp, Tsunade clenched her fists. Damn it, he's reckless. Orochimaru, why did you let him go? Why didn't you stop him? She glared at Orochimaru. She had been treating some injured shinobi and had arrived late. She hadn't expected Shin to charge into the enemy ranks alone. Tsunade, do you want to go down there too? Orochimaru asked, seeing her agitation. You're still injured. Even if you go, you won't be much help. If he dared to face them, he must have a plan. You'd just be a burden. Tsunade hesitated. He was right. She would be a liability in her current state. Shin had space-time ninjutsu. He should be fine. She'd give him a good scolding when he got back. Are you all stunned? Shin looked at the Suna shinobi, who were frozen in shock. He swung his sword, cutting down several of them. Their deaths snapped the others out of their daze. They glared at Shin with fury. Shin charged into the enemy ranks. They wouldn't dare use large-scale ninjutsu now. That was how the third Raikage had been able to fight 1,000 shinobi for 3 days and 3 nights. They didn't use powerful jutsu for fear of harming their own comrades. With their allies mixed in with the enemies, how could they use ninjutsu? Shin reveled in the chaos. In terms of taijutsu, perhaps only the third Raikage could match him, and in kenjutsu, he believed he was unmatched in the shinobi world. Flash slash. He combined the body flicker jutsu with his swordsmanship, taking down over a dozen Suna shinobi in an instant, including a jonin. Weak. Shin flicked the BLD off his Kusanagi sword. He had already killed dozens, his sword dancing through the enemy ranks like a reaper's scythe. He kicked a shinobi who tried to attack him from behind, sending the man flying through the air to land with a sickening thud. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. The giant shuriken, formed from swirling wind chakra, shot towards the Suna forces, exploding and tearing through flesh and bone. Shin aimed for the densest part of the enemy formation, where the shinobi were helpless against the Rasen Shuriken. Move! Scatter! The third Kazekage yelled, a gash on his chest from Shin's sword. Even with his iron sand defense, he had still been injured. The Kusanagi sword was incredibly sharp, and Shin's strength was formidable. Thankfully, the Kazekage's defense was strong, or he would have been severely hurt. I'm almost tempted to copy his magnet release, Shin mused, observing the Kazekage's injury. But he held back, knowing Uchiha Ryota had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and he wanted to save his last advanced replication card for that. His own Mangekyo Sharingan had reached its limit but had not yet evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. He wanted to copy another Mangekyo Sharingan to help his own evolve. Compared to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, magnet release was nothing. The choice was clear. The third Kazekage ordered his men to retreat and faced Shin alone, not wanting his men caught in the crossfire. He glared at Shin with determination. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have been killed by Shin's sword. Shin and the third Kazekage faced each other, the other Suna shinobi forming a circle around them. Kazekage-sama, do you need assistance? Chiyo asked. No, the Kazekage replied firmly. He wasn't going to gang up on a kid. Chiyo frowned, knowing they couldn't underestimate this boy who had injured the Kazekage with a single blow. She felt the Kazekage was being reckless, and this could end badly. Vacuum slash. Shin swung his sword with full force, slicing through the air. A blade of compressed air shot towards the Kazekage. Creating an air blade with a sword was far more difficult than with a punch. The air blade was incredibly fast. The Kazekage's eyes widened. Magnet release, Iron Sand World Method. Iron sand swirled around the Kazekage, forming an impenetrable sphere. The air blade struck the iron sand, sparks flying. It slowly cut through the iron sand, but the defense was thick, managing to penetrate only a fraction before dissipating. Couldn't break it. Disappointing. Shin sheathed his sword. But since you like staying in there so much, why don't you stay there forever? Ice release, Ice Age. Shin's hands flew through a series of hand seals, an icy chill emanating from him. Ignoring the chakra cost, frost spread from his feet, covering the ground in a thick layer of ice. The iron sand sphere encasing the Kazekage was instantly frozen, and the ice continued to spread outward. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Chiyo yelled, leading the Suna forces in a hasty retreat. Those further away were fine, but the shinobi near the front couldn't escape. The stronger ones managed to flee, but the Chunin were too slow, becoming encased in ice. Within moments, a 1-kilometer radius was transformed into a world of ice, hundreds of ice pillars standing frozen in this icy wasteland. Still not as powerful as Kazan's Hi no Mi, Shin observed his Ice Age jutsu. He had developed it based on Kazan's ability, but it was still far weaker. Kazan could freeze dozens of kilometers of ocean with ease. But Shin's ice release was still developing. Perhaps one day he would surpass Kazan. Shin wasn't completely satisfied, but the Suna and Konoha shinobi were stunned. That's ice release. When did he get ice release? He didn't tell me. Tsunade exclaimed. What incredible power. Orochimaru remarked, his eyes wide in shock. Diamend that brat. Chiyo gasped, seeing her frozen comrades. Quick, save the Kazekage. Ebizo, Chiyo's brother, yelled, worry etched on his face. The third Kazekage was trapped in the ice. If they didn't rescue him soon, he would suffocate. They had to break the ice. If the Kazekage died here, Suna would be in danger. Ebizo charged forward, using wind release to attack the ice encasing the Kazekage, but the ice was as hard as steel. Shin watched them calmly, knowing they wouldn't be able to break it. He wondered if the Kazekage could escape from the inside. The Kazekage had deactivated his iron sand defense, looking at the ice surrounding him with a pale face. He manipulated the iron sand, forming various weapons, and attacked the ice from the inside. With attacks from both inside and outside, and some shinobi using fire release, the ice finally shattered. The Kazekage emerged, gasping for air. The space within the sphere hadn't been large, the air had been thin. Retreat, the Kazekage ordered, choosing not to attack Shin. The Suna shinobi wanted to save their frozen comrades, but they knew the chances of survival were slim. You think you can just retreat? Did you ask me? Shin charged towards them, his sword flashing. A massive air blade sliced through the ice. Puppet technique, human puppet. Chiyo used the human puppet jutsu to defend, and the third Kazekage employed his strongest iron sand defense. The other Suna shinobi also activated defensive jutsu. The sight was spectacular, even more so than when Shin had faced the combined might of Kirigakure. The air blade sliced through 10 puppets and broke through the Kazekage's iron sand defense. The air blade was too large, and the Kazekage's iron sand wall wasn't thick enough. However, after breaking through the iron sand, the air blade's power was spent and was easily blocked by the other Suna shinobi's defenses. The Suna forces retreated hastily, abandoning their frozen comrades. The chances of survival for those trapped in the ice were slim. The Kazekage wouldn't risk further losses to save them. If Shin used another Ice Age jutsu, the consequences would be dire. Chiyo winced as she retrieved the broken human puppet, a masterpiece by the previous generation's puppet emissor, Monzaemon Chikamatsu. It was irreplaceable, and now it was damaged. She didn't know if she could repair it. As she collected the puppet, she suddenly felt a chill, a sense of danger. She instinctively leaned to the side. A flash of white, and a sword pierced through her body. She had dodged slightly, avoiding a fatal blow. The sword, aimed for her heart, had missed, piercing her side instead. Too bad. Shin deactivated his Mangekyo Sharingan, disappointed. He had almost killed Chiyo. He had used Yamatsu Hirasaka to open a small, invisible portal and move his Kusanagi sword through it. The sword had emerged from another portal near Chiyo, stabbing her from a distance of several hundred meters. Shin returned to the Konoha camp, greeted by awestruck stares. Before, he was just Tsunade's student. Now, he was a hero, a powerhouse who had single-handedly forced a retreat from 3,000 Suna shinobi. In their eyes, he was comparable to the Sandaime Hokage. If Shin knew what they were thinking, he would laugh. If Hiruzen faced the third Kazekage and the Suna forces, he'd be dead in an instant. Among the current 5 Kage, the ones Shin looked down on the most were the third Hokage and the third Mizukage. Not in terms of strength, but in terms of value. The third Kazekage had magnet release, which Shin wanted to copy. If he hadn't been saving his advanced replication card for the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would have copied it already. The third Reikage had lightning release chakra mode, a powerful jutsu passed down through generations of Reikage. And the third Tsuchikage had dust release, a Kekiai Toda that could disintegrate anything into atoms. The third Hokage and third Mizukage, however, had nothing that interested Shin. Hiruzen's mastery of ordinary jutsu was impressive, but he didn't have a Kekiai Genkai. He wasn't worth copying. Tsunade approached Shin with a frown and grabbed his ear. You're quite capable, aren't you? Facing 3,000 Suna shinobi alone. Do you have a death wish? She scolded. Ahem, have some respect. There are people watching. Shin removed her hand. I wasn't in any danger. No danger. Do you know how powerful a coordinated ninjutsu assault from that many shinobi can be? Shin knew. He had seen it during the 4th Shinobi World War. But he had Yamatsu Hirasaka. He wasn't afraid of any combination jutsu. And he had charged into their ranks. They wouldn't dare use any large-scale jutsu for fear of friendly fire. Shin-kun, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Orochimaru approached, his eyes filled with caution. He knew Shin was stronger than him. That was ice release, wasn't it? I didn't know it could be so powerful. Orochimaru was intrigued by the ice release. He was always interested in powerful abilities. It's nothing special, Shin said modestly, though his tone was a bit smug. He couldn't help it. When did you learn ice release? Tsunade asked, still angry that he hadn't told her. Did he see her as an outsider? About 6 months ago. Shortly after you left for the border. You knew for so long and you didn't tell me. Tsunade glared at him. Shin shivered. He had never seen her this angry before. I'll be going now. Shin made a quick escape. Kushina and Mikoto were probably worried. He had to find them. Kushina, Shin's back. Mikoto nudged Kushina, who had been lost in thought, snapping her out of her daze. He's back. Kushina looked up and saw Shin. She rushed towards him and leaped into his arms. Sorry for making you worry, Shin said, hugging her back. Mikoto and Konan also approached. Konan relaxed, relieved to see Shin's safe return. Mikoto checked him for injuries. Shin accepted her concern with a smile. Seeing that he was unharmed, Mikoto sighed in relief. You must be hungry. I'll make you something to eat. She went to prepare some meat from the bear Shin had brought back. I'm not that hungry. I didn't use much energy. Just a warm-up. Shin grinned. Tsunade, who had followed them, overheard his comment and rolled her eyes. A warm-up. His warm-up had resulted in hundreds of Suna shinobi dead. Don't brag. You must have used a lot of chakra, right? Tsunade asked. That ice release jutsu had frozen an entire kilometer. The chakra cost must have been immense. Chakra consumption. Shin shook his head. That was nothing to me. Have you forgotten how much chakra I have? Tsunade recalled his monstrous chakra reserves, rivaling those of a tailed beast. I guess that wasn't much for you. She had thought her own chakra reserves were impressive, but Shin had put her to shame. She had the sage body, but hers was a weaker version. Shin's perfect sage body was the real deal. 3 days later, Konoha's reinforcements finally arrived. Hiruzen had sent Danzo Shimura, leading 1,000 Konoha shinobi. Perhaps intimidated by Shin's display of power, Suna hadn't launched any further attacks in the past 3 days. But hadn't retreated either. With Danzo's arrival, command of the Konoha forces naturally fell to him. Danzo immediately gathered the shinobi for a meeting, eager to announce his new position as commander. The man craved power. Orochimaru, you managed to hold back the 3rd Kazekage. You're quite capable, Danzo said to Orochimaru, his tone laced with disdain. It was all thanks to Shin-kun. I had nothing to do with it. If it weren't for him, Suna would have already invaded the Land of Fire, Orochimaru replied, glancing at Danzo. Shin-kun. Danzo frowned. Uzumaki Shin. Surely you know him, Danzo-sama? Orochimaru looked at Danzo pointedly. Uzumaki Shin. Danzo's face contorted in anger. He had lost 4 elite jonin and several other shinobi trying to capture that brat. He had been so furious that he couldn't eat for days. Orochimaru noticed his reaction. It seemed Danzo had a grudge against Shin. He wasn't surprised. Danzo was the type to make enemies easily. And judging from his expression, he had probably been on the losing end of their encounter. What does he have to do with this? Danzo pushed down his anger and asked Orochimaru. Uzumaki Shin was barely 10 years old. Danzo couldn't imagine a child playing a significant role on the battlefield. Shin-kun single-handedly repelled the 3rd Kazekage and forced the retreat of 3,000 Suna shinobi. Otherwise, we would have been forced to retreat, and Suna would have invaded the Land of Fire, Orochimaru explained, watching Danzo's reaction with amusement. Are you serious? Danzo shot to his feet. He couldn't believe it. Repelling the Kazekage and 3,000 Suna shinobi. Even Hashirama Senju couldn't have done that at that age. He suspected Orochimaru was lying. Why would I lie, Danzo-sama? You can ask anyone here. Danzo's expression flickered. He finally understood why the shinobi he had sent to capture Shin had never returned. It wasn't Hiruzen who had interfered. It was that brat Uzumaki Shin who had killed them all. After a moment of silence, Danzo changed the subject. Where are Tsunade and Jiraiya? Most of the Jonin and elite Jonin were present, but Tsunade and Jiraiya were missing. Danzo-sama, Jiraiya-sama is severely injured and recovering. Tsunade-sama is busy treating the wounded, an elite Jonin explained. Danzo snorted. He didn't care about Jiraiya's injuries, but he suspected Tsunade was deliberately avoiding him. He knew Tsunade disliked him. He then discussed strategies against Suna with the others. Finally he said, summon Uzumaki Shin. Orochimaru looked at Danzo, curious about his intentions. At Shin's tent, a Chunin arrived. Shin, Danzo-sama requests your presence. Shin emerged from the tent and looked at the Chunin. Danzo wants to see me. Yes, Shin-sama. I'm here to deliver the message. The Chunin was respectful. Shin might be young, but his strength had earned him respect. All the shinobi in the camp treated him with deference. I understand. You're dismissed. Shin sent the Chunin away and entered the tent. Just as I expected, Danzo wants to see me, he said to Tsunade, who was sitting inside. She wasn't busy treating the wounded, the medics could handle that. It was just an excuse to avoid Danzo. Danzo's summons are never a good thing, Tsunade said. Yeah, don't go, Kushina agreed. Good or bad, I'm not afraid of him. I'll go see what he wants. Shin decided to meet with Danzo. Tsunade didn't stop him, she didn't think there was any danger. He arrived at Danzo's tent. Several Root agents stood guard outside. Shin could sense their presence with his heightened senses. He had encountered Root agents before and was familiar with their chakra signature. He ignored them and entered the tent. They didn't stop him, Danzo must have given them orders. Inside, Danzo was waiting for him. This was the first time Shin had properly met Danzo. Their first encounter had been brief when Shin first arrived in Konoha. The current Danzo was different. He hadn't implanted all those Sharingan in his body yet, but his aura was still dark and sinister. It was different from Orochimaru's, but even more unpleasant. Shin disliked him instantly. He had tried to capture him and harm Tsunade. Shin had no good feelings towards him. Uzumaki Shin, Danzo looked up at Shin. Danzo-sama, what do you want with a Chunin like me? Shin smiled, but Danzo hated that smile. He had learned that his subordinates had been killed by Shin. He wanted to retaliate, but he held back. He had investigated and confirmed that it was indeed Shin who had repelled the third Kazekage and forced the Suna forces to retreat with his powerful ice release jutsu. To be able to defeat the Kazekage and repel the Suna forces alone. Although Danzo hated to admit it, he was no match for Shin. If you have nothing to say, I'll be taking my leave. Shin saw Danzo's hesitant expression and turned to leave. Wait. Danzo stopped him. He had summoned Shin for a reason. Danzo-sama, if you have something to say, spit it out. I don't have time to waste, Shin said with a nonchalant air. Danzo glared at him, his arrogance infuriating. Despite addressing him with the proper honorifics, Shin's lack of respect was evident. Danzo was delusional. Expecting respect from Shin was like expecting Hiruzen to step down and hand him the Hokage hat. Uzumaki Shin, your strength is impressive. Would you be interested in joining Root? Danzo suppressed his anger and extended the invitation. If Shin joined Root, he would forget about the deaths of his subordinates. Shin was clearly more valuable. Root? What's Root? I've never heard of it. Is it some insignificant organization? Shin feigned ignorance. Danzo's patience wore thin, and his Kage-level chakra exploded outward, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Why so worked up, Danzo-sama? Is this, Root, your creation? If so, I must criticize your marketing strategy. I've never even heard of it, Shin said, struggling to contain his laughter. He knew Danzo wasn't known for his patience. If that's all you wanted, Danzo-sama, then goodbye. I have no interest in some unknown organization. Without giving Danzo a chance to respond, Shin used the body flicker jutsu to disappear. Danzo's face was a mask of fury. Uzumaki Shin, I'll remember this, he snarled. Shin, of course, didn't hear him. He wasn't afraid of fighting Danzo. He was strong enough to escape even a full-on assault from a hidden village. Shin had another reason for attacking the Suna forces, a system mission he had received a few months ago. The mission was to help Konoha win the Second Shinobi World War, with the reward being a divine replication card. There was no penalty for failure, but he didn't want to fail. The card was too precious. It was a choice-based mission, allowing him to help any of the 6 villages involved in the war: Konoha, Suna, Iwa, Kumo, Kiri, or Mangekyo. He had chosen Konoha, as it was likely to win anyway, and he was a Konoha shinobi. Helping Konoha win the war wasn't a difficult task, but unexpected events could arise. Regardless, Shin was determined to get that divine replication card. With it he could copy the Rinnegan. Madara Uchiha's Rinnegan was currently with Nagato, and stealing it was out of the question. Shin preferred his own eyes and believed he could evolve them without needing a transplant. Transplanted eyes were never fully compatible with the new host, and even if he could use the Rinnegan better than Nagato, he probably wouldn't match Madara. "You're back." Tsunade approached Shin curiously. What did Danzo want? Kushina and Mikoto also gathered around, eager to hear what that shady character was up to. "Nothing much. He wanted me to join Root," Shin replied. Tsunade nodded. It wasn't surprising. Danzo would definitely try to recruit him. "Was that all?" Kushina asked. "He probably had other motives. Maybe he's interested in my ice release. But I didn't give him a chance to elaborate." Shin had gone to see Danzo to annoy him, and he had succeeded. "No wonder you came back so quickly." "He must have been furious," Tsunade chuckled. "But knowing that old geezer, he'll definitely try to get back at you." Tsunade's smile vanished. Danzo was vindictive, and Shin had angered him. There would be repercussions. It doesn't matter. Shin wasn't afraid of Danzo's revenge. If Danzo pushed him too far, he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate. He glanced at Kushina and Mikoto, worried about their safety. He thought of a solution, the transcription seal. He could seal his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities into their eyes, set to activate under certain conditions. He knew how to use the transcription seal but hadn't tested it yet. He didn't want to risk using it on Kushina and Mikoto without being sure it was safe. Finding a test subject wouldn't be difficult. They were in the middle of a war with Suna. "How's Conan's training coming along?" Shin asked, patting Conan's head. "Still refining chakra," Conan replied, nuzzling his hand. She seemed to enjoy his affection. At the Konoha-Suna battlefront, things had been quiet since Shin repelled the Suna forces. They seemed genuinely intimidated by him. Danzo, however, wasn't impressed by their timidness. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and earn some glory for himself, increasing his chances of becoming Hokage. So, he decided to launch a counterattack. No one objected to his decision. With the arrival of reinforcements, they outnumbered Suna. It was the perfect time to strike back. At the Konoha logistics base, Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto were busy with their assigned duties. Danzo had placed them in the logistics department, and Shin was content with this arrangement. Logistics work was safe and relatively comfortable. "Kushina, Mikoto, come with me," Shin called out, stepping out of the tent. The girls followed him, confused, to a secluded area. "Mikoto, keep watch. If anyone approaches, chase them away." "Kushina, sit down." "What are you doing, Shin?" Mikoto asked. "Giving you some life-saving gifts." Shin used the transcription seal on Kushina, implanting his 2 Mangekyo Sharingan abilities into her eyes. The first ability, Tenmamai, could rewind her personal time by 3 minutes, with activation conditions set for manual use with chakra and automatic activation upon receiving a fatal injury. The second ability, Yamatsu Hirasaka, could also be activated manually with chakra. If she activated Yamatsu Hirasaka after Tenmamai, she would be transported to Shin's location, allowing her to escape danger. After sealing the abilities into Kushina's eyes, Shin did the same for Mikoto and explained the transcription seal and its triggers to them. "By the way, do you feel any discomfort?" he asked, recalling his earlier experiment with a captured Suna shinobi. "My eyes itched a bit when you were applying the seal, but I feel fine now," Kushina said. "Me too," Mikoto confirmed. "That's good. Let's head back." Suddenly, Shin's expression changed. The supply depot was on fire. "What's going on?" Kushina stared at the blazing inferno. "It must be a Suna attack. They've been quiet for days, and now they're targeting our supplies." Shin led Kushina and Mikoto towards the commotion. By the time they arrived, Konoha shinobi were already engaged in battle with Suna shinobi. Among them was a monk who stood out, powerful and controlling sand to attack. "That chakra. Is he the One-Tails Jinchuriki?" Shin recognized the monk as Bunpoku, the current One-Tails Jinchuriki. Wasn't Bunpoku imprisoned? Did Suna release him out of desperation? "Engage. But be careful." Shin instructed Kushina and Mikoto. They nodded, and Mikoto activated her Sharingan, which had evolved to 3 Tomo. "Kushina, you assist me," Mikoto said. "Hey, why can't you assist me?" Ignoring her, Mikoto unleashed a massive fireball, engulfing a Suna shinobi. The shinobi was thrown back, landing motionless. Kushina used the adamantine sealing chains to bind 3 Suna shinobi, while Mikoto threw 3 kunai, each landing a precise blow. Shin nodded approvingly. Their teamwork was excellent. "Monk, you're not holding back at all, are you?" Shin intercepted Bunpoku. The monk frowned at Shin, unable to attack a child. "He's underestimating me." Shin could sense Bunpoku's disdain and launched a kick at him, sending the monk flying. "Underestimating your opponent comes at a price. But you're a Jinchuriki, you're quite durable." Bunpoku felt the pain overwhelm him, and as his consciousness faded, an ominous chakra enveloped him. Is that Shikaku? Is it coming out? Shin watched as Bunpoku was enveloped in the One-Tail's chakra. A massive, tanuki-like figure emerged, swaying its single tail. Gah! I'm finally free. Shikaku roared. Shin, what is that thing? Kushina and Mikoto retreated to his side. A-tailed beast. But it's just the One-Tails. The number of tails indicates their strength, and the One-Tails is the weakest. Shin raised his voice deliberately for Shikaku to hear, provoking the beast. You're the one who called me the weakest of the tailed beasts. Shikaku glared at Shin, angered by the insult. That's right. I heard it from Kurama himself. The One-Tails is the weakest. It should be removed from the Tailed Beasts Club. Shin barely suppressed a grin. That Med Fox. I'll rip its fur off one day. And you'll die too. Shikaku swiped at Shin with its claws. Shin grabbed Kushina and Mikoto, using the body flicker jutsu to dodge. Shikaku's attack missed, gouging the earth and shaking the entire Konoha camp. What's going on? Why is the One-Tails here? Tsunade arrived, her eyes fixed on Shikaku. Danzo had taken most of the Konoha forces to attack Suna, but Tsunade had stayed behind to treat the wounded and develop antidotes for Chiyo's poison. She couldn't ignore the commotion caused by Shikaku's appearance. You'll have to ask Suna about that, Shin said with a shrug. Diamen, you brat. I'll kill you. Wind release, drilling air bullet. Shikaku opened its maw and unleashed a massive wind sphere. Tsunade stepped forward to block the attack. I'll handle this, Shin said. Tsunade could probably block it, but it would be a struggle. Shikaku wasn't weak. Ice release, triple ice wall. 3 massive ice walls materialized. Shikaku's attack shattered the first 2, but the third held. Shikaku seems to have a grudge against you. What did you do? Tsunade asked Shin, turning to face him. Nothing much. He just said Shikaku is the weakest of the tailed beasts, Kushina replied. Tsunade gave Shin an exasperated look. Of course Shikaku was angry. Shin had insulted him. You two can't handle this. I'll take care of it. You go deal with the other Suna shinobi, Shin said to Tsunade and the girls. The ice wall in front of him shattered, and he vanished in a flash. The Shikaku was sent flying, crashing to the ground. He can handle the One-Tails. Let's go deal with those Suna shinobi. Tsunade watched in surprise as Shin sent the tailed beast flying with a single kick. A human, kicking a tailed beast. Had their roles been reversed. I want to fight that big guy too. Kushina was eager to join the fray. Mikoto held her back. Kushina, don't be reckless. Kushina glared at Mikoto. I'm not being reckless. That big guy is all bark and no bite. Tsunade smacked Kushina on the head. Mikoto's right. Don't be foolish. Even I'm no match for that thing. You're not a match for it. That doesn't mean I'm not either, Kushina muttered under her breath. Shin didn't hear their conversation. He was currently using Shikaku as a punching bag, unleashing his taijutsu skills, a mix of kicks, punches and throws, honed through years of training. He also used the strength of 100 seal, each blow carrying monstrous power. Each strike sent Shikaku flying. DMN you, little insect. I'll kill you. Shikaku roared, its voice filled with rage. Shin punched it in the jaw, shutting it up. He then launched it into the air with a powerful uppercut. Shikaku, you should thank me. I'm helping you achieve your dream of flying. As Shikaku fell from the sky, Shin leaped up and delivered a kick, sending it even higher. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. He threw a massive Raisin Shuriken at the falling Shikaku. Shikaku screamed in pain. It might be a chakra construct, but it could still feel pain. That hurt. I'll kill you. Shikaku crashed to the ground, creating a large crater. One of its arms was missing, ripped off by the Raisin Shuriken. Shin was impressed. Even with a missing arm, Shikaku was still full of bluster. But Shin soon understood why Shikaku didn't seem to care about its missing arm. The arm regenerated. Shin noticed that Shikaku's body had shrunk slightly. He realized that Shikaku, while a living being, wasn't an ordinary one. It was a life form created by the Sage of 6 Paths from the Ninetales chakra, using yin-yang release. Even if it lost an arm, it could simply use chakra from other parts of its body to regenerate. But overall, its chakra had decreased, hence the smaller size. Surprised, aren't you? You think I'm that easy to defeat? Science. Shikaku unleashed a barrage of drilling air bullets. You're all bark and no bite, Shin scoffed. He easily dispersed the wind bullets with his punches. Those attacks were only effective against those below Kage level. Shikaku roared and attacked, but Shin easily dodged, treating the beast like a punching bag. Shikaku, I've helped you lose weight. Several times over. Aren't you happy? Shin taunted. Shikaku had indeed shrunk considerably and was no longer as arrogant. It didn't even dare to roar at Shin anymore. Sealing jutsu, adamantine sealing chains. Dozens of chakra chains bound Shikaku tightly, rendering it immobile. Let me go. Release me. Shikaku roared and struggled, but it was futile. These chains could even bind the Ninetales. Be quiet if you don't want another beating. I'll kill you if you annoy me, Shin threatened. Even though tailed beasts could regenerate after death, that didn't mean Shikaku wanted to die. After restraining Shikaku, Shin was joined by Tsunade, Kushina, and Mikoto. You captured it. Kushina stared at the bound Shikaku. The chains were strong. Shin wasn't worried about Shikaku escaping, but he didn't want to stay here and hold it forever. What do we do with Shikaku? Shin asked Tsunade. I can't just keep holding it here. I don't have the time. Tsunade looked at the massive beast, then her eyes lit up. Shin, you and Kushina know sealing jutsu, right? Can't you just seal it? We need a medium. And its Jinchuriki isn't. Its Jinchuriki isn't what? Why did you stop? Kushina asked, noticing Shin hesitate. I have an idea. Let's use its Jinchuriki as the sealing medium. Shin used the 4-symbol seal to seal Shikaku back into Bunpoku, also sealing Bunpoku's chakra. I can't believe that monster was inside him, Mikoto said, staring at Bunpoku in awe. Tailed beasts are fascinating. I wonder how they were created, Tsunade mused. The people of the shinobi world didn't know the origin of the tailed beasts. The creation of the One-Tails to the Nine-Tails had happened over 1,000 years ago. Only Black Zetsu, Madara Uchiha, and Shin knew the truth. I've sealed his chakra, but he might still escape. Keep an eye on him. I'm not responsible if he gets away. Shin tossed Bunpoku to the other Konoha shinobi who had arrived. Where's Konan? Shin asked Tsunade. They hadn't brought Konan with them to the logistics base. She had stayed with Tsunade. She's with the medics. I wouldn't bring her here. It's too dangerous. Okay, we'll go find her then. You handle the rest, Tsunade. Shin left with Kushina and Mikoto. Tsunade sighed and started dealing with the aftermath. Danzo and Orochimaru weren't here, and Jiraiya was still recovering. She was in charge now. They went to the medical tent and retrieved Konan, then returned to their tent. They had wanted to go out and hunt for food, but the rain was getting heavier. What's with this weather? It never stops raining in the land of rain, Kushina grumbled. The occasional rain was nice, but constant rain was depressing. I don't like it either. It weakens my fire release jutsu, Mikoto said. It's just a local characteristic. You'll get used to it. Look at Konan. Shin smiled and patted Konan's hair. I hate this weather too. It's always raining, as if the sky is crying for the people of this country. As evening approached, the rain finally stopped. Danzo returned with the Konoha forces, his face grim and his body bearing several wounds. The shinobi following him were also dejected. It was clear they had suffered a major defeat. Suna had anticipated their attack and set a trap. Danzo had led them straight into it. He had also been defeated by the third Kazekage in their confrontation. But what angered Danzo the most was Hanzo of the Salamander, who had suddenly joined forces with Suna, attacking Konoha from both sides. Danzo had been forced to retreat, leaving hundreds of Konoha shinobi dead on the battlefield. They couldn't even retrieve the bodies. Then he received news that the supply depot had been attacked and half their supplies destroyed. Danzo was furious. He had brought supplies from the Land of Fire's daimyo. Now half of it was gone. The only good news was that they had captured Suna's One-Tails Jinchuriki. It wasn't enough to make up for their losses, but it was something. Uzumaki Shin, Danzo-sama has called a meeting. You're required to attend. A shinobi informed Shin, then left. It was more of an order than a request. Shin's face remained expressionless. He ignored the summons. If Danzo had asked politely, he might have gone, but he wasn't going to obey an order. Besides, what did Danzo's meeting have to do with him? He might be strong, but he was still just a chunin. The meeting was for jonin and above. He had no business being there. And he knew Danzo had no good intentions. He'd rather eat yakiniku. Mikoto had prepared a feast. He wasn't going to miss it for a meeting, especially not one called by Danzo. In the command tent, Danzo's face was dark. Most of the jonin were present, but some were missing. Tsunade wasn't there, and neither was Uzumaki Shin. Their absence was a sign of disrespect. Danzo was furious. Tsunade remained at the base, and Suna attacked our supplies. She is responsible for this loss. Danzo threw the blame on her. Uzumaki Shin failed to protect the supplies. He is also responsible. He then blamed Shin. The other jonin exchanged uneasy glances. Blaming Tsunade was one thing, but blaming Shin. He wasn't even in charge of the logistics department. Shouldn't the head of the department be held accountable? Danzo-sama, perhaps this isn't appropriate, Orochimaru said, knowing Danzo was deliberately targeting Shin. Normally, Orochimaru wouldn't interfere, but Konoha was currently at a disadvantage. Suna and Aim had joined forces. This wasn't the time for internal strife. I'm not discussing this with you, Danzo said dismissively. Then I hope you won't regret this. Orochimaru didn't argue. Who will summon Tsunade and Uzumaki Shin for questioning? Danzo looked at the jonin. The jonin all looked away. No one wanted to volunteer for this task. Danzo's expression remained unchanged, but he was seething. He ordered one of his root agents to go. The root agent returned a while later, his face swollen and bruised. He hadn't brought Tsunade or Shin. What happened? Danzo demanded. Danzo-sama, Uzumaki Shin attacked me. Tisk, fine, I'll do it myself. Danzo's eyes narrowed. Shin had assaulted his subordinate. This was a slap in the face. Danzo stormed out, heading towards Shin's tent. The jonin looked at each other, then at Orochimaru. What should they do? Orochimaru ignored them and followed Danzo. The other jonin, seeing this, followed as well. At Shin's tent. You attacked Danzo's subordinate. He won't let this go. Tsunade sat next to Shin, enjoying the barbecue Mikoto had prepared. Shin rolled his eyes. Why didn't you say anything when I confronted that root agent before? He deserved it. Tsunade wiped her hands on Shin's shirt. Shin stared at the grease stains on his shirt, contemplating his next move. Looks like they're here. That was quick. He sensed Danzo's approach, and his good mood evaporated. He set aside his food and stepped out of the tent, followed by Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan. Danzo stood outside, his face a mask of fury. Shin felt a wave of disgust. Danzo-sama, to what do we owe the displeasure? Shin asked calmly. Uzumaki Shin, you are guilty. Shin's lips twitched. This sounded familiar. Guilty of what? He asked. The supply depot was attacked. As a member of the logistics department, you are responsible for this loss. Danzo glared at him. Shin stared back, incredulous. If a chunin like me is responsible, then I can't imagine how much responsibility the commander should bear. And I hear you suffered a crushing defeat, Danzo-sama, resulting in heavy losses for Konoha. Perhaps you should apologize to the entire village. Shin smirked. Tsunade, are you bullying my student? Tsunade glared at Danzo. Tsunade, you were left in charge of the base, yet you allowed Tsuna to attack our supplies. You are also responsible. Tsunade's anger exploded as she punched Danzo with her monstrous strength. Although caught off guard, Danzo was still a skilled shinobi and used the body flicker jutsu to dodge. Tsunade, you dare attack me. You know the consequences of assaulting the commander, don't you? Danzo sneered. Tsunade had attacked him in front of everyone. Even she wouldn't escape punishment for this. Tsunade, hit him as much as you want, Shin said with a smile. Tsunade looked at him, confused. She had acted out of anger, but attacking the commander was a serious offense. I'll have to show you how it's done. Shin stepped forward and slapped Danzo across the face, sending him flying. No one reacted, not even Orochimaru. It was as if they hadn't seen Shin slap Danzo. Third Kazekage, what are you doing here? Danzo scrambled to his feet, his face contorted in shock. What's going on? Tsunade looked at Shin, puzzled. Why was Danzo talking to thin air? It's a genjutsu. The Kurama clan's 5 senses control. They see and hear what I want them to see and hear, Shin explained with a smile. To Orochimaru and the others, Danzo was still talking to Shin. But to Danzo, the third Kazekage had suddenly appeared and attacked him. Tsunade gasped. The Kurama clan's Kekii Genkai is that powerful. And how did you get it? She asked, curiosity piqued. Instead of asking questions, why don't we take this opportunity to teach Danzo some manners? I can't maintain this genjutsu for long. Strike while the iron is hot, Shin said with a shrug. Tsunade didn't hesitate. She had wanted to punch Danzo for a long time. Now was her chance. Tsunade looked at the defeated Danzo, satisfied. Now what? She asked Shin. They had given Danzo a good beating, but there would be consequences. Tsunade, didn't you notice that Orochimaru and the other jonin have left? Shin pointed out. While Tsunade had been busy, the others had slipped away because Danzo had ordered them to. I was too focused on beating him up. But even if they're gone, dealing with Danzo won't be easy. By the way, what did you make him see? Tsunade asked. Oh, I showed him a female gorilla beating him up. Tsunade's fist narrowly missed Shin's face. I was just kidding. Don't get mad. Shin said hastily, dodging her attack. I used my 5 senses control to make him see the third Kazekage beating him up. Tsunade's fist relaxed, but she frowned. This is a Konoha base. The third Kazekage can't be here. When he wakes up, he'll realize something's wrong. He'll know he was under a genjutsu. She felt there was a flaw in Shin's genjutsu. Danzo would figure it out and suspect her and Shin, causing even more trouble. Shin chuckled. Tsunade, if you can figure it out, so can Danzo. But only he will know. Orochimaru and the others won't realize they were under a genjutsu. They wouldn't believe it was possible for so many of them to be caught in a genjutsu without noticing. Even Orochimaru wouldn't believe such a genjutsu existed. As for Danzo realizing he was under a genjutsu, that didn't matter. In fact, Shin had deliberately let him realize it. Danzo was a troublemaker, and the only way to keep him in line was to intimidate him. After experiencing the power of Shin's genjutsu, Danzo wouldn't dare cause trouble, at least not until he found a way to counter it. Of course, if Danzo was an idiot, Shin would just deal with him. Shin dragged the unconscious Danzo away, then returned to his tent to continue his barbecue. Danzo didn't make any moves for the next few days. Just as Shin had predicted, he was lying low. Danzo had realized he had been under a genjutsu, and so had all the other jonin present that day. That was why he was even more wary now. Only he knew how terrifying that genjutsu was. The others were oblivious. He wanted to retaliate against Shin, but he held back. Confronting Shin now would be pointless. This genjutsu was unlike any he had encountered before. Ordinary genjutsu could be dispelled by disrupting chakra flow or inflicting pain, but this one couldn't. The bruises on his body were proof that pain didn't work. Until he found a way to counter it, he wouldn't make a move. He didn't tell anyone how he got those injuries, and no one dared to ask. One day, Suna sent a messenger to negotiate with Konoha. They wanted to retrieve Bunpoku, the One-Tail's Jinchuriki. Danzo used the Jinchuriki as leverage, demanding Suna surrender and compensate Konoha for their losses. But Suna refused, and the negotiations fell apart. The next day, the third Kazekage led the Suna forces in an attack on Konoha. Hanzo of the Salamander had joined forces with them, and Danzo didn't know what Suna had offered to convince him. Hanzo was a powerful shinobi, and with his knowledge of the Land of Rain, few could defeat him there. With Hanzo's involvement, Konoha was outmatched. As for Shin, he was still assigned to guard the supplies. He didn't mind, it was an easy job, and he could use the free time to train. I'm so bored. Shin might be enjoying his job, but Kushina was restless. She wanted to fight on the battlefield. If you're bored, why not train? Look at Konan. She's more hardworking than you. Shin patted Konan's head and glanced at Kushina. Since Tsunade was on the battlefield, Konan was staying with him. Shin wasn't comfortable leaving her alone. Konan blushed, embarrassed by Shin's praise. No, I'm not that hardworking, she mumbled. Evening arrived and they were finally off duty. There were other shinobi guarding the supplies at night. Back at their tent, they found Tsunade waiting for them. How's the situation on the battlefield? Shin asked, sitting next to her. Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan also gathered around, curious. We lost. The commander was captured. Danzo was captured. Shin was surprised. Was that geezer really that weak? Yes. The third Kazekage and Hanzo teamed up. You know Danzo can't defeat either of them alone, let alone both. I was held back by that old hag Chiyo. Orochimaru was busy with Ebizo. We couldn't save him. Tsunade sighed. She disliked Danzo, but she didn't want him captured. This was a critical time for Konoha. Personal grudges had to be put aside. They captured him, not killed him. They probably want to use him to exchange for the One-Tail's Jinchuriki. This was planned, Shin guessed. You're right. The third Kazekage gave us 3 days to hand over the Jinchuriki. Otherwise, they'll kill Danzo, Tsunade confirmed. Then let them kill him. He's useless anyway, Shin said dismissively. To Konoha, Danzo's death might actually be a good thing. He talked about protecting Konoha, but he had never done anything for the village. He only cared about his own interests. His death wouldn't harm Konoha. The capture of Konoha's battlefield commander had a significant impact on the Konoha forces. Orochimaru was forced to take over as temporary commander. He immediately dispatched a messenger to inform Hiruzen, leaving the decision of whether to exchange the One-Tail's Jinchuriki for Danzo to the Hokage. Hiruzen was currently in the Land of Water, but not at this battlefield. He was at the Konoha front. Originally, Tsukumo Hatake had been leading the Konoha forces against Iwa, and they had been gaining the upper hand. But when the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, arrived with Rashi, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, the Konoha forces were pushed back. Hiruzen was forced to go to the Iwa front himself. There had been an agreement between the villages not to use tailed beasts, but those agreements were meaningless in times of war. Hiruzen didn't hesitate to use the One-Tail's Jinchuriki to exchange for his good friend, Danzo. He also sent Tsukumo Hatake, ordering him to ensure Danzo's safe return. Sending Tsukumo away would put more pressure on the Konoha forces facing Iwa, but Hiruzen was willing to endure it for his friend. Besides, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans were also fighting Iwa. They could handle it for now. Tsukumo relayed Hiruzen's decision to Orochimaru, who had no choice but to comply. He sent a message to Suna, agreeing to the exchange, then went to find Shin. Orochimaru-sama, what are you doing here at the logistics base? I have to focus on guarding the supplies, or I'll be blamed. Ugh, that creep is here. I hate him, Kushina whispered to Mikoto. She and Mikoto disliked Orochimaru. His sinister aura and his affinity for snakes made them uncomfortable. Shin-kun, I'm here to ask for your help, Orochimaru said. Help? Yes. Tomorrow, we're exchanging the One-Tails Jinchuriki for Danzo. I don't think Suna and Aim will let this exchange proceed smoothly. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed. If he were the third Kazekage, he would try to eliminate Danzo during the exchange. Shin-kun, you're wasted here. Orochimaru's intentions were clear. He wanted Shin's help. Sure, I'll go with you, Orochimaru-sama. I'd love to witness such a grand event, Shin said with a smile. Orochimaru was surprised. He hadn't expected Shin to agree so readily. Shin was simply bored. Orochimaru left, satisfied. Kushina and Mikoto looked at Shin with sparkling eyes. Shin, we want to go too. It's so boring here. Kushina pleaded. Sure. Shin agreed. You agreed. Mikoto was surprised. Shin sighed. I'm afraid you'll sneak off to the battlefield if I don't. I wouldn't do that. You're probably thinking of Kushina, Mikoto said, glancing at Kushina. Kushina snorted. Shin and I, what about me? Konan asked with puppy dog eyes. As cute as you are, Konan, I can't take you. Shin patted her head. Oh. Konan looked down, disappointed. The next day, Shin and his team went with Tsunade. Konan stayed behind. Shin wasn't worried about her safety. He had implanted his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities in her eyes with the transcription seal. Almost all of Konoha's forces were mobilized, led by Tsukumo Hatake, who had taken command again after Orochimaru's demotion. They brought Banpoku, the One-Tails Jinchuriki, to the exchange point, facing off against the Suna and Aim forces. The third Kazekage stood beside Danzo, who was bound. So many shinobi. Kushina gasped, realizing the terrifying scale of the battlefield. If each of them used a C-rank jutsu, the combined power would surpass an S-rank jutsu, Mikoto said, her expression grim. The combined Suna and Aim forces numbered over 5,000, while Konoha had less than 3,000. Being outnumbered was normal. Konoha was fighting Suna, IW, and Aim simultaneously. However, Konoha shinobi were individually stronger, especially compared to the Aim shinobi. Konoha shinobi, release Banpoku first, or Danzo dies. The third Kazekage's voice was cold. Hanzo of the Salamander stood beside him, wearing a mask with a breathing tube to prevent others from being poisoned by the gas he could release. Tsukumo Hatake glared at the Kazekage, unwilling to obey. What if they released Banpoku and Suna didn't release Danzo? He might not like Danzo, but his mission was to ensure his safe return. We release them together, Tsukumo said firmly. The Kazekage hesitated but ultimately agreed, knowing Konoha wouldn't release Banpoku first. According to intel, it was that Uzumaki Shin who had captured Banpoku, and the Kazekage wanted to tear Shin apart for the heavy losses Suna had suffered because of him. Danzo, go, the third Kazekage commanded. Danzo scowled but walked toward the Konoha forces, while Banpoku started walking toward Suna. Tsukumo and the Kazekage watched closely, wary of any tricks. As Danzo and Banpoku passed each other in the middle, the Kazekage looked at Hanzo. Hanzo formed hand seals, and the ground shook as a giant salamander emerged, grabbing Danzo and throwing him into the air, opening its maw to swallow him whole. Danzo, his chakra sealed, was helpless. Just as the salamander was about to devour him, Tsukumo Hatake appeared beside him, using the body flicker jutsu to save him. Shin watched the scene unfold, a strange expression on his face. Tsukumo's death, though a suicide, was ultimately caused by Danzo. Now Tsukumo had saved Danzo. Shin, what's wrong? Mikoto asked, noticing his odd expression. Nothing. It's just that Tsukumo Hatake saved Danzo, but it will cost him his life, Shin shrugged. Even though Tsukumo had saved Danzo, Danzo wouldn't hesitate to destroy him in the future. The third Kazekage clenched his fists in frustration. He had almost eliminated Danzo, and killing him would have been a major blow to Konoha. Danzo-sama, are you alright? Tsukumo asked. Release the seal on me, Danzo said calmly, though he was shaken by his near-death experience. Tsukumo hesitated, unsure how to release the seal. He was powerful, but his expertise lay in Kenjutsu and lightning release, not Fuinjutsu. He looked at Uzumaki Shin and Kushina, who were near Tsunade. Danzo-sama seems to be in trouble. I can release the seal for you, but I have a condition, Shin said, looking at Danzo. Tsunade frowned, questioning why Shin was helping Danzo. What condition? Danzo asked, his face dark. He was wary of Shin, suspecting that the genjutsu he had been trapped in was Shin's. I can't tell you the condition now, Shin replied, not intending to help Danzo out of goodwill. Fine, Danzo agreed without hesitation. The third Kazekage was about to attack. Without chakra, he was as good as dead. I hope you won't forget your promise, Danzo-sama. Otherwise. Shin trailed off, his threat clear, before dispelling the seal. The seals were simple for him to handle, and he had used this opportunity to gain leverage over Danzo. Hanzo, it's time, the third Kazekage said. Hanzo nodded, ready to cooperate with Suna. The salamander croaked and charged toward the Konoha forces. That ugly thing has such an annoying voice. Adamantine sealing chains. Kushina yelled, using the jutsu to bind the salamander. But she wasn't strong enough. Hanzo's summon broke free and lunged at her. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Mikoto unleashed a massive fire dragon. It was a B-rank jutsu, but its power rivaled that of an A-rank. The constant rain in the Land of Rain had weakened fire release jutsu. If they were elsewhere, Mikoto's jutsu would be even stronger. The fire dragon collided with the salamander, dissipating upon impact, but the salamander was thrown back, leaving a trail in the ground. The burns from the fire made the salamander shriek in pain. Kushina had failed to restrain it. Kushina, don't be so reckless, Tsunade scolded her. I know, Kushina replied, sticking her tongue out sheepishly. She had wanted to test her strength against the salamander, inspired by seeing Shin bind Shikaku with the adamantine sealing chains. Hanzo's summon is strong. He is a renowned shinobi partly because of this summon, Tsunade explained. Mikoto, that was impressive. You managed to repel the salamander. Shin praised her. Hey, Shin, what about me? I helped too. Kushina complained. Although she had failed to restrain the salamander, she had slowed it down, allowing Mikoto to land her attack. Attack! Tsukumo Hataki ordered. The Konoha and Suna forces exchanged ninjutsu attacks. The explosions were loud, but neither side suffered any casualties. Shin viewed it as all bark and no bite, seeing these attacks as probes to gauge the enemy's strength and deplete their chakra. Be careful, especially of Suna's poison, Shin warned Kushina and Mikoto. Don't worry, I'll protect them. You be careful too, Tsunade assured Shin. She was a quasi-kage now, her strength comparable to a kage. Protecting Kushina and Mikoto wouldn't be a problem. They were both strong, surpassing most jonin. Shin had also given them his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities with the transcription seal, allowing them to come along for this battlefield experience to help them grow. The third Kazekage led the Suna forces in a charge, and Tsukumo Hataki met him head-on. The two commanders clashed while Hanzo directed the salamander to attack the Konoha forces again. Chio joined the fray with her repaired human puppet, and the battle between the three villages began. Tsunade sent the giant salamander flying with a single punch, leaving all the shinobi present in awe. The Suna and AIM shinobi instinctively moved away from her, aware of the destructive power she possessed. Kushina, Mikoto, come help me deal with this salamander. And listen to my instructions, Tsunade said. The salamander was poisonous, and only Tsunade could handle it. She had already developed an antidote and gave it to Kushina and Mikoto as they faced the salamander together. Although the salamander wasn't quite kage level, its massive size gave it destructive power comparable to a tailed beast. Hanzo, shouldn't you be with Orochimaru? Shin frowned at Hanzo. I want to see for myself what this kid who defeated the third Kazekage is capable of, Hanzo replied, looking at Shin without much caution. He underestimated Shin, believing that even as a genius, he couldn't be that powerful at such a young age. Hanzo's underestimation would cost him. His greatest strength was his poison, but Shin had the perfect sage body, making it doubtful that the poison would affect him. Kenjutsu, IAI/. Hanzo attacked, but Shin dodged using the body flicker jutsu. Is that really Kenjutsu? Shin questioned Hanzo's swordsmanship. Are you mocking me? You're fast, but I wasn't serious, Hanzo retorted, forming a hand seal and appearing behind Shin in a flash, his sickle slashing downwards. The Shin that Hanzo struck turned into a puff of smoke, revealing it as a shadow clone. A strong sense of danger pricked at Hanzo from behind. He twisted his body and blocked Shin's sword with his sickle, but was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Quick reflexes, Shin noted as he sheathed his Kusanagi sword. No wonder the third Kazekage warned me about you. I underestimated you, Hanzo admitted, getting up and brushing off the minor injuries. However, his hand trembled slightly around the sickle, realizing the strength of his opponent. That sickle of yours is made of special material, isn't it? Shin asked, noticing the deep gash in Hanzo's weapon. His expression turned grim. The sword was made from the hardest metal in the shinobi world, forged by a MSTR craftsman from the land of artisans. Yet it had been damaged. Hanzo, you're no match for me. Shin's sword flashed, a blur of motion too fast for Hanzo to track. Hanzo could only defend by instinct, but instinct wasn't enough. Soon, his body was covered in cuts, BLD mixing with the rain and staining the ground. Hanzo breathed, his right arm hanging limp. Shin's swordsmanship was not only fast but also incredibly powerful. Hanzo felt as if his bones were shattered. That's all you've got. And you call yourself Kami? Shin scoffed. You're not worthy of the title. Hanzo glared at Shin, feeling insulted. He valued his reputation. With his strength at the kage level and his powerful summon, he could face any opponent below kage level. Brat, you're not qualified to judge me. Secret technique, poisonous body. Hanzo removed his breathing mask and released poisonous gas with each breath. The gas was so potent that the plants on the ground withered instantly. What a straightforward name for a jutsu, Shin commented. It was accurate, but compared to Minato Namikaze's creative naming sense, it lacked flair. Shin didn't want to touch the poison, even though he suspected he was immune to it. Wind style, great breakthrough. He blew the poisonous gas away. Thankfully, there were no other shinobi nearby. They had all instinctively moved away. Hanzo, is that all you've got? Shin looked at Hanzo, who seemed to have exhausted his options. He was only dodging Shin's attacks, not even attempting to counterattack. Uzumaki Shin, I admit you're the most talented shinobi I've ever seen. But you're still too young. Hanzo dropped his Kusarigama and formed hand seals with lightning speed, then slammed his hand on the ground. Fire release, exploding flame formation. The ground beneath Shin's feet collapsed, revealing countless explosive tags. I was careless. Shin hadn't noticed Hanzo's trap, he had set it up beforehand. It pains me to kill such a genius, but I can't let you live, Hanzo said coldly. He might appreciate talent, but not when it posed a threat to him. Shin was a genius, but he was also a powerful opponent, stronger than Hanzo himself. Explode. The ground was pulverized, leaving a small crater. Flames erupted, engulfing the area. The power of this jutsu depended on the number of explosive tags used. Hanzo had used a lot. Even a Kage would be killed if caught in this blast. Tsunade-sensei, will Shin be alright? Mikoto looked at the explosion with worry. Hanzo's exploding flame formation was powerful. The entire battlefield was shaken. The sheer number of explosive tags made its power comparable to an A-rank jutsu. He'll be fine. I believe in him, Tsunade said, though she was also worried. She couldn't show her fear, or Kushina and Mikoto would panic. No, I have to go. Kushina abandoned her fight against the salamander and ran towards the explosion, with Mikoto following. Seeing this, Tsunade also left the battered salamander and followed. Meanwhile, Shin was unharmed. Not a single scratch on him. Hanzo stared at him in disbelief. He had seen the explosion engulf Shin. How was he unscathed? Not even his clothes were damaged. Surprised to see me in one piece? Shin asked calmly. The exploding flame formation was powerful, but it couldn't harm him if he wasn't within its range. He had used Yamatsu Hirasaka to escape the blast radius. How did you avoid my jutsu? Hanzo asked. You think I'd tell you? Shin scoffed. Hanzo knew Shin wouldn't reveal his secrets. He decided to strike first, lunging at Shin with his sickle aimed at a vital point. The sharp blade could easily cut through steel, let alone flesh. Clang! Shin blocked the sickle with his Kusanagi sword. A blue chakra sphere shot towards Hanzo. It wasn't Shin's rasengan, it was Kushina's. The rasengan, thrown from a distance, was aimed at Hanzo's face. If he didn't dodge, his head would be obliterated. Hanzo leaped back, narrowly avoiding the attack. He looked at Shin and the three girls who had arrived. Why are you here? Shin asked, surprised. We were worried about you. Are you okay? Kushina checked Shin for injuries. Do you really need to worry? You know I have ways to protect myself, Shin said, touched by their concern. I'm glad you're alright. Hanzo looks a bit rough, though. Tsunade glanced at Hanzo. His clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in cuts. He's just weak, Shin said with disdain. He was weaker than Shin had expected. Perhaps with his summon he might be a challenge. You're the one who's strong, Shin, Mikoto said. Indeed. Mikoto is right, Shin praised her. You're not humble at all. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Humility leads to stagnation, Shin said with a smile. He's trying to escape. Kushina pointed at Hanzo, who was indeed fleeing. And he was fast. You think you can just run away? Who gave you permission? Shin gave chase. Hanzo was skilled with the body flicker jutsu, but he was no match for Shin's speed. Even without Yamatsu Hirasaka, Shin was faster. Shin swung his sword at Hanzo's back, but he suddenly sensed something approaching from underground. The salamander. He changed his target and slashed downwards, sending an air blade into the ground. The salamander emerged, colliding with the air blade. Its thick hide was sliced open, and it shrieked in pain. Hanzo winced and dispelled his summon. The salamander returned to the summoning realm, using the reverse summoning jutsu to summon Hanzo to its realm. This was a life-saving technique for summoners, but not all summons could use it. Shin hadn't expected that clumsy-looking salamander to be capable of such a jutsu. He had let Hanzo escape. Hanzo got away. Tsunade wasn't surprised. He was a legendary shinobi, after all, with many tricks up his sleeve. I can't believe he had that trick. I let him escape. How embarrassing. Shin felt ashamed, but Tsunade was speechless. If this was embarrassing, what did that make her? She couldn't even defeat Hanzo. She might be stronger than her original counterpart, but she wasn't at her peak yet. After Hanzo's escape, Shin returned to the main battlefield. He had deliberately chosen a location away from the main fighting for his confrontation with Hanzo. Back on the battlefield, he found the Konoha forces struggling. They were outnumbered, with each Konoha shinobi facing 2 or even 3 opponents. In the battles between top-tier fighters, Konoha was also at a disadvantage. Orochimaru was fighting Ebizo, barely managing to hold his own against the Kage-level shinobi. Danzo was facing Chiyo and was faring even worse, unable to get close to her with her 10 puppets. His recent capture had weakened him, and he was relying on soldier pills to keep going. It was no wonder he was losing to Chiyo, who was a powerful shinobi, especially with her puppets. In the battle between Tsukumo Hatake and the third Kazekage, the Kazekage had the upper hand. Tsukumo couldn't even use his sword, magnet release could control metal, and his white light chakra saber, though specially made, still contained metal. This meant Tsukumo couldn't use his swordsmanship effectively. Unless he had strength like Shin's, his sword was useless. Shin had faced the third Kazekage before and had overpowered his control. But Tsukumo wasn't Shin. Shin was incredibly fast and strong, while Tsukumo's strength was only average. He was mainly known for his speed. Besides Kenjutsu, Tsukumo also had lightning release, but that was countered by the Kazekage's wind release. Only in terms of speed did Tsukumo have an advantage, which allowed him to hold his own against the Kazekage. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Shin threw a Rasen Shuriken at the third Kazekage. He hadn't forgotten his mission to help Konoha win the war. The reward was a divine replication card, a powerful tool that could allow him to copy abilities like Madara Uchiha's Rasengan. But it was too early to think about that, he hadn't obtained the card yet. The third Kazekage sensed the incoming Rasen Shuriken. Magnet release, Iron Sand World Method. He encased himself in iron sand, a perfect defense. The Rasen Shuriken damaged the iron sand but couldn't break through. The Kazekage quickly deactivated his iron sand defense, not wanting to be caught off guard. What a powerful wind release jutsu. Tsukumo glanced at Shin. Although the attack had been blocked, he had sensed its power. He had been fighting the Kazekage with all his might but hadn't been able to damage the Kazekage's iron sand defense. This jutsu had almost broken through. That's some strong defense, Shin remarked, impressed by the Kazekage's iron sand, which was comparable to Susanu's defenses. The Kazekage frowned, realizing that Shin's presence meant Hanzo had failed. Retreat, he ordered without hesitation. Shin's presence on the battlefield was a major deterrent, more intimidating than a tailed beast, especially since he had captured their one-tail's Jinchuriki. The Suna force's sudden retreat confused the AIM shinobi, but they followed suit. The Konoha shinobi breathed a sigh of relief. They had been pushed back relentlessly. I haven't even attacked yet, and they're already running. Shin was surprised by his own influence. A single jutsu had scared them off. They're so cowardly. I wasn't even done fighting. Kushina complained. Shin patted her head. Kushina, don't be so bloodthirsty. With Suna and AIM retreating, the Konoha forces didn't pursue. They had suffered significant losses. Tsukumo Hatake ordered them to hold their ground. Chiyo looked at the third Kazekage with a frown. Why did we retreat? Are you afraid of that Uzumaki brat? Chiyo, you know the range of his ice release jutsu, the Kazekage replied, his voice laced with displeasure. He didn't like being questioned. I know his ice release is powerful, but this is a battlefield. Do you think he'd use such a large-scale jutsu? He'd end up hitting his own allies, Chiyo argued. The Kazekage's expression stiffened. He hadn't considered that. Shin's ice release was powerful, but with their forces mixed together, Shin wouldn't dare use it. I know, but I have my reasons, the Kazekage said, glancing at Chiyo. He wouldn't admit his mistake. As the Kazekage, his decisions were always correct. Chiyo left, dissatisfied. This had been a good opportunity to crush Konoha, but they had missed it. Ebizo quickly intervened in the argument over the retreat. Sister, let it go. The Kazekage's decision wasn't wrong. What if that Uzumaki brat ignored the Konoha shinobi and used a large-scale attack? He's young and hot-headed. He might do something reckless. Perhaps the Kazekage was worried about that. Ebizo mediated, giving both sides a way to back down. One was the Kazekage, the other a respected advisor. If they started fighting amongst themselves, the war effort would be jeopardized. The Kazekage understood this and backed down. Chiyo also chose to prioritize the bigger picture. Kazue-sama, I must remind you that you are the leader of Suna. You can't be intimidated by a mere child, Chiyo said, noticing the Kazekage's unease regarding Shin. Chiyo, are you saying I'm afraid of that brat? The Kazekage's anger flared at her words. You know the answer to that. Chiyo left, not wanting to escalate the conflict further. After she departed, Ebizo turned to the Kazekage. Kazekage-sama, I think our priority should be releasing Bunpoku from that seal. Shin had used the 4-symbol seal on Bunpoku, sealing both Shikaku and Bunpoku's chakra. If they couldn't release Bunpoku, they couldn't use Shikaku, their weapon. The Kazekage nodded, and they began researching ways to break the seal. Hanzo returned, looking battered and bruised. The Kazekage smirked. Hanzo, didn't you say dealing with that Uzumaki brat would be easy? You don't look so relaxed now. Hanzo glared at him, knowing this was payback for mocking the Kazekage's earlier defeat. He couldn't retaliate, he was covered in wounds, and his summon had been severely injured by Shin. He had to swallow his anger and wait for another opportunity. On the Konoha side, Tsukumo Hatake was assessing the casualties. Even though Danzo had been rescued, Tsukumo remained the commander, as ordered by Hiruzen. Danzo, now demoted to vice commander, had to obey Tsukumo's orders, but he was naturally dissatisfied, harboring resentment towards Tsukumo despite being saved. Shin approached Danzo with a favor to ask. Danzo-sama, you haven't forgotten the promise you made on the battlefield, have you? Danzo frowned. What is your condition? It's simple. I want to know Uchiha Ryota's whereabouts. You should have some information, right? This was Shin's goal, to use Danzo to find Ryota and copy his Mangekyo Sharingan. He could evolve his Sharingan naturally, but it would take another year or two, and he didn't want to wait that long. Danzo shot to his feet, staring at Shin intently. You want to find Uchiha Ryota? Why are you so surprised? Shin asked calmly, observing Danzo's reaction. Danzo was trying to understand Shin's motive, suspecting it was related to the Sharingan. I want the information within 3 days. Don't disappoint me. Shin stood up to leave, adding, and Danzo, keep your promises. Don't try to fool me with excuses. You have 3 days. You know the consequences. With that, he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, trapping Danzo in a genjutsu before leaving with a warning. If Danzo didn't cooperate, Shin wouldn't hesitate to take drastic measures. Danzo snapped out of the genjutsu a while later, his face pale and covered in sweat. Uzumaki Shin. He clenched his fists, feeling a surge of anger but calmed himself, contemplating whether to reveal Ryota's location. Where did you go? Kushina asked Shin as soon as he returned from Danzo's tent. Nowhere. What's up? I want you to teach me the Rasen Shuriken. My chakra reserves are large enough now, right? Kushina had realized her shortcomings on the battlefield. Against the salamander, the rasengan wasn't powerful enough to inflict fatal damage. Aren't you learning the steaming danger tyranny? Shin asked. I've been trying to learn it for ages, but I can't do it, Kushina admitted, frustrated after months of effort without success. That just means you're not trying hard enough, Shin teased. Kushina glared at him. Have you learned it? Nope, Shin shrugged. Then how can you call me out? Kushina playfully swatted his arm. Kushina, I'm built different. I haven't learned it because I haven't tried. Shin was busy researching Ice Release and trying to develop Sage Mode and Wood Release. He didn't have time to learn the Steaming Danger Tyranny. It was a powerful jutsu, but he had other techniques that were just as strong. If he had the time, he might learn it, but he was too busy. Excuses, Kushina muttered. Forget about that. You can learn the Rasen Shuriken, but be careful. And use shadow clones to train, Shin said. And promise me you'll use shadow clones. Kushina nodded, and Shin started teaching her the Rasen Shuriken. Tsunade and Mikoto also joined them. Mikoto didn't have enough chakra to learn the jutsu, but she wanted to understand the theory. Shin had already taught Tsunade the Rasen Shuriken, but she hadn't had time to practice due to the war. 3 days passed. There had been no further conflict with Suna and AIM since the last battle. Danzo sent someone to deliver information on Uchiha Ryota's whereabouts. He was keeping his word. Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto left the battlefield. Officially, they were on a mission, but in reality, Shin was searching for Ryota. He had initially planned to go alone, but Kushina insisted on coming, and Mikoto followed suit. Konan stayed with Tsunade without complaint. They left the Land of Rain and headed towards the Land of Rivers. According to Danzo's intel, Ryota was hiding in that small nation. The Land of Rivers, like the Land of Rain, was a buffer zone between the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind. But the Land of Rain was more unfortunate, caught between 3 great nations. The Land of Rivers was quite large, but it didn't seem to have any powerful shinobi. Despite the war, it remained unaffected. Why are we in the Land of Rivers? Are we really on a mission? Kushina asked suspiciously. We're looking for Uchiha Ryota, Shin said. I thought he was an S-rank missing nin. Can we even take on a mission to hunt him down? Mikoto was also confused. I'm not looking for him because of a mission. I have another objective. I need to evolve my Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin smiled, feeling he could share some of his secrets with Kushina and Mikoto. Are you going to transplant Ryota's Mangekyo Sharingan? Mikoto asked, surprised. She knew Ryota had the Mangekyo Sharingan. It wasn't a secret. Kirigakure's pursuit of Ryota had made him famous. No, I'm not transplanting his eyes. Besides, only siblings can transplant the Mangekyo Sharingan to evolve it into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin shook his head. I have another way to evolve my Sharingan. But first, I need to find Ryota. After 2 days of searching, Shin finally found Ryota. It seemed Danzo's intel was accurate. Ryota was eating in a small tavern. Shin entered with Kushina and Mikoto. He glanced at Ryota, who was disguised. The disguise was good, but Danzo had provided Shin with details of Ryota's appearance. What do you want to eat? Shin asked Kushina and Mikoto, not in a hurry. I'm not picky, Kushina said. I'm not picky either, but I prefer vegetables to meat, Mikoto said, ordering several vegetable dishes. They ate quickly. After they were full, they would deal with Ryota. But while they ate, Shin spoke to the system in his mind. Use an advanced replication card to copy Uchiha Ryota's Mangekyo Sharingan. As long as the target was within his sight, he could use a replication card to copy their abilities. Shin closed his eyes. After using the advanced replication card to copy Ryota's Mangekyo Sharingan, his eyes stung. He could feel the immense ocular power surging within him, pushing past his limits. It was like staying up for days without sleep. After about a minute, a soothing coolness spread through his eyes. His Mangekyo Sharingan's pattern shifted, evolving into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. His ocular power, already greater than that of most Mangekyo Sharingan users, increased tenfold. It felt limitless. Shin, are you all right? Kushina and Mikoto asked worriedly, seeing him suddenly close his eyes. I'm fine, Shin said with a smile, reassuring them. He felt amazing. The evolution of his Sharingan had brought about a significant transformation. His already vast chakra reserves increased further, and he even felt physically stronger. This was understandable. The evolution of the Sharingan enhanced the user's chakra and physical abilities. With both the perfect sage body and the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, he might even be able to awaken the Rinnegan on his own. Amaterasu and Kagetsuchi. The same as Sasuke Uchihas, Shin muttered to himself. He had copied Ryota's Mangekyo Sharingan, including his abilities. Shin was a bit disappointed. They weren't bad abilities, but they weren't what he had hoped for. I thought everyone's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities were unique. Why does this guy have the same ones as Sasuke? Shin was frustrated. Shin, what are you muttering about? That guy's leaving. Kushina's words snapped him out of his thoughts. Shin glanced at Ryota, who was indeed leaving. He had achieved his goal. There was no need to attack Ryota. But he wasn't going to let him go that easily. They had a history after all. Can't let him escape. Follow him, Shin instructed Kushina and Mikoto. But we haven't finished eating. Kushina complained. We can eat later. We'll have something even better after this. Let's go. Shin dragged Kushina along, and Mikoto followed. Shin wasn't trying to hide, and Ryota, being cautious, noticed them. More flies buzzing around her. Ryota scoffed, then headed towards the forest outside the village. He was being hunted by many. He didn't want to cause a commotion. He would deal with them in the forest. Ryota waited in the forest. Shin didn't bother hiding. With the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, there was no need to sneak around to deal with Ryota. That would be embarrassing. 3 brats. I think I've seen you before. Ryota glared at Shin, Kushina, and Mikoto. Shin, I want revenge, Kushina said, recalling how Ryota had intimidated her with his killing intent. This was her chance for payback. Okay, I'll help you, Shin agreed. Ryota's strongest asset was his Mangekyo Sharingan, but it was nothing to Shin. How effective could the Mangekyo Sharingan be when suppressed by the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? Besides, Shin already knew Ryota's abilities. Shin, be careful of his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, Mikoto warned, unaware that Shin was already familiar with Ryota's skills. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball shot towards them. Ryota hadn't stressed this technique. The fireball collided with an ice wall. Shin's ice wall was far stronger than Ryota's fireball jutsu. The flames melted the ice slightly, but it would take 10 more fireballs to break through. Ice release. Aren't you an Uzumaki? Ryota was surprised. He vaguely remembered Shin and Kushina being Uzumaki. Can't an Uzumaki use ice release? An Uzumaki can even use the Sharingan. Shin activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan. Ryota was stunned. Ice release was one thing, but the Sharingan. That was impossible. How can you have the Sharingan? Ryota asked. Why should I answer that? Ryota didn't press further. There was no point. He activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, now serious. Shin's display of ice release and the Sharingan had forced him to take Shin seriously. Mikoto felt a wave of pressure. Shin, his Mangekyo Sharingan is completely different from yours. Kushina exclaimed, staring at Ryota's eyes. Every Mangekyo Sharingan is unique. Just like no 2 snowflakes are the same, Shin explained. The abilities might be the same, but the pattern was always unique. You have the Mangekyo Sharingan too. Ryota exclaimed, staring at Shin in disbelief. A 3-tomo Sharingan at his age was shocking enough, but the Mangekyo Sharingan. No, mine is more advanced. The eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. It's not the same as yours. The difference is greater than that between a 3-tomo Sharingan and the Mangekyo Sharingan. The perfect Susanoo can level a mountain with a single swing. The Susanoo you can use is nothing compared to that. So you have the Mangekyo Sharingan too. Ryota's killing intent surged, ignoring Shin's claim of a more advanced Sharingan. I bet you're thinking of killing me and taking my eyes, right? Is your vision starting to blur? How did you know? Ryota, who had been about to attack, stopped, his eyes wide with surprise. It's the side effect of the Mangekyo Sharingan. You must have overused its abilities. If you didn't use the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities and only used it as a normal Sharingan, you wouldn't go blind. But who could resist using its powers? You seem to know a lot about the Mangekyo Sharingan, Ryota said, his killing intent intensifying. More than you. Ryota attacked without hesitation, unleashing Amaterasu. Amaterasu created inextinguishable black flames. It didn't require hand seals, couldn't be extinguished with water, and wouldn't disappear until its target was completely incinerated. The moment Ryota unleashed Amaterasu, Shin activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and used Kagetsuchi. Kagetsuchi could control the shape of the Amaterasu flames. Ryota's flames were now under Shin's control. Kagetsuchi. You have Kagetsuchi too. Ryota's face turned grim. If he had known Shin also had Kagetsuchi, he wouldn't have used Amaterasu. Shin shaped the Amaterasu flames into a blade and slashed at Ryota. If this blade connected, Ryota would be finished. Ryota also used Kagetsuchi, trying to regain control of the flames, but his Mangekyo Sharingan was no match for Shin's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Ryota's arm was severed, and Amaterasu flames engulfed his body. The severed arm was quickly incinerated, but Ryota managed to extinguish the flames on his body. Tears of BLD streamed from his eyes. Unlike Shin, using his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities came at a cost. Every time he used his Mangekyo Sharingan, he would bleed from his eyes. Ryota's vision blurred further, but that didn't matter. He had lost an arm. Using your own jutsu against you. Not bad, Shin smiled. Mikoto, see. This is the consequence of using the Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities. It's a double-edged sword. He warned Mikoto to prevent her from overusing her Mangekyo Sharingan when she awakened it. The more she used it, the faster she would go blind. Mikoto nodded, realizing the side effects she had not understood before. Your Mangekyo Sharingan can evolve. Ryota stared at Shin, disbelief in his eyes. Seeing Shin's more complex Sharingan pattern, he was starting to believe it. He could feel the pressure, the overwhelming ocular power. His own paled in comparison. You're already a dead man. You don't need to know that much, Shin said calmly. Ryota was one of those who were alive but already dead. With Shin's strength, he was no match. Ryota was only Quasi-Kage level, his strength boosted by his Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin looked at Ryota with cold eyes. Ryota was enraged. Did this brat really think he had him cornered? Susanoo. Ryota roared, activating his Mangekyo Sharingan's ultimate ability. Having lost an arm, he had no choice but to use Susanoo. Pain surged through his body, a side effect of overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Not only did his eyes bleed, but his entire body ached. The Susanoo was powerful, but using it with the Mangekyo Sharingan came at a steep price. A skeletal, armored warrior materialized, reaching a height of almost 50 meters. That Susanoo is pathetic. Let me show you what a real Susanoo looks like. Shin activated his own. He didn't need the perfect Susanoo to defeat Ryota, but he wanted to test its power. Shin's black Susanoo towered over 100 meters tall, and he stood within the black crystal on its forehead, accompanied by Kushina and Mikoto. That Susanoo was already impressive, but compared to yours, it's like a child, Kushina said, staring at Ryota's Susanoo, which barely reached Shin's waist. That's an incomplete Susanoo. I told you, the Mangekyo Sharingan can't manifest the true Susanoo, Shin grinned. Ryota was feeling despair. He hadn't expected the Susanoo to be capable of reaching such a size. Shin's Susanoo drew a sword from its back. Let's test the power of the perfect Susanoo. Shin locked onto Ryota and swung his sword. The blade was longer than Ryota's Susanoo. Don't overestimate yourself. The perfect Susanoo isn't just about size. Shin felt Ryota was being naive. His sword sliced through Ryota's swords like butter, then cleaved through Ryota's Susanoo. There was no resistance. Ryota's Susanoo was split in two, and the shockwave rippled outwards, splitting the forest. Kushina and Mikoto stared at the destruction in awe. Is Uchiha Ryota dead? Mikoto asked, looking at the massive chasm Shin had created. No, he's still alive, Shin said. He's still alive. After that attack. Kushina was surprised. No, I let him live. I missed on purpose. Shin had deliberately aimed off-center, sparing Ryota's life. But he had still almost killed him. If Ryota hadn't reacted quickly, he would be dead. Shin wasn't sparing Ryota out of kindness. He wanted Ryota's Mangekyo Sharingan. He deactivated his Susanoo, then used Yamatsu Hirasaka to teleport in front of the fleeing Ryota. Trying to run away. That's not very polite, Shin said calmly. What do you want? Ryota asked, his eyes filled with BLD and tears. He had just used the Susanoo, his vision was blurry. He could barely see Shin. His body ached from the strain of using the Susanoo, and his chakra was almost depleted. Although his Susanoo had been destroyed, the cost had already been paid. To kill you and take your eyes, Shin said bluntly. Ryota's Mangekyo Sharingan was nearing blindness, but it was still valuable. If it weren't for his eyes, Shin would have killed him with the Susanoo. You want my Mangekyo Sharingan? Ryota's face twisted in anger. Dream on. I'd rather destroy them than give them to you. He glared at Shin with hatred. Destroy them? Go ahead then. Unless you don't have the guts. Shin looked at Ryota calmly, not believing he would destroy his own eyes. Ryota was probably still hoping to escape. Shin, did you catch him? Kushina and Mikoto arrived, using the body flicker jutsu. Ryota's eyes flashed as he saw them and lunged at the girls, hoping to take them hostage. However, he underestimated them. If he were at full strength, Kushina and Mikoto wouldn't stand a chance against him, even together. But Ryota was exhausted. His ocular power was almost depleted, and his Mangekyo Sharingan was barely active. His chakra was low from using the Susanoo, and he had lost an arm, unable to form hand seals for ninjutsu. His current strength was less than that of an average jonin. Kushina and Mikoto threw kunai at Ryota, each with an explosive tag attached. Ryota was forced back by the explosions. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Mikoto unleashed a fire dragon, shattering the surrounding trees. Imminent. Ryota cursed. These kids were strong. At their age, he had only been a chunin. Unable to use jutsu, he dodged the fire dragon, but the attack's range was wide. He was caught in the blast, suffering burns and crashing to the ground. Rasengan. Kushina appeared before him, a rasengan aimed at his chest. The rasengan pierced through Ryota's body, creating a gaping hole. BLD splattered the ground. Ryota's eyes widened in shock. Kushina quickly retreated, wary of a last-ditch attack. That blow should have destroyed his heart, but she wasn't taking any chances. Shin and Tsunade had taught her to be cautious. He's dead. Shin approached and confirmed Ryota's death. His heart had been destroyed. Even Madara Uchiha would die from that. Ryota's eyes were wide open, filled with regret. He hadn't even gotten his revenge on Danzo and regretted not destroying his eyes. This might be a bit gruesome. You can look away if you want, Shin said to Kushina and Mikoto. Gruesome. Kushina looked at him, puzzled. Yeah, his Mangekyo Sharingan might be almost depleted, but it's still valuable. Kushina and Mikoto understood. He was going to take Ryota's eyes. What's so gruesome about that? Well, watch. Kushina didn't think it was a big deal. They had seen worse on the battlefield. Fine. Shin didn't argue. He removed Ryota's eyes and placed them in a jar filled with saline solution. A pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Shin was pleased. He wouldn't admit that this was one of the reasons he had killed Ryota. He looked at Ryota's mangled body, then sealed it in a scroll. You're not even letting the body go. Mikoto said, surprised. I'm not letting it go. I'm recycling. It might be useful later, Shin retorted. He had initially planned to incinerate the body but changed his mind. Ryota's body could be used for the Edo Tensei, a cruel jutsu that required the target's DNA and a living sacrifice. Let's go, Shin said. Shin, I killed him. I killed an S-rank missing nin. Kushina said excitedly as they left. Don't get too excited, Kushina. If Shin hadn't weakened him, you wouldn't have stood a chance, Mikoto said. Mikoto, shouldn't you be praising me? Kushina glared at Mikoto, then asked suspiciously, are you jealous? There's nothing to be jealous of. I'm just trying to keep you grounded, Mikoto said. Mikoto, do you think I'm the type to get a big head? Yes. Shin answered before Mikoto could. I'm not talking to either of you anymore. Kushina stomped off ahead, leaving Shin and Mikoto behind. Shin and Mikoto exchanged amused glances. Seeing this, Kushina slowed down and walked between them. Are we going back now? Mikoto asked Shin. Yeah, we came here for Ryota. Now that he's dealt with, let's go back. Back to the Land of Rain. I don't like that place, Kushina grumbled. The gloomy weather was depressing. Even the people of the Land of Rain hated it. 2 days later, Shin and his team returned to the Land of Rain. Since the last battle, there had only been minor skirmishes between Konoha and the Tsunade forces. These skirmishes involved small teams of shinobi disrupting supply lines and assassinating key personnel. Danzo had left the Suna front and gone to the IWA front, where Hiruzen was struggling. Despite his strength, Hiruzen was having a hard time against the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, who, despite his small stature, was a powerful shinobi with the Kekiai Toda, dust release, which could disintegrate anything it touched, and the support of Rashi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Rashi and Inoki might not get along, but they were united against Konoha. Hiruzen couldn't handle the situation, so he sent for Danzo and put Tsukumo Hataki in charge of the Suna front. When Shin and his team returned, they didn't see Tsunade or Konan. They must have been at the medical tent. At the medical tent, Shin found Konan. "Shin and you're back?" Konan's eyes lit up as she ran towards him. She only sees Shin. "How heartless," Mikoto said with a pout. "I even taught you how to refine chakra, Konan." "You're so ungrateful," Kushina added. "Mikoto Nichin, Kushina Nichin." Konan greeted them sweetly before turning back to Shin, making Kushina even more jealous. "You're back. What mission were you on?" Tsunade emerged from the medical tent. Shin hadn't told her where he was going. "Nothing much. Just dealt with a missing nin. Anything happen here?" "Nothing major. Suna and AIM have only been sending small teams to harass us. No major battles." Tsunade shook her head, then looked at Shin curiously. "He had time to deal with a missing nin. Since I'm here, I might as well practice my medical ninjutsu," Shin said. He hadn't had a chance to use the mystical palm jutsu since learning it from Tsunade. Now was the perfect opportunity with plenty of injured shinobi around. "Don't do anything reckless," Tsunade warned. "Don't worry. You don't think I'll harm them with the mystical palm jutsu, do you?" 2 months passed, and Shin celebrated another birthday. He was 11 now. The system gifted him a common replication card, which he used to copy the physique of a taijutsu master, further enhancing his physical abilities. Shin had a dream, to defeat Six Paths Madara with taijutsu. With the system's help, it wasn't just a dream, it was a real possibility. Perhaps in the future, he would find this dream too small. During those 2 months, there were dozens of skirmishes between Konoha and the Suna AIM forces, with Konoha winning every time. Hanzo was practically traumatized by Shin, having been defeated so many times that he was now terrified of him. Suna was still holding on, refusing to surrender, as the cost was too high. Mangekyo couldn't afford to surrender either. However, their alliance with Mangekyo gave them the advantage of familiarity with the terrain. "Do you have a plan?" "We don't want to die with you." Hanzo confronted the third Kazekage, blaming him for dragging them into this mess. "I sent a message to Inoki, but that old fox said they're struggling and can't spare any forces," the Kazekage replied angrily. According to intel, Inoki was currently overwhelming Konoha. He simply didn't want to help Suna. Their alliance was just a verbal agreement, easily broken. Hanzo glared at the Kazekage, frustrated. "Don't you have any other plans?" "Our sealing team has finally released Bunpoku from that seal. He can rejoin the battle now." "Do you think one Jinchuriki can defeat Konoha? Have you forgotten how he was captured in the first place?" Hanzo frowned. "Ebizo has sent a letter to Kumogakure, inviting them to join us. If Kumo joins the war, Konoha will be forced to divide their forces." Hanzo hadn't expected the Kazekage to try and enlist Kumo's help. "How confident are you that you can convince the third Reikage?" "I'm 80% sure I can convince Kumo to join the war," the Kazekage said confidently. Hanzo was skeptical but chose to believe him for now. After Hanzo left, the Kazekage sighed. 80%. He didn't even have 20% confidence. But he knew that if he told the truth, Hanzo would have second thoughts. So he had to act confident. "Nawaki, what a surprise to see you on the battlefield," Shin said, surprised to see Nawaki at the logistics base. "I'm here to SCRT supplies." "I'm so jealous of you, getting to stay on the battlefield," Nawaki replied, looking at Shin with envy. "What's there to be envious about? Don't you know how dangerous it is? People die every day. Go take a look at the medical tent. It's full of injured shinobi." "Nawaki, why are you doing this kind of mission? Skirting supplies is dangerous, maybe even more so than fighting. Shouldn't a shinobi grow through trials? What's a little danger?" Nawaki said, "That's a good attitude, but you should save that speech for your sister." Shin pointed at Tsunade, who was approaching with a frown. "Nawaki, what are you doing here?" Tsunade demanded. "You guys talk. I'm going to train." Shin ignored Nawaki's pleading look and left. He preferred training to watching Tsunade lecture Nawaki. He headed to the forest where he usually practiced. Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan were already there, so he didn't disturb them. He created 1,000 shadow clones and sent them off to practice ninjutsu. Some were honing their existing techniques, while others were developing new ones. Shin focused on researching Sage Mode, which required him to sense natural energy. His perfect Sage body made this easy, and he sensed it within half an hour. However, a month had passed, and he still hadn't mastered Sage Mode. "Do I really need to go to one of the 3 Sage regions to learn this?" Shin frowned. Without guidance, self-study was proving difficult. He couldn't practice recklessly, sage mode training was dangerous. To MSTR it, he needed to balance 3 energies within his body: physical energy, spiritual energy, and natural energy. Each energy had to occupy 1/3 of his total energy to activate sage mode. If natural energy exceeded 1/3, he risked being consumed by nature. If it was less, he couldn't activate sage mode. This delicate balance was challenging, and he couldn't rely on shadow clones for practice. Even he struggled, his clones wouldn't be able to manage it. Shin carefully absorbed natural energy, cautious of being overwhelmed. His perfect sage body had a natural affinity for it, so absorption was not the issue. The challenge lay in balancing the 3 energies. He focused on merging them but failed, realizing he hadn't absorbed enough natural energy. I'll have to take a risk. He created a shadow clone to wake him if he began to lose control. He had been hesitant to absorb too much natural energy before, but now he was willing to take the chance. As long as he stopped in time, he wouldn't be consumed. Tried again and failed, absorbing too much natural energy this time. Thankfully, he stopped in time and remained unaffected. He learned that as long as he halted before losing control, there was no danger. He continued experimenting, learning from his mistakes. Finally, before nightfall, he successfully entered sage mode, though it was still flawed. It took him 3 minutes to gather enough natural energy to activate it, and he couldn't maintain it for long. It was a far cry from Hashirama Senju's sage mode, which could be activated instantly and sustained indefinitely. I'll refine it later. Sage mode was powerful and worth the effort. Senjutsu and the 6 Paths power were likely the strongest forces in the shinobi world. The fact that Senjutsu was effective against the Ninetales Jinchuriki motivated him further. Unlike Naruto, who struggled with natural energy absorption, Shin found it easy. Perfecting sage mode would be simpler for him. Shin, dinner's ready. Kushina called out. Coming. Shin dispelled his clones, and the influx of memories made his head spin. He instinctively activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. I can't create that many clones anymore. It's too much. After a few minutes, he recovered but felt mentally exhausted. The shadow clone jutsu was an effective training method, but it wasn't for everyone. Shin felt strong enough now, there was no need to push himself so hard. His current strength was undoubtedly beyond Kage level. He might not be as strong as Hashirama Senju, but he was likely close to Madara Uchiha without the Rinnegan. With this strength, he could dominate the entire shinobi world. This is a feast. Looks like Konoha sent some good supplies this time. Shin was surprised by the spread Mikoto had prepared. There were 8 dishes in total. What are you talking about? Mikoto and I found these ingredients in the forest with Konan after training, Kushina said. Oh, that's impressive. Here, have some more meat. Shin placed some meat in their bowls. Where's Nawaki? Did he leave already? He asked Tsunade. No, his team went to see their sensei. Tsunade shook her head. Nawaki had gone to see Orochimaru, likely hoping to stay on the battlefield, but she was sure Orochimaru wouldn't allow it. Shin nodded and dropped the subject. After dinner he went to rest. Using shadow clones to train in ninjutsu was mentally exhausting, and he needed to recover. Perhaps because his Sharingan had evolved into the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his mental recovery speed had increased. After a good night's sleep, he felt refreshed. He ate the breakfast Mikoto had prepared and decided to continue his training. Just as he was about to leave, Nawaki came looking for him. Seeing Nawaki's eager expression, Shin took a step back. Nawaki, do you need a favor? Yeah, how did you know? Nawaki looked surprised. It's obvious. It's practically written all over your face. What is it? Nothing too difficult. I can't help with that. If it was a simple request, he would assist, but if it was complicated or troublesome, he'd have to refuse. I want you to convince Sis. I went to see Orochimaru-sensei yesterday, and he said he'd let me stay on the battlefield if Sis agrees. I can't do that. Sorry. Shin turned to leave. Wait, you're my only hope. Nawaki pleaded. First, Tsunade will never agree. Second, I don't think you should stay on the battlefield. Why not? You, Kushina, and Mikoto can stay. Why can't I? Nawaki argued. Because you're weak. You'd be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Do you want to die? Shin felt frustrated with Nawaki's naivety. Did he really think the battlefield was a playground? Don't underestimate me, Shin. I've gotten a lot stronger. Nawaki said confidently. He had indeed improved recently, but his overconfidence was concerning. Really? Then let me give you a reality check. If you can last 1 minute against me, I'll convince Tsunade. I guarantee she'll agree. How about that? Shin, are you looking down on me? Nawaki glared at him. Don't get cocky. Even if you were 10 times stronger, you wouldn't be able to do it. I suggest you give up. You said it yourself. Don't forget your promise. Nawaki suppressed his dissatisfaction, seeing this as an opportunity to prove himself. Don't worry, I keep my promises. Come on, attack me. I don't have time to waste. Then I won't hold back. Nawaki immediately started weaving hand seals. Too slow. I could have stopped you a dozen times by now. Shin grabbed Nawaki's wrist and twisted it, rendering him unable to form hand seals. Trying to use ninjutsu at close range. Don't you know taijutsu is more effective? Shin, let go of me. You're going to break my arm. Nawaki gritted his teeth. Shin released him. Go back, Nawaki. This isn't the place for you. No. That doesn't count. Let's do it again. Nawaki, I don't have time to play with you. But Nawaki had already thrown a punch at Shin. Shin could see that Nawaki hadn't trained much in taijutsu. His punches were clumsy and predictable. Before Nawaki's fist could connect, Shin sent him flying with a kick. He hadn't used much force, but it was enough to hurt. See, Nawaki, you can't even block a single attack from me. Your chances of survival on the battlefield are 0. If you really want to go, you might as well give up now. Shin's words were harsh, but he had a reason. He needed to discourage Nawaki, or he might sneak off to the battlefield. Nawaki was indeed discouraged. His newfound confidence had been shattered. Shin wasn't worried about him. Nawaki was similar to Naruto, he'd recover quickly. Nawaki got up, dusted himself off, and left dejectedly. What happened to him? Kushina and Mikoto arrived and saw Nawaki's dejected figure. He wanted to stay on the battlefield and asked me to convince Tsunade. I gave him a reality check. He should give up on that idea for now. Shin shook his head, then went to their usual training spot with Kushina and Mikoto. Konan wasn't with them, she had gone to the medical tent with Tsunade. Shin had finally mastered Sage Mode yesterday. He tried activating it a few times. 3 tomo appeared on his forehead, and red markings spread across his face. He felt like he was entering Sage Mode faster now. Was it just his imagination? He practiced Sage Mode, Taijutsu, and Kenjutsu, while his shadow clones focused on developing and practicing ninjutsu. Time flew by, and it was soon lunchtime. Back at the tent, they found Nawaki and his teammates, Hayashi and Kai, waiting for them. Shin, we came to say goodbye. We're returning to Konoha, Nawaki said. That's good. Nawaki, come here. I have something for you. Shin called Nawaki over and used the transcription seal on him to ensure his safety. Nawaki left the battlefield, but the stalemate between Konoha and the Tsunade forces continued. Konoha had the upper hand, largely due to Shin. Without him, they would be losing. The situation remained tense, neither side dared to attack. Meanwhile, at the Konoha WA front, the situation had stabilized after Danzo's arrival. But then, another disaster struck. Kirigakure, the hidden village in the land of water, declared war on Konoha. Hiruzen was nearly at his wits' end upon hearing the news. Konoha was already facing 3 villages, 2 great villages and Mangekyo. Now Kiri was joining. Konoha couldn't handle this. While Hiruzen was panicking, the 3rd Kazekage, the 3rd Tsuchikage and Hanzo were ecstatic. Hanzo even approached the Kazekage to ask if he had invited Kiri to join the war. The Kazekage's answer was vague, neither confirming nor denying. Shin was surprised when he heard the news. In the original story, Kiri hadn't participated in the Second Shinobi World War. Was this another butterfly effect caused by him? He realized that Kiri's involvement was directly related to his actions. He had infiltrated Kirigakure, caused chaos, and stolen their forbidden scroll, leading to unrest within the village. The 3rd Mizukage, desperate to divert attention from his failure to protect the scroll, declared war on Konoha, claiming it was to force Konoha to hand over the culprit. This was a strategic move to protect his position as Mizukage. After declaring war, the Mizukage personally led a force of 4,000 Kiri shinobi to attack the Land of Fire. Hiruzen was forced to send reinforcements to defend against them, dispatching Hamura Mitokado and Koharu, the 2 elders who were still capable fighters. With their leadership, the Konoha forces managed to hold back Kiri's attack for now. This is putting a lot of pressure on Konoha. And Kumogakure hasn't even made a move yet. They had to be wary of Kumo. They were ambitious. If Konoha showed any signs of weakness, the 3rd Reikage would definitely seize the opportunity to attack. He might not just take a bite, he might try to swallow the entire Land of Fire whole. Shin sighed. He had hoped to obtain the Divine Replication card without lifting a finger, but it seemed that wasn't going to happen. No matter what, Konoha has to win. His mission was to ensure Konoha's victory. The reward was a Divine Replication card. If he failed, he wouldn't get the card. He couldn't be complacent anymore. Konoha might actually lose. Kumo hasn't attacked yet. I wonder if they'll do the same as in the original story and attack IWA. In the original story, during the First Shinobi World War, IWA had been attacked by Kumo while fighting Konoha, forcing them to abandon their fight against Konoha to deal with Kumo. But the current war was different. There was no telling what would happen. Perhaps Kumo would attack Konoha instead. After all, Konoha was surrounded by enemies. Kumo might seize the opportunity to strike. What are you thinking about? Kushina nudged Shin, snapping him out of his thoughts. Shin, are you worried about Konoha? Mikoto asked. Yeah, things are looking grim. Looks like it's time for me, the savior, Uzumaki Shin, to step in. Shin said with a smile. Despite the unexpected turn of events, he wasn't worried. With his current strength, he could take on all 4 hidden villages at once. You're not a savior, you're a demon lord. Kushina thought of Shin's perfect Sissen. That black form was the embodiment of destruction. That's for being a smart aleck. Shin flicked Kushina's forehead. Shin, you meanie. Kushina glared at him, tears welling up in her eyes. That flick had hurt. Kushina, learn your lesson. Remember to say nice things from now on, Mikoto said with a smile. Mikoto, are you laughing at me? Mikoto tried to suppress her laughter, but she couldn't help but smile. She admitted it, she was laughing at Kushina. Mikoto, I'll get you back for this. Kushina threatened. Sorry Kushina, you'll never get the chance. We'll see about that. Here, have an apple. It's rare to find fruit on the battlefield. Shin handed Kushina a large apple. You think you can appease me with a measly apple? Kushina took the apple anyway. Fruit was indeed a rare treat on the battlefield. Shin had used Yamatsu Hirasaka to buy these apples from the Land of Rivers. Hey, where are you going? Kushina asked as Shin left the tent. I'm going to the medical tent to practice medical ninjutsu. Want to come? Shin asked Kushina and Mikoto. Sure, why not? I want to learn medical ninjutsu too, Kushina agreed, following Shin. Mikoto also followed. Kushina, why do you suddenly want to learn medical ninjutsu? Shin asked curiously. It's always good to have more skills. And if Mikoto gets injured, I can heal her. Kushina glanced at Mikoto. Mikoto rolled her eyes. Shin and his team had just arrived at the medical tent when they heard a series of explosions. What's going on? Is Suna attacking? Shin used his mind's eye of Kagura to sense the situation. It was indeed Suna. He was puzzled. Why were they attacking now? Had they received reinforcements? Tsunade emerged from the medical tent, followed by Konan. What's happening? Is it an enemy attack? Tsunade asked. Let's go see. Konan, stay here. Don't wander off. Shin patted Konan's head. Okay. Konan nodded obediently, though her eyes held a hint of disappointment. Shin wasn't worried about leaving Konan alone. He had implanted his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities in her eyes with the transcription seal. He and Tsunade arrived at the edge of the Konoha encampment. Tsukumo Hatake was leading the Konoha shinobi in a standoff against the Suna forces. What's going on? Why is Suna attacking? Shin asked Jiraiya, who had recovered from his injuries. Our commander, Tsukumo, killed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, so she's here for revenge, Jiraiya explained. Shin's expression turned odd. Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law. Weren't they Sasori's parents? So Sasori's parents died during the Second Shinobi World War. Tsukumo Hatake. I'll kill you. Chiyo glared at Tsukumo with pure hatred. If Ebizo wasn't holding her back, she would have charged at Tsukumo. Tsukumo's expression remained neutral. Killing enemy shinobi was part of his duty, he wouldn't hesitate. The third Kazekage sighed. He hadn't wanted to attack Konoha now, but Chiyo had already mobilized the troops. He had no choice but to go along with it. Chiyo's influence in Suna was almost equal to his. Ebizo, take care of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Chiyo, Tsunade is yours, try to keep your anger in check. The third Kazekage said, his voice serious. Although this attack was unplanned, he still had a strategy. Sister, once we defeat Konoha, you can do whatever you want with Tsukumo, Ebizo said, trying to appease Chiyo. I know. I'll handle Tsunade. Chiyo turned away from Tsukumo, suppressing her rage. She couldn't let her emotions control her. Attack! The third Kazekage looked at the monk beside him. This was Bunpoku, the One-Tails Jinchuriki. Bunpoku sighed. He didn't want to kill, but he had to fight for Suna. He charged towards the Konoha shinobi, a layer of tailed beast chakra cloaking his body. The tailed beast cloak enhanced the Jinchuriki's strength, defense, and speed. Only those who were acknowledged by the tailed beast could use this ability. Bunpoku had clearly earned Shikaku's approval. With the protection of the tailed beast cloak, the kunai and shuriken thrown by the Konoha shinobi couldn't harm Bunpoku. Ichibi, come out. Bunpoku communicated with Shikaku in his mind, allowing the tailed beast to take over. Shikaku's massive form appeared on the battlefield, instilling fear among the Konoha shinobi. That Tanuki again, Kushina muttered, glaring at the beast. I'm surprised to see Shikaku here, Shin remarked, recalling how he had sealed Shikaku into Bunpoku with a 4-symbol seal. He suspected Suna had found a way to break the seal, and he was right. Suna had spent considerable time researching methods to forcibly release Shikaku, and it had not been a gentle process. Bunpoku had suffered. Attack! The third Kazekage, seeing Shikaku's appearance, immediately targeted Tsukumo. Magnet release, iron sand drizzle. It unleashed a torrent of iron sand, forming thousands of Sinban that rained down on the Konoha shinobi. Tsukumo drew his white light chakra saber and deflected the Sinban, charging toward the Kazekage. His sword had a special coating that negated the effects of magnet release. Meanwhile, Ebizo engaged Orochimaru and Jiraiya, confident he could handle them both. Chiyo, following the Kazekage's plan, attacked Tsunade with her puppets, occasionally targeting other Konoha shinobi as well. These puppets are so annoying. Tsunade exclaimed, destroying one puppet only for another to take its place. Tsukumo was occupied with the third Kazekage, Orochimaru and Jiraiya faced Ebizo, and Tsunade was busy with Chiyo. Now, Shikaku had appeared, and only Shin could confront it. Furthermore, Hanzo had yet to show himself. This was the third Kazekage's strategy, to keep Konoha's strongest shinobi occupied while Hanzo led the AIM shinobi in a sneak attack from behind to destroy their supplies. Shikaku, haven't I beaten you enough? Still baring your teeth at me? Shin confronted Shikaku, who displayed fear in its eyes. It wasn't entirely unafraid of him. Shin had indeed given it a thorough beating last time. I'll kill you. Shikaku roared, feeling insulted, and began to form a tailed beast bomb. A tailed beast bomb. You can use that too. I thought you didn't have enough chakra, Shin said, surprised. It made sense though, all tailed beasts could use tailed beast bombs. Just because Shikaku had less chakra than others didn't mean it couldn't use it. However, it was taking a while to charge, which was understandable given the attack's destructive potential. The yin and yang chakra mixed and compressed within Shikaku's mouth before it fired outward. Shikaku felt satisfaction, thinking it could finally eliminate this annoying brat. But it was overly optimistic. As the tailed beast bomb approached, Shin activated his Sharingan, and the attack vanished before it could reach him. Ice release, Ice Age. Shin's hands moved through a series of hand seals. An icy chill spread outwards, freezing the fleeing AIM shinobi and extinguishing the fires they had set. His control over ice release had improved significantly, making him arguably the strongest ice release user in history. Conan, are you cold? Shin asked. Conan nodded, her face slightly red from the chill. Standing on ice felt like being in a frozen wasteland. Shin activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and used Amaterasu. Black flames appeared, which he controlled to prevent them from spreading. Warm yourself by the fire, he offered to Conan. There are black flames. Conan was amazed, having never seen them before. Shin refrained from further attacks. The entire camp was frozen, and no AIM shinobi within its range could escape. Unfortunately, Hanzo was not present. He must have sensed the danger and escaped before Shin returned. Thanks to the mind's eye of Kagura, Shin hadn't harmed any of his allies while freezing the battlefield. On the other side, the third Kazekage watched the frozen Konoha camp in shock. Retreat, he commanded, and the Suna forces immediately withdrew. Amend that old hag. I'll catch her this time. Kushina, Mikoto, come help me. Tsunade yelled after defeating Chiyo's puppets. Kushina and Mikoto, who had been busy fighting other Suna shinobi, rushed to assist Tsunade. Despite their combined efforts, they couldn't capture Chiyo but managed to destroy her human puppet. She got away. Puppet emesis are so annoying, Tsunade said in frustration, punching the remains of the puppet. Chiyo controlled the puppets from a distance, avoiding direct confrontation, which frustrated Tsunade. As the Suna forces retreated, Konoha did not pursue. Tsukumo Hatake ordered them to return to camp. That was an incredible jutsu. I can't believe an 11-year-old can do that. Just how much chakra does that Shin kid have? Jiraiya marveled at the frozen camp. Orochimaru, what are you looking at? He asked, noticing Orochimaru's gaze fixed on Shikaku still under the control of the Sharingan. The Sharingan. Is the one tail being controlled by the Sharingan? Orochimaru frowned, realizing there were no Uchiha on the battlefield, except possibly Uchiha Mikoto. He doubted she could control Shikaku, but if it were Shin, it would be more believable. That thing is under control. I'll try to seal it, Kushina said, looking at Shikaku, but Tsunade stopped her. Don't. What if you fail and break Shin's control? Who will deal with the one tail then? Kushina reluctantly backed down. She couldn't even defeat the salamander. Shikaku was out of the question. They left Shikaku alone and returned to the camp, finding Shin and Conan warming themselves by the black flames. Tsunade was curious about the black flames, but Kushina and Mikoto already knew what they were. Mikoto thought of the legendary Amaterasu flames, now used for a campfire. It was a strange sight. Shin stood up and extinguished the flames. Suna retreated. Yes, they retreated. Shin, deal with the one tail outside. Make sure it doesn't cause any trouble, Tsunade said. Okay. Just as Shin was about to leave, Tsukumo Hatake arrived. Shin, can you undo your jutsu? Are you kidding me, Tsukumo-san? How can I undo a jutsu that's already been cast? Shin said, exasperated. Can't you melt the ice? Our supplies are frozen. I can't do that now. Maybe when my control over ice release improves, Shin replied. He really couldn't do it. This is troublesome. Kumo frowned. Shin's ice was incredibly strong. He had tried to cut it with his white light chakra saber, but it didn't even leave a mark. How long will it take for the ice to melt naturally? Kumo asked. It might take half a month. There's no sun in the land of rain. Even under direct sunlight, it wouldn't melt easily. We can use fire release to melt it. It'll just take some effort, Shin suggested. That's our only option then. Kumo left to find some fire release users. Shin went to deal with Shikaku. He wasn't planning on sealing it back into Bunpoku. Instead, he extracted Shikaku completely. Bunpoku, of course, died the moment Shikaku was extracted. Even Uzumaki Jinchuriki couldn't survive having a tailed beast extracted. Shikaku, freed from Shin's control, glared at him angrily. Bunpoku was dead. Shikaku had a good impression of Bunpoku. It had even acknowledged him to some extent. That was why it was angry about his death. Shikaku glared at Shin, but it didn't dare attack. I freed you from your prison. Shouldn't you be thanking me? Shin said to the angry Shikaku. Shikaku suddenly realized it was free. Its anger vanished. It had some respect for Bunpoku, who shared similar ideals with the Sage of Six Paths, but that didn't matter now. Ever since it was captured and used as a weapon, Shikaku had yearned for freedom. It turned and ran, its short legs carrying it away as fast as they could. Where do you think you're going? I worked hard to free you. Aren't you even going to thank me? Shin blocked its path, his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan glowing ominously. He wasted no breath, effortlessly taking control of Shikaku with his Sharingan. Controlling a tailed beast was effortless for him. Orochimaru-sama, spying is a bad habit. I suggest you refrain from such behavior. Shin looked towards a certain pale figure emerging from the shadows. It was Orochimaru. Orochimaru had been observing Shin since he took control of Shikaku, but Shin hadn't called him out until now. So Shin-kun possesses the Sharingan, the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. Orochimaru's snake-like eyes gleamed with interest. Orochimaru-sama, you've stumbled upon a dangerous secret. Want me to silence you permanently? Shin approached Orochimaru with a smile, his aura radiating a chilling pressure. Orochimaru, why don't you guess if I have the power to do that? Orochimaru suppressed his urge to flee. Shin-kun, are you trying to scare me? You're not afraid of exposing your Sharingan? He asked calmly. He knew the answer. If Shin were afraid, he wouldn't be using it so openly. Many had witnessed Shikaku being controlled by the Sharingan. Looks like I didn't scare you. Shin withdrew his killing intent, and Orochimaru sighed in relief. Shin's aura had been suffocating, even more oppressive than Hiruzen's. Shin-kun, why do you have the Sharingan? Orochimaru couldn't contain his curiosity, even though he knew he shouldn't ask. He was desperate to know the answer. Shin's Sharingan wasn't transplanted. A transplanted Sharingan couldn't be deactivated. Orochimaru, with your intelligence, can't you figure it out? Shin countered with a question, then turned and left, Shikaku obediently following him like a pet. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. He didn't pursue the matter. He had many questions, but he valued his life too much to risk angering Shin. Curiosity could be dangerous for a shinobi. At the Konoha camp, Tsukumo Hatake had retrieved the important supplies. But much had been destroyed by the AIM shinobi. Tsukumo frowned. Even with the daimyo's funding, supplies weren't unlimited. And transporting supplies wasn't easy. They could be attacked during transport. Shin didn't share Tsukumo's worries. He wasn't the commander, it wasn't his problem. Why did you bring that thing back? Tsunade asked, staring at the massive creature behind Shin. Shikaku had terrified the Konoha shinobi. No one dared to approach. Tailed beasts were massive, their size ranging from 50 to 60 meters. Most people were intimidated by them. What else was I supposed to do? Give it back to Suna. Shin then grinned. Should he let Suna experience the terror of being attacked by a tailed beast? He decided to do just that. He controlled Shikaku and left the Konoha camp, heading towards the Suna encampment. That little tanuki is quite fast. Shikaku's short legs and round body made for a comical sight. Shin couldn't help but chuckle. Hey Shin, are you really letting it go? Tsunade smacked his arm in frustration. That was a tailed beast. Relax, even if I give it back, Suna might not be able to handle it. I want to see how they deal with Shikaku, Shin said with a smile. Don't worry, Tsunade. Shikaku is still under my control. I can make it come back anytime. You're going to use the one tail to attack Suna. Tsunade finally understood. Yep. I wonder if the third Kazekage will be surprised. Shikaku, under Shin's control, ran towards the Suna camp. Its legs might be short, but each step covered a significant distance. It soon arrived at the Suna camp, alerting the guards. It's the one tail. Inform the Kazekage. The Suna shinobi were alarmed. The third Kazekage soon arrived with Ebizo and Chiyo. Hanzo was also with them. It's really the one tail. The Kazekage wasn't scared, he was delighted. Kazekama, something's wrong. Look at its eyes. That's the Sharingan. Shikaku is being controlled. Chiyo, despite her age, had sharp eyes. She noticed the 3-tomo Sharingan in Shikaku's eyes. Just as she finished speaking, Shikaku attacked, unleashing a barrage of drilling air bullets. Magnet release, Iron Sand World method. The Kazekage reacted quickly, creating a massive iron sand wall to block the attack. But Shikaku continued its assault, as if it had unlimited chakra. The Kazekage, however, was struggling. Maintaining the iron sand defense was draining his chakra. The third Kazekage was frustrated. Facing Shikaku's relentless attacks, he could only defend passively. It wasn't that he was weaker than Shikaku. He could suppress the beast, but that didn't mean the other Suna shinobi could survive its attacks. To protect his comrades, he had to focus on defense. Except for the sealing team, everyone else, retreat, he ordered. The other shinobi were just getting in the way. The Suna shinobi quickly retreated, and Hanzo ordered the AIM shinobi to follow suit. Hanzo, I need your help to subdue the one tail, the Kazekage said. He could suppress the one tail, but it was taking a toll on him. No problem, but will you compensate Mangekyo for our losses during the attack on the Konoha camp? Hanzo set his condition. He hadn't refused to help, but he wanted compensation. As long as you help me seal the one tail, I'll compensate you accordingly. The Kazekage's face remained impassive, though he was inwardly cursing Hanzo for taking advantage of the situation. Summoning jutsu. Hanzo summoned his salamander. The salamander was no match for Shikaku, but its massive size could buy them some time. The Kazekage attacked, using his magnet release to create an iron sand cage, trapping Shikaku. Sealing team, seal the one tail. He yelled while continuing his assault. Hanzo and the Kazekage used water release to attack Shikaku. Ebizo and Chiyo also joined the fray. Against 4 Kage-level opponents, Shikaku was overwhelmed. The sealing team rushed forward and used their jutsu to seal Shikaku. It shouldn't be a problem. It was just the one tail. Compared to the Ninetales, which had almost destroyed Konoha, Shikaku was a minor threat. That useless tanuki. Shin, observing from the shadows, cursed. Shikaku was weak. It hadn't even caused any casualties before being subdued. No way. That's my loot. You can't take it from me. Shin appeared on Shikaku's head in a flash, looking down at the third Kazekage and the others. They stopped attacking and stared at Shin. Uzumaki Shin, are you controlling the one tail? The Kazekage asked. Take a guess. There might be a reward if you get it right, Shin said with a smirk. The one tail is being controlled by the Sharingan. It's not Uzumaki Shin. But with him here, sealing will be difficult, Chiyo said grimly. To seal the one tail, they had to deal with Shin first. That was a problem. Shin's strength terrified them. We have to retrieve the tailed beast. And Uzumaki Shin must be stopped. The Kazekage's eyes hardened. Shin was already this strong at such a young age. In the future, he might even surpass Hashirama Senju. If Shin reached that level of power, it would be a disaster, not just for Suna, but for the entire world, including Konoha. No one wanted to be under someone else's thumb. We can eliminate him if we work together. Don't hold back. The Kazekage said, looking at Hanzo pointedly. Of course. Hanzo's eyes gleamed with intent. He had almost killed him several times. He hated Shin. He wouldn't hesitate to confront him. You want to kill me? How arrogant. Shin chuckled. They were underestimating him. You're the arrogant one, Uzumaki Shin. You're just a child. How can you act recklessly? Chiyo sneered. Old hag, you couldn't even protect your own son. Shut up. Shin's words enraged Chiyo. Uzumaki Shin, I'll take you down. She charged at Shin. Ebizo couldn't stop her, so he followed, afraid for his sister. Poor Chiyo, you've lost your family, puppets? Reduced to fighting with your own hands. Shin drew his Kusanagi sword and unleashed an incredibly fast slash, cutting through the iron sand cage holding. Shikaku. Shikaku roared and escaped. Under Shin's control, it formed a tailed beast bomb. Yin and Yang chakra mixed in a ratio of 2:8, forming a powerful sphere that shot towards the Suna camp. The Suna shinobi had retreated, but destroying their camp would still be a major blow. The Kazekage paled. He wouldn't try to block a tailed beast bomb. Even his strongest iron sand defense would struggle to withstand it. The tailed beast bomb was a devastating attack, more powerful than most S-rank jutsu. Only an idiot would try to block it head-on. The Suna camp was obliterated, and the supplies they hadn't been able to take with them were destroyed. The Kazekage's eyes were bloodshot. Supplies were precious, especially to Suna, which was poorer than Konoha. Losing those supplies would be a major setback. Shin looked at the third Kazekage, whose eyes were filled with rage. It's just a camp. Is it really that big of a deal? If the Kazekage knew what Shin was thinking, he might explode. Actually, he was already about to explode. Shin looked at Shikaku, who was still under his control. Go take care of that four-legged fish. Shin directed Shikaku towards the salamander. With a single swipe of its tail, the one tail sent the salamander flying, breaking its legs. Hanzo winced and dispelled his summon. Shikaku crushed them. Don't forget, they're the Tsunade you hate so much. Shin yelled. The one tail stomped towards Chiyo and Ebizo, who narrowly escaped using body flicker jutsu. Wind style, wind cutter. Ebizo, after dodging the one tail's attack, launched a wind blade at Shin. That won't work. Shin activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. A dark crack appeared before him, swallowing the wind blade. He had used Yamatsu Hirasaka to send the attack to another dimension. If Kagaya Otsutsuki hadn't been so foolish, she could have been invincible with just Yamatsu Hirasaka. But Shin's version consumed less chakra and ocular power. What was that? Ebizo's eyes widened. He hadn't seen Shin form any hand seals. That black crack had simply appeared and swallowed his attack. But he soon realized it wasn't just a simple absorption. Another black crack appeared behind him, and the wind blade emerged from it. Look out! Chiyo sensed the danger and pulled Ebizo out of the way. The wind blade grazed Ebizo's chest. He looked down at the wound, his face pale. It was only a few centimeters from his heart. He would have been killed if it weren't for Chiyo. Too bad. I almost killed a Kage-level shinobi. Shin shook his head in mock disappointment. Ebizo might only be a low Kage, but he was still a Kage. Killing him would have been a significant achievement. But Chiyo had ruined it. Ebizo might have survived, but he was severely injured. Brother, are you alright? Chiyo glared at Shin, then turned to Ebizo with concern. I'm fine. Ebizo's pale face betrayed his words. Watch out for that technique, the third Kazekage warned Hanzo. He was also feeling a chill. If Shin used that technique on him, he might not be able to dodge. Hanzo didn't reply, but he was on high alert, wary of any attacks from behind. He didn't know what that technique was, but that made it even more terrifying. Your eyes. Is that the Mangekyo Sharingan? Chiyo asked, her voice filled with disbelief. The Kazekage and Hanzo immediately focused on Shin's eyes. Hanzo's expression turned grim. He had seen Madara Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan before. The pattern was different, but he recognized it. The Kazekage was too young to recognize it, but he had heard of its power. It's not the Mangekyo Sharingan, Shin said calmly. It was the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, but few knew of its existence. Even Tsunade didn't know about it. Retreat. Chiyo didn't believe Shin. She grabbed the injured Ebizo and fled. She was fast, but Hanzo was even faster. The Kazekage, seeing them flee, had no choice but to follow. He was no match for Shin. And there was also the one tail. Imminent. I wasn't even serious, and you're running. Shin stared at the fleeing Kage, dumbfounded. He hadn't even attacked yet. Come back. You left your dignity behind. Don't you want it back? Shin yelled after them. But they were already gone. Shin sighed and decided not to pursue. He had to get back for Mikoto's dinner. He climbed onto the one tail's head and directed it back to the Konoha camp. He had let them escape because he didn't want to kill them. If they died, Konoha might actually destroy Suna. Shin didn't want that. Konoha needed external enemies. Without them, internal conflicts would arise, and he might get caught in the crossfire. His strength was a threat to Hiruzen's position. Shin wasn't interested in becoming Hokage, but he didn't want to disrupt the balance of power. The third Kazekage and the others ran for a long time before finally stopping. Seeing that Shin wasn't pursuing them, they sighed in relief. I know the Mangekyo Sharingan is powerful, but did we really have to run like that? The Kazekage grumbled. He hadn't wanted to retreat, but Chiyo and Hanzo had fled. He was no match for Shin alone. Shin returned to the Konoha camp, where Tsukumo Hatake was overseeing the reconstruction. The camp had been frozen solid. They had to build a new one. Phew, you're finally back. Kushina sighed in relief. Where's that tanuki? Don't tell me you lost it. She hadn't seen Shikaku. No, I didn't bring it here. The Konoha shinobi were afraid of the one tail, so Shin had left it in a nearby forest. Aren't you worried Suna will steal it back? Mikoto asked. They don't have the guts. Besides, Shikaku is under my control. If Suna tries anything, I'll know. Shin said. He didn't think Suna would dare try anything after their humiliating retreat. Several days passed. Suna and Aim remained quiet, avoiding any conflict. They outnumbered Konoha but were forced to stay on the defensive, wary of Shin's large-scale ice-release jutsu. Konoha had the advantage on the Suna front, but the overall situation was still dire. At the IWA front, with Hiruzen and Danzo, they had managed to achieve a stalemate. However, Konoha was also facing Kirigakure, and on that front, they were losing. Kiri had even reached the heartland of the Land of Fire. The daimyo was panicking, sending messages to Hiruzen demanding an explanation. But those messages were futile. The daimyo could only provide financial support and had no military power to offer. His army was composed of ordinary humans, who were no match for shinobi. Shin was currently on his way to the Kiri front, accompanied by Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan. The Sandaime Hokage had issued a special order, promoting Shin to Jonin and sending him to the Kiri front. Shin had no objections. He had a mission to complete, help Konoha win the war. He couldn't let Konoha lose. Kiri was practically at their doorstep. Even if Hiruzen hadn't sent him, he would have found a way to deal with Kiri. Will Konoha be able to handle Suna and AIM without us? Mikoto asked Shin. I'm not sure, but they won't lose, Shin replied, though he wasn't confident that Tsukumo Hatake could defeat Suna and AIM. He should have dealt them a heavier blow before leaving. But if Tsukumo really couldn't handle it, he could always return. For now, dealing with Kiri was the priority. Shin, can you make this tanuki run a bit slower? I'm getting dizzy, Kushina complained. Just endure it for a bit longer. We'll be there soon, Shin said. 2 hours later, they arrived at the Kiri front. The Konoha shinobi were desperately defending, but they couldn't hold back Kiri's attacks. The third Mizukage was personally leading the assault, overwhelming Konoha shinobi. Hamura and Koho, the Konoha elders, were cowering at the back, a pathetic sight. Why are they so much weaker than Chiyo and Ebizo? Shin scoffed, spotting them hiding. Even if they joined the fight, it wouldn't make much difference. They were only quasi-kage level at best, and their combat skills were likely rusty after years of inactivity. Shikaku, it's your turn. Fire a tailed beast bomb. Shikaku's 3-tomo Sharingan spun. Yin and Yang chakra gathered in its mouth, forming a sphere that resembled a giant rasengan. The tailed beast bomb shot towards the Kiri shinobi, catching them off guard. The explosion obliterated hundreds of Kiri shinobi. It might have been a weaker tailed beast bomb, but it was still formidable. Too bad they're so spread out. If they were all together, one tailed beast bomb would have sent them all back home, Shin remarked, shaking his head in mock disappointment. After 2 tailed beast bombs, they couldn't hide anymore. The one tail was massive. If the Kiri shinobi hadn't been focused on the Konoha shinobi, they wouldn't have been able to launch a surprise attack. Imminent. The Mizukage cursed, abandoning his attack on a Konoha jonin to face the one tail. The other Kiri shinobi charged towards the one tail, their eyes filled with rage. They had lost many friends and family members to the tailed beast bomb and sought revenge. With Kiri turning their attention to the one tail, the Konoha shinobi sighed in relief. So many of them. No wonder Hamura couldn't hold them back. Shin observed the approaching Kiri shinobi. There were at least 2,000 or 3,000 of them. Kushina and Mikoto looked at the horde, their hearts pounding. Can you handle them, Shin? They asked. What are you worried about? Look at Konan. She's so calm. You should learn from her. I was just speechless from shock. Konan mumbled, blushing. Ice release, ice human technique. Shin created a massive ice giant, almost as tall as his perfect Susanoo. Even the one tail only reached its waist. See that ice giant. Feel safe now. Shin grinned. This was a new ice release jutsu he had developed, based on the wood release, wood human technique. It wasn't just ice release, it was a combination of ice release and yang release. The ice giant had been given life by yang release. That's also ice release. Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan stared at the giant in awe. Even Kushina and Mikoto, who had seen the perfect Susanoo, were stunned. It is ice release but not ordinary ice release. It's like the Shodaime Hokage's wood release, Shin explained. The Kiri shinobi, who had been charging towards Shin, stopped in their tracks. Even the third Mizukage halted his advance. The one-tail's size was intimidating enough, but this ice giant was even more so. They were scared. I knew they'd hesitate, Shin said, not surprised. If I were facing that ice monster, I'd be scared too, Kushina said, rolling her eyes. Mizukage-sama, what should we do? A Kiri shinobi asked. They had been blinded by rage, but the sight of the ice giant had brought them back to their senses. They were hesitant to continue. This giant could crush them with a single step. Don't be afraid. It might just be a bluff. Attack with ninjutsu. The Mizukage quickly formed hand seals, 5 seals per second. A water dragon roared towards the ice giant, and the other Kiri shinobi followed suit, unleashing a barrage of water release jutsu. The sight was spectacular. Kushina and Mikoto were nervous, and Konan hid in Shin's arms. Shin remained calm, aware of his own jutsu. The ice giant loomed before them, made of solid ice, harder than steel. Even S-rank jutsu would struggle to break through its defenses, and while it could regenerate, that would consume Shin's chakra. But he had plenty of chakra to spare. As the water jutsu struck the ice giant, small cracks appeared but vanished instantly. After the barrage ended, the ice giant remained unharmed and took a step towards the Kiri shinobi, causing the ground to tremble beneath its weight. Its movements seemed slow due to its size, but it was surprisingly fast. Within moments, it reached the Kiri shinobi and raised its massive foot to stomp down. The quick-witted Kiri shinobi used the body flicker jutsu to dodge, but the slower ones were not so fortunate. Imminent. What is that monster? The Mizukage's face was grim. He recognized the one-tail, but this ice giant was new. Is that really a jutsu? He wondered in disbelief. Mizukage-sama, watch out. The ground is freezing. An elite jonin warned. The Mizukage looked down to see frost spreading rapidly across the ground, one of the ice giant's abilities to freeze anything nearby. However, Shin could control this effect. If he stood on the ice giant, he wouldn't be affected. The ice giant roared, releasing a wave of icy air, similar to Shin's Ice Age jutsu. Retreat. The Mizukage used the body flicker jutsu to escape, leaving the other Kiri shinobi behind. Some managed to flee, but many were frozen solid. The ice giant stomped its foot, shattering the frozen ground and those trapped within. The Mizukage watched in despair as they lost almost 1,000 shinobi, a devastating blow to Kirigakure, which barely had 10,000 shinobi left. This was the greatest loss in Kirigakure's history, and he feared he would be remembered as the most disgraceful Mizukage. They're retreating. Mikoto was surprised. Shin flicked her forehead. Of course they are. Staying here would be suicide. It's all because you're so ridiculously strong, Mikoto grumbled, rubbing her forehead. Shin controlled the one-tail and headed towards the Konoha forces, leaving the ice giant behind. Without his chakra, it was just a giant ice sculpture. The Konoha shinobi were terrified of the one-tail. It must be on our side. Look, the person on its head is wearing a Konoha forehead protector. And it attacked Kiri, one of the Konoha jonin said. Why don't you go ask then? Another jonin suggested, but the first shook his head. No way, that thing could crush him with a single step. Shin jumped down from the one-tail's head, carrying Konan. Shin, catch me. Kushina yelled, jumping down towards him. He instinctively reached out and caught her. Shin, don't let me fall, he heard Mikoto call as she jumped down as well. He sighed, setting Kushina down and catching Mikoto. Why do you always make me catch you? What if I couldn't? Shin complained, and Mikoto blushed, reluctant to leave his embrace. Shin coughed and set Mikoto down. Let's go. They seem to be welcoming us, he said, glancing at the Konoha shinobi. They look more like they're about to attack us, Kushina remarked. When they arrived at the Konoha camp, they were met with suspicion. The Konoha shinobi eyed them warily, not recognizing Shin. However, Hamura Mitokado and Kohar Yuditane approached. You're Uzumaki Shin? Hamura asked, noticing Shin's casual demeanor. Shin sensed their arrogance and found it distasteful. The Sandaime sent me to assist you. But you're a disappointment, reduced to this state by mere Kiri shinobi. He couldn't resist a jab. Uzumaki Shin, what did you say? Don't get cocky just because you're strong. We're Konoha elders. Do you know the consequences of disrespecting us? Weak, Shin scoffed, causing their faces to flush with anger. The surrounding Konoha shinobi watched with amusement. They had long been dissatisfied with these elders, who only gave orders and never participated in battle. Prepare a place for me to rest, Shin commanded the other shinobi, ignoring Hamura and Koharu. Despite his age, no one dared to disobey, having seen the one-tail behind him. Uzumaki Shinyu. Shut up or I'll kill you. Shin glared at Hamura, who felt a chill. I might be here to help, but I hate being ordered around. So don't try to command me, or you'll regret it. With that, Shin left with Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan, ignoring the displeasure on Hamura and Koharu's faces. Who do they think they are? Kushina muttered, annoyed by their arrogance. If they had the strength to back it up, it would be one thing, but they were weak. They thought Shin would respect them just because they were elders. If they had been more polite, Shin wouldn't have been so rude. But they were used to being in positions of authority, and Shin wasn't going to indulge them. He soon arrived at his assigned quarters, a simple tent, one of the few remaining after their recent defeats. Having a tent at all was a luxury. With Kiri's current situation, they probably won't attack for a while, Mikoto said. It's not about waiting for them to attack. It's about taking the offensive, Shin replied, eager to finish this quickly. In the original story, Kiri hadn't participated in the Second Shinobi World War. Now, with his mission to help Konoha win, Kiri was an obstacle he had to overcome. Shin, you're not the commander. You can't decide that, Mikoto cautioned. Who said I need their help? You think I need help to deal with Kiri? They're nothing to me. I really want to punch you right now, Kushina glared at Shin, annoyed by his arrogance. Punch me. Kushina, don't overestimate yourself. Can you even beat me? Shin asked, grinning. You're going to fight back. Kushina's eyes widened. Of course. If you attack me, I'll fight back. I'll beat you so bad, you'll be crying in a corner. Want to try? Mikoto and Konan giggled, making Kushina scowl. She grabbed Shin's arm and bit down. Shin wiped the saliva off his arm after she let go, glaring at her. Shin, you jerk. I'll get you for this. Kushina chased him around, finally stopping when she was tired, though she continued to glare at him. Ahem, I'm going to deal with Kiri now, Shin said, then used the body flicker jutsu to disappear. Kushina and Mikoto exchanged worried glances. Is he really going to attack Kiri? Will Shin and I be okay? Conan asked. He'll be fine. He has space-time ninjutsu. He can escape if he can't win, Mikoto reassured her. I don't think he'll lose. We should be praying for Kiri, Kushina said. Shin headed towards the Kiri camp, determined to take the offensive. He wasn't trying to be a hero, he had just defended Hamura and Koharu and couldn't expect their help. Even if they did attack with the Konoha forces, they would only get in his way. Confident in his overwhelming strength, he approached the Kiri camp without bothering to hide. The Kiri scouts quickly spotted him, especially with his Konoha forehead protector. A Konoha shinobi. And just a kid. What's he doing here? One scout frowned. Let's capture him. His partner was about to attack, but the first scout stopped him. Wait, this is suspicious. He could be a trap. I might be young, but I don't appreciate being called a kid. Now, how do you want to die? Shin appeared before them in a flash, his Kusanagi sword pressed against one of their necks. How did you get here? The scout's eyes widened in fear. Wrong answer. Shin swiftly dispatched them and continued towards the Kiri camp. The third Mizukage soon received a report. A Konoha shinobi had infiltrated their camp. He frowned. A single Konoha shinobi. Mizukage-sama, he's just a kid, but he's strong. Many of our comrades have already fallen to his blade. Even the Kagaya clan can't stop him. I'll go see for myself. The Mizukage followed the messenger, wanting to see who this intruder was. When he found Shin, his expression changed at the sight of the dozen corpses surrounding him. Many Kiri shinobi had gathered, but they were hesitant to attack. Those who had tried were now dead, including a jonin. It was clear that attacking Shin was suicide. Mizukage, we meet again, Shin greeted casually. Have we met before? The Mizukage frowned. Perhaps you don't recognize me, but you should recognize this mask. Shin pulled out his three-tomo Sharingan mask. The Mizukage and the other Kiri shinobi were stunned. Recognize me now? Shin asked with a smirk. You're the one who infiltrated our village and stole our forbidden scroll. The Mizukage said angrily. Stole? I took it right in front of you. So you have our forbidden scroll. The Mizukage's eyes narrowed. Yes, but your jutsu are all garbage. What a disappointment. Not a single one worth learning, Shin said with a sigh. The Kiri forbidden scroll had been a letdown compared to Konoha's. He was tempted to take a look at Konoha's forbidden scroll, which contained many forbidden jutsu, including the Edo Tensei. Kill him. Take back our forbidden scroll. The Mizukage roared, charging at Shin with a kunai in hand. Didn't you see what happened to the others? You still want to fight me? Shin's sword flashed, too fast for anyone to see. The Mizukage sensed the danger and used the body flicker jutsu to dodge. But even with his speed, Shin couldn't avoid being injured. His kunai was sliced in half, and a long gash appeared on his chest. Lucky you dodged. I would have cut you in two, he said, sheathing his sword and looking at the Mizukage calmly. I was careless, the Mizukage replied, realizing he had underestimated Shin due to his age. Yet, even if he was serious, dodging Shin's attacks seemed nearly impossible. Shin was simply too fast. Water style, great waterfall jutsu. Both Shin and the Mizukage executed the same jutsu, but the scale of their attacks was vastly different. While the Mizukage's was a ripple, Shin's was a tsunami. The two attacks collided, and the Mizukage's jutsu was instantly dispersed as the giant wave crashed toward him. Even the other Kiri shinobi were caught in the attack. It took the combined efforts of dozens of Kiri shinobi, including the Mizukage, to barely block Shin's jutsu. In it, how can a brat be this strong? The Mizukage cursed. Shin charged toward the Kiri shinobi, punching one and sending him flying into several comrades. He caught a kunai thrown at him and threw it back, hitting the attacker and the shinobi behind him. You're all too weak. I was hoping for a challenge, Shin said, his chakra flaring and blowing away the Kiri shinobi surrounding him. Is he a monster? A Kiri jonin gulped, feeling overwhelmed by Shin's chakra. How could a human possess so much? Compared to Shin, he felt pathetic. Shin's immense chakra kept the Kiri shinobi at bay. They had never felt such pressure, not even from a tailed beast. How can he have so much chakra? The third Mizukage was shocked. Having a lot of chakra isn't that unusual, Shin said casually. They then noticed his red hair. He was an Uzumaki. But where did he get the Sharingan? The Mizukage was bewildered, seeing the three-tomo Sharingan in Shin's eyes. Kirigakure was involved in the Uzumaki clan massacre, wasn't it? Shin asked, his expression cold. The Mizukage's heart skipped a beat. It was true. Kiri, along with Kumo, had attacked the Uzumaki clan for their sealing jutsu, but they hadn't obtained any. The Uzumaki clan head had destroyed them all before they could be taken. Consider this my revenge. Shin vanished in a blur. A Kiri shinobi clutched his chest, a kunai protruding from his heart, and collapsed. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Shin killed another Kiri shinobi with a kick, then formed hand seals with lightning speed. A fire dragon erupted, engulfing several shinobi. The smell of smoke filled the air as some of the Kiri shinobi gagged. Shin was dispatching them with ease. The Mizukage realized this couldn't continue. Even with unlimited numbers, they couldn't win. Except for Jonin, everyone else, retreat, he ordered. Those below Jonin level were ineffective here and would only get in the way. The Kiri shinobi fled, having wanted to retreat for a while but not daring to without the Mizukage's order. Only about 100 shinobi remained, all Jonin, the elite of Kirigakure. As expected of a hidden village, Shin said, impressed by their numbers. The Uzumaki clan, even at its peak, had less than 200 shinobi, with only a dozen Jonin. Kiri had 10 times as many Jonin. This wasn't even all of them, there were likely more back in the village. A clan couldn't compare to a hidden village, which was why the Uzumaki clan had been destroyed. But unfortunately for you, you're all going to die today. Shin's killing intent washed over them, his bloodlust palpable. Attack! The Mizukage commanded, knowing they couldn't hesitate. Shin's killing intent was eroding their morale. Be careful. Avoid his eyes. Beware of his Sharingan Genjutsu. He warned. They had to be wary of the Sharingan's Genjutsu. You think that's enough? Genjutsu, Kyoka Suigetsu. Shin smirked and unleashed his 5 senses control. He watched as the Kiri Jonin turned on each other, even the Mizukage attacking his own men. Shin had manipulated their senses, making them see their comrades as enemies. The Kurama clan's Kekkei Genkai was horrifying. It might not be as powerful as Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu, but it was close. However, the chakra cost was immense. Controlling the 5 senses of 100 Jonin, including the Mizukage, was draining. 10 minutes later, the Genjutsu ended. The Kiri shinobi looked around in horror. Over half of them were dead, most killed by the Mizukage himself. The survivors were mostly elite Jonin, having survived due to their strength. What happened? The Mizukage stared at the carnage in confusion. They had been fighting Shin, but now they were all dead. No one answered him. The other Jonin were just as confused. Susanoo. A black Susanoo materialized, only in its second form, a skeletal frame with muscles and tendons, but no armor or legs. This form consumed less chakra. The Susanoo drew a chakra blade and slashed, creating a massive fissure in the earth. Several Jonin were caught in the attack and vanished, leaving no trace. Diamenyu, Mangekyo Sharingan. The Mizukage glared at Shin's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Your eyes are so bloodshot. Do you want the Sharingan too? Shin taunted. Water style, Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. The Mizukage unleashed a powerful water dragon. It was a B-rank jutsu, but in his hands, it had the power of an A-rank. Shin's current Susanoo form was relatively weak, its defenses average. But even so, it wasn't something a water dragon jutsu could break. The water dragon shattered against the Susanoo, causing no damage. Mizukage, is that all you've got? And you call yourself a Kage? You should resign, Shin mocked him. Attack him together. The Mizukage took a deep breath and yelled at the other Jonin. He wasn't fazed by Shin's taunts. As a Kage, he wouldn't be affected by mere words. The Kiri Jonin, though intimidated by Shin's Susanoo, still attacked after the Mizukage gave the order. They believed they could break through the Susanoo, even with so many of them. Over 40 Jonin, plus the Mizukage, unleashed their jutsu. Shin's current Susanoo form couldn't withstand such an assault. But he wasn't going to just stand there and take it. He channeled more chakra and ocular power into the Susanoo. Armor materialized and its form grew larger. Then, legs appeared, followed by wings. It was now a true warrior god. The perfect Susanoo towered over them like a mountain. Its destructive power was immense. Mizukage, if I attack you'll all die. Wouldn't you agree? Shin asked. So I'll give you a chance to escape. Whether you succeed or not depends on your own abilities. Black flames ignited on the Susanoo's sword. With these flames, Shin could now imbue his Susanoo's weapons with inextinguishable fire. Sensing the immense danger, the Mizukage didn't hesitate. Retreat. He yelled. This wasn't the time to be brave. Even if he didn't care about his own life, he had to consider Kirigakure. If he died, the village would descend into chaos. The Hozuki and Kagaya clans were already restless. With him gone, they might rebel. The Mizukage and the Kiri Jonin fled. Shin didn't hold back. He swung his sword. The earth shook, and a massive chasm opened up, flames burning within. The Mizukage and the 40 elite Jonin were incinerated, leaving no trace. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You just couldn't dodge. Shin looked at the devastation he had wrought. The Mizukage had dodged the sword, but not the flames. Shin had finally killed someone with those flames. It was a significant moment for him. The shockwave from his attack had spread far and wide, catching the retreating Kiri shinobi and inflicting heavy casualties. With his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Shin could see the fleeing Kiri shinobi from a great distance. The Mizukage had brought over 3,000 shinobi. Over half were dead, most killed by Shin. This was the greatest loss Kirigakure had ever suffered. The Mizukage would be remembered as the most disgraceful one. He had lost the Forbidden Scroll and led Kiri to a crushing defeat. The villagers would probably demand he commit suicide. Shin didn't care. He had killed many shinobi, but he felt no guilt. Shinobi weren't innocent. If he were killed one day, no one would mourn him. But that day would never come. No one could kill him. He deactivated his Susanoo and extinguished the flames. He turned and left, leaving behind a scar on the land and countless corpses. Back at the Konoha camp, the shinobi were restless. They didn't know Shin had attacked Kiri, but they had heard the commotion. "You're finally back. We were about to come looking for you." Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan sighed in relief when they saw Shin. They knew he was strong, but they couldn't help but worry. "That was loud. We could hear it all the way from camp," Mikoto said. "By the way, what happened to Kiri?" Kushina asked. "They've been dealt with. The remaining Kiri shinobi are probably running back to their village. They won't dare set foot in the Land of Fire again," Shin said with a smile. "This defeat would leave a lasting impression. They wouldn't dare return. The Land of Fire would be their nightmare." "Dealt with?" Mikoto and Kushina stared at him in surprise. They had thought he would just kill some Kiri shinobi. "Yeah, the third Mizukage is dead. Isn't that considered dealt with?" With the Mizukage dead, Kirigakure would be too busy with internal affairs to attack Konoha again. As for revenge, Shin didn't think they would dare. Even if they did, he would just kill them. If they angered him, he might even attack Kirigakure and destroy the village. Kushina and Mikoto were stunned. The third Mizukage, dead. Couldn't believe it. "You don't think I'm capable of that?" "That's not it. It's just hard to believe." "The Kage." Mikoto shook her head. They didn't doubt Shin's strength, but the death of a Kage was still a shock. "What's so hard to believe? The Mizukage is just a human. There's nothing strange about him dying." Shin shrugged. Only he could say such a thing so casually. The Kage was the strongest in their village. If news of the Mizukage's death spread, the entire shinobi world would be shocked. But to Shin, the Kage weren't that impressive. The truly impressive ones were those like Madara Uchiha and Hashirama Senju. The commotion at the Kiri camp couldn't be ignored. Hamura and Koharu immediately sent shinobi to investigate. The Konoha shinobi who arrived were stunned by the sight. A massive chasm split the earth, the ground stained with blood. "What happened here?" one of them asked in a daze. "How should I know? But remember that black warrior we saw earlier? I think it's related." They had seen Shin's perfect Susanoo from the Konoha camp. "Regardless, this is good news for us. Let's report back." The scouts returned to Hamura and Koharu. The two elders were silent. They had seen the black Susanoo, they knew what it meant. The other Konoha shinobi might not know, but they did. It was the Susanoo. And it had appeared in the Kiri camp. They could imagine what had happened to Kiri. "Hamura, do you think it's related to Uzumaki Shin?" Koharu asked. Hiruzen and the other Konoha higher-ups knew Shin had the Sharingan. After all, he had used it to control Shikaku. News traveled fast. "That's impossible. Uzumaki Shin couldn't be that strong," Hamura frowned. They didn't want to believe Shin was that powerful. They couldn't accept that an 11-year-old could be so strong. They were jealous. "Regardless of whether it was Uzumaki Shin, the threat of Kiri is gone, isn't it?" Hamura said, relieved. "We should still send someone to investigate," Koharu said, unconvinced. Hamura agreed. They had to make sure Kiri had truly retreated. 3 days later, they confirmed Kiri's withdrawal. And they received another piece of news. The third Mizukage was dead. Even Hamura and Koharu were shocked. The Mizukage killed. The news spread throughout the shinobi world. No one knew exactly how he died or who killed him, but it was undoubtedly related to Konoha. Some had already guessed the culprit, such as the third Kazekage, Chiyo, and Hanzo. Others scoffed at the Mizukage's death, claiming he was simply too weak. And some saw it as an opportunity. Kumo, for example, considered taking advantage of the chaos in Kirigakure. But the third Reikage ultimately decided against it. The Land of Water was overseas. Kumo didn't have much information on Kirigakure. A rash attack could be costly. "Shin, you killed the Mizukage, but no one seems to know," Kushina said. "Why would I want them to know? What's the point?" Shin didn't care. It might be a claim to fame, but he wasn't interested in fame. "Let's pack up and head back to Konoha," Shin said. Return to Konoha. Kushina and Mikoto were surprised. They thought he would say they were going to the Mangekyo front. "Yes, back to Konoha. It's the Sandaime Hokage's order." Shin showed them a letter from Hiruzen, ordering him to return to Konoha for a break. "The Sandaime Hokage is being kind," Kushina said, surprised. He probably has ulterior motives. But whatever. If he wants me back, I'll go back. Shin was tired of the battlefield. The living conditions weren't exactly pleasant. The remaining Kiri shinobi fled back to the land of water. Hamura and Koharu led the Konoha forces back to Konoha, and Shin and his team followed, bringing Shikaku with them. Shin couldn't just leave Shikaku behind. He was planning to use it as leverage to gain something from Hiruzen. Perhaps he could use Shikaku to gain access to Konoha's forbidden scroll. Hiruzen probably wouldn't refuse. Shikaku was useless to Shin, but it was valuable to Hiruzen. It took them a few hours to reach Konoha. The battlefield had been close to the village. Finally back. But Konoha seems a bit deserted, Shin observed the streets. The village was much quieter than before. The villagers' faces were grim. Their loved ones were fighting on the battlefield. How could they be happy? Yeah, the atmosphere is heavy, Kushina agreed. Konan, what do you think of Konoha? Mikoto asked. Konan had been looking around curiously since they arrived. Kushina found her behavior familiar. She had been the same when she first came to Konoha. It's much better than the land of rain, Konan said. Konoha might be a bit gloomy now, but compared to the war-torn land of rain, it was paradise. Let's go home, Konan. Shin smiled and led Konan towards the Senju compound. The Senju compound was even quieter than before. Shin didn't see a single Senju. They must all be on the battlefield. They arrived at their small courtyard. It was overgrown with weeds, and the house was covered in dust. They would have to clean up before they could settle in. They created shadow clones to clear the weeds in the courtyard and clean the house. Phew, that was tiring, Kushina said, collapsing onto the engawa. Even though the clones had done the work, the fatigue still transferred to them when they were dispelled. I don't even want to cook anymore, Shin. Mikoto looked at Shin expectantly. He was the only one who still had energy. The cooking duty fell to him. Shin was a decent cook. Before Mikoto arrived, he had been the one preparing their meals. Fine, I'll cook. What do you want to eat? Shin didn't refuse. He couldn't bear to make Mikoto work anymore. Anything is fine. I could eat an entire cow right now, Kushina said. They had been busy all day and hadn't eaten anything yet. Wait, we don't even have any ingredients. Let's just eat out. Shin had just stood up when he realized they hadn't bought any groceries yet. Looks like we're eating out. But I don't want to move, Kushina whined. Do you want me to carry you? Shin asked. Kushina's eyes lit up, and she nodded eagerly. Shin, I don't want to move either, Mikoto chimed in. No way. You're not that tired. Kushina protested before Shin could even respond. Kushina, you have the sage body. You should recover faster, Mikoto argued. The two girls glared at each other, sparks flying between them. Konan, seeing this, hid behind Shin. In the end, Shin didn't carry either of them, knowing that choosing one would only cause trouble. They arrived at Konoha's food street, usually bustling but now deserted due to the war. They entered a yakiniku restaurant, ordered some meat and vegetables, and ate hungrily. This is so good. Konan exclaimed. Then eat more, Konan. You need to gain some weight, Shin said, placing more meat on her plate. But I don't want to get fat, Konan pouted. No girl wanted to be fat, not even her. But you're too skinny, Konan, Kushina added. Konan had been a war orphan, living a life of hardship, and even after joining Shin and his team, she was still thin. After they were almost full, they bought snacks from other stalls, like tempura and takoyaki. I'm so full, Kushina said, rubbing her stomach as they walked back in the evening. I wonder how Tsunade is doing, Mikoto said worriedly. She had switched from calling Tsunade to Glen's big sister. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Even on the battlefield, she's safe, Shin said confidently. Tsunade had his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities implanted in her, and was strong, her strength rivaling that of a Kage. The situation on the Mangekyo front isn't good, is it? Why did the Sandaime Hokage call us back? Kushina asked, considering Konoha's situation. It seemed strange to call back their strongest fighter during such a precarious time. I don't know and I don't care, Shin replied, uninterested in guessing Hiruzen's motives. Kushina, you should focus on your ninjutsu training. You're falling behind Mikoto. That's not true. I'm stronger than Mikoto. Kushina protested. I don't think so, Mikoto said, looking at Kushina. She didn't believe she was weaker. Kushina had the sage body and large chakra reserves, but Mikoto had the Sharingan at the 3-tomo stage. Then let's spar and find out, Kushina challenged. Sure, Mikoto accepted. Shin was speechless. He had only meant for Kushina to focus on training, but now they were going to fight. He didn't try to stop them, it would be good for them. Shin and Konan followed Kushina and Mikoto to the Senju clan training ground. It was evening but the sun hadn't set yet. Mikoto, I'm not going to hold back this time, Kushina warned. Me neither. I hope you won't give up, Kushina. Mikoto, you're underestimating me. Kushina used the body flicker jutsu to close the distance and threw a punch. Her taijutsu was excellent. Mikoto was no match for her in that area. But Mikoto was prepared. Kushina's fist struck a shadow clone. A shadow clone? When did she create that? Kushina was surprised. A gust of wind, and Mikoto appeared behind her, launching an attack. Sealing jutsu, adamantine sealing chains. Kushina reacted quickly, forming hand seals. Chakra chains erupted from her back, blocking Mikoto's fist. You think you can sneak up on me, Mikoto? Kushina said smugly. Now I've got you. She spread the chains, trying to bind Mikoto. Mikoto knew what would happen if she was caught by those chains. She wouldn't be able to break free. She quickly retreated, putting distance between them. Mikoto, stop running. Kushina yelled in frustration. Mikoto had dodged all her attacks. Kushina couldn't land a single hit. Why would I fight you head-on? I'm not that stupid, Mikoto replied, shaking her head. She put some distance between them, then unleashed a fireball jutsu. Water style, water wall. Kushina countered with a water wall, then quickly closed the distance. She used her strength to punch Mikoto, but it was just a shadow clone. Another miss. Kushina was frustrated. Shin and I, who do you think will win? Conan asked curiously. Probably neither, Shin observed. In a direct confrontation, Kushina would win, but Mikoto wouldn't fight her head-on. Kushina was too alert for a sneak attack. But if they continued fighting, Kushina would eventually win. She had more chakra and stamina. Mikoto, what's the point of dodging all the time? Kushina complained. I don't want to get hit by you, Kushina. I'd end up in the hospital, Mikoto replied, keeping her distance, wary of a surprise attack. Mikoto, you're guarding against me. I'm so disappointed. Do you really think I'd resort to sneak attacks? Kushina said dramatically. Mikoto thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes, Kushina, that's exactly what I think. Kushina, your reputation isn't very good, Shin chuckled, and even Conan giggled. Shut up or I'll hit you. Kushina threatened Shin. He wisely kept quiet, not wanting to provoke her. Mikoto, take this. Kushina suddenly threw a kunai, grazing Mikoto's clothes. You lost, Mikoto. Kushina said with a grin. It was just a graze, but Mikoto understood the message. If Kushina had wanted to, she could have injured her. Kushina, that was a sneak attack. Mikoto exclaimed, realizing she had been distracted. It was, but you were careless, Mikoto. Consider this a lesson, Kushina said. I trusted you because we're friends. I'm so disappointed. Okay, let's go home. It's getting late, Shin said as the sun was about to set. Mikoto, don't forget, I won this time. Fine, you win. But you'll lose next time, Mikoto replied, a bit frustrated. She wouldn't have lost if she hadn't been distracted. Back at the house, Shin went to his room and started refining chakra. Kushina, Mikoto, and Conan also went to their rooms to train. After a while, Shin asked the system, why haven't you issued any missions lately? He only had the mission to help Konoha win the war, which wasn't complete yet. Did he have to finish that mission before receiving another one? Missions are random, the system replied. Fine. Without any missions, Shin felt unproductive. He couldn't improve his strength without the system's help, at least not in the short term. But he wasn't in a hurry. He was already strong enough, and the Fourth Shinobi World War was still far off. As long as he reached 6 paths level before then, it would be enough. However, he was ambitious and wanted to surpass that level. With the system's help, it might be possible. He was only 11 and already had strength beyond that of a Kage. Surpassing 6 paths level might not be that difficult. As he pondered this, his door suddenly opened. He looked up to see Kushina. Kushina, what are you doing here? I'm scared to sleep alone. Can I sleep with you? Kushina blushed, avoiding his gaze. Shin was surprised. That was probably an excuse, but he didn't want to say that. Well, if you're scared, I can't refuse. He put on a reluctant expression, though inwardly he was pleased. Kushina rolled her eyes and lay down next to him. The next morning, Mikoto woke up early as usual and prepared breakfast. After finishing, she woke up Conan and told her to eat first, then went to wake up Shin and Kushina. She went to Kushina's room first, but Kushina wasn't there. A sense of unease washed over her. She went to Shin's room, which he usually left unlocked. When she opened the door, she saw Shin and Kushina sleeping together. What's going on here? Mikoto's expression darkened. Shin was already awake, and Kushina, hearing Mikoto's voice, also woke up, rubbing her eyes. You two slept together last night? Mikoto asked again, her gaze fixed on them. Kushina was scared to sleep alone, so she came here. I thought I should be a gentleman and comfort her, Shin explained, coughing awkwardly. Kushina nodded in agreement. Mikoto scoffed, clearly unconvinced. Shin and Kushina sat at the table, heads bowed like children caught in mischief. Conan looked at them curiously, then at Mikoto, confused by the tension. Shin and did you do something wrong? She asked. No, of course not. This breakfast is delicious, by the way. Shin quickly changed the subject. Yeah, the breakfast is great. Your cooking is getting better and better, Mikoto, Kushina chimed in. Shin finished his breakfast and stood up. I'm going to train now. The atmosphere felt awkward, so he decided to escape. He went to the courtyard and practiced taijutsu and kenjutsu. Then he heard a knock on the door. Shin, are you there? It was Nawaki. Shin opened the door. Nawaki, what's up? Nothing much. Just heard you were back, so I came to see you. Oh, I thought you needed something. Shin let him in. Aren't you on a mission? I just got back from one last night. I heard you returned yesterday too. Is the war over? Over. Not even close. Kiri's out of the fight, but there's still Suna, Iwa, and Mangekyo. Shin shook his head. If he didn't intervene, the war wouldn't end anytime soon. He didn't know why Hiruzen had called him back, but there was definitely some ulterior motive involved. I thought the war was ending, Nawaki said, sounding disappointed. By the way, I didn't see many Senju around. Are they all on the battlefield? Shin asked. Yeah, they are. I want to go to the battlefield too and fight for Konoha. Nawaki's eyes shone with determination. Shin looked at him seriously. Nawaki, I think you should reconsider. I'm not trying to discourage you, but with your strength, you'd be at a disadvantage on the battlefield. It wasn't that he thought Nawaki had no potential, but his age was a limiting factor. Not everyone was like Shin, whose exceptional physical strength made age less of a limitation. Nawaki had the sage body, but he was still just a child. He couldn't compare to an adult. By the way, I heard you're a jonin now. Congratulations. Nawaki said enviously. They had been in the same class, graduated at the same time, but Shin was already a jonin. It's nothing special, Shin said dismissively. Nawaki was taken aback. Becoming a jonin was nothing special. Shin seemed arrogant, but he wasn't trying to be. To him, being a jonin or a genin didn't matter, it was just a title. Nawaki, what's with that look? Are you looking down on me? Shin asked, noticing Nawaki's expression. No, of course not. Nawaki shook his head quickly, remembering that Shin was much stronger than him. If Shin got angry, he wouldn't be able to complain. But I was going to spar with you, but I guess not. Shin smiled. By the way, you came empty-handed. No gift. Nawaki scratched his head, realizing he hadn't thought of bringing a gift. I forgot. How about I treat you to dinner? Nawaki offered, wincing slightly, knowing Shin had a huge appetite. Sure, I won't refuse a free meal. But is your wallet up to the task? Shin asked. I've saved up some money from missions. Please be gentle on my wallet. Nawaki patted his wallet, feeling a pang of sympathy for it. Kushina, Mikoto, Konan, Nawaki's treating us to dinner. Shin called out. The three girls emerged, and Nawaki noticed Mikoto was still frowning. He nudged Shin. What's wrong with Mikoto? Ahem, don't ask too many questions, Shin replied. Fine, keep your secrets. Nawaki was curious but decided not to pry. Nawaki, when did you become so generous? Treating us to dinner? Kushina asked, surprised. When was I ever stingy? Nawaki grumbled. Are we going now? We just had breakfast. We're not hungry yet. How about at noon? Come train with me until then, Shin suggested, wanting to give Nawaki some pointers, not just because of Tsunade, but also because they were friends. Shin spent the morning instructing Nawaki, but now he had a headache. He swore he'd never teach anyone again. It was mentally exhausting. He hadn't felt this tired when teaching Kushina and Mikoto. Was Nawaki just that difficult? No, it was simply that he was more patient with girls. Thank you, Shin, Nawaki said gratefully. Shin had taught him several jutsu. No need for verbal thanks. Just treat me to a good meal, Shin replied. Sure, anything you want. Then I want a roasted toad from Mount Mayaboku. Can you catch one for me? Shin teased. Where's Mount Mayaboku? Tell me, and I'll go catch one. Nawaki looked at Shin seriously. Just kidding. You'd be lucky if you weren't eaten by the toads there. Let's go eat. Shin went inside and called Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan, and they all left with Nawaki. Nawaki, what are you treating us to? Don't tell me it's just cheap ramen, Kushina said suspiciously. Of course not. I'm treating you to something good. Anything you want. Nawaki declared. He couldn't take them for ramen after Shin had taught him so many jutsu. Then let's have yakiniku. We had it yesterday, but I still want more, Kushina suggested. Shin nodded. I know a new yakiniku place. The food is better than any other place I've been to. It's a bit far, though, Nawaki said. Really? Shin didn't know. He hadn't been in Konoha for over half a year. We'll see. It's not just delicious, it's also cheap. Nawaki led the way. It really is far, Shin complained after they had been walking for half an hour. Nawaki said it's cheap, right? It's probably because it's so far from the center of the village, Mikoto said. Probably. But I wonder how the food is. Shin looked at Nawaki. If the food wasn't good, he'd spar with Nawaki. The restaurant was nicely decorated, and the prices were indeed cheap, about a third of what they usually paid. The marinated meat arrived, and they could grill it themselves or have the staff do it. They chose to grill it themselves. Shin, how's sis doing on the battlefield? Nawaki asked with concern. Don't worry about her. She'll be fine. Tsunade was strong, and Shin had given her his abilities with the transcription seal. Even if Konoha lost the war, she would survive. By the way, I heard you were amazing on the battlefield. That you defeated the third Kazekage. Nawaki's eyes held a hint of doubt. Nawaki, are you doubting me? Want to spar? No, thank you. Nawaki quickly shook his head. He had sparred with Shin before and knew the difference in their strength. He didn't want to be beaten up. Shin, it's ready. Come eat. Mikoto placed some grilled meat on Shin's plate, followed by Kushina. Shin, try this. I grilled it myself. Shin looked at the meat Kushina had grilled. It was covered in chili powder. He almost refused, but seeing her expectant gaze, he took a bite. He took a sip of water, his face expressionless. However, he wouldn't be eating that again. Kushina, don't waste food. Even if Nawaki's treating us, we shouldn't waste it. Shin said, not trying to be mean, but wanting to avoid encouraging Kushina. It's delicious. Kushina huffed. Kushina-nichan has no self-awareness, Konan whispered softly, but they all heard her, bursting into laughter. Even Mikoto, who had been in a bad mood, couldn't help but giggle. After over an hour, they finally left the restaurant. The food had been delicious, better than what Shin had eaten the night before, and cheaper. But even though it was cheap, Nawaki still clutched his wallet with a pained expression. Oh, I almost forgot something important, Nawaki suddenly exclaimed. What is it? Shin asked. I haven't collected my mission reward yet. I'll be going now. Nawaki hurried off. Shin shook his head, then took Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan for a stroll through Konoha, mainly wanting to show Konan around. They returned home in the evening, with Mikoto keeping a close eye on Kushina, following her wherever she went. Mikoto, why are you following me? Kushina asked, annoyance clear in her voice. Mikoto had even followed her to the bathroom. Why do you think? Mikoto countered. Fine, I'll sleep in my own room tonight, Kushina said, feeling defeated. But Mikoto was determined to keep an eye on her. Fine, follow me if you want. But don't come into my room. Kushina entered her room and shut the door, locking Mikoto out. Being watched constantly was uncomfortable. Mikoto smiled and left, but instead of going to her own room, she headed towards Shin's room. Kushina didn't understand the concept of guarding the thief. Shin stared at Mikoto, dumbfounded. So, only Kushina is allowed to come to your room at night? He asked as she sat beside him. Well, no, but... I'm scared to sleep alone, Mikoto interrupted, using the same excuse as Kushina. Shin's lips twitched. Are you going to refuse? Mikoto blinked at him, her heart pounding. Shin hesitated, refusing seemed cruel. He was a gentleman, how could he refuse? Of course I wouldn't refuse a lady. If you're scared, Mikoto, you can stay here. I'll protect you, Shin said, trying to sound reassuring. Mikoto's pale face regained its color, and she lay down on the tummy mat. Aren't you going to sleep, Shin? She asked, blushing slightly. Why did she sound like a doting wife? Shin had planned to refine Chakra, but he couldn't focus now. He lay down next to Mikoto. What if Kushina finds out tomorrow? He asked, concerned about her potential reaction. Don't worry, Kushina sleeps late. She won't find out, Mikoto whispered. The night passed peacefully. Mikoto woke up early and prepared breakfast. After finishing, she went to wake up Kushina. Seeing Kushina rubbing her eyes sleepily, Mikoto felt a pang of guilt but also a thrill. Mikoto, what are you thinking about? Kushina asked, noticing her expression. And nothing. Mikoto quickly shook her head. She couldn't let Kushina know, or she might not talk to her for days. Kushina looked at Mikoto, sensing she was hiding something, but she didn't ask. Half a month passed. Shin had been back in Konoha for a while now and had learned about the situation on the battlefields. Things weren't looking good for Konoha. They were losing ground on the Suna front, and the Konoha forces had been driven out of the land of rain. The defeat on the Suna front had even affected the IWA front, where Konoha was also losing ground. In the original story, Suna and AIM hadn't joined forces, but now they were allied, putting Konoha at a disadvantage. Mangekyo might be a small village, but it was one of the strongest besides the 5 great villages. Without Shin, Hanzo was a formidable opponent, having overwhelmed Tsukumo Hatake on the battlefield multiple times. With Tsukumo occupied, the third Kazekage was free to focus on Orochimaru and Jiraiya, while Tsunade had to deal with Chiyo. Shin found himself in a difficult situation as well. He had a full house tonight, with both Kushina and Mikoto in his room. Mikoto had arrived first, and Kushina had snuck in later. The atmosphere became incredibly awkward. Kushina, If I said Mikoto came here to ask me about ninjutsu, would you believe me? Shin asked with a stiff smile. Yes, I came to ask Shin about ninjutsu, Mikoto lied, blushing slightly. It was the first time she had ever lied. Heh, you think I'm stupid? Asking about ninjutsu in bed. Kushina scoffed, furious. Mikoto, I thought we were best friends. She glared at Mikoto, feeling betrayed. You JRK. Kushina punched Shin. Wait, Kushina, I have something to say. Shin said, grabbing her fist. What are your last words? I'll let you say them, then I'll send you to your grave. Kushina glared at him. I don't think I deserve to die, Shin replied. Still arguing. Die. Kushina punched Shin again, though her punches were weak. Kushina, you can't bring yourself to hurt me, can you? Shin chuckled. You're still laughing. Kushina punched a hole in the nearby table in frustration. Mikoto, you owe me an explanation, Kushina demanded, her jealousy growing. Mikoto felt a chill. What kind of explanation, Kushina? You know what I mean. Kushina was fuming. Mikoto lowered her head, admitting her guilt. Kushina and Mikoto left Shin's room. Shin watched them go, worried they might start fighting. He decided to check on them, but Kushina pushed him back as he reached the door. Don't get involved. Go back to sleep. She closed the door and dragged Mikoto to her room. Kushina glared at Mikoto, who remained silent. Mikoto, don't you have anything to say to me? Kushina asked, noticing Mikoto's silence. What do you want me to say? Mikoto replied. Tell me how many times it happened. Kushina looked at Mikoto, certain it wasn't just once. Mikoto, tell me the truth. Don't lie to me or I'll be angry. If I tell you, will you not be angry? Mikoto asked. Kushina considered this. I'll try not to be. You promised, Kushina. Don't get mad. Just tell me. Half a month, Mikoto confessed, lowering her head. Kushina's face froze, then she jumped up, her eyes wide. What? You spent half a month with Shin? Mikoto looked at Kushina's angry expression and quickly said, You promised not to get angry. I did, but I can't help it. Kushina headbutted Mikoto in frustration. Silence filled the room as both girls clutched their heads and crouched on the floor. Ow. Kushina rubbed her head. I'm hurt more than you, Mikoto said, feeling a large bump forming on her head. You still have the nerve to complain. Mikoto, I really misjudged you. No, from tomorrow onwards, I'm sleeping in Shin's room. Kushina declared. Mikoto, ignoring her headache, immediately objected. Why not? Kushina glared at her. Mikoto had spent time with Shin, and she hadn't even noticed. Kushina wanted to bang her head against the wall. Mikoto was speechless, but she still opposed Kushina's declaration. I'm sorry, Kushina, but I can't agree to that. You're only saying that now. Kushina glared at Mikoto, who lowered her head in shame. The next morning, Shin woke up to find Kushina already awake. This was the earliest he had ever seen her up. Kushina glared at him, then turned away, refusing to acknowledge him. She was feeling jealous. Ahem, Kushina, how about I teach you some ninjutsu today? Shin asked, trying to appease her. Not in the mood, Kushina said coldly. Then how about sage mode? Interested. What's sage mode? Kushina's curiosity overcame her anger. This. Shin spent half a minute gathering natural energy and entered sage mode. 3 tomo appeared on his forehead, and red markings spread across his face. Did you draw that on yourself? Kushina poked the markings on his forehead. Shin's eye twitched. Did she really think he could draw those on himself in an instant? This is the sage mark. You get it when you enter sage mode, Shin explained. Sage mode enhances the user's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Enhanced. Kushina's eyes lit up. Shin smiled, having successfully diverted her attention. He had planned to teach her sage mode later. He hadn't perfected it yet. He could activate it in 30 seconds now, much faster than the 3 minutes it used to take, but it was still too slow. In a battle against a strong opponent, he wouldn't have that much time. So, want to learn it? Shin asked. Kushina nodded eagerly. I'll teach you after breakfast, Shin said with a smile. Kushina wasn't as angry anymore. It seemed his plan had worked. After breakfast, Shin started teaching Kushina and Mikoto sage mode. Kushina would have an easier time learning it. The more chakra you had, the easier it was to learn sage mode. Mikoto, as an Uchiha, had decent chakra reserves, but she couldn't compare to Kushina. Kushina's chakra reserves were several times greater than Mikoto's. That was the advantage of the sage body. A month passed. Kushina and Mikoto spent their days practicing ninjutsu and training in sage mode. Kushina was making progress, but Mikoto was still struggling to even sense natural energy. Shin couldn't help her with that, she had to do it on her own. After teaching Kushina and Mikoto, Shin still had to teach Konan and do his own training. He was exhausted. Kushina and Mikoto hadn't come to his room during this time. They were keeping an eye on each other. Shin was a bit disappointed. He hadn't paid much attention to the war. He wasn't on the battlefield, there was no point worrying. But he was sure Konoha wasn't in immediate danger. If they were, the village wouldn't be so peaceful. And he didn't have any sources of information. Even if he wanted to know what was happening, he had no way of finding out. On the battlefield, Hiruzen Sarutobi's brow was furrowed with worry. The situation wasn't looking good. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, was a formidable opponent, his strength rivaling Hiruzen's. And Danzo was struggling against Rashi, the four-tails Jinchuriki. Konoha had divided their forces, so they were outnumbered by IW. They were gradually losing ground. Danzo, should we send Uzumaki Shin to the battlefield? He could help relieve the pressure, Hiruzen suggested. Absolutely not. Uzumaki Shin's reputation among the Konoha shinobi is already high. Do you want him to gain even more influence and challenge you for the Hokage position? Danzo asked. Don't underestimate him just because he's young. He might not be a threat now, but in a few years, who knows? And don't forget, he has Tsunade's support. Hiruzen fell silent. He had recalled Shin to Konoha partly due to Danzo's suggestion. Shin's popularity was indeed a concern. It hadn't been a problem on the Kiri front. Although Shin had defeated the Kiri forces and killed the third Mizukage, few knew about it. No one had witnessed it firsthand. The Konoha higher-ups had kept it a secret. But on the Suna front, Shin's reputation surpassed even Tsukumo Hataki's. They had witnessed his strength, his ability to overwhelm Kage and freeze an entire battlefield. People admired strength, especially shinobi. Shin might be young, but age didn't matter when it came to power. Hiruzen felt threatened. Shin was young, but with the support of the Konoha shinobi, he could potentially challenge Hiruzen's position. The war had caused heavy losses for Konoha. The families and friends of the fallen shinobi were grieving and angry. That anger would be directed not just at the enemy, but also at Hiruzen. Even though Hiruzen hadn't started the war, some villagers might lose their composure and demand his resignation. If a popular shinobi emerged at that time, Hiruzen might be forced to step down. Shin's age was a factor, but as Danzo had said, in a few years, when Shin was older and even more powerful, someone might try to make him Hokage. Some believed Shin might become the next god of shinobi, surpassing even Hashirama Senju. After much deliberation, Hiruzen decided against sending Shin to the battlefield. He still valued his position as Hokage, and Konoha wasn't in a desperate situation yet. Back in Konoha, Shin was oblivious to Hiruzen and Danzo's concerns. If he knew, he would laugh. He had never wanted to be Hokage. The position might be tempting to others, but to Shin, it was just a hassle. He hated trouble, and being Hokage meant a lot of responsibility. Why would he burden himself with such a troublesome position when he could live a carefree life? He valued strength, not political power. Even if people begged him to become Hokage, he wouldn't be interested. He was currently fishing with Kushina and Mikoto by a river. Konan sat beside him, watching. Why are we fishing? I'm not interested in this, Kushina complained. It's a form of training. Fishing requires patience just like training. Otherwise, you'll never enter Sage Mode, Shin said. Learning Sage Mode required a calm mind, which was a challenge for Kushina. So Shin had brought her fishing to help her improve her patience. After an afternoon of fishing, Shin and Mikoto had caught several fish, while Kushina hadn't caught a single one. She was frustrated, especially with Konan's amused glances. Let's go. It's getting late, Shin said, carrying the bucket filled with his catch. As they returned to the Senju compound, they saw an Uchiha shinobi waiting for them. The Uchiha handed Shin an invitation, then left without a word. Shin looked at the invitation, confused. What does it say? Kushina asked curiously. It's an invitation to the Uchiha clan compound. Shin handed the invitation to Kushina. The Uchiha clan's invitation wasn't unexpected. After all, Shin's Sharingan was no secret now. What was surprising was that they had waited so long to invite him. It must be because of your Sharingan, Mikoto said. Shin, what are you going to do? Are you going? I think you should be careful, Mikoto warned. As an Uchiha, she understood their personality. They were prone to extremes, and this invitation could be a trap. Shin smiled. He wasn't afraid of the Uchiha clan, no matter their intentions. Besides, most of the Uchiha were on the battlefield. There couldn't be that many left in the village. I'll go. I want to see what they're up to. Mikoto didn't try to dissuade him, but she reminded him to be careful. Although he had decided to go, it wouldn't be now. It was almost dark and he wanted to make them wait. He didn't care if they were offended. A few days later, Shin headed towards the Uchiha clan compound. The Uchiha clan's territory was still located in the center of Konoha. They hadn't been ostracized to the village outskirts yet. Shin went alone. Kushina and Mikoto didn't accompany him. When he arrived at the Uchiha compound, the guards didn't stop him. They had been instructed to let him in. In the main hall, someone was already waiting for him, the Uchiha clan elder. This showed that the Uchiha clan took Shin seriously. Uzumaki Shin, I presume. I am Uchiha Tajima, the elder of the Uchiha clan. The elder stood up and greeted Shin. Ah, the renowned Uchiha Taijima-sen. It's an honor, Shin said with a smile. Uchiha paused, then asked, You've heard of me? Nope. Shin shook his head. He didn't even know who the current Uchiha clan head was, let alone the elder. But this guy's name was Uchiha Taijima. Wasn't that similar to Uchiha Madara's father? Uchiha Taijima's expression flickered. I sent you an invitation several days ago. Why are you only coming now? He asked, his tone laced with displeasure. Shin glanced at him. I've been busy. Is there a problem, Taijima-san? Uchiha Taijima's face darkened. Busy. He had received reports that Shin was seen shopping just yesterday. Taijima-san, let's get to the point. What do you want? Shin said impatiently. He didn't have time to waste on this old man. Uzumaki Shin, you're an Uzumaki. How did you obtain the Sharingan? Uchiha Taijima didn't beat around the bush. He was annoyed that Shin had kept him waiting for days. I don't have to answer that. And you should watch your tone. I'm a guest of the Uchiha clan. Shin released a bit of his killing intent, making Uchiha Taijima flinch. Several Uchiha shinobi rushed in, their eyes fixed on Shin. Uchiha Taijima calmed himself down and waved them away. He didn't want a conflict with Shin. The Uchiha shinobi left, leaving Shin and Uchiha Taijima alone. Uchiha Taijima's expression flickered, then he asked the most important question, the reason he had invited Shin. How did you awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan? Shin chuckled. I can tell you, but don't you think you should offer something in return? What do you want? Uchiha Taijima stood up, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If he could learn how to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would pay any price. If someone in the clan could awaken it, it would lead the Uchiha clan back to its former glory. The current Uchiha clan might be the most powerful clan in Konoha, but they were still a shadow of their former selves during the warring states. Purity. Their position in Konoha wasn't secure, as both Danzo and Hiruzen were wary of them. You'll give me anything I want? Shin asked. Uchiha Taijima hesitated. He couldn't make promises he couldn't keep. Anything within the Uchiha clan's possession. As the elder, I have the authority to make that decision. Shin glanced at him, thinking that his authority wasn't worth much. I want several fire-release jutsu, Great Fire Annihilation, Great Fire Destruction, and Fire Dragon Flame Song. Uchiha Taijima's face fell. It wasn't that he didn't want to give them to Shin, it was that the Uchiha clan didn't have them. Those jutsu had been passed down through the clan, but Madara had taken the scrolls with him when he left. No one in the clan knew those jutsu anymore. Can you ask for something else? We don't have those jutsu. You Uchiha are poor, Shin replied, disappointed. In that case, you have nothing I want. Goodbye. He stood up to leave, and Uchiha Taijima was taken aback. Wait, you can ask for something else. We have many other fire-release jutsu. I'm not interested in those. Shin didn't hesitate, those were the only fire-release jutsu he wanted. Uchiha Taijima's expression changed. He wanted to attack Shin but held back, having heard rumors of Shin's strength on the battlefield. Attacking him would be unwise, especially since most of the Uchiha clan was away, including the clan head and his son. It seemed he couldn't force Shin to reveal the secret of the Mangekyo Sharingan and would have to find another way. Shin left the Uchiha compound and glanced back, expecting an attack that never came. That's a shame. He had come for those powerful fire-release jutsu but hadn't gotten them. I'll just develop them myself then. He headed back to the Senju compound. When he returned, Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan immediately surrounded him. Did the Uchiha do anything to you? Mikoto asked. No, which is surprising. That's good, Mikoto said, relieved. Shin, why did the Uchiha clan invite you? What did they want? Kushina asked curiously. Are you curious, Kushina? Shin looked at her, noting her eagerness. Yes, I am. But what if I don't want to tell you? Shin grinned. If you don't tell me, you'll regret it. Kushina threatened playfully. Tell us, Shin. I'm curious too, Mikoto pleaded, tugging on Shin's arm. Kushina swatted Mikoto's hand away and glared at her. Seeing them about to argue, Shin quickly changed the subject. You want to know why the Uchiha clan invited me? They wanted to know how to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Did you tell them, Shin and I? Konan asked. Of course not. Unless they offer something I want in exchange, I won't tell them. Shin wasn't running a charity, he wouldn't give away information for free. Even if he did tell them, few would be able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. The requirements were harsh, and even if you knew the method, you might not want to do it. Meanwhile, Kohar Yuditane asked Hamura Mitokado. Uzumaki Shin suddenly visited the Uchiha clan. You've received the report, haven't you? Yes, just now. Hamura's expression was grim. Shin's visit to the Uchiha clan was concerning. They needed to understand his motive and the Uchiha clan's intentions. They didn't believe Shin would visit without a reason. What do you plan to do? Kahara asked. Send a message to Hiruzen. Let him decide. Hamura chose not to get involved and left the decision to Hiruzen. He sent a message to Hiruzen, who received it the next day. Hiruzen was troubled and went to Danzo to discuss the matter. Hiruzen, what do you want? Danzo asked with a frown. I have something to tell you. Hamura just sent a message. Uzumaki Shin visited the Uchiha clan. It seems they invited him. Those Uchiha are still scheming. They're probably trying to recruit him, Danzo sneered. In that case, I have a suggestion. During tomorrow's battle with IWA, make the Uchiha clan the vanguard. Danzo was ruthless, wanting to use the war to weaken the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen frowned. Danzo, you want to make the Uchiha the vanguard. Do you think they'll agree? Konoha is struggling. Don't create more problems. Danzo lacked foresight. This wasn't the time to target the Uchiha clan. Even if they wanted to, they should do it during peacetime. If they pushed the Uchiha too far, they might rebel, and Konoha could be destroyed. The Uchiha clan was powerful, and if they rebelled during the war, Konoha would be in grave danger. Danzo remained silent, understanding Hiruzen's point. This wasn't the right time. Do as you see fit. He left, leaving Hiruzen to worry alone. After Danzo left, Hiruzen sighed, concerned about Shin and the potential alliance with the Uchiha clan. Shin had Uchiha BLD, it wasn't impossible. If Shin was weak, Hiruzen wouldn't care, but Shin was strong. He couldn't ignore him. I hope Uzumaki Shin doesn't join forces with the Uchiha clan. There was nothing he could do now though. He was on the battlefield and couldn't return to Konoha. He could only send a message to Hamura and ask him to keep an eye on the situation. Shin, of course, didn't know his visit to the Uchiha clan had caused Hiruzen so much distress. But Shin was also troubled. He had been teaching Kushina Sage Mode, but she wasn't making any progress. Kushina, maybe you're not suited for Sage Mode, Shin said. Really? I'm not suited for it. Then I wasted over a month of training. You have to compensate me. Kushina demanded. It's not that I'm not teaching you, it's that you can't learn it. How am I supposed to compensate you? Shin replied innocently. That means you're a bad teacher. Kushina scoffed. Heh, why don't you just admit you're not trying hard enough? Mikoto hasn't learned it either. Are you saying she's not trying? Kushina glared at Mikoto. It's different. It's 10 times easier for you to learn Sage Mode than for Mikoto. It's normal for her to struggle. And it's also normal for you to struggle. Sage Mode isn't easy to learn. Shin felt there was a reason Kushina hadn't mastered Sage Mode yet. They weren't in a Sage region. The environment was different. And without any guidance, it was naturally more difficult. But you said I wasn't suited for it. Kushina glared at him. I was just kidding. If you work hard, you might be able to learn it in 2 or 3 months, Shin estimated. Whether his estimation was accurate or not depended on Kushina's effort. Time passed relentlessly, and Shin celebrated his 12th birthday. Birthdays weren't a big deal, but he did receive another replication card, an advanced one this time. He wasn't as excited as he used to be. As his strength increased, advanced replication cards became less useful. He had mastered Sage Mode during this time, able to activate it instantaneously and maintain it indefinitely. He could even continuously absorb natural energy during battle, theoretically maintaining Sage Mode forever. Kushina had also learned Sage Mode, but Mikoto hadn't yet. Perhaps she would in the future. Shin, dinner's ready. Come try my cooking. Kushina called out. Shin's face stiffened. I'm not hungry. You guys eat first, he said without turning around. Kushina had been acting strangely lately, spending a lot of time in the kitchen with Mikoto, trying to learn how to cook. But all she produced were culinary disasters. Even with his perfect sage body, Shin couldn't stomach her creations. He'd rather starve. Lie. You just said you were hungry and asked Mikoto to make dinner. Kushina accused. I don't remember, Shin denied it. He still remembered the taste of the food Kushina had forced him to try yesterday. He had felt sick for an hour. It was that bad. Fine, don't eat then. Starve. Kushina huffed and stormed off. Mikoto emerged and told Shin that she had thrown away Kushina's food. Relieved, Shin finally joined them for dinner. After lunch, Shin chatted with Mikoto and the others for a while, then went to the courtyard to train. Training didn't improve his strength much anymore, but even a small increase was worth it. Strength was accumulated gradually. Knock knock knock. Shin opened the courtyard door, expecting to see Nowaki. But it was an Umbu agent. Uzumaki Shin, the Hokage summons you to the battlefield, the Umbu said. The battlefield? I'm not feeling well. Can't I go later? Shin had gotten used to his leisurely life in Konoha. He didn't want to go to the battlefield. The Umbu frowned. Uzumaki Shin, Konoha is in a critical situation. The Hokage has ordered you to report to the battlefield immediately. Shin's expression turned serious. Konoha was in danger. Was this true? If so, he had to go. His mission wasn't complete yet. Weren't things going well? What happened? Shin asked. According to the last report he received, Konoha had stabilized the fronts against Suna, AIM, and IWA. They were even preparing a counterattack. Why the sudden emergency? Mangekyo has joined the war and is supporting Iwagakure. What? Shin was shocked. Kumo joining the war wasn't surprising, but supporting IWA. In the original story, the third Reikage had led Kumo in a surprise attack on IWA. This had forced Inoki, who was fighting Konoha, to retreat and defend IWA. But now, Kumo was targeting Konoha. Fine, I'll go, Shin said. He couldn't stay in Konoha now. He had to go to the battlefield, or he wouldn't get that divine replication card. The Umbu agent left, and Shin returned to the house. Pack your things. We're going to the battlefield, he said to Mikoto and Kushina. What happened? Mikoto asked. Those Kumo forces are causing trouble. They joined the war and are attacking Konoha. Shin was angry. Were they deliberately trying to prevent him from completing his mission? System, did Kumo's attack have anything to do with you? Are you trying to sabotage me? Shin asked the system. Don't wrong me. This has nothing to do with me. All the changes in this world are because of you. The system sounded aggrieved. Fine. I was just kidding. Shin packed his things, called Konan, who was refining chakra in her room, and left for the land of rain. Why are we taking Konan? The battlefield is dangerous, Mikoto said worriedly. The battlefield is dangerous, but Konoha might not be safe either. I'm not comfortable leaving Konan alone. And Konan, you don't want to stay, do you? Shin asked, patting her head. I'll try my best not to be a burden, Konan said, clenching her fists. She was talented and hardworking, already as strong as a genin. While genin were often seen as expendable on the battlefield, Shin felt confident he could protect her. Shikaku, run faster. Shin yelled as they rode to the battlefield. He had returned to Konoha, and Shikaku had been resting in the forest for almost a year. Though chubby, Shikaku was surprisingly fast, and within a day, they reached the border of the Land of Fire. The battlefield had shifted, Konoha forces had been pushed back, and the fighting was now at the border between the Land of Rain and the Land of Fire. The Konoha shinobi had united, as had the enemy forces. Shikaku's arrival caused a stir among the Konoha shinobi, even drawing Hiruzen out to see what was happening. Upon recognizing Shikaku, he relaxed, knowing the creature was under Shin's control. Shin arrived at the battlefield to find Konoha's high-ranking ninja waiting for him, and he felt a surge of pride. However, he soon realized they were more focused on Shikaku's arrival than on welcoming him. Tsunade, he called, waving to her. It had been a while, but Tsunade's cold expression revealed her anger. Shin jumped down from Shikaku's head, followed by Kushina and Mikoto. Why aren't you happy to see me, Tsunade? I'm so happy to see you. You're hurting my feelings, he said, feigning a heartbroken expression. You little brat. You haven't visited me once in all this time, Tsunade replied, lightly punching him. Shin caught her fist and chuckled awkwardly. I've been busy. Heh. Tsunade scoffed. Busy flirting with girls. Don't deny it. Nawaki told me everything. Shin gritted his teeth, thinking, that little snitch. Is that jealousy I smell? He teased. Jealous. I never get jealous. Tsunade retorted, punching him again, this time with more force. Ahem, Tsunade, perhaps we should focus on the matter at hand, Hiruzen interrupted, coming to Shin's aid. Shin felt a wave of gratitude towards the old man. Tsunade glared at Shin, then at Kushina and Mikoto. Shin, you're here. We're counting on you, Hiruzen said with a warm smile. He wouldn't have sent for Shin if Konoha wasn't in a desperate situation. Hearing of Konoha's plight, I couldn't rest. As a Konoha shinobi, I must do my part. It's not a burden at all, Shin replied seriously, his words touching Hiruzen. Danzo, however, scoffed, knowing Shin better than Hiruzen did. To him, Shin's words were just empty flattery. I didn't know you were so noble, kid, Jiraiya remarked, surprised. Of course, Shin smiled. After exchanging pleasantries, Hiruzen and the others left for more pressing matters on the battlefield. With only Shin, Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan remaining, the atmosphere grew tense. It's been a while. We should have a good chat, Tsunade, Shin said, trying to lighten the mood. Sure, I'd love to, Tsunade replied, a smile that made Shin nervous. I want to talk to Shin alone, she said, turning to Kushina and Mikoto. No way. Who knows what you'll do? We're coming with you. Kushina insisted. Mikoto looked at Kushina, confused. Mikoto, you don't understand. She's been trying to get close to Shin for ages, Kushina whispered. What? Mikoto gasped, glaring at Tsunade. I was just saying how long it's been since we last saw you, Tsunade-nichin. We want to chat with you, right, Mikoto? Kushina nudged her friend. Yes, Tsunade-nichin. We want to catch up, Mikoto added. We can do that later, Tsunade said, grabbing Shin's hand and dragging him away. Kushina and Mikoto tried to follow, but Tsunade was too quick. Darn it. Conan, come on. Let's find that old hag. Kushina yelled. I don't think Tsunade Nichin is that old, Conan said. She's an old woman in my eyes. Come on. Kushina scooped up Conan and chased after Tsunade and Shin with Mikoto. In a secluded area near the Konoha camp, Tsunade glared at Shin. Don't you have anything to say for yourself? Are you jealous, Tsunade? Shin asked with a smile. No, she replied, her expression unchanged. But it's obvious you are, he teased, stepping closer. At 12, he was almost as tall as Tsunade now, and she blushed slightly. This is the first time I've seen you blush. I didn't think you were capable of it, Shin chuckled. What's that supposed to mean? Tsunade scowled. Ahem, Tsunade, you said you wanted to talk. What do you want to talk about? He redirected the conversation. You've been having fun with Kushina and Mikoto, haven't you? Forgotten all about me. Tsunade's voice held a hint of jealousy. Of course not. How could I? Forget about you, Tsunade-sama. I'd be in trouble if I did, Shin said, pretending to be fearful. Tsunade giggled, momentarily forgetting her anger, but then put on a stern expression. Just as she was about to continue, Kushina and Mikoto finally caught up with them. Old hag Tsunade, you haven't done anything to Shin, have you? Kushina asked, glaring at Tsunade. Kushina, what did you say? Tsunade shot back, furious at being called old. She was only 22. Ahem, looks like it's about to rain. Let's head back. Shin tried to change the subject as Tsunade and Kushina were about to start arguing. Little girl, you're getting a bit too cocky, Tsunade glared at Kushina, cracking her knuckles. Old hag, you think I'm still afraid of you? Kushina retorted, feeling reckless. She had a trump card now, Sage Mode. With it, her strength would increase dramatically, and she might even be able to defeat Tsunade. Mikoto could stall for her while she activated it. Kushina was confident in Mikoto's ability to hold Tsunade back. Very well. I'll teach you some manners today, Tsunade declared, determined to put Kushina in her place. I'm not little. Kushina protested, but Tsunade looked her up and down. Oh really? Then tell me, where do you measure up to me? Imminent, don't be smug. I'll surpass you one day. Kushina glared at Tsunade, though she wasn't entirely confident. In some areas, Tsunade was indeed impressive. Alright, that's enough. Let's go back. Shin intervened, grabbing both Tsunade and Kushina to prevent a fight. Let me go. I want to duel that woman. Kushina struggled. You're being too rowdy. I'll have to knock you out, Shin warned, raising his hand threateningly. Wait. Kushina yelled in alarm. Just then, Shin sensed several chakra signatures approaching. He released Tsunade and Kushina and turned toward the source. What's wrong? Tsunade asked, her anger forgotten. 12 shinobi approaching. Judging by their chakra, they're at least Jonin level, Shin said. They couldn't be Konoha shinobi, they must be enemies. Enemies? Tsunade prepared for battle, while Kushina felt excitement. She could finally show off her strength. She closed her eyes and began gathering natural energy. Although she had learned Sage Mode, it took her 5 minutes to gather enough energy, and she could only maintain it for 3 minutes. What's she doing? Tsunade asked curiously. Entering Sage Mode. What? Kushina learned Sage Mode. Tsunade was shocked. As the granddaughter of the Shodame Hokage, she understood the significance. They're here, Shin announced. Tsunade and Mikoto saw 12 figures approaching rapidly, wearing the symbols of IWA, Suna, Kumo, and Mangekyo. The enemies stopped in surprise upon seeing Shin and his team. We've been discovered. The mission's a failure, one of the Suna shinobi said grimly. What else can we do? Kill them and retreat. 3 Kumo shinobi charged towards Shin and his team. Shin decided to deal with them first before asking Tsunade for answers. Shin, let me handle this. Kushina opened her eyes, sage markings appearing on her forehead and cheeks. Alright, Shin agreed, eager to see her strength in Sage Mode. Before Sage Mode, her strength was comparable to that of an elite Jonin. Now, amplified by Sage Mode, she threw a punch at one of the Kumo Jonin. The sound of shattering bones echoed as the Jonin was sent crashing through several trees. Did I miss? Kushina blinked, surprised. She created an air bullet, Shin said, astonished. Kushina's punch was similar to Might Guy's Hiradora, compressing the air into a high-pressure projectile. It wasn't as powerful as Hiradora, but it was still devastating. Even a Kage would hesitate to take it head-on. Tsunade was shocked by the power of Kushina's punch, realizing she would struggle to block it. No wonder Kushina had been so confident, she had a trump card. Tsunade suspected Shin was involved in Kushina's learning of Sage Mode. Kushina's punch had incapacitated a Kumo Jonin, shocking the remaining 11 shinobi. Retreat. That woman is Tsunade. And that man is the devil, Uzumaki Shin. One of them recognized Shin and his team, prompting their hasty retreat. What the hell? When did I become a devil? Shin grumbled. You didn't know. Suna and Aim are calling you the devil now, Tsunade chuckled. You're not getting away. Shin activated Sage Mode, eager to test its power. Sage Art, Ice Age. The entire forest, spanning several kilometers, was frozen solid. This wasn't even his full power. He wondered how far he could freeze if he went all out. He was probably stronger than Kuzan from One Piece. The 11 shinobi, trapped in the frozen forest, were defeated instantly. Hey, I was supposed to be the one fighting them. Kushina complained. Kushina, can you guarantee you won't let any of them escape? Shin asked. Kushina fell silent. She couldn't guarantee that. If they split up and ran, she wouldn't be able to catch them all. Her Sage Mode had a time limit. If they could outlast it, they might escape. Let's go. Don't you feel cold? Shin led them away from the frozen forest. It was an appealing sight, but he wasn't interested in sightseeing. He had used a large-scale jutsu like Ice Age to finish the fight quickly. It was overkill. Back at the Konoha camp, Shin saw some shinobi heading towards the frozen forest to investigate. He ignored them and went to Tsunade's tent with Kushina and Mikoto. Why were those Kumo shinobi here? Shin asked Tsunade. I know they're Kumo shinobi, but why are they at the border between the land of rain and the land of fire? Even if Kumo was at war with Konoha, they shouldn't be here. To get here, they would have had to travel through several countries. It was a long detour. They could have attacked from other smaller nations. I don't know. The Sandames sent people to investigate. They said Kumo traveled by sea to the land of Earth, then came here from there. What? Shin was even more surprised. Anoki had allowed Kumo shinobi into the land of Earth. Was he that bold? I was also surprised. Perhaps IWA and Kumo made some kind of agreement. Even Hiruzen had been shocked. Whatever. It doesn't matter to me. Shin wasn't interested in the details. Kumo was Konoha's enemy, regardless of their motives. Tsunade want to spar? Kushina asked. Call me Nichan, Tsunade said, glancing at Kushina. No way. Even Shin doesn't call you that. Kushina refused. She used to call Tsunade Nechan because she was weaker than her, but now she felt she had the power to challenge Tsunade. Tsunade looked at Shin, who avoided her gaze. I don't have time to teach you some manners, but I will later. I'll beat you so bad, you'll be crying and calling me Shin. Tsunade left the tent to report the incident with the 12 shinobi to Hiruzen. She didn't know what their motive was, but she had to inform the Hokage. She said she'd make me cry and call her Chun. She's underestimating me. Kushina fumed. Even with Sage Mode, you'd probably lose to Tsunade, Shin said. Sage Mode made her stronger, but she needed time to activate it. And she could only maintain it for 3 minutes. She might be able to match Tsunade during that time, but after that, she'd be defenseless. Shin, where are you going? Mikoto asked as Shin left the tent. I have something to do. I'll be back soon. Don't worry. Shin left the Konoha camp and headed towards the Kumo encampment. He had a goal, the third Reikage. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. The third Reikage was known as the strongest spear and the strongest shield. He could fight the 8 tails barehanded. In terms of taijutsu, he was among the top 3, excluding those with 6 paths powers. His strength was due to his Lightning Release Chakra Mode. Not many abilities caught Shin's eye, but this was one of them. He had an advanced replication card. He had to copy it. He wondered how much stronger he would become with Sage Mode and Lightning Release Chakra Mode combined. He also wanted to meet the third Reikage. The man was a legend. Currently, excluding Shin and the incapacitated Madara Uchiha, no one could defeat the third Reikage. The third Tsuchikage had Dust Release, but with the Reikage speed, even Dust Release was useless. If you couldn't hit your opponent, the strongest jutsu was meaningless. Shin arrived at the Kumo camp, easily bypassing their sensory ninja. Where is the third Reikage? The camp was large. Finding the Reikage would take time. Shin captured a Kumo shinobi and used his Sharingan to hypnotize him, learning the Reikage's location. The Sharingan is so convenient. Shin eliminated the shinobi and headed towards the Reikage's tent. He found it easily and entered without hesitation. The third Reikage was surprised to see him. Who are you? He asked with a frown. Can't you see my forehead protector? Shin raised his hand to his forehead, then remembered he had forgotten to wear it. Oops, I seem to have forgotten it. The Reikage stared at him. You're Uzumaki Shin. Wow, you know me. Shin was surprised. He hadn't realized how famous he was. The Reikage had seen his picture. Indeed. You're the brat who gave the third Kazekage and Hanzo so much trouble. The Reikage sneered, standing up. Shin then realized how tall the Reikage was. He was over 2 meters tall, towering over Shin. The Reikage seems to be looking down on me. Shin could sense the disdain in his tone. A mere child. You have guts, infiltrating our camp. The Reikage snorted, and blue lightning crackled around his body. This was his Lightning Release Chakra Mode. He might be acting arrogant, but he was cautious. Shin had defeated the third Kazekage and Hanzo. He couldn't be underestimated. The Reikage might be a musclehead, but he wasn't stupid. To become a Reikage, you need to have brains as well as brawn. System, use an advanced replication card to copy the third Reikage's lightning release chakra mode, Shin said in his mind. Instantly, knowledge of the lightning release chakra mode flooded his mind. He could use it now. Lightning oppression horizontal. The Reikage moved with surprising speed, bursting through the tent and slashing at Shin with a lightning-enhanced hand. Don't you know it's rude to aim for the face? Shin's voice came from behind the Reikage. The Reikage's eyes widened in alarm. He had struck Shin, but it was just a shadow clone. He felt a sharp pain in his back and was sent flying out of the tent. Shin retracted his leg, watching the Reikage. You're not bad, kid. The Reikage got up, dusting himself off. He hadn't been injured by Shin's kick. Besides some dirt and a bit of pain, he was fine. His title of Strongest Shield wasn't just for show. Kumo shinobi, alerted by the commotion, gathered around. Reikage-sama, what happened? They stared at the Reikage, covered in dirt and with a clear footprint on his back. The Reikage was a legend, able to fight the Eight Tails bare-handed. To them, he was practically on the same level as Hashirama Senju. Of course, that was just their perception. The Reikage was strong, but he was no match for Hashirama. Perhaps in taijutsu, he might have an edge, but Hashirama's sage art would release was devastating. Embarrassed by his appearance, the Reikage's expression darkened. All Kumo shinobi, retreat, he ordered. He knew about Shin's large-scale ice-release jutsu. Ordinary shinobi were no match for him. The Kumo shinobi obeyed, even the elite jonin. Aren't you going to call for backup? Shin asked, emerging from the destroyed tent. I don't need help to deal with you. Hell stab. The Reikage became a blur of motion, his body crackling with lightning. He aimed a powerful downward strike at Shin with his elbow. You're fast. Shin activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and dodged the attack. The Reikage strike hit the ground, creating a large crater. Before the dust could settle, the Reikage attacked again, his elbow aimed at Shin's throat. Trying to kill me, huh? Shin didn't dodge this time. He met the Reikage's attack head-on with his own elbow. A shockwave erupted, and the ground was pulverized. Shin was thrown back, as was the Reikage. Neither had gained an advantage. Shin looked at his elbow. It was bleeding and his arm was numb. But he didn't care. The wound healed instantly, and the numbness vanished. That was the power of the perfect sage body's regenerative ability. Even serious wounds could be healed quickly. The Reikage was also injured. He looked at the BLD on his arm, his expression thoughtful. It had been a long time since he had been injured. Getting distracted during our fight. I admire your courage. Shin's fist appeared before the Reikage's eyes, then connected with his face. The Reikage was sent flying, his cheeks swelling rapidly. Getting distracted during our fight. I admire your courage. Shin looked at the third Reikage, who was sprawled on the ground, and smirked. The Reikage spat out a mouthful of BLD. That punch had almost knocked him out. You call yourself the strongest shield. I don't even use that title, and you dare claim it. Who gave you the courage? Shin taunted the Reikage as he approached. Brat, don't think you're strong just because you landed a sneak attack. You're not on my level. The Reikage suddenly sprang to his feet, throwing a punch at Shin's face. This guy really liked aiming for the face. Shin did too. Shin's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto the Reikage. The Reikage was fast, but to Shin his movements were slow. The Reikage's punch missed, his momentum carrying him forward. Down you go. Shin leaped into the air and slammed his chakra-enhanced fist into the back of the Reikage's head. The Reikage's eyes bulged, and he crashed to the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. Shin walked over to the crater and looked at the motionless Reikage. Had he killed him with a single punch? Even with the lightning release chakra mode, the back of the head was still a vulnerable spot. I didn't mean to kill you, but if you die from this, don't blame me. Your defense is just too weak, Shin said to the unconscious Reikage. Uzumaki Shin, you think that can kill me? The Reikage struggled to his feet, his head spinning. He fought to stay conscious. Shin's chakra-enhanced punch to the back of his head had almost knocked him out, even with the lightning release chakra mode. As expected of the third Reikage. You're one tough opponent. Hell stab, forefinger nukite. The Reikage suddenly unleashed his ultimate attack, charging towards Shin. Lightning release chakra mode. Shin's body crackled with lightning. He could feel his cells becoming more active, his reflexes sharper. His speed and strength increased. Let's see whose attack is stronger. Shin's fist collided with the Reikage's Hell Stab. The Hell Stab was a jutsu that focused chakra into 4 fingers, granting it incredible piercing power. It was far stronger than the Chidori, and its power increased as the number of fingers used decreased. With just 1 finger, it was known as the strongest spear. The Reikage was sent flying, his 4 fingers broken. Shin looked at his fist, a few drops of BLD dripping from it. The Reikage's attack had injured him. But the wound healed instantly. The perfect sage body's regenerative ability was formidable. The Reikage gritted his teeth in pain. They said the fingers were connected to the heart. Even he couldn't tolerate this pain. How do you know the lightning release chakra mode? He asked through the pain. Heh, I know more than just that. I know everything you know, Shin chuckled. Shin had learned a lot from this fight. He had copied all the Reikage's nintaijutsu, with the core being the lightning release chakra mode. Thanks to the Sharingan's copying ability, Shin had replicated all the techniques the Reikage had used, including the Hell Stab. Without the lightning release chakra mode, he wouldn't be able to use those techniques effectively, but he had copied that too. Lightning oppression horizontal. Shin appeared before the Reikage in a flash and slashed at him with a lightning-enhanced hand. The attack sent the Reikage flying, leaving a deep gash on his chest. That's quite powerful, Shin said with a smile. The Reikage's heart sank. Shin's lightning oppression horizontal was identical to his own but more powerful. Shin's taijutsu was already comparable to his without the lightning release chakra mode. With it he was even stronger. Thank you for your generous instruction. Goodbye. Shin could have defeated the Reikage then and there, but he chose not to. Reikage, I'll spare you this time, considering all I've learned from you. But I suggest you take your Kumo shinobi and leave. Killing you would be too easy. Shin opened a Yamatsu Hirasaka portal and stepped through it, leaving the Kumo camp. He wasn't boasting, he had only used taijutsu in this fight. He had many other abilities he hadn't tapped into, including Genjutsu, Ice Release, the Susanoo, his Mangekyo Sharingan abilities, and Sage Mode. He spared the Reikage for a reason. If the Reikage was foolish enough to continue fighting, he would meet a grim fate. After Shin left, the Kumo shinobi returned to find the injured Reikage. Reikage-sama, are you alright? One asked. I'm fine, the Reikage replied, but the BLD and his trembling hand betrayed him. Medics! Treat the Reikage's injuries. A Kumo jonin yelled. Several medics rushed over to examine the Reikage, who accepted their help. He might have been putting on a brave face, but his injuries needed attention, especially his fingers. If he didn't treat them properly, he might not be able to use the Hell Stab again. Reikage-sama, are you alright? A Kumo jonin asked the medic after the examination. His other injuries are minor, but his fingers are fractured. He shouldn't move them for a while, the medic replied. The Reikage had a deep gash on his chest, but the injury to his fingers was more severe. How long will it take to heal? The Reikage asked. It depends on your recovery ability, Reikage-sama, the medic said, unable to provide an exact time frame. But with medical ninjutsu, it shouldn't take too long. Reikage-sama, who injured you? Dodai asked. Shin hadn't been present when the Reikage ordered the Kumo shinobi to retreat, and they hadn't seen who he fought. The Reikage looked at Dodai. It was Uzumaki Shin, he admitted. He wouldn't hide his defeat. What? The Kumo shinobi were shocked. Uzumaki Shin. His reputation had spread due to Suna and Aim's propaganda. Even Kumo had heard of him, but they hadn't taken him seriously. He was just a 12-year-old boy. How strong could he be? We underestimated Uzumaki Shin. From now on, if you encounter him on a mission, you are permitted to abandon the mission and flee, the Reikage ordered. Is he really that strong? Dodai couldn't believe the Reikage would give such an order. He is. The Reikage clenched his uninjured fist. Shin had only used taijutsu in their fight. He had activated his Sharingan but hadn't used any of its abilities or his infamous Ice Release. The Reikage didn't know if Shin had any other tricks up his sleeve. Dodai remained silent. The Reikage's injuries spoke for themselves. The Reikage, who could fight the Eight Tails barehanded, had been severely injured, a testament to Shin's strength. Meanwhile, Shin had returned to the Konoha camp. Tsunade, who had gone to report to the Hokage, was already back. Where did you go? Why are your clothes torn? She asked. Shin had not informed Kushina and Mikoto, so they were unaware. Just stretching my legs, Shin said with a smile. Mikoto examined him and found no injuries, sighing in relief. Shin's minor injuries had already healed, and he had cleaned off the BLD. There was no trace of the fight. Did you go pick a fight with someone? Kushina asked. Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto, and Konan all stared at Shin expectantly. I sparred with the third Reikage. Learned a few things. The third Reikage. You fought the third Reikage. Tsunade's expression turned serious. She knew how strong the third Reikage was. Even Hiruzen had struggled against him. It had taken Hiruzen and Danzo together to hold him back, and they couldn't even defeat him. With his lightning release chakra mode, the Reikage was practically invincible. Are you sure you're not injured? Tsunade asked, concerned. I'm not. If you don't believe me, I'll STRP and let you check. And if you find a single scratch, I'll call you Tsunade-nichan. What did you say you'd call me? Tsunade-nichan. Good boy, Shin. Tsunade patted Shin's head, a smug grin on her face. Shin realized he had been tricked. Konan giggled, then quickly covered her mouth when she saw Shin looking at her. Konan, can you tell me what you were laughing about? Shin asked, pinching her cheeks playfully. She's probably laughing at you for being so easily tricked by Tsunade. Kushina, you're not very smart, are you? Kushina shot back, her tone sharp. You're getting quite sharp-tongued. Do you want a beating? Shin glared at her, but Konan looked relieved and grateful towards Kushina for diverting Shin's attention. I'm strong now, Kushina declared, flexing her muscles. Heh, you think you're stronger than me? Shin scoffed, flicking her forehead. Kushina crouched down, rubbing her forehead with tears in her eyes. That hurt. I'll get you back. She charged at him, flailing her fists wildly. It was a chaotic attack, but surprisingly effective. However, it left her open, and Shin seized the opportunity to grab her wrists, restraining her. Let go of me or I'll bite you. Kushina struggled. I'll let you go, but you have to promise not to attack me again, Shin replied. Kushina nodded and he released her. But the moment he did, she attacked again, her fists flying. The result was the same as before. Shin easily subdued her. Kushina, give it up, Shin grinned at her. I'll never surrender, she retorted, having been tied up after refusing to apologize for her earlier attack. Kushina, it's dinner time. How are you going to eat if you're tied up? Do you want to starve? Just apologize to Shin, Mikoto said sternly, trying hard not to laugh. Mikoto, I don't have any proof, but I think you're laughing at me, Kushina said suspiciously. We're best friends. How could I laugh at you? Mikoto replied. If you really are my best friend, then untie me. Sorry, Kushina, but Shin said if I untie you, he'll tie me up instead, Mikoto said, shaking her head. Shin looked at them, confused. When had he said that? Mikoto, you said we're best friends, right? Then can't you suffer a bit for me? Kushina pleaded. Mikoto thought for a moment and then said seriously, in that case, Kushina, we're not friends anymore, before turning away. Wow, that's your friendship. Tsunade chuckled. Poor Kushina-nichan, Konan said sympathetically. I don't need your pity. Kushina huffed. Shin walked over and untied Kushina, who looked at him in surprise. Was he letting her go so easily? I just felt sorry for you, Shin said with a smile. I'm not pitiful. And Shin will always like me, right? Kushina clung to him. Tsunade, seeing this, pulled Kushina away. Kushina, stop fooling around. Let's eat before the food gets cold, she said. Right? Mikoto agreed. Konan sat obediently beside Shin, waiting for dinner. After dinner, Shin suddenly remembered something important. They didn't have a place to sleep. They had forgotten to set up their tent. Looks like we'll have to stay at your place tonight, Tsunade, Shin said. Sure, I don't mind. It'll be a bit cramped, but we can manage, Kushina added. Tsunade's tent was large, but it would still be crowded with all of them. Kushina, if you don't like it, you can sleep outside, Tsunade said. I'm not stupid, Kushina glared at her. When it was time to sleep, a dispute arose. I want to sleep next to Shin, Kushina declared. This is my tent. Shouldn't I be the one making the arrangements? Tsunade countered. Let Shin decide, Mikoto suggested, looking at him. I want to sleep next to Shin and I. Konan clung to his arm. Alas, the woes of being popular. Shin sighed dramatically, though inwardly he felt smug. Shin, make your choice. Tsunade, Kushina, Mikoto, and even Konan stared at him expectantly. He was in a predicament. Making a choice would be disastrous, so he proposed drawing lots. Kushina and Mikoto ended up sleeping next to him, while Konan, bending the rules, was practically on top of him. Tsunade was fuming. Ahem, Tsunade, how about you sleep under me? Shin asked hopefully. Get lost. I'm annoyed, don't bother me, Tsunade replied, turning away angrily. The next morning, Shin woke up first. He looked at Konan, who was sleeping peacefully in his arms. He didn't disturb her. Mikoto was on his left, and Kushina was on his right. It was a pleasant feeling. Wait a minute. Shin turned to his right. It wasn't Kushina, it was Tsunade. And Kushina was on the other side of Tsunade. When had they switched places? Tsunade opened her eyes and met Shin's gaze. What are you looking at? She asked, rubbing her eyes. I don't remember it being like this last night. Yeah, Kushina wanted to switch places with me in the middle of the night. So here I am, Tsunade explained. Shin didn't believe her for a second. Mikoto and Konan also woke up and were surprised to see Tsunade next to Shin. Tsunade shushed them and pointed at Kushina, signaling them not to wake her up. She had switched places with Kushina while she was asleep and couldn't let her know, or she might start a fight. I'll make breakfast, Mikoto said, getting up and heading to the kitchen. Konan also got up and began refining her chakra. Konan is so hardworking, Tsunade remarked, watching her. With that kind of dedication, she would achieve great things. Yeah, if you were half as hardworking as Conan, you wouldn't be so weak, Shin said, glancing at Tsunade. Shin, you think I'm weak? She replied, clearly offended. To me, you're not that strong. Average, I guess. You probably can't even defeat the third Kazekage or Hanzo. Tsunade was speechless. She wasn't confident she could defeat them, but were they weak? One was known as the strongest Kazekage, the other as Kami. Shin seemed to be underestimating them. At dinner, Tsunade's expression was gloomy. Kushina looked at her, puzzled. What's wrong with her? She whispered to Mikoto. Shin said she was weak. She's probably upset, Mikoto whispered back. Can you two be any quieter? Tsunade glared at them. Kushina and Mikoto were embarrassed. They had been caught gossiping. Ahem, want me to teach you a secret technique? Shin asked, setting down his rice ball. A secret technique? What kind? Kushina was intrigued. Secret techniques were usually powerful jutsu passed down within a clan or village. The Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu used to be a secret technique, but after the clan's destruction, some of those jutsu had spread. The lightning release chakra mode. The third Reikage secret technique, Shin said with a grin. He was going to teach them the lightning release chakra mode. Copying jutsu was different from copying Kekkai Genkai. Although he had copied the ice release, he didn't know how to combine wind and water release to create it. But when he copied the lightning release chakra mode, all the knowledge of its training and application appeared in his mind. You know the third Reikage's lightning release chakra mode. Tsunade looked at Shin in surprise. Wasn't that the Reikage signature technique? How did Shin learn it? What do you think I was doing when I visited the Reikage? Just having a friendly spar. This is simple stuff. I can learn it in an instant, Shin boasted. He wouldn't lie to Tsunade, but he wouldn't tell her the truth either. If you learn the lightning release chakra mode, you might become like the third Reikage. Become like the Reikage. Covered in muscles. No, thank you. Tsunade refused without hesitation. Kushina, who had been interested, immediately lost interest. She couldn't imagine herself covered in muscles. Mikoto also declined. Conan just ate her breakfast quietly. The Reikage built those muscles through physical training. It has nothing to do with the lightning release chakra mode, Shin said, surprised by their reaction. I'm not learning it. I like the strength of 100 seal just fine, Tsunade declared. She didn't care how powerful the lightning release chakra mode was. She wasn't going to become a muscle woman. Seeing their reluctance, Shin dropped the subject. As Shin arrived on the battlefield, Konoha, which had been relentlessly attacked until now, finally had a chance to breathe. I'm so awesome. Just my presence scared those 4 villages. Shin couldn't help but brag. Can you stop with the bragging? Tsunade rolled her eyes. Tsunade, why are you so free? There are a lot of injured Konoha shinobi. Shouldn't you be treating them? Shin asked. Can I take a break? Tsunade glared at him. Shin had been on the battlefield for 5 days. It had rained for 3 of those days. It was annoying. Shouldn't we launch a counterattack? We can't win this war if we're always on the defensive. How should I know? I don't attend those meetings, Tsunade said. This is so boring. Shin was bored. In Konoha, there were things to do, but on the battlefield, it was dull. He wanted to fight, but the enemy wasn't attacking. Uzumaki Shin, the Sandaime Hokage has a mission for you. Just as Shin was feeling bored, a shinobi arrived and handed him a mission scroll. Shin opened the scroll curiously. Tsunade peered over his shoulder. The mission was to destroy Iwa's supply depot. The scroll even contained the supply route. Finally, something to do. I'm getting rusty. Shin jumped up excitedly. You're happy about a dangerous mission like this? Tsunade said, surprised. Destroying the enemy's supply lines was risky. It's only dangerous for others. For me, Shin said confidently. With his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, who could defeat him? Uchiha was still alive, but he was barely alive. If he had the audacity to show his face, Shin would finish him off. I'm going on a mission. Want to come? Shin asked Mikoto and Kushina. Yes, of course. Kushina grabbed Mikoto's hand and followed Shin. Shin could easily complete the mission alone, but he had brought Kushina and Mikoto to keep him company. Is the intel accurate? We've been waiting for ages. What if it's wrong? Kushina complained. They hadn't encountered the supply transport team yet. It doesn't matter if the intel is wrong. We won't be blamed for a mission failure, Shin said calmly, though inwardly he was annoyed. If the mission failed, he would find out who provided the faulty intel. Just as Shin was cursing the Konoha shinobi who had provided the false intel, a voice echoed in his mind. A mission. Shin was surprised. System missions were rare. In the 8 years since the system awakened, it had issued less than 5 missions. There are 2 missions this time. 2 missions. What are they? Shin was even more surprised. Mission 1. Destroy the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Reward. Divine Replication Card X1. Failure, no penalty. Time limit, none. Mission 2. Infiltrate the IWA camp and destroy their supplies. Reward, Advanced Replication Card X1. Failure, no penalty. Time limit 3 days. One mission had no time limit and involved destroying the Otsutsuki clan on the moon. Shin couldn't do that yet. He didn't know how to get to the moon. He knew there was a portal, but he didn't know its location. But there was no time limit, so he wasn't in a hurry. The other mission had a 3-day deadline. If he didn't complete it within that time, it would be cancelled. Let's go, Shin said to Kushina and Mikoto. Go. Aren't we completing the mission? Kushina asked. We are, but we won't find them here. The supplies have probably already been transported to the IWA camp. So we're going there. Is that safe? Mikoto asked worriedly. Mikoto, are you underestimating me? I infiltrated the Kumo camp and faced the third raikage a few days ago. What's so dangerous about this? Yeah, let's go. Kushina was excited. She found danger thrilling. Fine. Mikoto nodded, her eyes fixed on Kushina. She wasn't worried about Shin, she knew he was strong. But she was concerned about Kushina's recklessness. Mikoto had to keep an eye on her. The IWA camp wasn't far, and they soon arrived. Are we sneaking in? Mikoto asked. Sneaking in? We're going in through the front door. Let them taste my new jutsu. Fire style, Great Flame Rasengan. A massive sphere of fire appeared in Shin's hand, contained and stable, about 10 meters in diameter. He threw it towards the IWA camp. The camp was made of earthen structures created with earth release, showcasing Iwa's resourcefulness. The Great Flame Rasengan crashed into one of the earthen houses, exploding and engulfing a 100-meter radius in flames. The houses melted, and the ground turned to lava. Is that your new jutsu? It seems even stronger than the Rasen Shuriken. Kushina's eyes sparkled. It's not necessarily stronger, they're just different, Shin replied. Let's go. We have to find their supplies and destroy them. He led the way, with Kushina and Mikoto following. You're going to destroy the entire IWA camp, aren't you? Kushina said, noticing the destruction from Shin's attack. I'm a bit nervous, Mikoto admitted, gripping her kunai as IWA shinobi approached. Shin had just unleashed an S-rank jutsu, alerting the entire camp, including the third Tsuchikage, Anoki. You're Uzumaki Shin. Anoki glared at him, his beard bristling with anger. Looks like everyone knows me. I'm getting famous. How troublesome, Shin said with a sigh. Kushina and Mikoto rolled their eyes. He wasn't troubled, he was enjoying it. You're even shorter than I imagined. Shin couldn't resist a jab. Anoki was sensitive about his height, having earned respect over time despite being mocked when he first became Tsuchikage. Uzumaki Shin, you dare attack our camp alone. Today you will die here. Anoki charged at Shin, using the earth release, rock fist jutsu. He might be short but he was fast. Shin dodged the attack and kicked Anoki, sending him flying. Tsuchikage-sama. The IWA shinobi rushed to catch Anoki, but they too were sent flying, becoming a cushion for him. Tsuchikage-sama, are you alright? They asked, concern etched on their faces. Anoki coughed up and yelled, scatter. Wind style, Rasen Shuriken. Sage art, wind style, Rasen Shuriken. 2 Rasen Shuriken, one from Shin and one from Kushina, who had activated Sage mode, flew towards the IWA shinobi. Despite Anoki's warning, some were caught in the blast, their bodies ripped apart by the countless tiny blades. That took a lot of chakra, Kushina said, breathing. Even she felt the strain. But the greater the chakra cost, the greater the power. The Rasen Shuriken was a devastating attack, especially enhanced by Sage mode, though it was still weaker than Shin's version. Are they scared? Kushina asked, noticing the IWA shinobi backing away nervously. Probably. They're so pathetic. Shin scoffed. He had only used a few jutsu, and they were already frightened. He wondered what would happen if he unleashed the perfect Susanoo. They're not attacking. Let's take the initiative. Shin drew his Kusanagi sword and used the body flicker jutsu to approach the IWA shinobi. In moments, he was among them. Kill him. An IWA jonin charged at Shin. Gale slash. Shin enhanced his sword with wind release chakra and slashed at the jonin. The attack was swift, precise, and deadly. The jonin fell instantly, and a wind blade shot out from the sword, taking down another IWA shinobi. Shin, wielding his Kusanagi sword, was like a grim reaper on the battlefield. No one could withstand a single blow from him, whether they were genin, chunin, or jonin. Imminent. Anoki coughed up BLD, his anger reaching its peak. Tsuchikage-sama, are you alright? His son, Kitsuchi, rushed to his side. I'm fine. Anoki coughed again, feeling the pain of broken ribs. But he could endure it, he was still in his prime, not the frail old man he would become in the future. Kitsuchi, Don't go over there, Inoki warned his son. He didn't want Kitsuchi to get hurt while Shin was overwhelming their shinobi. Even though Kitsuchi was talented and strong, he would be no match for Shin. Inoki had seen Shin defeat an elite IWA Jonin in just 2 moves. He wouldn't let his son die. Tsuchikage-sama, as a shinobi of Iwagakure, I cannot stand by and watch my comrades die. Kitsuchi said resolutely. Shut up and obey me. Order the others to retreat. Leave this to me and Rashi. Inoki roared. Kitsuchi could only comply. Inoki sighed, recognizing his son's talent but lamenting his lack of decisiveness as a leader. Kitsuchi relayed his orders, and the IWA shinobi, terrified of Shin, retreated quickly. Shin stood alone, surrounded by fallen foes. Uzumaki Shin. Inoki shouted, his eyes bloodshot. Shin had taken down over 100 IWA shinobi in mere minutes, including valuable jonin. Why are you shouting? I'm not deaf, Shin replied, looking at Inoki, who stood beside Rashi, the Four Tails Jinchuriki. Despite their differences, Rashi had temporarily submitted to Inoki's authority for the sake of Iwagakure. Inoki unleashed his ultimate jutsu, Dust Release, detachment of the primitive world. Technique, a powerful technique that could disintegrate anything. However, it came at a great chakra cost, and Inoki felt his reserves depleting. A cube-shaped barrier shot toward Shin, capable of ignoring defenses. Tenmamai, Shin activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, rewinding the barrier's trajectory until it vanished. Inoki's eyes widened in disbelief. Inoki, your dust release is useless, Shin said with a smirk. You did this. Inoki scowled, certain there was nothing wrong with his jutsu. Against these eyes, all jutsu are useless, Shin replied calmly. Inoki stared at Shin's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his expression darkening. Mangekyo Sharingan. He gritted his teeth, recalling his past encounter with Uchiha Madara that left him shaken. Inoki, remember the fear of being dominated by these eyes. Shin taunted, enjoying Inoki's discomfort. Inoki's eyes flickered nervously as he struggled to meet Shin's gaze. Wow, the great Tsuchikage is too scared to even look at me. Inoki was furious. Inoki, don't tell me Madara traumatized you, Shin pressed. How did you know? Inoki was shocked. Few were aware of his past. That's not important. What is important is that sneak attacks are a bad habit. Shin glanced behind him and kicked Rashi, who had attempted to attack him while he was distracted. I thought you didn't notice. Kushina and Mikoto arrived, having witnessed Rashi's failed sneak attack. Kushina, Mikoto, have you forgotten I have the mind's eye of Kagura? It's impossible to sneak up on me. Inoki's eyes gleamed at the sight of Kushina and Mikoto. Earth Release, Rock Fist Jutsu. He targeted Kushina, hesitant to use Dust Release again after his previous failure. Kushina, you're not strong enough to fight him, Shin warned. Kushina could only maintain Sage Mode for a short time. Genjutsu, Tsukuyami. Inoki collapsed instantly, but in the Genjutsu world, 3 days had passed. After incapacitating Inoki, Shin turned his attention to Rashi, who was enveloped in Lava Release Chakra mode, ready for a tough battle. As a Jinchuriki, Rashi was strong, but he was no match for Shin. You took down the Tsuchikage. Can I deal with this guy? Kushina asked Shin. It's not that I don't want you to, but you can't defeat him, Shin said helplessly. Kushina, know your limits. You're clearly not strong enough, Mikoto added. Fine. Kushina reluctantly backed down. Ice Release, Ice Prison Jutsu. Shin trapped Rashi in an ice prison. Even with his lava release, Rashi couldn't melt it quickly. Let's go destroy Iwa's supplies. Ignoring the unconscious Inoki and the trapped Rashi, Shin headed towards the IWA supply depot. Shin, aren't you going to kill the old man? Kushina asked. I think it's better for the 5 great villages to maintain a balance of power. Let him live. Shin glanced at Inoki before leading Kushina and Mikoto to the supply depot. Fire Style, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Mikoto unleashed a massive fire dragon, engulfing the supplies in flames. The explosive tags stored among the supplies detonated. I finally contributed something, Mikoto said with a smile, pleased to have played a part in the attack. The system's voice echoed in Shin's mind. System, can an advanced replication card copy Dust Release? No. Dust Release is a Kekkei Toda and cannot be copied. Shin felt disappointed. Dust Release was powerful and he couldn't replicate it. With the mission complete, there was no need to linger. Let's go back. Shin opened a Yamatsu Hirasaka portal and left with Kushina and Mikoto. As soon as they left, the IWA shinobi arrived, their eyes wide with panic at the sight of the destroyed supplies. Quick! Find the Tsuchikage! Kitsuchi yelled, his voice filled with urgency. Their supplies had been destroyed, indicating that his father had been defeated. And leave some men to extinguish the flames. Salvage what you can. Kitsuchi rushed off to find Inoki. He discovered Inoki unconscious, his mind affected by Shin's genjutsu. The IWA shinobi panicked and called for medics. Rashi, having broken out of the ice prison with the help of other IWA shinobi, sighed, his expression grim. Rashi, where's Uzumaki Shin? Kitsuchi asked, his eyes red. He must have escaped, Rashi replied, trying to maintain his composure despite his injuries. Imminent. I'll kill him. Kitsuchi yelled, rushing out, but he was stopped by other IWA shinobi. Even their respected Tsuchikage wasn't a match for Shin, and Kitsuchi would be no different. The commotion at the IWA camp had reached a fever pitch, but Shin and his team were already back in Konoha. Tsunade, why are you looking at us like that? Shin asked, noticing Tsunade's strange expression. Shin and I, did you fail the mission? Konan rushed over, her face full of worry. Fail? No way. We destroyed Iwa's supplies. Kushina declared proudly. They might not have destroyed the supplies during transport, but they had completed the mission nonetheless. Huh. Tsunade was confused. The whole camp is saying you failed. Yeah, I even heard some people badmouthing Shin and I. They were blaming him. Konan said, her eyes filled with anger. Is that so? Shin pondered the situation. News of his mission failure had spread even before he returned. Someone must be behind this. Someone's spreading rumors, Tsunade said, her voice laced with anger. No, it's not that simple. Shin shook his head. The mission was actually going to fail. We went to the location provided in the intel, but the IWA transport never showed up. The intel was fake. If this had happened before, Shin would have assumed it was just faulty intel. But now he knew better. The intel was deliberately false. Someone had sabotaged him. His mission was meant to fail. If he hadn't received the system mission, he wouldn't have attacked the IWA camp and destroyed their supplies. The intel was fake. Tsunade frowned. Yes, it was fake. The Sandaime Hokage gave me false intel. He must be trying to damage my reputation. Shin analyzed the situation. He had been on the battlefield for a while now. He knew his reputation among the Konoha shinobi was high. Perhaps Hiruzen felt threatened by his popularity. This incident was definitely related to Hiruzen and Danzo. No wonder they only gave me a mission scroll for such an important mission. Hiruzen should have given him a proper briefing. But he had just handed him a scroll. He must have known Shin would fail. Unfortunately for Hiruzen and Danzo, Shin had infiltrated the IWA camp and destroyed their supplies. Shin, do you think this is related to the Sandaime? Tsunade asked. What do you think? Shin countered. I think it is. And Danzo is probably involved too, Tsunade said angrily. Let's go confront that old man. Tsunade stood up. No need. He'll come to us soon. Shin pulled her back down. That old man Hiruzen, always acting so kind and benevolent. I can't believe he'd do such a thing, Kushina said angrily, then glanced at Tsunade. Kushina, what are you looking at me for? Tsunade frowned, sensing the implication. Hiruzen is a bad guy. And I remember you're his student. Tsunade grabbed Kushina, understanding what she was implying. Kushina, don't forget, you're my student too. Aren't you insulting yourself? Tsunade glared at her. I was just kidding, Tsunade-nichan. Let go of me. Kushina quickly surrendered, realizing she couldn't win against Tsunade like this. Shin, what are you going to do? Mikoto asked. We completed the mission. There's nothing to. As for the future, we'll see. We can always leave Konoha, Shin said with a chuckle. It's not that serious, is it? Tsunade looked at Shin, her anger towards Kushina forgotten. It is. If Konoha doesn't want me, I won't stay. You know I'm not that attached to this village, Tsunade. Shin's expression turned serious. No matter what you choose, I'll support you, Tsunade replied with a sigh. Shin waited for Hiruzen to arrive, but instead, it was Danzo. Uzumaki Shin, I'm here to hold you accountable, Danzo glared at him. Danzo, have you forgotten how you groveled before me last time? Shin activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, his aura pressing down on Danzo. The sweat on Danzo's forehead betrayed his fear. Uzumaki Shin, what are you doing? He stammered, not daring to meet Shin's gaze, afraid of his genjutsu. Tsunade observed Danzo's fear and recalled the last time Shin had used genjutsu on him, understanding why he was scared. Not long after, Danzo left with a grim expression. Shin didn't waste time with pleasantries. He informed Danzo that the mission to destroy Iwa's supplies was complete, and if he didn't believe it, he could check himself. He also warned Danzo against causing any more trouble. Whether Danzo took the threat seriously or not, Shin meant it. He then sent Danzo away. You let him go just like that? Kushina asked, dissatisfied. I don't know why, but every time I see Danzo's face, I have the urge to punch him, Mikoto said. I feel the same way, Kushina agreed. Alright, let's make dinner. I'm starving, Shin interrupted. After leaving Shin, Danzo went straight to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen, my plan failed. Uzumaki Shin completed the mission. He infiltrated the IWA camp and destroyed their supplies, Danzo reported. What? Hiruzen frowned, doubting the claim. You can send someone to investigate. If it's true, we can attack IWA now. Danzo left after delivering his message. Not long after he departed, the rumors of Shin's mission failure disappeared, replaced with praise for his success. The previous rumors were now blamed on enemy spies spreading misinformation, a tactic orchestrated by Danzo, who acted out of fear after Shin's threat. Danzo was furious but ultimately backed down. Shin's threat seemed genuine. After all, Shin was only 12, and who knew what a hot-headed kid might do? Danzo works fast, Shin thought, recalling how quickly the rumors had changed after he finished eating. He remembered asking Danzo to find Uchiha Ryota, and Danzo had delivered the information within 3 days. Perhaps Shin could use him for other tasks in the future. As for whether Danzo would agree, that was simple, just threaten his life. Your reputation seems to have improved. Happy? Tsunade asked Shin. Happy, please. I don't care about that, Shin scoffed. Shin, are you interested in becoming Hokage? Tsunade asked seriously. Why are you asking? Shin looked at her, confused. If you want to be Hokage, I can help you. The Senju clan might have declined, but their influence remained. If Tsunade supported Shin, some of the other clans would too. Of course, Shin had to be capable. And he was. Tsunade, have you forgotten? Your brother Nawaki's dream is to become Hokage. You should help him. I have no interest in that position. And I wouldn't make a good Hokage anyway, Shin refused. He wasn't interested in the Hokage position. It held no appeal to him. Nawaki's personality isn't suited for being Hokage. I think you'd be perfect. First, it doesn't matter what you think. And don't forget, I wasn't originally from Konoha. I can't become Hokage. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Shin didn't want to continue this discussion. Fine, but if you change your mind, let me know. I won't. Don't be so sure. You might change your mind one day. Come on, let's go back to the tent. It's raining again. Tsunade looked up at the falling rain. I have to go do something, Shin suddenly said, then opened a Yamatsu Hirasaka portal and stepped through it. He didn't even say what he was doing. I'll get him back for this, Tsunade grumbled. Shin used Yamatsu Hirasaka to teleport back to his house in Konoha. There was someone sitting in the courtyard, looking bewildered. It was Nawaki, staring at his hands in confusion. You were in danger, weren't you? Shin's voice startled Nawaki. How did you know? And aren't you on the battlefield? I'm a fortune teller. I can predict the future. Shin, did you save me? Nawaki recalled falling into an explosive trap. The tags had detonated, and then he had fallen into a dark void, ending up here. Shin nodded. Sort of. The transcription seal he had implanted in Nawaki's eyes had activated. Tenmamai had saved his life, and Yamatsu Hirasaka had transported him to Shin's courtyard. Shin had set the destination for Yamatsu Hirasaka to be his courtyard when he applied the transcription seal. How did you do it? Nawaki asked. I can't tell you that. You just had a brush with death, Nawaki. Tell me what happened. Nawaki's expression darkened. It was that bstrd Kai. He pushed me into an explosive trap. Nawaki's voice was filled with disbelief. Shin was surprised. He hadn't expected Kai to be involved. What happened? Why would Kai do that? Shin asked. I don't know. He just attacked me and pushed me into a trap filled with explosive tags. Nawaki struggled to understand why Kai would try to harm him. They had their differences, but it wasn't that serious. Nawaki, can you explain what happened? Shin pressed. Nawaki nodded. We were on a mission to secretly SERT a batch of medicine to the battlefield. Wait, they gave you a mission that important? Shin interrupted, incredulous. Medicine was crucial on the battlefield, and he couldn't believe they would entrust such a mission to Nawaki and his team. The ninja who gave us the mission said it was because we're weak and inconspicuous. That it would be safer that way, Nawaki explained. So it was just you, Kai, and Hizashi. Yes. And we were attacked. Kai and I stayed behind to hold them off while Hizashi escaped with the medicine. Heh, staying behind to fight. You're quite brave, aren't you? Shin looked at Nawaki. It was Kai's idea. Yes, but you didn't refuse, did you? Even if he hadn't suggested it, you would have stayed, right? Shin knew Nawaki well. If he and his teammates were in danger, he would sacrifice himself to ensure their safety. Nawaki scratched his head. The ninjas who attacked us weren't that strong. Kai and I managed to repel them, but then Kai attacked me. His voice was filled with anger. It seems this was planned. Shin nodded, considering the implications. First, the mission itself was suspicious. It could be a trap. The attackers were likely working with Kai. Danzo might be involved, Shin suspected. Danzo was the only one who would do such a thing. Kai had been in Konoha the whole time. He couldn't have been working with enemies from other villages. If he was working with the attackers, then they were Konoha shinobi. And the only one who would target Nawaki was Danzo. Hiruzen wouldn't do that. Nawaki was different from the other senju. He was Tsunade's brother and the grandson of the Shodame Hokage. Hiruzen wouldn't harm him. Danzo. Nawaki's eyes widened. I'm 80% sure this was a trap set for you, orchestrated by Danzo, Shin said. Danzo might be on the battlefield, but he still had Root and his subordinates in Konoha. He could easily arrange something like this.